Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A sharp blade cut through the air. A knight on horseback cut the guy's hand. The brunette's eyes bulged in horror from the severed hand. He goggled, looking at the blood, and they tried to call him. Chris's eyes bulged with sweat. The protagonist looked at his comrade, who looked restless because he noticed that his friend was tossing and turning as if he had dreamed something. He and his friend were riding in a carriage, and the guy replied that he could not forget this dream. The driver was smiling at this time, assuming that Chris's hands had fallen off in his sleep. The main character bared his teeth angrily and told the driver to watch the road better. The guy on the carriage at the moment ironically stated that he was being answered by a defender who was sleeping at work. The knight sat on the carriage while his friend walked next to him and said where would he find such a crazy person who would start a fight with a mercenary to rob the most influential merchant. The protagonist looked at his friend with a malicious smile and asked him if he was right. On the way, they met two guys who asked them to take out everything they had. Chris saw how these guys mockingly gave each other 5 because they tried hard today, and he realized that this man was their scout. The guy with gray hair bewilderedly looked around and asked the merchant how it all happened. The old man with a mustache immediately put his hands up and began to justify themselves that they themselves did not know anything, because when they hired them, they checked whether they were mercenaries or not. These bandits immediately began to smile maliciously and noted that they were mercenaries and asked the guys not to be upset. Chris looked intently at the man and realized that the atmosphere was very heavy. The protagonist looked closely at his friend Louis, who introduced himself as a mercenary and explained that if they retreated, he would receive a considerable reward, and he swore on his name. The bandits immediately twisted their faces in bewilderment at such a name, as if they had heard it somewhere. The guy with blue hair looked ahead indifferently and tried to understand if this scheme would work. The bandits immediately began to laugh loudly because they understood that Louis was a quick shooter, the same invalid who has very little endurance. The main character looked ahead with displeasure and understood that they underestimated his friend, and in fact, he lasted longer. The bandits continued to laugh, showing their teeth. The protagonist touched his comrade and asked him not to worry so much because he would cover him. Chris looked intently to the side and knew that in such a short period of time Louis would not be able to ignore the sword, but it would not come to that. He saw a huge big guy sitting nearby with a sword in the ground. A bunch of bandits with swords immediately surrounded the cart and wanted to rob it. The big guy immediately looked bloodthirsty and said that they knew better what he needed. Chris turned his attention to the side. He looked at the merchant and saw his worries, realizing that they were definitely hiding something. The knight looked to the side at the merchants and asked if they should disperse like ships at sea and wanted to choose the easy way out. Besides, nothing could be more important than his own life. Then he looked intently to the other side and realized that this could be understood from experience. The blue-haired guy looked straight ahead with slight surprise and said that they could not wait any longer. One of the mercenaries twisted his mouth, sticking out his tongue. Then he smiled very maliciously and said that they were not going to let them go. Then he opened his mouth wide. The merchant and his comrade were excited and their eyes bulged. The dissatisfied mercenary exchanged glances with his smiling comrade. Chris looked back at the laughing bandit. He immediately grabbed his dagger and understood that he needed to act now. He immediately turned around sharply and threw out the blade. The bandit managed to cover himself with his sword from the sharp blade. Chris turned around with his cloak indignantly, baring his teeth. Louis at this time fought with the rest of the bandits, chopping them. Chris looked at the bandits excitedly and wanted to disperse peacefully, but they were already angry. The leader of the bandits opened his mouth bloodthirstily and shouted that they needed to catch everyone. Chris immediately began to run into the forest. Along the way, he tried to look back. He saw the bloodthirsty look of the leader. His foot stepped on the ground. A cloud of light dust enveloped the path. The bandits ran after him along this forest path. The main character, sitting on a horse, was a mercenary. Their team also included a guide who was hiding in a cave. A treasure hunter in the winter space looked at a map. A healer carefully collected tree fruits. A cook was cooking soup over a fire at the moment. The bandits were chasing the main character in the forest, because trying to survive with one hand, he made great efforts. Chris managed to shoot a cable at a tree on the way. The bandits with swords bloodthirstily chased the mercenary. The main character carefully looked at the sharp pin and tried to figure out where to hook it. The cable stretched from a tree that was cracking. He managed to run past this cable. The bandit ran into this cable. His comrade saw how his head was cut off. The bandits immediately tensed up and became angry because they had to run again. It was a shrub tree. Half of the bandit's head with spikes lay on the ground. The brown-haired man was angrily angry in front of the tree at this time. A purple cloud of poison made him spit out blood. Chris was sitting on the ground, looking into the fog. He looked through his bangs with tension and realized that there was nothing left that he could use. He was sitting on the edge of a ledge, below which the river was already flowing, and he understood that if they had driven him further, He would have had to swim, and it was very good that it was all over for him. The dead bandit lay on the ground in a pool of black blood, and the protagonist became interested in the fact that he did not see the leaders of the bandits, as if they could have run away in another direction. The guy with blue hair lowered his head and tried to call Louis back. He immediately became agitated, drooping, his eyes bulging when he was told that everyone was dead. He saw in front of him a huge bandit leader, who noticed that the guy had experience in using poisons. The mercenary bulged his eyes in horror and did not understand how the leader remained alive. The mulatto bared his teeth bloodthirstily in a smile, and Chris did not understand why this monster bothered a simple merchant passing through the city. The head of a comrade was thrown to the protagonist sitting on the ground. The guy, in shock, looked back at it and was told that because of his friends he had to sweat a little. He saw the severed head of the old man and Louis, because they died, although quickly, but held up well, the leader noted. The mercenary was sitting on the ground, looking at the mulatto, who wanted to show him something. At the same time, the main character wanted to think about how to escape, because even Louis could not cope with them. The leader, with a malicious smile, took out a bag with an artifact. He imagined an image of a man and a bunch of different tools, explaining that this is a treasure that can turn an object into a weapon, armor, or just a cobblestone, and he heard that the money from selling such a thing can live for as many as 3 generations. He remembered how that bag with an artifact hung around the man's neck. Chris looked at the leader angrily and explained that he had heard that if he got involved with the artifact, he would not receive a noble death. Chris raised his eyebrows from under his brows and said that he needed to be saved, to which he was refused. He saw that the leader of the gang was already walking far away and noticed that he was in a good mood today, so he decided to let him go and thanked him for dealing with those idiots for him. The guy with blue hair excitedly bulged his eyes and did not understand whether the leader of the gang would really just take and leave. Suddenly, this mulatto reached out his hand to him. Chris looked up in sweat. Small shards of glass pierced the mulatto's eye. Chris spat out glass towards the leader and did not want to just die like that. The mercenary bulged his eyes and, opening his mouth, spat out glass. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed past the guy. A pulse of light and streams of blood were coming from Chris. This gang leader cut the guy's hand. He looked down with disdain and bloodlust. Chris's body started falling forward with drops of blood. His body fell right on the mulatto. This bandit bloodthirstily squeezed the guy's hair and said that his death was not noble. He immediately threw the guy's body on the ground with rage. Half-dead Chris looked at his severed hand. The bandit tensed up, looking to the side at the sounds. At that moment, Chris's half-dead body was lying on the edge of the ledge. The mulatto's eyes bulged in surprise and did not understand what was happening. The battered mercenary was squeezing a bag with an artifact in his mouth. This pumped-up guy began to feel the body with excitement. His eyes bulged from the realization that he had lost the bag. Then he looked to the side with a dejected look and understood that this could not be. Chris, completely beaten, looked through his bangs and said that this happened. He immediately jumped off the mountain into the water. The bandit dictionary jumped after him to catch him. The bandit reached his hand towards the guy's body and realized that his throat was torn because of the powder he spat on him, and the bandit cut off his last hand, but despite his expression, he thought that his efforts were not in vain, so he was calm. The mulatto looked at the mercenary with a confused and angry look as if he had lost an entire country. They plopped into the turbulent flow of the river. The guy's body sank into the depths of the water, and he heard that if the unactivated artifact gets dirty, it can cause a malfunction. The battered Chris broke into a lively smile and realized that the bandit would not be able to pull the artifacts out of his stomach. He opened his eyes with a half-dead look and understood that this was how the life of 39-year-old Chris ended. He wanted to realize the search for strength and the desire for knowledge. The leader of the bandits tried to get to the guy in the water. The mulatto screwed up his nose and looked at the mercenary bloodthirstily, because he felt a hot greed with passion along with a talentless persistence. The bandit reached his hand to Chris's head and it was a turn of instincts. Various sounds of disassembly were heard. Chris excitedly bulged his eyes. He began to look around in panic. Then he looked in front of him through his bangs. He looked at his right hand with surprise. He alone stood on the battlefield with a spear when this rider wanted to warn. He realized that this was his first and last war, being a 15-year-old boy. He bulged his eyes in amazement when the knight was about to attack him. He suffered a lot, but even after death he felt this dream because it was the first time such consciousness came to him. A whole crowd of horsemen on horses were chasing to take his hand. This knight in armor ran forward bloodthirstily, and the guy always wanted to dodge his attack, and even in his dreams he could not avoid the blow. This horseman swung his blade at the guy, and he realized that this time everything should be different. It hurt him from the realization, and he clenched his fist. That same blade cut through space. Chris closed his eyes in anger and wanted to stop the pain. The horseman cut with his sword when the mercenary managed to bend over. The young guy's eyes bulged in surprise. The horseman looked to the side in bewilderment and realized that his victim had dodged. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the horseman's head. The blue-haired guy looked out the system window and received experience points. He looked at the notification in bewilderment, scratching his cheek, and realized that this was not a dream. They began to pinch themselves on the cheek to check. This was the barracks where they tried to feel up young Lind. Chris played with the cheeks of his young comrade, who assumed that his friend had hit his head somewhere. The protagonist greeted his friend with a joyful smile, who did not like it. Then he looked closely through his bangs and understood that this could not be. The young mercenary immediately rolled up his friend's sleeve. He saw old cuts with blood on his arm and asked his friend if this cut stung because it was only getting worse. He remembered how his friend moved on crutches without a leg because in his past life, due to a small wound, he lost it. The protagonist looked closely at his friend's cut. He imagined how they were sitting at the table and happily drinking, because in this life, they and their limbs would remain in place. He grabbed his head with a puzzled look and understood that he would not allow everything to be bad. The guy bandaged his comrade's leg. Lynn squinted his eye, looking at the bandages, and Chris was glad that there was white grass near the barracks and, of course, to heal the wound completely, other vegetation was needed. But the main thing, Lynn showed through the light of his finger, the main thing is to have enough herbs so that the healing process goes faster. Chris was surprised to understand that this was the first thing his mentor healer taught him. The blonde guy looked at his wound when he heard that everything was ready and noted that his comrade was a jack of all trades. Lind raised his eyebrows, looking at the wound, and thanked Chris. The young mercenary turned his back and was surprised to realize that Lind did much more for him when he lost his hand. The guy with blue hair looked down and realized that he still had a debt. Both of them looked at the knight who entered the tent. All the young guys looked back at the ambassador who entered. The knight in the helmet began to read the letter and said that according to the commander's instructions, from now on their unit would become the reserve of the 7th Infantry. Another guy with stubble was sharpening his axe because they had heard that they would now undergo training, but they would not be officially listed there. The guy with blonde hair opened his mouth wide when he was appointed temporary commander of this barracks. The red-haired guy looked at his comrades with a smile and realized that this would be interesting since they would not be listed there. Chris looked at the guys with an indifferent grin and realized that they were still very young. In fact, he heard that this messenger arrogantly declared that from now on their task was to be cannon fodder. Chris touched his face with a puzzled look and realized that in the next 10 days he would have to decide a lot. Then he looked back at his comrade, who had fallen asleep. He looked at him carefully and understood that even though Lind was wounded, no one would bother him and understood that he needed rest. It was the forest and bushes of Zacharaz. The guys walked along the forest path one after another, wondering why they had tagged along with the hunting party. The guy with red hair called out to the one in front, asked the comrade walking ahead why these kids were walking with them. This guy offered to light a cigarette for his comrade and said that the guy behind was called Chris. The main character, with a smile on his face, held cigarettes in his hands and handed them out to everyone because he had asked to join them. The red-haired guy looked back and tried to understand how this kid could make such cigarettes with such talent. The young mercenary looked back while his comrades stood nearby. At that moment, they heard that this guy was known in the village as a cool hunter. The red-haired guy closed his eyes in displeasure from the extended cigarette and refused it. The knight in armor stopped on the ground. The guy with the stubble immediately cried out that everyone should catch 5 hares. Chris looked ahead and thought, because they were told that if they went deep, they could run into a group of kobolds, so they should be careful. The main character still understood that this was a very easy task and it was worth putting off the hunt for a while. The tops of the trees filled the entire space, and the guy tried to get as much as possible in the forest that could be useful to him. He tore off a red leaf of plants and realized that there was grass here, which is the basis for many of his items. He happily put his hands on his belt and said that he could not miss this grass. He immediately slapped himself on the cheek when the experience points increased. He looked at his palm and tried to understand what was happening. He immediately grimaced and excitedly tried to understand why there was so much noise from this artifact. He stood with his head down near the tree and did not understand what kind of thing it was. He scratched his ear cordially and realized that first it returned him to the past, and now it was screaming in his ears, and he, of course, knew that artifacts are not simple things, but he did not suspect so much. He grabbed his head and remembered the bloodthirsty look of the bandit, because he clearly knew something that so desperately tried to take this thing from him, and yet now is not the time to think about it. He looked up through his bangs and wanted to just gradually learn the abilities of this artifact. His gaze caught on a wasp flying past. He looked up and saw a web and a stuck wasp. He looked up with a cold-blooded look. He saw how this bumblebee got stuck in the web and he was unlucky. Then a honey spider appeared in its web. This insect with wide black eyes, which was very popular because Chris could not find it for so long, and here it was. He snapped the box with the insect with a lively look and was glad that he finally came here. Then he looked to the side at the blade through the webs and realized that it would be good if he could get honey as well. He jumped from the tree and was about to tear the web. Then he landed on the ground. he released this bumblebee. The insect began to fly quickly near its savior. The dissatisfied bumblebee was about to get out of the remains of the web thread. The young guy immediately ran after the insect. He looked ahead with a cold-blooded look as he ran. Chris saw how this bumblebee flew away in a whirlwind in front of him. He looked up and saw a wasp hive. The fair-haired guy looked at the dejected red-haired guy, who assumed that they really were not good for all this and not a single hair was caught. His comrade standing next to him reminded him that they were hunters, only the bones had to believe in him. While the guys were sitting nearby and watching the sky, a knight appeared. They immediately got excited, tried to look around when they were called talentless. The red-haired guy looked ahead coolly while the brunette shouted that the guys had time to chat, and they were having a good time. These hunters looked at the young men near the river and asked them if they had already fulfilled their quota. He came up to Chris from behind and asked what was going on here. The blue-haired guy was carrying a bag of mind resources on his shoulder. The red-haired guy immediately saw a pile of dead hairs and noted that it was not bad. The young protagonist said with a smile that there was no one in this village who did not know him as a hunter. The red-haired hunter was puzzled and realized that although he had tried, having caught and a share for his friends, however, all this was in vain. The protagonist grimaced in bewilderment and understood that he had fulfilled the previously stated quota, but it was not enough. He looked at the red-haired guy with displeasure and understood that he had tried very hard. This hunter was trying to understand whether they would collect them, and the character did not understand whether they would be able to catch so many themselves. The red-haired guy looked at Chris with confusion and tried to figure out what to do. Digo looked ahead with slight confusion. Daki with his beard looked away and they understood that even his share was caught. The young mercenary with a dissatisfied look was puzzled by the fact that there were 5 rabbits for each participant, and it was true that he had failed the task and he did not think that he would be able to set new traps. He imagined a white deer with red antlers and realized that if he caught it, then they would immediately consider it as fulfilling the quota and he would definitely be able to get recognition from these scoundrels. He thought with an inspired look under the conversation of his comrades that if he proposed this idea to them, then they obviously would not refuse. The young mercenaries stood in a group near a small river when they discussed that it was the end of the hunt and they should go back, but still they had not completed the task yet. The blonde guy stared at the red-haired guy who said that they would just be thrown out like that. The guy widened his eyes and added that according to the military discipline of the Earl's land, they would be treated simply and strictly. The red-haired guy immediately grabbed his face in tears when they were given the command to take the rabbits and follow him. Chris stared away, holding out his finger. The red-haired guy looked away attentively. The protagonist continued to stare away indifferently and replied that he had an offer that they would definitely not refuse, but they had no need to. Chris still insisted that they at least listen to his offer. The moon illuminated the night forest. Chris was hiding with a friend behind the bushes, who was trying to figure out if they could really catch a deer. It was a red plant called red paw, one of the most common red herbs. However, it is the only food for a red-horned deer. The fair-haired guy looked at the mercenary and explained that that was why they had collected it, because the deer would not miss this grass. Then they both peered through the bushes. The fair-haired guy looked worriedly at the protagonist, who told him to concentrate and not to breathe. The blue-haired guy looked out from behind the bushes and understood that deer were very sensitive animals. His friend immediately turned around and began to rummage through things, saying that if they caught the deer, would they really be able to eat? The protagonist understood that they only needed to fulfill the norm, and they came here for this very reason. Suddenly, his eyes bulged. The protagonist immediately shut his friend's mouth, who was about to ask about the dish. The mercenary looked ahead carefully, closing his comrade's mouth. That same white deer with red antlers appeared, and they realized that they would soon eat their fill. This white deer galloped forward. Only dust remained of it on the wasteland. The knight stepped in there with his foot. The blue-haired guy wanted to throw a stone and realized that on his first hunt he learned to throw stones at a target and really hoped that it would work. He immediately ran out from behind the bushes and threw the stone. This stone flew quickly through space. The stone hit the deer right in the head. He looked through his bangs in bewilderment when a message about throwing skill appeared. This deer immediately began to stagger, and the guy realized that he threw even with his usual left hand and assumed that it was just not enough yet. The young guy immediately ran along the path. He opened his mouth wide and was going to call his comrades Digo and Daki. These guys immediately jumped out from behind the bushes near the deer. They immediately began to surround this beast, and Chris understood that these were smart guys doing everything right. The mercenary immediately jumped out into the clearing, and the deer galloped away. He peered through the fluttering bangs and realized that the rest was the soldier's share, and the hunter was curious about how they would catch him. The same hunter with red hair stood behind a tree when he was told that they would catch the beast by cornering it. He looked back at his comrades in bewilderment after the question. This hunter watched as the young guys discussed the plan. The leader of the squad said that since they did not have any weapons, they would take numbers. It would be better if he went alone, but then nothing would work and the guys would lead him in the direction of the knees. Digo and Daki listened attentively to the leader. The hunter stood by the tree, crossing his arms, and realized that they wanted to set traps. The protagonist lowered his gaze and explained that the guys would need to use force. He drew a plan in the sand with his finger and said that in this hunt they would have the most important role. That is, they would just need to wait for the deer in a certain place. The blue-haired guy looked forward with enthusiasm and said that if the hunters believed in them, then everything would work out. The leader of the hunters looked forward and agreed. This white deer was jumping through the forest. The hunters set a rope like a trap. This cable was squeezing a tree. The white deer ran into the trap. The black-haired hunter was holding the rope with difficulty. The red-haired hunter bared his teeth from the effort. The deer was able to break through and knock down the rope. The main character immediately grabbed a stone. The leader of the hunter's eyes bulged in horror and called the guy a fool. The mercenary was going to finish off the animal with a stone. This hunter looked away from finishing off the beast. Notification that experience points have increased. The young guys were sitting by the fire when the deer died. All the fighters immediately looked at the fire with appetite. A huge piece of meat was roasting on this fire, and they did not believe that they would really be able to eat. The happy guys sat by the fire and discussed the plan, that it was not that difficult, and some of them were curious about what this deer was so famous for. The brunette with a bump on his cheek said that for them, warriors, the deer is useless, but for royal families, venison is a good aphrodisiac. The red-haired guy looked away with displeasure when the guys discussed that they would even get some kind of reward for this. The blue-haired guy looked away in surprise when he was praised. He looked closely at the leader of the hunters and replied that it was nothing, because it was all really thanks to them. Chris looked with a spreading smile at the hunter who offered him food. The mercenary stretched his hands with yellow flower petals to the water, which he collected in the forest. He sprinkled the powder from these herbs on the meat and said that it would make a natural seasoning. The guys immediately began to eat the meat with appetite. The fair-haired guy immediately widened his eyes from the pleasant taste of meat. The red-haired hunter also ate meat and did not expect such a pleasant taste. The main character looked down with an inspired smile and said that this was not high-class cuisine, but assumed that it would pass for food. The guys sat by the fire and ate meat, noting that Chris was a modest person and it was really tasty because they wanted to add. This leader of the hunters ate meat and asked the fighter's name again. The main character, chewing a piece, answered in agreement. The hunter held out a piece of meat and noted that he was surprised and therefore freed the fighter from night watch and hunting. Digo and Daki looked away from such a statement. Chris lowered his gaze with a smile and agreed to this condition. It was a barracks in the form of small tents. Lind was pulling himself up after sleep and had not rested like this for a long time. Then he looked away with slight surprise. He saw his comrades enter the barracks and have already returned. The guy immediately started eating a piece of meat and realized that they had been hunting while he was sleeping, so he became curious about how long he had been sleeping. Chris immediately began examining his friend's leg and said that it was all because of the medicinal herbs and that it had healed quite a lot early in the day. He looked ahead with a calm gaze and understood that the problem was in the infection and the wound itself was not deep, and it was good that now there was no need to worry. He looked at his friend with a lively smile and asked if the meat was tasty. He excitedly bulged his eyes when he heard the insult. The guys looked back towards the tent and heard screams. Digo and his friend were scared when they wanted to catch and kill someone. The mercenary looked away with slight anxiety and did not understand what was happening there. The hunter saw that the soup pot was overturned. The arrow hit the ground near the dog, and the boy was angry that it had knocked over his food and ordered them to be caught quickly. The young fighters stood in a group and looked at the arrow, telling the archer that he shouldn't shoot into nothing. Chris looked at the swearing guys, one of whom tried to slander the animal, and that they needed punishment. Lind looked away along with the main character and heard that there was a showdown over stray dogs. This fair-haired guy's eyes bulged in surprise when he heard about dogs. He saw the animals laughing bloodthirstily. He didn't understand why they had such faces. The hunters stood indignantly at a distance, discussing the dog, because they constantly terrorized the warriors. The mercenary walked forward when Lind looked at the hunter, and he was going to catch the dogs. The red-haired hunter crossed his arms and said that this cannot be delayed. If this continues, the morale of the soldiers will be undermined. The leader of the hunters began to leave, looking back at the youth and wished him luck. The red-haired guy looked around with displeasure when Chris explained that they had been hunting together. Lind stared at the protagonist and asked how he was going to catch the dogs. The mercenary reached for his box on his belt and said that they needed to set traps. His friend explained that they had already been talked about as useless things. The protagonist opened his box and said that their traps would definitely work. His box contained that very honey spider and he needed to work today. The two young friends walked forward and Lind asked why they should do this. The protagonist replied that they could kill time and get food. The fair-haired guy looked up, puzzled, and realized that this was tempting, although in fact it was an excuse to get them on the next reconnaissance. and he needed to find some herbs. The mercenary explained that they had eaten a lot of sleeping pills. He held his box with his hand and understood that the reason why this honey ant was important in his past life was because it could spin a web with different effects depending on what it ate. The young men looked around at the sleeping animals in surprise, and the hunter noted the talent of the youth, who added that there could be more packs of stray dogs nearby. The red-haired boy looked down at them and asked what was the point. They both looked ahead when the blue-haired fighter said that if they took their reserve to scout, they would catch the others. They continued to look ahead, and the hunter was slightly surprised. He cast a sharp glance to the side and said that he was just a private. Chris looked at the boy with a lively smile and said that he did not think so. This boy appeared in a demonic light because his rare red hair and well-built figure had an undisguised fortitude. This guy was looking away and was a troublemaker and the illegitimate son of Duke van Ludwig's Count, Gullen Ludwig. This guy smiled maliciously, baring his teeth. Chris grinned at Ludwig, who explained that if it came to that, he said that he could consider this a reward for catching that red-horned deer. Then he pointed his index finger at the mercenary and said that in return he must definitely deal with the dogs. White clouds floated over the dense forest. The main character and his guys were trying to catch the dogs. He managed to look back at Digo, who said that they had gone too far into the depths. The guys continued to catch up with the dogs, and the mercenary asked not to worry because everything was fine because they almost reached the border. Docky ran with Digo, and Chris apologized to his comrades that he was acting like a commander now. His comrade replied that everything was fine because he couldn't help but acknowledge his skills since he had done a lot. The blue-haired man looked back with fear and said that in that case, they should quickly catch the dogs and join the meat party. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in shock. He let go of the rope. He looked ahead in surprise, along with his comrades, who heard a strange sound. This rope stretched into the bushes. Behind the bushes was a pack of hungry dogs. He stood by the tree with displeasure and realized that something was happening there. There was a guy playing the flute. This scout with a flute was sitting in the bushes because he was a man with the enemy's 8th gate robe. This guy played the flute and charmed the dogs. The protagonist looked ahead with slight disdain and realized that this was the same scout who approached them and these dogs. Digo and Docky looked ahead in bewilderment. Chris looked through his bangs with a cool expression and asked his comrade if they had killed anyone. Digo answered with sweat and panic that they had only killed once. The guy stood behind his leader, who was preparing a plan and telling everyone to get ready. Digo was looking for the unknown person behind a tree. The fighter was watching from behind the bushes with a serious look. There were dogs not far from the guys. Chris looked at his comrade, asking how the situation was. The blonde said that everything was the same, asking where Docky was. The bearded man was hiding behind a tree. The protagonist said that he was waiting. The mercenary looked ahead with a determined look, saying that it was time for them to go. The man stood with a pipe in his mouth. A warrior started walking towards him from behind. The unknown person said that a little more and there was nothing left. The blonde swung his weapon at the man, after which his eyes widened. The fighter struck the tree, cutting it. Digo looked away with a frown. The stranger managed to dodge the attack, after which he began to take his blade out of its sheath. The man narrowed his gaze. The main character stood behind the warrior. The guys were standing in combat poses. The man aimed a slashing blow at Digo's legs, after which he rushed to run in a hurry. The main character shouted that they needed to run after him. The guys immediately rushed in pursuit. The enemy was rapidly running forward. The mercenary thought that this was expected, that he did not even look after him, because the scouts needed to hide from pursuit as quickly as possible. The enemy turned his gaze behind his back to the guys. The knight widened his eyes in bewilderment. The man touched the tube on his belt. Chris looked at his comrade, telling him to hide behind a tree. The man fired a needle from the tube. The needle stuck into the trees. Chris slightly peered out from behind the tree. Before his eyes were only clouds of dust. The scout stepped on the ground with his toe. He jumped over the tree with a worried look. The stranger looked back, wondering if they had left. The enemy clenched his teeth in displeasure, noting that there was very little left, calling them Circean idiots. An axe was flying towards the scout. The man noted that now there was nothing left to do but go back. Then he jumped up, dodging the axe. A bearded fighter appeared in front of him. The stranger asked what was another one. Suddenly, a web appeared in front of the enemy's eyes. Then it pierced the man's eyes. The scout fell to the ground. He bared his teeth and grabbed his head with his hand. The enemy's eyes widened in fear. Docky stood in front of him with an axe in his hands, noting that they had caught him. The scout opened his mouth wide, covering his face with his hands. Docky killed the enemy with one blow. The guys watched in surprise. The stranger was lying in a pool of his own blood. Digo asked what he expected when he came there. Chris leaned over the scout's corpse, saying that it was the shortest way to get to the enemy, praising Digo. The mercenary looked away with a serious look, noting that now all that was left was to deal with the dogs. The fighter cut off the dog's head. The guys stood among the corpses of the animals. The blonde looked back at the dogs, asking what to do with the ones that escaped and that they wouldn't come back to them again. The knight said that they should run away because they had already removed their leader and the one who controlled them, so he didn't think they would appear again. The chopped up corpses of the dogs lay on the ground. The protagonist said that the corpses of the dogs, asking Daki that it was him. The merchant collapsed to the ground, looking in confusion in front of him. The fighter asked what happened. The boys looked into the distance with a serious look. Among the dead bodies stood a beast with scars. Ego asked if it was a wolf. The beast looked at the boys with a bloodthirsty look. The main character thought that white wolves only live on Mount Sol, wondering how it got here. The merchant looked at the wolf in horror, wondering if that guy had gathered a pack of dogs to catch him. The white wolf lay on the ground in front of the main character. The mercenary put away his weapon, thinking that he was smart to think of such a thing, and instead they would take the wolf's skin. The knight looked ahead in surprise, saying that this could not be. Then he looked down with curiosity. The fighter approached the protagonist, asking if he needed help. Chris told him to take a look at this. The young guy was holding a puppy with a golden lion in his hands, noting that the cub survived. The boys looked at the puppy with a smile. The fighter said it was true, asking if he didn't think it looked a little different from its mother. The puppy was sleeping peacefully in the mercenary's arms. Chris noted that it was a half-breed. The men crowded around the fire. The guy with freckles watched the man eat meat, after which he entered the tent with a sad look, saying that he wanted to eat. Lind lowered his gaze, thinking that the duty of a scout is to be the first to go to the front and watch the enemy. The red-haired guy sat down near his comrade. Lind wondered why Chris took such a dangerous position, adding that although their reserve is not so safe. The guy looked ahead with a sad look. The protagonist told his friend that it was time to go. In the memories, the brown-haired man followed the protagonist. The brunette said that this was their opportunity to get rich. The boy asked what he was talking about, after which he looked at his friend with a smile. The main character said that he would soon become a military leader and everything would be fine. His friend said that it sounded like sarcasm. The guys followed the crowd of men. The brown-haired man asked that if he became a military leader, then he would be a chancellor. The fighter looked down with a sad look, asking that he was seriously going to do this. The red-haired guy clenched his hand into a fist, noting that he could not stand it anymore. The guy asked that he was really going there. His comrade looked at the stone with tears in his eyes, saying that Chris had caught the dogs, but they could not even smell the food and at least give him a piece of bread. After which he threw the stone on the floor, saying that he would have to steal it. Lind closed his eyes, asking that he understood that if he was caught, they would beat everyone. The boy with freckles looked ahead in surprise when he opened the tent. The brown-haired man turned his gaze to the side when the protagonist asked what they were doing. The young guy looked at the guys with a smile on his face, holding meat in his hands, telling them to light a fire. The mercenary watched his comrades. The guys looked back at the protagonist. Chris told them to eat slowly. The brown-haired man asked why he himself was not eating. The brunette noted that they had already eaten a little before coming. Digo looked at the mercenary with a cold gaze when he called him. Daki looked at the main character with a serious gaze when he called his name. The merchant smiled awkwardly, saying that it was okay and that they could continue eating. Lin told his friend that someone was watching them. There was a bald-headed guy standing behind the guys. The brown-haired man asked that they would not be exposed. The fighter pressed his lips together. The guys looked at the stranger with a serious gaze. Lin noted that, apparently, he was just hungry. Digo suggested calling him. Chris asked what he thought, that it was worth doing. The main character looked at his friend with a serious gaze. The brown-haired man asked why not, noting that until he came, they were also chewing air. The red-haired guy told them to call him. The mercenary looked ahead with a cold gaze, thinking that he had not yet eaten everything himself. The bald-headed man approached the boys. He covered his mouth with his hand, apologizing to them, noting that he had been cleaning the pig pen and that was why he stank. The fighter asked what they had in the pigs, noting that they were stingy and had even been stingy with giving them a piece of bread. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, saying that if he got the position of commander, he could try pork, but they, the servants, would not be given any. The bald-headed man looked down with a sad look. The merchant thought that if they tried, they could at least get milk and wine. There were pieces of meat lying on the ground. The boy said that there were a few more people in the barracks. The fighter told him to bring them quickly, asking how many there were. The fighters lined up in front of the knight. The bald man said there were 20 of them. The knight noted that he meant a few as too many. The hungry boys gathered around the fires. The protagonist thoughtfully watched what was happening, thinking that he had thought about leaving some. Lin smiled slightly, asking that it was tastier to eat together. Chris agreed with his friend, saying that in hard times you need to share. The boys happily gobbled up the food. The knight said that there was nothing to be done. The night sky stretched over the forest. The protagonist suggested frying everything without leaving anything behind. A little smoke came from the fire. The puppy slurped the water with his tongue. The red-haired man covered his face with his hand, saying that they had a good time yesterday. The young guy watched the puppy with curiosity, wondering who his father was. The little beast continued to slurp the water. The protagonist thought that judging by the red eyes and unusual stripes, it could be a golden wolf, and he heard that they could even breathe fire. He wondered if he would be able to do that when he grew up. A friend came up behind the protagonist, asking if he had given him a name. The young boy thought about the fact that he was a cross between two different species. Lind bared his teeth in bewilderment. The mercenary said that he was a bullion. The guys looked at the knight in surprise. Chris suggested calling him Gantong. The mercenary smiled awkwardly, told them not to look at him, and he was just joking. The puppy opened his mouth wide, yawning. The knight said that he would be a pumpkin. The soldier opened his mouth wide, shouting that an inspection had come and a general meeting was being held. The mercenary looked away in bewilderment, wondering why this inspection was suddenly happening. A crowd of people gathered in the street. The fighters stood in front of the tents. The young man closed his eyes and clenched his fist. He wondered why this H-Vilken did this, noting that it was possible to do everything quietly without formalities. The main character looked ahead in shock. The man shouted the name Chris from the reserve squad. The fighters watched the main character angrily. The man told him to come to him. The knight thought that the looks of others were a little tense. The merchant looked up, thinking that it was the man standing in front of him. The man looked at the boy with a serious look. The mercenary noted that this was the leader of the century and the head of the infantry regiment number 7, the commander of Kennery. The commander leaned towards the main character. He stated that he recognized numerous feats, including the murder of an enemy scout, and appointed Chris, a private reserve, as the commander of Decurion. Kennery told the protagonist that they were counting on him. The protagonist looked at the leader with a serious look, saying that he would try. The fighter shouted that he was cool. The guys happily looked at the protagonist, saying that he was a good guy and that he was their hunter. The young guy thought that he did not expect such an effect after just sharing meat with him. The leader watched what was happening in surprise, saying that he was popular, asking what he had given them something to drink. The mercenary thought about the smell of alcohol. The knight smiled awkwardly, saying that he was actually a rather closed guy. The guys shouted the protagonist's name, saying that he was their meat-rich man. The new commander looked ahead in surprise, wondering what kind of atmosphere this was. He noted that at the time when his appointment to the position was already coming to an end. The mercenary turned his gaze to the side. The three men looked at the main character with disgust. Chris noted that several of the commanders were looking at him as if they were ready to kill. Pumpkin stared at the main character. The young man stroked the puppy's head. He thought that this was normal because it was hard to recognize a young man like him as an equal. The blonde man approached the young man from behind, asking that he should now be called commander. The knight thought that this was a good idea. He looked at his comrade, saying that it was better to call him by his name. The guys looked at Chris with a serious look. The merchant said that, by the way, they need to slowly prepare. Digo asked what exactly. The brunette grinned slightly, answering that reconnaissance. The guys walked along the ground. Lind looked ahead with an exhausted look, asking how long they had been walking. The red-haired guy with an exhausted look followed, asking about 10 o'clock. The protagonist thought that only 4 hours had passed. Ludwig called out to the Decurion commander. The protagonist looked back. The man asked how he felt. The warrior crossed his arms over his chest, smiling slightly. The guys stood opposite each other. The protagonist said that he was fine for now. The fighter asked if he knew that scouts most often die from units without even being able to visit the battlefield. The guys looked ahead with a serious look. Ludwig told him to look at his guys, asking if they would definitely last. The young guy looked at the fighter with a cold gaze, saying that they would not die like flies and there was no need to worry. Ludwig leaned towards the guy with a crazy smile, saying that he hoped so, otherwise it would be a disappointment if their reconnaissance squad died. The protagonist agreed with the man. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that maybe he got the nickname Gillant the Guillotine after killing his own brothers and thought there was nothing to worry about for now. The guys looked ahead in surprise. Lin told the commander that they must have arrived. Then they approached the swamp. The red-haired guy sighed heavily. Lin handed the guys honey and told them to take it. The fighter asked what it was. The blonde guy bit off a piece of honey. Lin said that Chris got this honey while hunting red-horned deer. The fighter said that it was sweet. The commander rolled up his sleeves, thinking that he couldn't get it anywhere but the swamp, and his one goal, which was the reason he wanted to be in the reconnaissance squad. The main character stuck his hand into the swamp. After that, he rummaged around in the swamp with his hand. The mercenary got some seaweed out of the swamp. He noted that it was a dirty business, and this herb would definitely come in handy. White clouds floated over the forest. Lind closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide. He said that they were just walking, noting that being a scout, however, is not easy. The red-haired guy noted that the tent was sewn up. Pumpkin was sleeping on the ground. The scout asked where Chris had gone. There were guards near the tent. The man blocked the protagonist's path with his spear, telling him to stay put. The protagonist said that he was the commander of the Reconnaissance Decurion and had come to the head of the infantry regiment number 7 to report on the reconnaissance. The young guy looked at the fighter with bewilderment. The man puffed out his cheeks, chuckling maliciously. The soldier looked at the young guy with a grin, apologizing to him. The protagonist looked down in bewilderment. The soldier asked that he was not going to apologize to the Decurion commander. The man grinned maliciously, asking that he was okay. Chris thought that there was no discipline, after which he kicked the man in the leg. The warrior grabbed his leg with a scream. The mercenary struck the man in the face. The protagonist leaned towards the guard. He looked at him with an indifferent look, telling him to consider this a lesson, and if he did not repeat his mistake next time, he would live. The fighter looked at the commander with bewilderment. The protagonist grabbed the guard's spear with his hand. He looked at the man with a terrifying look, telling the private to stop, since this was already similar to a riot. The private looked at the protagonist with fear. The young guy was glaring coldly at the soldier. The stranger put his hand on the soldier's shoulder, telling him to stop. The warrior looked at the guy behind him in shock. The soldier asked why he wanted to lose his head for such antics. The guard noted that it was Decurion Commander Pedal. The knight looked at the guy with a serious look. Pedal told him to quickly remove this idiot from there. The guard led his comrade away. The commander asked the protagonist if he had heard his name. Chris replied that he had. The soldier grinned slightly, asking that it was because of the intelligence report. Pedal said that there was a small hill 50 steps away from there and a swamp in that direction. The protagonist said that he understood. The guys sat down near a tree. The commander said that they had quite a lot of unrecorded information about the area, and by the way, their group had the best results out of all the reconnaissance units. The young guy asked if it was true. He looked at the soldier curiously, asking what the leader of an infantry regiment does, noting that he is not even an adjutant to be responsible for such work. The soldier widened his eyes in bewilderment. The protagonist noted that he was sent a kilometer away with alcohol. There was a tent not far from the guys. Pedal said that he was originally a knight of Baron Ronald. In the tent, the silhouette of Kennery was visible. The protagonist asked what kind of aristocrat is rotting there then. The leader threw his head back, sighing heavily. Pedal noted that he had a very good relationship with the Baron's wife. The protagonist asked what he was with the Baron's wife. The young guy smiled awkwardly, saying that it was brutal. Pedal noted that this is why he was demoted to an ordinary infantryman. The protagonist looked at the soldier with a serious look when he called out to him. Pedal looked ahead in horror, saying that he considered this place a grave. The mercenary ran along the ground. He ran quickly through the forest, thinking that now everything was clear to him and the reasons why the 7th Infantry Regiment died in his past life. A bright light appeared in front of the main character. Chris noted that the head of the military unit, who knew about the war, fell into despair and left the privates to their fate. The commander narrowed his gaze, thinking that if nothing was done, everything would happen again. After which he stopped near the bushes, asking what was somewhere around here. Grass stretched out in front of the young guy. The commander noted that according to his calculations, there was a midpoint between the 8th Gate and their military headquarters, and if they met with a reconnaissance detachment, it was the end. The mercenary hid among the grass, saying that he was confidently here, after which he turned his attention to the side. The young man looked at the knights below with a grin, noting that he had found the route for the 8th Gate. The protagonist watched closely, asked why he was late, and that this was a secret transportation of alcohol. 2 carriages passed in front of the commander. He noted that there were 2 carts and, compared to the number of troops, it was somehow not enough. It turns out that they arrive once a day, adding that there should be at least 5 guards on the supply route, and a maximum of 10. The protagonist grinned slightly, thinking that everything should work out. White clouds floated above the ground. The protagonist wondered if it was worth going back, noting that he would have to grab the dog skins along the way anyway. The protagonist fell to his knees in the tent. Lind asked what was wrong with him. The friend looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The brunette said that he would tell later, asking for a long stick. The boys looked at the commander in surprise. Chris told Digo and Godi to find him daggers. The knight tied the dagger to a stick. He clamped the rope with his teeth. Chris thought that such a third-rate 7th Infantry Regiment always lacks supplies, and what they deliver is of poor quality, and it is better not to bring anything at all then. On the floor lay the made weapons. The knight said that the daggers connected to the sticks are spears, and the shield is made of dogskin. The brown-haired man looked at his friend in surprise, asking that they are preparing for war. The merchant looked at his comrade in bewilderment, asking what he is talking about, noting that the war has already begun. The boys looked at the young guy with a serious look. The main character closed his eyes, thinking that they have a complete lack of discipline. He told the boys to take their weapons and go outside. The fighters were holding spears in their hands. The commander said that from today they would start training and would learn to use weapons. The brunette opened his mouth wide, telling them to start. The soldiers began to train with each other. The privates watched what was happening with bewilderment. The bald-headed man asked what they were doing. His comrade noted that it was most likely training. The protagonist looked at the privates with a smirk. The man asked what they were doing on the sly. Chris thought that it was right and let them watch because that was what they were there for. Lind looked at the fighters with confusion. The man told the guy that he would get hurt and the dagger should be held like this. The soldier told the private boy not to listen to him. Soldiers crowded around the guys. Petal watched what was happening with a smirk, thinking that apparently those words shocked him, although he meant for him to surrender. The main character smirked, thinking that this great atmosphere completely changed. Now the problem is different. He imagined Kennery, wondering how he was being told all this. The commander looked ahead with a serious look and said that for starters, the guys were training hard. The commander noted that they were already going in the right direction and thought that was enough for today. A fighter appeared next to the protagonist, who said that he looked like he was having fun. The main character looked away in surprise. A red-haired man looked at the guy with a serious look. Chris noted that it was Ludwig. The warrior approached the commander. Chris said that it was necessary. The red-haired man asked what he thought. Was it worth it? The main character replied that it seemed good. The warrior looked ahead thoughtfully. The mercenary wondered how long he was going to pretend to be an ordinary private. The knight imagined the image of a bloodthirsty man. He thought that Guillotine's Gillen didn't look particularly friendly, but he didn't seem like the type to do such a thing. The merchant looked at the man with a serious look, wondering if he would really slaughter his brothers. Ludwig said that there was a way to save the 7th Infantry Regiment. He looked ahead with a cold gaze, saying that Kennery needed to be killed. The young man's eyes widened, wondering what it would take to look scared. Chris imagined Petal holding the drunken leader. He noted that although there really was no reason to be surprised and it was obvious that the 7th Infantry Regiment's main problem was Kennery, the fighter looked at the leader with confusion. The young man noted that therefore, after his death, Van Ludwig would appoint a new head of the military unit, and perhaps it would be Petal. The leader looked ahead with an indifferent look. The mercenary thought that if Kennery died, the regiments would have a great chance to rise, and this was indeed the fastest way. After which he introduced the fighters behind the leader, noting that, however, there were people on his side. The fighters followed the leader. The main character noted that all this was thanks to the adjutants who continued to faithfully follow Kennery despite his terrible attitude towards them, including Petal. On his side, there were several more Decurion commanders. The main character imagined the death of the leader, noting that the moment Kennery died, Chris imagined himself being pierced by a blade, noting that he would die too. The brunette, with a serious look, looked ahead, thinking that the fastest, but at the same time the worst option. The red-haired man turned his back to the commander, saying that his expression was not very cheerful. The young guy thought that it would be better to look at himself. Ludwig's hair was fluttering in the wind. The main character did not understand whether he was a villain or not, after which he smirked slightly, thinking that even if he did not hear it, there was another way to save the regiment. An orange sky was visible above the tent. The main character entered the tent, telling the guys that they were going to gather in 40 minutes, and everyone needed to take weapons and equipment for the bivouac. A young guy with a serious look looked at the guys, saying that they were going on a mission. The main character picked a fruit from a tree. He grinned contentedly and thought about what they had managed to do tonight. There shouldn't be any problems. The guys were standing near the tree. The commander looked at the guys and asked what they were going on. The night sky stretched above the forest. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, after which he looked back at the guys, telling them to stand still and that this was where enemy territory began, noting that from now on they needed to be even more careful. Goaty turned his gaze to the sky, asking if it was too dark. The fighter said that everything was right and it was time for a snack. The knight had a raft in his hand. He noted that this fruit was called Hodder's Sorrow. The mercenary cut the fruit into pieces. He noted that the side effect of excessive consumption is blindness because it is considered poisonous, but if you eat it with white grass. The private looked at his hand, saying that it tastes good, after which he looked in front of him. His eyes lit up with a bright light. The guys looked in front of them in surprise. The main character noted that the eyes gain the ability to see in the dark. The young guy looked at the guys, saying that this effect lasts exactly 24 hours, thinking that he should finish them all off at once. The commander looked out from behind a tree, noting that they had arrived, after which he turned his gaze to the side, thinking that they had set up camp and now it remains to be seen how many people there are. Lynn stared intently ahead. Chris asked his friend if he could see. His comrade told him to wait a second. The guy looked into the distance with a serious look. The main character noted that Lind has had unusually good eyesight for a long time, and the more he sees, the more surprised he is. There were fighters behind the trees near the fire. Brown-haired said that there were 5 of them. The mercenary looked ahead with a serious look, thinking that there were 5 of them, although this was a smaller part of the troops. Digo looked at the commander, asking that they would attack in a crowd. The mercenary thought that even for such strongmen as Digo and Daki, who could easily take down 2, this was too much. The knight looked at the guys, saying that it was impossible. If they missed even one, they would be finished. The protagonists looked at their comrade, saying that it would be nice if they led them to a dark place. Brown-haired looked back at his comrade, asking why, after which he turned his attention to the side. The mercenary thought that the young face was without a single wrinkle and who would have taken him for a soldier if he were in ordinary clothes. The merchant looked ahead thoughtfully, noting that the same thing happened to him, even if it was a big risk, but it was worth a try. There was a pot hanging over the fire. The fighters were standing opposite each other. The man asked him why he always cheated. The warrior said that he was actually offended. The guard looked behind him. The man said that this was already the 7th game. The soldier grabbed his weapon, telling his comrades to grab their spears. The bald man asked what he was doing all of a sudden. The soldiers stood ready for battle. The man asked who had said that he should leave. The young guy pressed the grass with his foot. The brunette came out in a torn t-shirt to the guard. The main character with a dirty body stood opposite the soldiers. The bald man grinned maliciously, saying that it was just a child. The man said that he didn't think so. The commander looked at the fighters with a crazy look. The fighter thought about his clothes, wondering if he looked like a deserter's slave, and if he really was a slave, then he could be worth good money. The man waved his hand, telling them to lower their spears, as it would be more trouble if he got scared and ran away. The soldier smiled widely, pulling the food towards the boy. He asked him that he had lost his way and if he wanted some beef jerky. The protagonist pulled his leg back. Then he ran towards the tall grass. The soldier said that one of them would be enough to catch him. The soldiers rushed to run after the protagonist. The mercenary looked back. 2 men were running after him. The protagonist collapsed to the ground. He gritted his teeth, looking at his knee. Then he looked up. 2 guards stood in front of him. The enraged man looked at the boy, asking whether he should be beaten or killed right away. The knight looked away. The enemy said not to make him angry. An axe was flying towards the man. Then he collapsed to the ground. Digo rushed with a spear at the skinhead. The guys surrounded the enemy. The man asked who they were. The guard looked away suspiciously, asking why they were taking so long and that they could not catch the child. The man said that things were getting hot and he would go check what was there, after which the soldiers turned their attention to the side. The man glanced to the side behind the trees. Digo thrust his spear into the guard's throat. The fighter watched in horror. The cutting blow flew towards the fighter. Doki thrust his axe into the man's head. The blonde opened his mouth wide, saying that he was left alone. The guys surrounded the enemy. The soldier looked at the commander in horror. He opened his eyes wide. The soldier looked ahead in horror. Lind and Kazulia thrust their spears into the man, after which blood gushed from the enemy's mouth. The guard fell to the ground. A bright moon was visible in the night sky. The guys gathered next to each other. The main character said that it was a good job. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. On the road, there were tracks from a cart. The young guy said that now there was the last step. A carriage was driving along the road. In the cart, there were goods, after which a guard blocked their path. Spears were visible in the hands of the fighters. The man looked at the guys with bewilderment, asking why they were new, noting that although there was nothing to be surprised about, it was not the first time. The mercenary looked ahead with a serious look, saying that there would be a delivery soon, any minute. The man touched the ground with his hand. The bald man examined the ground, noting that there were ashes and random tracks. The fighter said that they should quickly dig everything up there. Blood was visible on the guard's finger. He noted that these were erased traces of blood, after which he turned his gaze to the side. The fighter told the commander to take a look. The bald man approached the bushes, his eyes wide. Dead bodies of fighters lay in the bushes. The commander bared his teeth in anger, saying that they were fucking bastards Circean. Herman was lying in the tent among the bottles, after which he slightly rose. The commander came out of the tent, watching the training fighters. The guy with the scar on his face looked at the fighters, telling them to use their elbows instead of their palms. Petal looked at the leader with a grin, asking why he woke up. The man replied that of course, noting that they had been working hard since early morning. The guys stood with their backs to the soldiers. The guy noted that everyone wanted to survive. He looked at the commander with a serious look, saying that this is why with proper training. The leader said that this is enough. The fighter looked at the man with bewilderment, asking what he was forbidding. The commander looked straight ahead with a serious look, noting that they were almost out of supplies. He closed his eyes, thinking that he didn't want to admit it, but it was true. The soldiers continued their training. Kennery thought that the 7th Infantry Regiment had been abandoned by the Count and there weren't enough supplies, so they were almost at the limit. The commander looked at the guy, telling him to move to the 6th Regiment. The guy said that he refused. The man looked away in surprise when the fighter shouted that there was a cart. A cart appeared in front of the guys. Kennery asked what kind of cart. The protagonist was sitting at the reins. Petal asked what Chris was there. The fighters gathered near the carts. The guy asked if this wasn't a cart with supplies. The fighter noted that they had the mark of the 8 gates on them. The bald-headed man drooled, holding meat in his hands. The man said that there was alcohol there. The guy noted that there was also a lot of meat. Petal looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking how he did it. The brunette noted that it was nothing special, just stolen. The soldier jerked his hand with the glass, splashing alcohol on Chris's face, telling the fighters to pay attention. The guy with the scar on his face raised his hand with a glass, saying that they would drink to the hero of their 7th regiment, the brave Chris. A fire was flaring up around the stones. The fighter sat opposite the protagonist, thanking him, noting that he had not eaten so well for a long time. The guys shook hands. The guy said that his name was Ralph. The protagonist noted that he was pleased to meet him, saying that he was Chris. A guard appeared behind the protagonists. The bald-headed man bowed down in front of the surprised mercenary, saying that he apologized for the tactlessness of the reconnaissance squad last time. The man stood with his head down, asking if it was true that his soldiers had rebelled, adding that if he did not mind, he would receive them for as long as he asked. The merchant said that everything was fine and they had already hushed it up. Ralph smiled widely, saying that he was very friendly. Behind the main character sat the commander. The man with a serious look watches what is happening. The young guy smiled widely. Kennery noted that this kid is only 15, but he was already able to defeat enemies during reconnaissance and even bring back loot, adding that it was a reckless plan. The man squeezed his mug, thinking that however, he did it. The leader remembered himself in his youth with a weapon in his hands. He noted that he once had such times too. Not far from the commander stood a guy with a stick in his hands. The fighter held the stick, bending over it. The man asked what was wrong with that guy. The fighter told his comrade that he was drunk and let him go to bed. The drunk soldier drooled. The man asked someone to take him to bed. The leader looked at the guy in surprise. The soldier opened his mouth wide. He raised his head, shouting that he would survive. Ralph looked at the fighter in surprise. The protagonist's eyes widened. Then he narrowed them slightly. Kennery grinned slightly. He looked ahead with a dumbfounded expression. The young man closed his eyes. The soldier said that, of course, one must live, asking why die. The drunk soldier began to dance with a stick in his hands. The guard told him to stop rowdying. Petal looked back in surprise. Then he turned his gaze to the tent. The fighter looked down in surprise. There was a full cup of alcohol on the log. Golden armor was visible on the man's body. The soldier entered the tent, telling the commander that everyone was ready. The leader came out to the soldiers. He looked at the guys with a serious look, saying that from today they would begin official training. 2 guys ran next to each other. The others ran after them. It was the 2nd day of official training. It seemed that Kennery was interested in him. The guy remembered someone asking Chris or the Decurion commander. The man replied that he was something and let him participate too. He thought that it was not good. Now the guy with the scar on his face told our hero that he was a good runner. He just thought, why is he always pestering him? Chris looked at the weapon in Kennery's hands, saying that he personally demonstrated his skills at the lunch training. Then he stood next to Lind and thought that the man was still a knight. Later in the summer, he held a bow in his hands when the hero asked to teach him how to shoot this weapon. Now it seems to him that even pulling the bowstring is beyond his strength, but in his past life, Lind was an excellent bowman. The guy clenched his teeth from the tension, and this weapon suits his amazing eyesight the best. Later, Chris struck the shield. He sighed, hearing about the need to change positions. Peeking out from behind the shield, the blonde said that now it was his turn. The hero lowered his eyebrows and wondered if the guy really thought he would take a lesson from someone like him. He smiled and raised his hand when he heard someone calling him and said he was busy. The guy with the shield watched silently as Chris quickly ran away. Entering the tent, our hero said he had arrived. At that moment, someone said they were leaving. Looking at Lind, the guy asked what he was doing here. The red-haired man silently walked out of the tent and the commander explained that he was the envoy of the 6th Infantry Regiment and Chris thought Lind was playing flawlessly. Kennery covered his face with his hand, saying that group training was starting in 2 days. They had to show what they were worth. Chris looked at the man when he asked if there was a way. Raising his finger, the guy replied that there was. We need to activate the supply positions of the 8th gate. The man covered his face with his hand again and asked again if he was joking. There were a lot of people outside, and the guy explained that the supplies he had brought would run out in 3 days. Real-life experience was a good opportunity for young soldiers to grow. Looking at his interlocutor, Kennery said that was not true because there would be many casualties among the soldiers they had trained so well. Putting his hands on the table, Chris countered, saying that they would not act thoughtlessly. They would prepare carefully and attack from the shadows, then they would be able to minimize the damage. The man looked at Chris carefully. Looking into Kennery's eyes, the guy clarified that they would attack suddenly. Getting up from the table, the man asked how many times he had tried to capture someone else's supply cart, and the guy replied that he had tried alone, and he would have already started preparing. Kennery looked down when Chris also said that they would most likely be fighting elite soldiers and attack at night. The hero sat down at the table when the man reminded him that they would attack at night, even if there were casualties, and move on during the day. but Chris objected, saying that it made no sense. The man noted that their opponents were not fools. Looking at the table, our hero said that the enemy would not fall for the same trick twice. Then he pointed to the mark, saying that first they needed to form a strike force to deal with the enemy scouts. Then their main forces would gradually move forward. The guy pulled his hand away when Kennery asked what would happen if some kind of incident occurred in the strike force, and replied that they should immediately return the main forces back. Looking at Kennery, the guy thought that even if they failed, the main forces would not be in danger. Watching how the man put his fingers to his chin again, he wondered if Kennery would refuse. But the man said that in this case, Petal and Ralph should be included. Chris replied that the captain was no coward and said that it was an excellent decision. As Kennery looked at the map, the boy asked again if they would be moving out during the day. Looking up, he told Chris to gather all the Decurion commanders. The armed detachment walked through the forest. The next day they set out. One of the men looked around nervously. The commanders who knew strategy could not hide the worry on their faces. The others looked calmly ahead. Their plan did not rely only on ordinary privates. Someone asked if they were really supposed to grab supplies. Where were they even going? His comrade replied that he did not know, he just wanted to rest already. Chris stood among the others. The advanced detachment of 7 men had set out a few hours earlier. 2 of the boys gritted their teeth. One of them noted that this was crazy. The other agreed, saying that he had immediately realized it. Lin's eyes shone brightly. Standing behind, the hero asked what he saw. The boy replied that there were 4 enemy scouts. The boy with the scar tried to see them, but he couldn't. Petal noted that Lind really had the eyesight of a hawk. Looking at the mountain ahead, the hero asked what their route was. Lind replied that the enemies were moving to the right. He thought they would be able to see their main force. Turning around, the hero attracted everyone's attention by saying that they would make a detour and attack the enemy from behind. They couldn't miss any of them. From above, 2 soldiers saw a group of people. One of them smiled when his comrade asked what they were doing in the daytime. He replied that he and the others should return to the main force. But at that moment, a stone hit his helmet. Surprised, he turned around. That's where he saw Chris and his comrade. The scouts opened their mouths wide, shouting attack and kill these 2. The blonde boy ran back, hearing Chris's command. One of the enemies gritted his teeth, saying that he would kill them. One of the squad did a somersault. With a swing of his axe, he cut the backs of the enemies. Another scout turned around. Seeing Doki, the enemy shouted that it was an ambush. The man brought his sword behind his back, but another guy pierced his neck. Seeing the blood on the blade, the scout realized that it was a trap. They began to run in different directions. Looking at this, Chris noted that he did not seem to know what to do. One of the fleeing stopped. In front of him was one of the squad members, who said that the enemy was finished. The swing of his blade left a bright mark, after which the guy looked at the last enemy and realized that there was only one left. With his mouth wide open, the hero turned to Lind. The guy pulled the bowstring. Seeing the tip of the arrow in front of him, the scout was surprised that they even had an archer. Turning around, he quickly ran in the other direction. But Petal was there. He pierced him through with a blow of his sword. Troth watched the proceedings. Without showing any emotion, he merely noted that the boy was fast. The battered boy sat near a tree. He was asked if the escort troops had been added to the transport groups and if they had been sent from the main unit. Looking at the prisoner, Chris heard that it was so and thought that such changes should not hinder their surprise attack. His comrades were standing nearby. One of them asked if the strike team's mission was over since they had already dealt with the scouts. But the hero replied that they still had work to do. One of the group members offered his hand, taking a deep breath when the hero said that it was an order. The other 2 looked at Chris strangely when he said that they needed to tell the main unit that the time had come. A sinister smile appeared on his face when he said that what was started must be finished. The camp was surrounded by rocks. 2 wagons were entering its territory, and someone announced that a supply wagon had arrived. Chris took off his helmet. He looked at one of the soldiers in the camp when he said that it had been a long time since they were robbed. Had their escort detachment been reduced, perhaps due to special events? Chris replied that there were no special incidents, but an order was given to inspect the supplies being transported. The man looked at the hero strangely, asking who gave this order and what kind of inspection was this. There were 2 other soldiers behind the hero, and the man ordered them to show Chris and his team what they had here. He pointed to one of the tents, saying that it was a food warehouse. Then Chris pointed to another, asking what was there, and the man replied that it was an oil storage facility. Standing next to Lind, the hero asked if he had checked, and the guy replied yes. Turning back to the man, the hero thanked him for this information. Then he looked at the bald man nearby, asking if he was the commander. The guy put his hand to his face, asking where Chris was from, and said that he was also assigned here, like them. But he had never seen any of them before. The hero looked at him awkwardly, and he asked again where they were from. Digo stared at the soldier as he said it was a bit suspicious. Later, he was lying unconscious among the barrels. Chris told the others to take their positions and wait for the right moment. As he cut through the tent, he told Diego he would give the signal. Then he peeked out from around the corner a little. Looking at the man near the other tent, he estimated the distance. Then he pulled his hand with the knife back, saying it was just right. The knife rushed forward. At that moment, another man blocked the target with himself. The dagger pierced his head. The bald man opened his mouth in surprise. The hero clenched his teeth when the guy shouted that there were mercenaries in the camp. He was very nervous, and the bald man continued to notify about enemies. Chris rushed around the corner, thinking that this was annoying. A notification appeared above his head about increasing the skill of throwing mastery to 16. The hero swiped it, telling it to disappear. In front of him, he saw the entrance to the tent. Chris pulled back the curtain. The soldier standing inside looked at him. Chris looked at him, confused. The soldier looked at the hero intently, saying that he had already notified that the enemy had infiltrated the squad. Despite the soldier, he told him to quickly take his weapon. Chris agreed, and he thought, why did he have such an angry face? Gritting his teeth, the bald man asked if the subordinates had found the attacker. Suddenly, an explosion was heard behind him. He turned around and opened his eyes wide. Then he looked at the subordinate, who wanted to say something about the enemy troops. At that moment, someone's foot stepped on the ground. Kennery pointed his sword, ordering everyone to attack. The enemy general did not understand what was happening. The protagonist's allies were entering the camp. A man from the enemy troops shouted for the soldiers not to let them pass even at the cost of their lives. At that moment, the infiltrated squad was already fighting the enemy. The sword pierced, hitting two. The hero looked at another enemy. The enemy soldier was terrified. Kennery walked towards him. Meanwhile, the general stood in the middle of the destruction, not believing his eyes. He covered his face with his hand, thinking about how it happened. Someone put a hand on his shoulder, and he turned around. The soldier brought him a horse, telling him to hide. Chris looked around, thinking that victory was already theirs. All that was left was to deal with their commander. He saw a man climbing onto a horse, saying that it was a shame. Our hero had a knife in his hand again. He threw it, asking where he was going. The knife pierced the general's back. Something flew past Chris's face when he thought that the knife had not gone deep. The arrow hit the enemy in the head. The hero looked at it in surprise. Then he saw Lin next to him. There were white clouds in the sky. Someone addressed the allies, calling them brothers. He and the soldiers raised their hands in the air, shouting that they had won. Chris stood silently among his comrades, who were planning to drink all night. He closed his eyes, then opened them. Raising his hands, he thought maybe he should go for a run. The steps left traces on the ground. Exhaling, Chris stopped. He looked up, noting that with this kind of training, the messages no longer popped up. Then he remembered the previous lesson, thinking that his skills had grown quite quickly thanks to these battles. Then he raised his hand, saying that now he can fight with his right hand too. Everything has changed so much. Him, Lind, and the 7th Infantry Regiment. Clenching his fist, he realized that everything was different now. Watching the soldiers running by, the guy told them to run normally. Smiling widely, his comrade told Chris that he was now free from training too, and the hero replied that he was glad to hear it, asking if they would have a joint training in the afternoon. Then he looked at the other man when he overtook the 6th Regiment. The man said it was a great battle tactic. Looking away, Gillen said that their squad was completely different now. He folded his arms when the hero said that they shouldn't have killed the commander, and said that it was a shame to waste talent considering what they had been through. The hero agreed with a smile, saying that they still needed Kennery. Even if it wasn't for a good reason, he was a former knight after all. If the hero were a commander preparing for war, he would definitely become a knight. Gillen, looking ahead, said that anyone would be jealous. If he was really preparing for war, what would he show in today's training? Looking at his interlocutor, Chris thought that he was not giving himself away, noting that the guy was quite cunning. Watching the wind ruffle his hair, he wondered why Gillen was here and why he was pretending to be a private. Then he decided that it was obvious. An illegitimate son cannot lead soldiers. Gillen imagined someone's silhouette behind him and thought that this was why he avoided the Count's father, and his brothers too, to find talented people. Watching how the interlocutor began to walk, he thought that this was all in order to later seize their power. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes wide, thinking, what if he could get growth points with the help of experience? Gillen turned around when Chris asked if he would fight him. Looking at the guy, the hero thought that since these were Gillen's abilities, he should try. The guy turned to the hero again, and he realized that he needed to test his strength. The two were standing in the middle of the forest. Chris looked at his opponent carefully. Frowning, he asked if he would take out his sword. Smiling, Gillen noted that Chris was quite impudent. His eyes began to glow brighter when he said that he was attacking. The hero clenched his teeth. A message appeared above his head saying that his experience points had increased. He was surprised because his opponent was without a sword. Covering his face with his hand, Chris noted the pressure and ominous energy coming from it. A shadow hid Gillen's face, and the hero thought that maybe he was the prophet. He imagined his opponent with red skin, reasoning that the final goal was common to all warriors, the final stage of casting off humanity. Both were surrounded by a dark aura. The hero thought that this power was beyond his comprehension, and Gillen wondered if Chris was scared. Frowning, our hero thought that this made sense. Looking into the eyes of people, he thought that in his past life he did not even have the opportunity to gain such an experience, and now he needed to give it his all. With a new attack, new messages began to appear. The hero frowned again, noting that the closer he was to it, the greater the pressure, and he could not believe that this was already the limit. Light reflected from the blade of the sword. Gillen took out his sword. The swings of the blade left bright traces. Drops of blood flew past Chris's eye. In an instant, his hands were cut off. Gillen swung his sword again. This time, Chris lost a large amount of blood. The tip of the blade touched his neck. The next moment, Gillen flicked Chris on the forehead, telling him to stand up. Shocked, Chris spread his hands, still feeling the pain, and asked if he had imagined it. Looking at his comrade, he asked what he had done. Gillen looked away, saying that there was something. Our hero smiled when the man suggested that he remain a private and a strategist. This is wisdom. He thought that he had heard about this in his past life. The hero remembered other people's voices telling him to give up everything, and that because of his inefficiency, they suggested that he take up slowing down. Someone said that with such a physique, it would be better to go collect grass. Then the hero thought that everything was not so bad. Standing up, the hero asked if it was too early for him to throw a spear, and Gillen replied that if he tried, he would be second-rate and knighthood was not his thing. A message appeared that his experience points were approaching the limit. The hero clenched his fist in satisfaction, thinking that he had done it and now he needed to rest because he could have overdone it. He also noted the high tension just being next to Gillen, not realizing how strong he was. Petal looked at him in surprise, asking again about the exemption from joint training. Chris's body was shaking. He replied that they needed leadership to command positions, and the interlocutor replied that he would report. After that, the hero covered himself with a blanket. Lying down, he heard that large clouds had gathered. Someone asked if the training was cancelled. A drop of rain fell on a branch. Later, a downpour covered the entire ground the next day after training. Large puddles began to form. Several people ran, hiding under cloaks. Two stood guard. One of the guards did not understand why it rained every time he guarded the borders. Someone's hands reached out to them when the second said that it was time for a shift change. The guards fell to the ground. The curse of the 8th gate of the Circa incinerated them. The figure in the cloak opened the flask. A drop of the contents fell into the guard's mouth. The white demon virus. The pet drank water. A hand stroked its head. Smiling, the hero said that he had been so busy lately that he had not been able to look after it and apologized for that. At that moment, someone entered the tent and the hero asked if they had helped at the borders. Taking off his hood, Lin said that someone had attacked the guards, but they had lost consciousness, and a little later they had woken up without any injuries. With his eyes wide open, he heard a question, "Isn't that strange?" Lin was surprised as the hero ran out of the tent. Running in the rain, he heard his comrade tell him to put on a raincoat, but he thought that everyone was doing nothing. Frowning, the hero remembered that in his past life this did not apply to their squad. But why couldn't he figure out that one action could change everything? Opening the tent a little, he turned to Pedal. Approaching his desk, he asked if he was the one who made up the border guard shifts, and the guy replied that he was. Now he was making a plan for the next week. Where did the guards who were attacked yesterday come from? Pedal replied that they were Ralph's Decurions. In Chris's eyes, he heard that Pedal checked and did not find anything strange, so there was no need to worry. The hero should not have been so worried and run here without a raincoat. The comrade looked at the hero questioningly when he thought that even if it was Pedal, if he said that he would fight the curse, then his attitude towards him could change. Chris sighed and asked for his raincoat. There were dark spots in someone's eye. Chris's comrades gathered around him. One of them asked if there was any problem and said that their guys weren't that weak. The hero thought that the black spots on the eyeball were the first symptoms. Putting his raincoat on again, he said that if something happened, he should be the first to know about it. Imagining a silhouette with light spots, the hero noted that it was a white demon. When infected with this disease, the body would slowly become covered with frost and then death. Because of this symptom, it is more often called a curse than a disease. He remembered reading a book and the girl's words that more than 100 healers died trying to remove it. The first person to use this disease in battle was called Angsing Lysones. The girl passed out in front of this person. Chris then looked at her, and she said that this disease destroys all healers. Now the guy was holding a plant in his hands, thinking that over time they began to make new medicines and such a concept as a curse changed. The most important ingredient needed to make an antidote is a dirty maiden, which he recently collected. Troth watched the hero prepare the antidote. Chris thought that the plant should be boiled in water and then all the moisture should be evaporated. A comrade asked if it could be eaten. Blue seeds were visible in the plate. Well-grown leaves of bluegrass should be added to the resulting powder, and thus the antidote will be ready. The hero opened his eyes wide, hearing his name. Ralph carried the soldier on his shoulder, saying that he felt sick. Opening his mouth, he saw blackening teeth and a blue palate and realized that this was the middle stage. Watching the soldier use the antidote, the hero told him to chew it. Looking at the patient, Chris thought that this was the end of the treatment. Now it remains to wait for the medicine to work. Seeing how the guy lowered his head, he understood that the real problems would begin now, and he said that he heard about it. Everyone there paid attention when the guy wanted to guess what these symptoms were. Digo looked scared when he heard about the white demon. Ralph was also excited, asking what it was. Imagining high mountains, he said that it was a curse that came from the mountain ranges covered with snow. And if you get infected, then only inevitable death lies ahead. Ralph noted that it was very far from here, and was he sure? The guy imagined infected people, saying that it was not about the distance. A small town was completely destroyed by this disease. Digo appeared behind Chris. Ralph looked at him in surprise when the blonde said that they should burn them alive. The guy frowned, demanding that he repeat it. Then he grabbed Digo by the collar when he said that absolutely everyone should be burned right now. Otherwise, this curse will spread throughout the entire squad. Daki put his hand on Ralph's shoulder when he threatened to knock out all of Digo's teeth. Then Ralph looked away, asking Chris if this was really a hobby for his squad. Daki glared at Ralph. Digo frowned and called out to his commander again. Chris looked at him as he demanded that they move away quickly. At that moment, he looked at the eye and saw that the black spots were gone. Then Digo opened his mouth wide, demanding that they move away again. Chris looked at the entrance when Len said that he should stay with him for a while. Another one was carried into the tent. Chris and the others looked at him in surprise. Digo picked up the torch, hearing that he was also unwell. Turning around, Chris demanded that Digo be put away. The comrades grabbed the guy. The torch fell to the ground. Digo tried to break free, and so Lind and Troth fell to the ground. Nervously, our hero turned to him. The guy grabbed the weapon. Pointing it towards Chris, he said that if he did not step aside, he would act. Someone grabbed Digo again. Looking at the crazy look of his comrade, Chris thought that he had lost his mind and did not understand when it came to this. Raising his hands, the hero said that he would step aside, but let Digo lower his weapon. Chris watched him carefully. Ready, he knelt down on one knee. Then he raised his hand. With a quick movement, he managed to knock the dagger out of Digo. The blonde looked at this in confusion. Then the rest of his comrades pounced on him when Chris ordered to grab him. So Digo was thrown to the ground. The tent awning opened. Someone asked what was going on here. Canary carefully examined everything. Chris watched as the leader demanded an explanation from Ralph. Then he looked at the hero. He looked at the guys chewing leaves and heard an order to step aside. Chris frowned, saying that he would not let them be killed. Then Canary looked at him carefully and said that he would not repeat it again. Chris opened his mouth wide, shouting that it was just a common disease that could be cured. The leader looked down, hearing that the hero was out of his mind. He saw Digo lying on the floor, saying that Chris had gone crazy and that they should not listen to what he said. Looking at him, Canary asked who this guy was, and our hero answered that he was from the scouting squad. Ralph and the others were tense, hearing that the victims needed to be burned, otherwise they would all die. Tears streamed down Digo's face as he shouted that he knew more about this curse than anyone else. With his mouth wide open, he said that he was from Tri-City. Our hero looked at him in surprise, understanding his reaction. Troth tried to restrain the blonde as he said that it was a curse, and once the first corpse appeared, the disease could not be stopped and they had to burn them now. Looking at Canary, Chris said that he knew a cure. The crying Digo screamed that he had lost his entire family and the hero knew nothing. At that moment, Ralph hit the blonde on the back of the head with his palm, telling him to rest a little. Putting his hand on the hero's chest, Canary demanded that he not go against orders in the future. Chris frowned, deciding that he had sided with Digo and that was bad. Watching the leader leave, he decided that he had to convince him at any cost. If they started killing their comrades, all fighting spirit would disappear and then it would be the end. He grabbed Canary by the clothes. The man was surprised by the question of whether he did not want to become a knight again. Then he turned to the hero. He looked him in the eyes, saying that he thought it would not be easy. Chris looked at the surprised Canary, thinking that this was especially difficult for someone who had sex with the king's wife. Chris continued to look at the man, saying that he knew what to do. This is a feat that anyone would recognize. His eyes shone brightly when he said that he would help him, he just had to trust. Canary silently looked ahead. Someone tried to open their eyes. Troth, who was sitting opposite, said that Digo had woken up. The blonde jumped out of bed. Looking at him, Troth asked if he had calmed down, but Digo ran forward, and the guy realized that this was not so. Digo entered the tent. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Ralph hugged his comrades, saying that he was worried about them. The blonde even opened his mouth. Seeing how the soldier was smiling, he only wondered if they really found a way to cure. The second one was smiling too. Looking at them, he did not understand how they managed it. Someone's hand touched his shoulder. Passing by, Chris noted that he had said exactly that. Diego looked at the hero in confusion. Standing at the table, Chris reported to Kennery that they were completely cured. The man replied that they needed to make a temporary hospital and send the infected from other squads. Looking at the leader, he heard that they would send them to the 7th Infantry. Later, he was preparing the antidote again. In the afternoon, several sick people came to them. The people were lying, covered with blankets. Chris was examining them, and for 3 days they were treating them. Tired, he looked out of the tent, saying that he was finally finished and just wanted to get some air. Someone grabbed his hand, shouting that he was a savior. Chris smiled in confusion, hearing how they greeted him. Comrades gathered around the tent, shouting that they defeated the curse. The guy thought that this was too much. Looking at him, Kennery asked who he really was. Chris smiled, answering that now he was just a tired soldier. Later, the leader sat with his hands folded, asking the hero to speak as it is. He and his comrades sat opposite, and the hero said that the 8th gate must have accepted their offer for a good way to attack. They should start preparing immediately. Looking at everyone, Kennery said that he would need to convey the order. The hero replied that he would prepare traps. Lin stood behind, and Chris told him to gather a squad of archers. Then he looked at Troth. The guy smiled, hearing the task to collect dry logs. Later, he and his 2 comrades went forward. Troth noted that it had rained that night, which meant it would be difficult to find dry branches. The hero covered his mouth with his hand when Diego said that if he had any work, then let him say it. Looking at the blonde, Chris thought about what to do, because they needed as much firewood as possible. Suddenly, he remembered something with surprise. Diego looked at the hero when he asked where the cart of the 8 gates that they stole was and replied that it was inside the tent. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, Chris ordered that the cart be destroyed. Running away, Diego said that he would grind it into powder. Later, Lin set fire to the boards. Looking at the fire, Troth noted that the meat was wasting away. He and Chris watched as the fire grew brighter, and the guy said that when black smoke came from the meat, the enemy would think that they were burning their comrades. Troth noted that it was still a pity to waste the meat. The hero had already thought that the enemy would think that they were panicking. Meanwhile, the enemy soldiers saw the black smoke, and Chris realized that they would not miss such an opportunity. The fire was burning brightly. Someone's foot stepped on the ground. The soldiers prepared to attack. Then they rushed forward. Following their commander, they heard that the enemy was in a panic and they needed to destroy everyone. One of them opened his mouth wide and shouted forward. Suddenly the ground underfoot became softer. The enemy soldier lost his weapon and helmet. The warriors fell into the pit. As he fell, another soldier shouted that it was a trap. Meanwhile, Kennery stood among the archers and ordered to open fire. Many arrows were visible in the sky. They pierced the enemy's bodies. The stricken soldiers fell to the ground. Now Chris and his squad rushed into battle. Looking around, the enemy shouted that there was an enemy on the right and on the left. Someone opened his mouth wide, shouting about retreat. But the enemies were surrounded. Chris and his comrades completely surrounded the enemy. Bright sparks appeared from the contact of blades. The soldier in red delivered a chopping blow to his enemy. Then he turned to his comrades, telling them to be careful. There were not many enemies, but they could appear anywhere. They needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The soldier in blue pointed his spear forward, but fear was visible on his face. Then the soldier in red rushed forward, wondering how these young guys were going to destroy them. The boy closed his eyes in fear, but someone's blade pierced the enemy. A more experienced comrade looked at him, asking if he was okay, and the boy thanked him. But the man was struck by an arrow when he wanted to tell him to get up quickly. The young warrior only opened his mouth. The spear fell to the ground. At that moment, tears appeared in his eyes. He only repeated that this was all because of him. His pupils became larger, and someone asked what he was doing. Chris grabbed his shoulder, telling him to come to his senses on the battlefield. Our hero frowned, asking if the soldier would continue to cry like a child. He looked him straight in the eyes, saying that if he survived, he would be able to see his family. Is that not true? The warrior looked at him silently, and he remembered the woman and child, calling them family. So he grabbed the spear and ran into battle. Looking back, Chris thought that the enemy was stronger than it seemed, and would they be able to hold out until the 5th Infantry arrived? Looking at the battlefield, he thought that they did not necessarily have to win this battle. The main thing was to force the enemy to retreat. His gaze was attracted by one of the enemy soldiers. Pulling his hand with a knife back, he decided that he needed to start with those in uniform. The enemy grabbed his throat, and someone shouted that the commander was killed. Looking ahead, our hero thought, what to do now? Body parts were falling next to Chris. Looking at them, he noted that the enemy was now confused. Hearing the sound, he turned around. The hero was surprised by what he saw. The swing of the Kennery blade left a bright mark. The man held the sword in front of him. Looking at the soldiers in red, he thought that he was too late this time too. If only he had realized it much earlier. But then he wondered why they were only defending themselves. Was the enemy waiting for them to be exhausted? Frowning, Kenry noticed a strange feeling and also thought about the reason why the enemy was not attacking. He opened his eyes wide, hearing a sound behind him. Someone's sword left a bright mark. The man with long hair struck again. The blood-stained soldier saw how the man cut his opponent into pieces. Then he turned around, shouting that it was a monster. Opening his mouth wide, Kenry commanded everyone to get away from him. The enemy standing next to him tried to strike and asked where Kenry was going. Reflecting the attacks of the two enemies, the man realized that they were waiting for reinforcements. He also understood that no one in the squad except him could deal with the monster. Frowning, he noticed that the shouts of the troops had stopped. Was someone really fighting him? Looking to the side, he just wanted to know who. Chris was standing in front of this monster. Our hero took the spear in his hands. Frowning, the guy noted that this was a pressure that gave him goosebumps. The man looked at him angrily. No doubt, his level was worthy of a knight. Steam came out of the monster's mouth when he said that Chris was not bad, since at such an age they were already wearing shoulder straps. Then he pulled his leg back. The man leaned down to the hero's level, asking what he had done so well. Gritting his teeth, the hero decided to attack. Looking at him with wide open eyes, the man realized that he was the commander. Chris dodged his blade, and the monster was wondering how long he could last. Lind was standing nearby. The guy was noticeably nervous. The enemy rushed towards him, and Chris shouted for him to run away from here. Lind turned around, trying to escape. Chris frowned and mentally asked his comrade to use all his luck to avoid being caught by the enemy. The monster noticed the fire. He turned around. Digo put his shield in front of him and ran towards him. But the guy ran past the enemy. He lowered his head, hearing Digo asking the commander if he was okay. Looking at his comrade, Chris thanked Digo. Together they looked at the monster and the shield. From that moment on, he was the defense and Chris was the attack. The two looked at the enemy in front of them. Chris frowned and warned that he was a knight. The man held his weapon in front of him, wondering who they thought he was. Could the two of them really defeat him? Looking at his opponents, the man said that he would tear them to pieces. A wound appeared on his leg. Looking at it, the man realized that he had overdone the blow. Then he raised his weapon behind his back. Digo blocked the blow with his shield. Looking at this, Chris thought that this power was incomparable to what he had before and told his comrade to hold his stance tightly and grab the enemy. Then the enemy looked at him, saying that he was making too much noise and that he would die first. The sword pierced the shield. Standing behind Digo, the hero thought that while he was deflecting the blow. Then he tried to deliver a blow with his spear. The man managed to deflect the spear with his sword. Looking at Chris, the man thought that although his spear looked very weak, he could fight back. In addition, he was left-handed. Judging by the angle of attack, he was aiming for the chest. Then he looked to the side. The enemy struck Digo's shield again, saying that he would start with him. Continuing to strike, the man was indignant. How dare the guy stand in the way of the Wolf Knight? Holding back the onslaught, Digo shouted that he could no longer. The next blow destroyed his shield. The enemy smiled at the thought that he had succeeded. Looking at the man, Chris noticed that he was open. He held the spear tightly, thinking that he had taken it on purpose. As it turned out, it was useful. The hero pointed the spear tip at the enemy, thinking that he didn't know that the guy was originally right-handed. The blade left a deep cut on his face. The man realized that he was aiming for his head. With his other hand, he hit Chris's weapon. The hero looked at his broken left arm. At that moment, the enemy swung his sword, calling the hero a bastard. Looking at this, Digo opened his mouth wide and screamed. But Chris's arm was able to recover. A new message appeared in front of him saying that the experience points were satisfactory. The settings were reset, after which he was able to dodge the enemy's attack. Holding only the spear blade in his hand, he noticed that he had become light as a feather and his left arm was restored. The enemy turned around. The man struck with his elbow and cursed the hero. Looking at him with one eye, the enemy thought that because of his left knee he could not fight at full strength. Then he was very surprised. Chris jumped on him, stabbing him in the neck. Digo opened his mouth in surprise. Having dealt with the enemies, Kenry turned around. The man fell to the ground dead. Chris defeated the enemy. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead. Kenry looked at this in surprise, not understanding how he managed it, and Petal shouted that the 5th Infantry had arrived. The bald man stood at the head of the squad. Kenry and the bald man looked at each other. The newcomer decided to speak first. His name was Madry. He was the leader of the 5th Infantry Regiment. Madry said that an order had come. Right now we need to gather all positions and go to the main unit. Looking at Madry, Kenry replied that he understood the order. The bald man looked at the enemy's corpse, asking Kenry if he killed the leader. He replied that someone else had done it. Chris looked up as he helped his comrade, hearing that it was one of the Decurion commanders. Madry saw Chris, wondering if such a young guy could really handle a wolf knight. The hero gave his name and said that he was from the Reconnaissance squad of the 7th Infantry. Chris approached the men, and Madry asked Kennery if he was joking. Kennery replied that it was true, and our hero thought that he had already gotten used to such a reaction. The wheels creaked as the cart drove along the forest. Inside were Chris and his comrades. Someone said that it was the commander. The joyful hero put his hand on his chest, saying that Petal had fixed something for him. It was not much, but he was glad. He closed his eyes, thinking that he was very glad. Then he opened them, remembering his past life. He saw his comrades fall asleep, remembering that he was incapable of anything before and simply used people with outstanding skills, keeping them on his side as protection. The guy pressed his lips together a little, deciding that now everything was different. Chris frowned, and now he did not want to stand aside. He wanted these guys to stay with him, not wanting everything to be like in his past life. With a smile, he stroked his pet. Arriving, Kennery gestured for him to come with him. Looking at the man, he asked where they were going, and he answered that he was going to the 3rd squad. The guy imagined silhouettes with numbers from 1 to 3. Pulling back the awning, the hero thought that before the outbreak of the white demon disease, he had never left the squad. Inside sat a fair-haired man. This was Baron Ludwig's eldest son, named Behin. Behin asked with a smile, was it really this boy who had dealt with the Wolf Knight? Kennery and Chris kneeled down. The blonde said he had something to announce. He opened his mouth wide and declared that he recognized all the feats of the 7th Infantry Regiment. Kennery bowed his head when he heard that he was being awarded the unofficial title of commander of a 500-man unit, for which he thanked Behin. Looking down, Chris thought, is this not enough for an official title? But he looked up in surprise when he heard the blonde man address him. His eyes widened when he heard him thank him for defeating the white demon. Then, opening his mouth wide, he heard that Behin wanted to personally put the shoulder straps on him, and he replied that it was a great honor for him. The blonde man fastened the shoulder straps on his shoulders. The man put his arm around his arm. Leaning over, Behin noted that Chris looked even younger up close and asked if he needed anything. At this point, the hero remembered his orientation. Kneeling down, Chris said that when they attacked the enemy positions, he learned something. The 8 Gates were cultivating some special soldiers. Recalling the enemy's red eyes, the hero said that, unfortunately, he didn't know all the details, but he heard that they were elite infantrymen who had been undergoing special training for 10 years. There were about 10,000 of them, and it seemed that some of them were in the guerrilla unit. Sitting back in his chair, Behin asked where he was going with this. Looking at the blonde, the hero wondered how he could not understand what he was talking about, and replied that if there were hidden elite units of fighters as a guerrilla unit to target the heart of the Allied forces, Behin smiled widely, calling it ridiculous to try to kill him. Their army has the best cavalrymen on the entire continent. No matter how strong the enemy is, their army will crush them as soon as they see them. Continuing to look at the blonde, Chris said that in a chaotic battle, it would be difficult for the cavalry to engage. Knowing the enemy's intentions, they cannot be attacked. The boy lowered his head to the ground when Behin asked if he was trying to teach him a lesson. Thinking that he was too harsh, the hero apologized, saying that he was simply worried about his master's well-being. Behin looked away and said that he forgave him. Despite the blonde, Chris was indignant that he only had to please. He said that he had a plan to end this war in 2 days and asked to listen, noting that he could teach him a lesson afterwards. The blonde smiled slightly and agreed to it. Presenting several carriages, the hero asked what he thought about a surprise attack on the transportation routes of the 8 Gates. In truth, the enemy wants to end the war before winter, and if something goes wrong during transportation, they will mobilize a hidden guerrilla unit and try to end the battle in a hurry. Looking at Chris, Behin asked how he was going to fight back the guerrillas. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero noted that they must gather 100 fighters and organize an elite unit. If they manage to defeat the guerrilla unit, they will undermine the enemy's morale, and victory will be within their grasp. Someone's foot stepped on the ground. 2 days later, Kennery and another soldier watched the carts. He said that, as Chris said, there is benefit in guarding this route. The man pointed his sword forward, telling the others not to forget about the common goal. The enemy noticed the approach of the Allied forces, shouting to his commander about the surprise attack. Kennery cut off the enemy's head with a swing of his blade. The carts began to burn. The soldier standing nearby told the commander that they were done. Standing next to the burning carts, the enemies noticed that their opponents were retreating, not understanding why. One of them opened his eyes wide in surprise. He saw their goods burning and the horses were killed. White clouds were passing over the dense forest. Looking at his left hand, Chris noted that there was no problem with it now. While practicing with the spear, he thought that now he should think about the artifact. He realized that through training and real battles, he could improve his skill level. Remembering the fight with the Wolf Knight, he thought about his experience points. That day, when he fought that night, he heard that the settings were reset and his body suddenly changed. Chris looked at his spear, thinking about the difference in reaction speed and movements, as if he had become a different person. It turns out that he gets unusual abilities when the skill points meet certain conditions. Seeing the white clouds, Chris thought that if this was so, maybe he could do it too. He remembered the past and how he asked someone if he was going to demonstrate martial arts swordsmanship to him. But what did he mean by talent? The man standing next to him replied that it was quite difficult to explain in words. Deciding to give an example, he picked up a piece of wood that was lying down. Then he threw it up. Chris raised his head. He was surprised by what he saw. The interlocutor was quickly spinning the sword. The log began to fall down. The man's swings left bright marks. The hero looked at the log. A moment later, it fell apart into several pieces. Looking at Chris, the man said that in his understanding, talent is the ability to see something similar and immediately be able to repeat it. He asked if the hero could do the same. Looking at the blade, the man said that in general, this is skill. Now the hero held the log in front of him and threw it up. Chris took his leg back, so he began to spin his spear. Then he struck it, saying that he mastered what he could not even dream of in his past life. The blow of the spear split the log. Chris was glad that now he could do it. The hero clenched his fist victoriously. Lind came to him, asking what he was doing. Was he really practicing tricks? Putting the spear on the ground, the hero replied that it was some kind of skill. Later, the soldiers gathered in the camp. Watching how another captain gave orders, Chris thought that everyone was now very busy forming a squad. The man turned to him, asking if the hero had gathered a squad. Chris answered with a smile that he had already finished. Next to him, our hero also said that he had support. The interlocutor replied that he was annoying him. Lind looked at his comrade, asking who he was talking about, and the hero replied that there was one man with a rich father. Ilan smiled, asking if the hero really wanted him to organize a squad with his 4 comrades. He also noted that the guy always talked about something impossible. Looking at him, the hero asked if it was really impossible. The interlocutor said that it was not that difficult. Chris looked confused when Gillen clarified if he really wanted him to do it just like that. Then the hero asked what he needed. Looking at the hero, Gillen replied that he should come after the battle was over. Then Chris looked at the interlocutor, asking if he did that, would they have a place to go? Gillen smiled and replied that it would appear soon. Now the hero stood in front of his comrades, saying that today they would train as usual. Lind fired his bow. The others rushed towards the target. Dalki struck. Chris and Digo also attacked the dummy. The boy explained that they had to move as one. It was a simple but precise tactic that they had been practicing for 4 days. Digo looked at his commander and asked if this would definitely work. He believed him, but Troth had been taken away from the military area due to injuries, and now there were only 4 of them left. The hero replied that he should not worry. Looking at his comrade, Chris wondered who would follow the 15-year-old boy who had been unofficially appointed as the commander of a squad of 100 people. The most important thing now was to prove himself to everyone in the main force. He turned around when he heard the Gate of 8 begin to operate and thought that the attack on the enemy supplies had been successful. One of the soldiers opened his mouth wide and shouted to fight. Baheen and Madri stood next to each other. Opposite stood 2 men. 2 armies stood opposite each other. Ego was very excited. Looking at the enemy, Lind asked, "Are there about 3,000 of them?" The hero agreed. One of the commanders looked at Chris's squad, surprised that there were only 4 of them. The hero said that they were the rear part of the troops. Gritting his teeth, he noticed that there were even wounded soldiers among them. It seemed that they were in a great hurry. Chris thought that this was a hopeless situation for them. One of the soldiers turned to his comrade, saying that there was no need to squeeze the spear so hard, and asked if he was really that scared. He replied that he would soon become his superior. The 3rd soldier asked God for protection. Despite his comrades, Chris thought that there were only 100 of them in the 7th Infantry Squad, and now they were on the battlefield. He raised his spear, thinking that nothing had changed. They fight, defend, and conquer. One of the commanders opened his mouth wide, addressing all the troops. He and the enemy commander simultaneously commanded to begin the attack. Both armies entered the battle. Turning to Digo, Chris ordered a retreat. They would be knocked out of the squad for a while. The enemy noticed the allied cavalrymen and ordered to destroy them. 2 soldiers were happy to see the cavalrymen. One of them noted that since the battle was taking place on the plain, the horsemen would win. The swing of the blade left a bright mark. The head of one of the soldiers was cut off. Many footsteps were heard. The soldier in red pierced his enemy with a spear. The man with the scar on his forehead frowned. Seeing him in the approach of his troops, someone shouted that they were advancing and they needed to block. But he pulled his sword behind his back. Then he struck, leaving a bright mark. Turning around, he shouted to his warriors that it was time to show the enemy some real terror. Chris frowned, noting that the atmosphere on the battlefield had changed. Those guys had appeared. Looking at his comrades, he ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. Imagining the movement of the troops on the battlefield, the hero thought that there was an enemy guerrilla unit in the direction of 1 o'clock. They were making a detour and attacking from behind. One of the commanders said that it looked like an enemy guerrilla unit had appeared. Then Madri turned to the army, ordering an elite unit to attack. The enemy was managing to kill allied warriors. The enemy commander laughed, calling it funny. Were they really going to stop the Falsus army with such a composition? Smiling ominously, he said that he would show them what the difference in strength was. His blow left a bright mark. Our hero ordered a rapid attack, and they would kill them one by one. When the enemy commander swung his sword, his soldier said that there was trouble in the rear. But the man gritted his teeth, said that it did not matter. They would continue to move forward. Daki struck another enemy. The man with the scar on his forehead opened his mouth wide. Among them, he noticed Chris. Lin fired an arrow. It hit the enemy's helmet right. The enemy commander's swing left a bright mark. He smiled widely, shouting for everyone else to attack. But he opened his eyes in surprise. Turning around, he noticed that almost all of his troops were dead. Chris was pulling out the spear from the body. Frowning, he looked forward. His eyes were shining brightly. This scared his enemy. The man turned around, hearing a signal from the main force. The order to return the troops. He gritted his teeth, not understanding why. The allied forces were surprised to see the enemy leaving. Chris and the others looked at this in confusion. The hero thought, why aren't they pursuing them? But he realized that all the generals were dead, so now there is no one to lead the army. The hero frowned, looking down. Opening his mouth wide, he told the others that he was the commander of Cirque's troops of 100 men. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. Digo and Daki looked at their comrade, hearing him say that he had defeated the White Demon. Then the warriors looked at the hero carefully. He said that here was the leader of the detachment that had destroyed the enemy guerrillas. Lin smiled, hearing the hero call on the warriors to stand up, because they had come to the goal. Who would be the winner of this battle? The others followed him in raising their weapons when he asked who would fight alongside St. Chris. The warrior in red sent his spear forward. Chris was able to dodge. The tip passed his head. Looking at the enemy in front of him, he thought that the enemy's movements, which he had not been able to see before, he now clearly saw. Then he himself struck at the neck, thinking that he had changed so well. The enemy's attack passed his head in a bright trace. The warrior in red clenched his teeth. Chris pulled out a knife. He threw it, hitting the enemy's head, thinking that he would not make any mistakes now. But another enemy ran at him, screaming for him to die. An ally saved him, cutting off the enemy's arm and then cutting off his head. The guy with dark hair said that his name was Markson, and he was from the 5th Infantry. Joining his troops, several more people came up next to him, saying what infantry they were from and adding that they were also joining him. Surrounded by allies, the heroes moved forward, ordering to destroy every last one. He and Digo fought shoulder to shoulder. The hero's spear pierced the enemy's head. Looking away, the hero noted that everyone was now determined to win. Opening his mouth wide, he said that the enemy was almost defeated. Digo looked at his commander. Daki stood over the corpse of the defeated enemy. Chris and the others saw many dead bodies. Someone turned to the hero with a wide smile. He looked ahead tiredly. Chris saw the setting sun, hearing that they had won. Covered in blood, he was glad that they had finally won. But his legs began to weaken. Someone grabbed him by the shoulders. The hero looked up. Gillen smiled and looked at him, noting his excellent work. The tent flap opened slightly. A warrior in red entered, saying that Falsus troops had just arrived. Smiling, the man praised Falsus for his good work and asked how it felt to be back. But the other man only looked down. Then the scarred man fell to his knees, saying that he did not know the reason. The other man opened his mouth in confusion, hearing that only 12 people from Falsus' squad, including the commander himself, survived, and asked again how this happened. Falsus raised his hands to his face, saying that it was all because of him. He looked scared, saying that the teenage soldier with blue hair was to blame for everything. Later, Chris covered his face with his hand, asking where he was. Looking at him, Markson said that it was the barracks behind the main forces. Someone looked out of the tent, saying that the commander had woken up. Looking at his comrade, Chris asked if the battle had ended successfully and heard that the troops of the 8 Gates had retreated. This is a great victory. Pumpkin lay down on the hero's legs. Markson said that he had not left his master for a second. Approaching the exit, the guy also said that now they need to go. There is a place where they should be present. Not far from the tent there were horses, and Markson clarified that if the hero was uncomfortable, then they could prepare a cart, but Chris replied that everything was fine. Galloping on horses, Markson said that the heroes were excellent. The hero said that in his village he was called a master of horsemanship. Chris looked ahead, hearing that they were there. In front of him, he saw several tents and many people. Banners fluttered in the wind, and Chris saw in it a drawing of a fortress wall. A foot stepped onto the platform, indicating that they seemed to have guests. The man with white hair looked down. It was Count Ludwig. Beheen stood next to Gillen. The Count began the award ceremony for military merit. Chris's comrades listened as Lind, Markson, Ralph, and Digo, from the soldiers who had participated in the last battle, were elevated to the position of commanders of 100 men and received an award of 5 pieces of silver. Kennery was walking to the podium when he was asked about it. Standing in front of the Count, the man heard that for attacking the enemy's supply positions and blocking most of the supply routes, he was awarded the title of Knight. The official appointment to the position would take place in the capital. The man next to him said that this was insulting. Kennery looked down. In front of the Count, he said that the one who had tarnished the knight's honor had no right to receive this title again and asked to receive an award of gold instead of the position. Madry gritted his teeth, calling his comrade crazy. Kennery dropped to one knee, asking forgiveness for such impudent words. Closing his eyes, he heard Ludwig announce that he was being awarded a reward of 5 pieces of gold. Now Chris walked up to the podium when he was asked to do so. The people in front of the podium raised their hands when it was announced that for reconnoitering the enemy supply routes, capturing an enemy cart, and helping in the battle with the White Demon. At this point, the soldiers, raising their flasks, began to call Chris a saint. The hero looked at the Count, hearing that for uniting the allied soldiers during a critical situation on the front lines, he led them to victory. Ludwig pinned the medal to his chest, saying that he was being awarded the Order of Military Merit. The hero thanked the Count and heard that he had done an excellent job. Looking at Chris, Ludwig asked if he wanted to go even higher. The hero's eyes widened in surprise, noticing that this Count was being very frank. Looking the boy in the eyes, the man asked him to tell him what he wanted. Chris's eyes lit up brightly, and he realized that this was his chance. Smiling, he thought that he had not fought all this time just to remain the commander of a 100-man army. If this Count suddenly thought that he would miss such an opportunity, he was very wrong. Under the joyful cries of his comrades, he decided that he would move on. Standing in front of Ludwig, Chris asked for permission to become a knight. Kennery, Lind, Digo, and the other warriors widened their eyes in shock, looking at the main hero. Ludwig grinned, and Beheen frowned and was indignant. How dare this kid ask such a thing? The soldiers around raised their hands and began to shout the boy's name, calling him a knight. The Count looked closely at the hero and thought that, apparently, he was going towards this. He replied that this was not a bad wish. The blue-haired man smiled as the man announced that by His Majesty's right, Soldier Chris of the 7th Infantry Squad was appointed as an apprentice knight under the Count. The boy looked forward resolutely as everyone around him shouted his name and cheered. The young man looked away. Ludwig waved his finger at the hero while Beheen, who was standing next to him, bared his teeth. The hero walked over to one of the carts where the man was standing. The red-haired man looked at the boy and congratulated him on his promotion. The other man guessed that he hadn't called him just to say that. Chris grinned, and the man noted that he still had the same manner of speaking. Ludwig looked at the boy seriously and asked him to find the 100 group when he returned. He turned around, and the hero replied that if it wasn't urgent, he wouldn't rush. The man waved his hand and told him to do as he knew. Night fell on the camp, and the soldiers feasted and rejoiced in their victory. The protagonist sat on a log next to Kennery. The young man looked at him and asked why he refused. The man turned and stared at the guy in silence. He carefully studied his face and muttered that no matter how much he looked at him, he seemed like an absolutely ordinary person. Kennery asked what he had with that illegitimate son from that ruined knightly family. Chris asked if the interlocutor had been drinking. He replied that he would not touch alcohol again. They sat under the starry sky. The man said that the young man had therefore decided to join forces with Count Gillen. He asked what the hero was going to do now. He smiled and replied that he did not even know. The young man looked ahead carefully. Then he turned to his interlocutor and asked if he would come if he invited him somehow. The man stared at the guy in surprise. Kennery grinned and said that he would do it at any time. Lynn's mouth dropped open in surprise, looking around. A squad of warriors was walking along the streets of Dabed. One of his comrades looked at Lind and asked if this was his first time here. He replied that he hadn't left his village since he was born. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop telling everyone that he was a country bumpkin. His friend grinned and said that the one who was born next door to him was telling him that. Digo and Daki looked around carefully. A bald man approached Chris and said that a little further there was a separate housing for knights' apprentices. The guy smiled and said that he was fine here. The young man looked into the tent and thought that he had no reason to settle in the personal tent of knights' apprentices now. Surely, this would only further infuriate the guys who were looking at him askance out of envy. He looked at the empty, spacious room and noted that the level was just right. The boy smiled and thought that he didn't have a particular reason to stay in the barracks. The hero flopped down on the bed, deciding that he needed to rest first. After a while, he got up and stretched, muttering that he had a good rest and could go now. The young man walked under the night sky. He looked back when his name was called. Digo looked at him and said that he wanted to tell him something. The hero turned and offered to talk a little later since he needed to go somewhere. The interlocutor agreed. The guard looked at Chris and asked if he was heading somewhere. The young man answered that he wanted to go out into the city for a while. The blue-haired man walked on happily, mentally noting that the status of a knight apprentice was also received for the sake of freedom. He got to the market faster than he expected, only 5 minutes from the barracks. Even though the shopping arcades were not large, it was still not bad. The boy went into the pharmacy. The young man stopped, realizing that he hadn't smelled such a strong herbal scent in a long time. The man looked at him and asked if the hero was on an errand. Chris looked at the shelves and asked if he had a medicinal herb called white finger. The man asked again, puzzled. The hero explained that it was a long herb that looked like a finger. It grew in places where there was little moisture and the sun's rays did not reach. The owner replied that he had seen one. The young man looked at him and asked if he would agree to make a deal with him. Chris thought that only in 15 years would the significance of the white finger herb be recognized. It was the main ingredient for developing one's abilities. The man spread his hands and answered, what kind of deal were we talking about if he was a soldier? The blue-haired man smiled and said that the deal was for 1 year, 1 copper coin for 1 white finger root. The owner turned away and muttered that this was somehow not serious. The hero said that after the first month of their agreement, he would pay 2 copper coins. The interlocutor waved his hand and said that he was not ready to take on such work even for 2 coins. Chris looked at him intently and offered 5 copper coins. The merchant took his hand and exclaimed that for his sake, he would start collecting grass from tomorrow. The boy looked up when he heard a voice suggesting that he stop at 4 coins. The man muttered that the buyer had said he would give 5. The woman frowned and reminded him that in such a long-term deal, it was not about money but about trust. The seller agreed. The hero handed him the payment. The boy walked along the night street, thinking that he would get the white finger herb, but there was something left. The moon was shining in the sky. Chris was walking through the forest with Digo. He turned around and asked what he wanted to talk about. The interlocutor looked at the boy intently and asked what his goal was. The blue-haired man grinned and replied that he wanted to quickly return to the barracks and go to bed. The soldier frowned and asked him not to joke. He asked what the hero wanted to achieve. The boy stopped smiling. The hero stood with his back to the interlocutor when he said that he wanted to reach the top. Digo looked at him and asked if he meant to become an aristocrat. Chris raised his finger and said even higher. The interlocutor's eyes widened. He knelt down and said that he was a completely unknown and pathetic person. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when Digo said that he always told himself that he wanted to be useful. The young man asked him to stand up. The interlocutor closed his eyes and exclaimed that he was not some knight or anyone else, but because he had met a person whom he wanted to follow all his life, he wanted to take an oath. The guy resolutely knit his eyebrows and asked to allow him to protect the hero and be by his side until the end of his days. Chris looked closely at Digo. He took a step closer to the soldier. His hand fell on the interlocutor's shoulder. The hero stood in front of his follower under the moonlight and said that he accepted his oath and appointed him his first knight. Chris stood on a hill in front of the training warriors. The management of this military camp was going better than he thought. Besides, it was quite large in scale. The young man turned towards the men on horseback where the cavalry unit was training. The hero had heard that Digo had been taken there, and he wondered if everything was okay with him. The boy smiled and thought that he had a place that interested him more than anything else. He entered the medicinal warehouse located in the barracks. Now he could forget about going for herbs. The blue-haired man frowned and remembered that he could not use this warehouse as an apprentice knight without permission from the manager. The young man looked away when a voice behind him noted that he seemed to have a lot of free time. Behind him stood a mustachioed man who introduced himself as Strick, the head of the military camp. The hero turned around and said his name. The interlocutor turned and asked him to follow him for a conversation. Chris wondered if he could convince him. They sat down at the table. The man said that he would talk straight to the point. He frowned and said that he was not going to have slackers in his troops. He did not care who was in front of him, a real saint, a battlefield hero, or even the illegitimate son of a count. The young man looked closely at his interlocutor and thought that they had really spread strange rumors about him. The chief leaned on his hand and said that, as an apprentice knight, the hero could leave here, finding himself a knight to follow. However, if he did not like this arrangement and wanted to stay here, then there was a condition. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked what it was. The interlocutor's eyes flashed and demanded that he prove his worth. The blue-haired man looked forward decisively and replied that if he gave him a century of cavalry, he would prove it. The man covered his face with his hand and asked how old the youth was, whether he was 14. The hero said that after the winter he would become an adult. Strick slammed his fist on the table. He pointed his finger and shouted that he would never trust his soldiers to some unknown puppy. The man added that since the boy was here, he would follow the rules of this place and must prove his worth in a one-on-one fight. The boy looked at him indifferently and asked to be given 3 opponents instead of 1. That would be enough. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow and asked again. He exclaimed that 1 would be enough for him, and the duel would take place the following day at noon on the training field. The hero closed his eyes and accepted the order. The next day, clouds floated across the blue sky. Lynn turned to Chris and asked if the boy thought he had earned himself trouble. The blue-haired man smiled and replied that as soon as he won the duel, everything would be resolved. His opponent was paler, quite famous. The boy had heard that he had never lost a one-on-one fight. The hero specified that the warrior had no experience fighting on a real battlefield. His friend looked at him and answered in the affirmative, adding that he had, after all, won 10 duels. They even nicknamed him the Invincible Paler. Chris squeezed the sword and said that he was not particularly interested in this. He glanced at the system window. Spear Mastery 32. The young man thought that he was not worried about the fight, he was more concerned about the number of mastery points. The guy frowned and noted that they did not increase past 32. The points that the hero earned in a real fight were not enough. Chris's eyes widened in surprise. His comrades raised their heads, noticing how it began to snow. The blue-haired man muttered that winter had come. The hero stood on the platform opposite his opponent. Paler grinned, raising his sword, and said that he would not spare the night students. The young man took the pole and replied that this was what he wanted. The soldiers around were discussing that they were betting 3 copper coins on Paler. The other warriors were smirking as they placed their bets and were discussing that the difference in their physiques was too great. Someone said that it didn't matter that the hero was called a saint since he couldn't win this fight. Lin crossed his arms and muttered that it seemed like it would be over quickly. Diego, who was standing next to him, asked if he was sure. A guy nearby exclaimed that they were canceling their bet on Chris. Paler put up his sword, and the protagonist noted that he was similar in build to Diego and that his only weapon was a sword. The young man decided to see if the rumors were true. The blue-haired man looked down questioningly. He noticed that the snow that had fallen yesterday had already melted, and the ground was slightly covered with ice. Strick frowned and said loudly that the winner would be the one who deprived the opponent of his weapon or made him admit defeat. He announced the start of the duel. The man suddenly rushed to attack the main character, declaring that he would attack first. The young man dodged the sword. The opponent twirled the weapon in his hands. He quickly cut the air with the blade, and the hero jumped back. Chris put out his stick, parrying the attack. The opponent smiled and said that he did not think the guy would be able to dodge his attacks. The hero thought that he was too noisy. There was a mark from the sword strike on the stick. The man bared his teeth and thought that he was open. Suddenly, the young man made a sharp lunge, and the opponent barely had time to put out his sword. Chris immediately jumped back, and Paler was amazed at his speed, not believing that it was only an apprentice knight. The blue-haired man landed nearby. The opponent was quickly approaching, declaring that if the young man fought only using the standard method, he would not be able to win. The man stepped on the ice and slipped. The hero took advantage of the fact that his opponent staggered and went on the attack. He hit him on the hand, and the sword slipped. Chris immediately tripped the man, and he lost his balance. Paler fell to the ground, squinting in displeasure. The man clenched his teeth and was about to get up. Suddenly, the end of a stick appeared in front of his face, and he froze. The protagonist calmly looked down at him. It was announced that Chris had won. The young man looked down and said that many changes could happen in battle. The guy passed by the unit commander and asked if he could use the medicine warehouse for a while. Strick closed his eyes and agreed. The soldiers around him were moaning about losing their money. Diego smiled and exclaimed that this was to be expected from their commander. Lind looked questioningly at the protagonist passing by. The young man's gaze looked determined. Chris sorted through the herbs with a smile, mentally noting that there was marine blue and even rosetail, which meant that the preparation was complete. The guy standing behind him said that they were going to throw all of this away. The hero asked to bring him these herbs from today on. The interlocutor looked at him confusedly and accepted the order. Chris stood next to a vat of water and noted with satisfaction that the Baron had not been stingy, and there was even a bathtub. He threw plants into the water, thinking that the white finger and the herbs he had just taken out could completely purify the water. The young man noted that even the teacher did not know this, that it could turn an ordinary person's body into one that could perceive internal energy. The blue-haired man climbed into the bathtub and thought that of course, this whole procedure would take a year. He immersed himself almost entirely in the water. No matter how good Paler's basic skills were, he blocked more than 2 of his spear attacks. The young man, of course, did not want to use evasive tactics, but he was still too weak. The guy squeezed the edge of the bathtub and realized that now was not the time to sit back. He needs to keep improving his skills. Chris surfaced and decided that he needed a mentor. Wise is a mysterious power. The difference between those who had it and those who did not was obvious. People metaphorically expressed this difference as a fight between a tiger and a rabbit. However, there was only one rabbit in the world who could handle a tiger. It was the protagonist's mentor, who taught him, a left-hander at that time, martial arts, Tikil. Chris grabbed his head, exclaiming that he had been looking for the man for more than a month, but had not found a single trace. Pumpkin was having lunch, while his master was nervous and said that he remembered that the mentor had been in Dave before meeting him. He ruffled his hair and muttered that he might have missed something and needed to strain his memory. Who would have thought that the guy would go back in time? The youth tapped his head with his finger, remembering that the man had a daughter. An inn at the crossroads. There were soldiers sitting at the table. The hero and his friends were drinking beer. Lin smiled and noted that they hadn't been out for a long time. Docky put the mug on the table and said that the drink wasn't tasty. Chris Chris grinned and praised the man for being able to speak in complete sentences now. He said that Lind was his teacher, and the guy confirmed that he was helping him. The blue-haired man took a sip and looked away, mentally noting several people, one of whom could be the mentor's daughter. For example, the girl from the flower shop, or the girl Doge from the crockery shop. Or the last one, Ellis, who works in this tavern. At that moment, she was serving the neighboring table. She approached the hero and asked whether this time he was having his usual or not. The guy bent his finger and replied that today was for 4. The girl looked at Daki, who muttered that, no matter how you look at it, it wasn't tasty. The hero thought that the teacher's daughter had beautiful eyes, so the probability that it was Ellis was not so high. The build and gait were almost identical to Digo. The young man noted that, no matter how you look at it, it was a pity that such beauty was rotting in this tavern. The girl slammed her hand on the table and threatened that if the man complained about the food, she would fly out of here. Chris thought that it was definitely not her, judging by her explosive character. He glanced sideways at the door. The guy turned around and widened his eyes. A man entered the tavern. The young man smiled and thought that he seemed to have arrived earlier. In front of him was none other than Tikil. The hostess looked at the guest and asked if he needed food or a place to sleep. The man replied that he wanted both. One of the soldiers grabbed Ellis by the hand and offered to spend the night with him. The girl turned around and said that she would still refuse, even if he gave her a cart with gold coins for it. Another soldier said that, as expected, she was hot. The offended warrior grabbed her by the apron and asked her discontentedly if she really had a man. Ellis frowned and exclaimed that the guest really wanted to die. Beer fell to the floor and a scream was heard, asking why the worker was so resistant. The protagonist got up from the table and thought that things were bad. He turned around and his eyes widened in surprise. Tikil was standing behind the soldier who was threatening the girl. The man put his hand on the soldier's head and he discontentedly demanded that the guest get away from him. The mentor abruptly slammed the warrior's face into the floor. Tikil frowned and shouted in rage that he would make sure that he could no longer speak. The protagonist looked at him dumbfounded, thinking that the man was not the kind of person who would give in to emotions in such a situation. The blonde grabbed the bespectacled man by the coat and asked him to stop. Chris looked at her with his mouth open. His eyes widened, guessing that Ellis was the mentor's daughter. The soldier's friends jumped up, cursing at the man. The protagonist called Digo. He obediently approached the two warriors, who asked with displeasure who it was and demanded that he get out of the way. Ellis gritted her teeth and asked the guest to stop, declaring that they would solve all the problems of the tavern themselves. Tikil put his hand in his pocket, and a voice asked him not to take out what was under his clothes. The man flashed his glasses and offered the hero a fight, warning that he would tear him to pieces if he took even one more step. Chris smiled and noted that there was a misunderstanding. He introduced himself as a knight apprentice. The drunken soldiers looked at the young man and guessed who was in front of them. Digo looked down at them and introduced himself as the commander of the century. The men immediately began to apologize for not recognizing them because of their civilian uniforms. The hero looked ahead and said that the city of Dabed, which is under the control of Count Ludwig, is a territory with strict military rules. The young man added that if anyone dies in this tavern, Ellis and the owner of the establishment will take responsibility for it. The girl looked at them tensely. Tikil widened his eyes. The blonde patted the hero on the shoulder and said that she was in his debt. The bespectacled man went outside and muttered that he would come next time. Ellis crossed her arms and was indignant that the man had made such a mess and was just running away. The hero replied that he would return. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise and asked if the guy really knew this person. The girl approached the hero, smiling, noting that Chris was here. The guy thought that he was so tired because of all the strange rumors that were going around about him. The stranger asked if he had time. Ellis grinned and noted that the hero was popular. The blue-haired man told the stranger that he was busy. He turned to the blonde under her surprised look and asked how much it cost to spend the night there. The interlocutor answered that the price per night was 3 copper coins. Ellis looked displeased at the girl who suggested that Chris go to her mansion instead of staying in such a nondescript place. The blonde frowned and asked who she was. The stranger smugly closed her eyes, while some guy introduced her as the third daughter of Mr. Zarin. Ego looked in their direction and asked who it was, some aristocrat. Lind smiled and objected that an aristocrat would have a last name, and he had never heard of Zarin. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, while his comrades discussed how some stranger dared to look down on the apprentice knight and their commander. Daki climbed onto the table and shouted that he was very angry that their commander was not respected. The blue-haired man extended his hand and asked him to calm down. The young man frowned and asked these crazy people to stop and stop drinking. At that moment, the girl and the servant hurriedly retreated. The next day, Chris was sitting at the table and looking towards Tikil. He told the girl that from what he saw, the man was a frequent guest. The young man took a sip, and the interlocutor said that at first the man was unpleasant, but always behaved quietly. She did not understand what happened to him that day. Ellis was wiping a plate when the hero asked her if she missed her father. The girl said that she missed him, but her father did not make any effort to find her. She added that if he wanted to see her, he would come himself. The hero asked the girl if she thought her father was secretly watching her. The blonde looked at him and said that if he had come, he would have done it properly and not just peeked. The young man stood up under the surprised gaze of his interlocutor. He approached the man and asked if he could have a cup of tea with him. The hero sat down opposite and noted that the tea was good. The interlocutor agreed. Chris thought that the mentor had been uncommunicative before. The guy looked at him and clarified if he came from the central shed. The man asked how the boy knew. Tikil looked down when the hero replied that he had seen that this way of tying a leather belt around his waist was used by aristocrats from the center. The mentor said that he received it as a gift upon leaving, which was a bit burdensome. The hero asked what business the man had come here for. Tikil blew on the cup and said that this was his hometown. He took a sip and looked away. The man looked at Ellis when Chris assumed that he came because of his family. The blue-haired man followed his gaze and noted that the eyes of the interlocutor were filled with a deep sense of concern and care. For a beloved, their age difference was too big. The guy asked if she was his daughter. The mentor muttered that the interlocutor was observant. The protagonist turned and called the blonde, while the man nervously exclaimed what he was doing. The girl came up and asked why he called her. Chris stood up and said that this gentleman had something to tell him. Ellis looked questioningly at the guest, and the young man said goodbye and left. The hero hid behind the door and heard a surprised exclamation. The blue-haired man was sitting opposite the mentor. The guy looked at him and asked to teach him the art of wielding weapons. The interlocutor asked again in surprise. The man took the cup, and the young man said that he was a knight student, but there was no person from whom he would study. Tikil asked what he meant. The young man took a sip and said that although the count had granted him the status of a knight apprentice, he had not appointed a knight to accompany him. The boy thought that, of course, he had not accepted the offer to be an apprentice to some knight. The hero narrowed his eyes and noted that what he wanted was not just the art of wielding weapons learned from an ordinary knight. He wanted to master the magical power that could hold an entire continent in his hands. The man looked down and muttered that it would not be difficult to do, and besides, he owed the boy a favor. Tikil looked at the hero and said that he was curious about how he knew about him. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that if he tried to slyly avoid the question, he would certainly arouse suspicion. Therefore, it was worth giving out the most expensive name he knew. The guy asked if the interlocutor had heard about the illegitimate son of the Lord Count. He looked at the man and said that they said that a knight who was demobilized from the royal guard had arrived from the center of Circe to the county of Lord Ludwig. The young man closed his eyes and said that he had the opportunity to be trained by this very member of the royal guard. Chris added that he couldn't believe that this man would be the father of his friend, who was like a real brother to him. The interlocutor closed his eyes and replied that it was probably fate. He took a sip and warned that he had no experience in training anyone. The hero smiled decisively and offered to fight. They stood opposite each other, holding sticks. The guy took a fighting stance. The man looked at him and noted that his fighting spirit was high. He shifted his weight to his toes. Squinting, the mentor offered to dance. Tikil pushed off the ground sharply. The young man's eyes widened when his opponent suddenly appeared in front of him. The blue-haired man swung his stick. The man appeared behind him. The guy barely had time to turn around, his eyes widening. Tikil hit the stick, but the hero managed to block it. The force threw Chris back. He slowed down, touching the ground, and exhaled. The man squeezed the stick and asked if the hero had nothing but self-confidence. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that the opponent's speed was simply amazing and it was difficult to dodge attacks. The interlocutor began to advance again. He frowned and swung. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. The opponent attacked with 3 sticks. The hero extended the stick, dodging the attack. Chris bent his leg, thinking that he knew too. He bent down and noted that he should not show off his skills. He needed to show something else, capabilities. The man looked at him in shock. The blue-haired man parried the attack. He jumped back and stuck the stick into the ground. Tikil looked at him and asked if the young man had just repeated after him. The hero narrowed his eyes and replied that he had seen it himself. The interlocutor's eyes sparkled and noted that it was interesting. The guy looked at him intently. The stick stopped right in front of his face. The man stopped and Chris sat on the ground in front of him. The boy was sweating but offered to try again. The mentor smirked. He extended his hand and asked if he really wanted to learn. The hero stood up and reminded him that he had said so at the very beginning. The man squeezed his shoulder and noted that he lacked strength. Tikil turned around and said that they would see each other in 3 days. The boy lay down on the ground and muttered that it was hard. He remembered their training and realized that he had about 12 chances to hit him, but he could not even touch the collar. The hero frowned and thought that he had defeated the Knight of the Eight Gates on the battlefield, and they were part of a well-trained elite force. But despite this, he still won. The boy assumed that this was because their fight was not serious. Strick looked at the hero passing by. Chris thought that this was not an excuse and simply fought with all his strength. He decided that he had overestimated himself and that the difference in their strength was so great. The chief frowned and said that despite the fact that the hero was an apprentice knight, he was also a man of the county of Lord Ludwig. This meant that the young man could not go anywhere and let himself be beaten. The man added that if he did not have a knight who would teach him, he could always come to him. Chris closed his eyes and asked not to worry because it was just sparring. The chief asked again. The hero turned to him with a swollen cheek and asked if he could go because he was very tired. The interlocutor looked at him and agreed. He frowned and muttered that the young man had been beaten. Of course, well, night fell on the city. Ellis sat opposite Tikil. She crossed her arms and said that she was somehow embarrassed to call him father, so she would call him by his first name. The blonde looked at him seriously and asked why he had abandoned her and her mother. The man closed his eyes, leaning his elbows on the table. He bowed his head and said that he didn't know it would turn out like this. The man wasn't going to advance in his career. He just wanted to show off his abilities, and he spent all of his 20 years on the run. The girl looked down, and Tikil said that this wasn't what he really wanted. The blonde looked at him and asked what about her birth mother. The man's face darkened. He opened his mouth and said something. Tears appeared in Ellis's eyes. Silence reigned in the tavern hall. The man lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. The girl took his hand. Tikil's eyes widened and he looked at his daughter. She smiled and said that everything was fine. The blonde wiped away her tears and asked with a grin what he was going to do now. The woman clarified what the protagonist had told him. The man replied that the young man had asked him to teach him the art of wielding weapons. Ellis leaned forward and exclaimed that she wanted to learn too. The girl leaned her elbows on the table and said that she had wanted to become a knight since she was a child. But because her adoptive mother did not like fighting, she could not choose the path she wanted. The blonde added that she really did not know how to cook, and working in a tavern was not at all suitable for her. She asked not to say that her father would not be able to teach her because she was a girl. The man thought for a moment and decided to agree. The sun was shining outside. The protagonist put on weights and asked if he would really train in this. Tikil replied that his body was too fragile to learn the arts of weaponry. First, they needed to increase his endurance. Ellis stood nearby and adjusted her suit. The young man pointed at the girl and asked why she was wearing nothing. The girl grinned, running with the hero, and reminded him that she was his daughter. Chris, Ellis, and Punky were jogging together. The blonde looked at the dog and asked if he really liked running with them. She looked at the hero and asked where he found this cute creature. The young man sweated and asked to run instead of chatting. The blue-haired man squatted and stretched out his arms as the mentor said that there would be a handstand right after the run. Then Chris hung on the horizontal bar, trying to do pull-ups. He frowned and thought that in his past life, training had not been so difficult. The guy assumed that the teacher had spared him then because he was left-handed. His little finger slipped off the horizontal bar. The hero plopped down on the ground with a sigh. The man looked at him and asked if it was hard for him. Chris raised his head and asked if this training was necessary because he wanted to learn the skills that he needed as a knight. The interlocutor looked closely at the student and replied that without mastering the basics, he could not advance further. He added that the boy would only be able to master the skills he was talking about after he increased his endurance and muscle strength. The blue-haired man lowered his head, breathing heavily, and the mentor said that they would see each other in a week, and during this time the hero should eat well, rest, and sleep. This is also part of the training. Chris was sitting in a bathtub filled with plants. He thought that he needed to hold out until the end. After taking a bath in purified water using restorative herbs, the guy would return to training. The sun was shining over the forest. Tikil looked at the blue-haired man and wondered if he had really regained his strength in just 3 days. The young man smiled when the man said that with his body, such a speed of recovery was simply unrealistic. He noted that the guy had an unusual body structure. The hero looked at him and said that he just knew how to use medicinal herbs a little. The girl stopped. She was sweating and breathing heavily. Tikil approached her, and the blonde looked ahead and asked if she had become slower. The man answered negatively. He looked at the running protagonist with a dog and said that it was that guy who had become faster. A virtual window appeared in front of Chris. Experience points increased. The young man was happy to see the artifact appear. The hero jumped and joyfully exclaimed that he had succeeded. The guy was sitting in a t-shirt and his muscles were clearly visible. Lind approached him with a book in his hand and asked what he had been doing lately. The soldier put the book on the table. Chris thought that it would be good to train with Digo, Daki, and Lind, but they were under the command of Strick's boss. The young man looked at the book and his friend lay down on the bed next to him. The hero asked if he felt sorry for spending his entire salary on books alone. The interlocutor replied that this was his only entertainment now. The boy looked up at the ceiling and said that he had attended a soldiers' meeting last time. When he had made a suggestion about improving the current military system, the commander had told him not to interfere. Lin muttered that it felt like neither he, nor Digo, nor Daki were any kind of commanders of a 100-man squad. The hero looked at him when his comrade asked if he could ask a question. The boy frowned and wondered if everything would be okay, since there was nothing he could do in the army right now. Chris narrowed his eyes and thought that he had thought about this in his past life too. What would have happened if Lin had received a proper education and training since childhood? The boy closed his eyes and replied that he was absolutely certain that if he wanted to change something, there was no other choice but to strive upward. The interlocutor stood up, and the hero added that he just needed to be on the battlefield and stay alive. Lin stood up and said that he had thought so, that this was the only way. He simply complained to his friend because he felt bad. The blue-haired man turned his head when his comrade said that Strick's boss was looking for him. The hero began to sweat and noted that he should have said this earlier because his superior was calling him. Lind waved his hand with a smile and suggested that he try harder from now on. He told the boss that the hero would be a little late so that they wouldn't get even more angry with him. Chris said that his friend was a lousy messenger. Strick put his hand to his face when the hero came up and said that he had called him. The man pulled out a chair and ordered him to sit down. They sat opposite each other, and the boss warned him that he wouldn't beat around the bush. He demanded that the guy stop using the medicine warehouse. Chris's eyes widened and he asked why so suddenly. The interlocutor explained that the amount of herbs that the young man had already used was equal to a year-round supply. He had to make up for the missing herbs by spending money from his own pocket. But that was the limit. Strick took his hand away from his face, showing the mark of his palm, and told him that his wife had slapped him the day before. The blue-haired man raised an eyebrow and covered his mouth with his hand. The man asked him to understand him. The hero's eyes widened and he thought that he could use this moment wisely. He leaned his elbows on the table and exclaimed that it was his mistake and asked for forgiveness. Chris looked at his interlocutor resolutely and said that he would take responsibility for what he had done, asking to let him manage the drug warehouse. The young man promised to solve all the problems in 2 months. The man asked if he was sure he could. The guy smiled and answered in the affirmative if the boss allowed him to take 3 people under his command. Clouds floated across the sky. Daki, Digo, and Lind looked ahead. The main character stood next to the mentor and said that the problem was that his comrades could not receive training in their troops. The blue-haired man looked at them and added that he heard that the man had declined the count's request to be his soldier. The young man offered Tikil to become an instructor and earn money to buy Ellis a beautiful horse. The interlocutor agreed to the offer. The guy smiled when the mentor said that he would accept them if the soldiers could withstand his training. The city of Deebd. Chris walked down the street and thought that he had already pulled those 3 out of the troops. Now all that was left was to sort out the medicinal warehouse. The guy looked ahead and thought that even if the 4 of them did nothing but walk and collect herbs for 2 months, they would still not make up for the missing amount. And if you also take into account that they also needed to continue training, it would be completely unrealistic. The hero reached the turn into the alley. He smiled, looking around the corner, and decided that at such moments he needed to take advantage of the shadow of the city. Several men were sitting in the gateway, who asked with displeasure who else this was. Chris came up and introduced himself as a knight apprentice and asked to be taken to the boss to make a deal. The men grimaced and mockingly told him to get lost while they were talking nicely. The hero put his hand on his belt and was indignant that they still didn't know him, living in this area. He asked how they had been organizing all this time. One of the bandits frowned and swung, calling the young man a puppy. The blue-haired man easily dodged. The guy clenched his fist and thought that he hadn't fought for a long time. The blow landed right on the enemy's jaw. Chris and the second man watched as the tooth flew off the defeated man. The young man looked at him in surprise and thought that he had hit harder than he expected. The people in the room turned to the door, asking what the noise was. The guy with the scar on his forehead touched the handle and said that he would check. The door abruptly opened, and the main character appeared on the threshold. He looked inside and asked if Murdoch the hunting dog was there. The warrior noted that it would not hurt to clean up. The man frowned and asked who he was. Chris introduced himself and said that he had come to make a deal. The man put his hands in his pockets and muttered that idiots had been running into him since early morning. He ordered his subordinates to deal with the intruder. The hero took a fighting stance and agreed that this would make the conversation go faster. The bandits moved towards him. The young man deftly dodged the knife. He quickly knocked the weapon away and struck him in the face. Another ill-wisher kicked, but the warrior quickly ducked. The hero frowned and looked at his opponent. The brunette's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. The man immediately received a fist in the face and flew back. Another bandit cringed and sweated, realizing that the intruder was enough for 1 blow for each. The hero sharply kicked him. At that moment, someone swung a bat and shouted. Chris narrowed his eyes and turned around. The stick shattered into pieces on the young man's hand. The opponent sweated and stared in surprise. The blue-haired man demonstrated his metal protection and said that he also had a weapon. The leader clenched his teeth, watching another subordinate fly to the side. He frowned and exclaimed, "Can't these idiots catch some sucker?" The man approached the young man and swung. The guy pushed off the floor sharply. Chris stepped on the opponent's face and ended up behind him. The leader frowned, and a footprint appeared on his face. As soon as he turned around, he froze in shock. The young man kicked him hard in the nose. The man rolled his eyes and grunted something. He collapsed on the floor with a broken nose and lip. The protagonist asked him to get up. The guy patted the man on the cheek and demanded that he get up. The man jumped up and looked at the young man in fear while his subordinates were sitting in a row on their knees. Chris asked what to do when the boss wakes up later than everyone else. The man looked at the hero in shock when he said that he had a job collecting herbs. The blue-haired man grinned and added that he would pay them handsomely for it. The hero put on a military uniform and thought that he had solved the problem with the medicine warehouse. Lind and the others, all covered in dust, were undergoing the mentor's training and calling the main hero. Chris smiled while his comrades were shouting that they could not take it anymore, and it seemed that the young man had decided to kill them. The guy approached them and praised them for their efforts, adding that they needed to go somewhere. Lind looked at him and called him a fucking devil. The men lay down in separate bathrooms, and the blue-haired man said that the herbs in them were equal to his monthly salary. Chris went out into the hallway and looked at the worker. He came closer and thanked her for taking care of the bathroom every day and for allowing them to enjoy it. The woman smiled and said that it was okay because it was her job. The guy said that he had prepared a small gift for her. The woman looked at the bottle in surprise, and the hero told her that it was called Pure Sleep. If you apply the contents every day before bed, your skin will become cleaner and softer. The woman thanked him. The blue-haired man looked at her and asked if she knew the people who worked in the aristocrat's mansion. She replied that she knew them and asked why he was asking. The hero smiled and said that one such bottle cost 30 silver coins. The woman exclaimed in surprise, wondering if she could really use such an expensive thing. The young man looked at her and answered in the affirmative, but in return asked her to tell him rumors from people working in the aristocratic mansion. Then the hero would give her one bottle of Pure Sleep every month. Chris thought that the money earned from Pure Sleep would turn into a reward for Murdoch, and the herbs received would turn into Pure So again. He had built a cyclical system. Now he could calmly focus on trading. The young man leaned back on the bed. The hero put his hands behind his head and muttered he could throw everything to hell and become a merchant. The air was filled with purple smoke. The young man slept, enveloped in it, and did not notice anything. It seeped into the tent through the entrance. The guy got up because of Pumpkin's barking and asked what was going on. Chris sank to the floor and wondered what was going on and why his head was spinning. He reached his hand towards the table to quickly take the antidote, which was left for extreme cases. The young man grabbed the bag from the table. The hero hugged it to himself and asked the dog not to sniff anything and to leave. Pumpkin ran out, and the boy swallowed the pill. He thought that this smell was similar to the aroma of sleeping pills, which contain marine blue. The smell is very strong, so it was not made by a herbalist. This is the scent used by robbers. The young man frowned, hearing barking in the street. Chris went out and saw two men surrounding Pumpkin, who asked him to be a good dog and not bark. The second noted that this was not a dog, but a wolf. The blue-haired frowned and wondered who these guys were who entered their barracks. The intruders turned around, noticing him from behind. One of them quickly threw a dagger. The hero frowned and bowed his head, dodging the attack. He thought they knew where he was staying overnight, so it was all planned. The young man rushed towards one of the men. His eyes widened and he noted that Chris was very fast. The guy hit his opponent in the stomach, deciding not to hit his legs. He stopped next to the dog, and dust rose around him. The man with the scar approached his partner and asked if he was okay. He replied that it seemed like he had broken something. The protagonist looked at them closely and exclaimed how they dared to attack an apprentice knight inside the Count's camp. He advised them to get out immediately if they did not want to rot in prison. The offenders immediately rushed to the exit. The young man frowned and asked the dog to follow their scent. Clouds floated across the night sky. Two men in hoods ran forward. One of them looked at his partner and asked how Chris had held up, since he should have been lying there for 2 days with that amount of the drug. The other man suggested that they go back and report everything first. They both approached the tents, but were called out to. The protagonist and Pumpkin were standing behind them. The men turned around in fear and asked how he had ended up there. The guy cracked his knuckles and asked if this was really their hideout. He demanded that their boss be brought to him quickly. One of the men pulled out a dagger, looking at the young man. The protagonist frowned and hurried them, since time is money. One of the men widened his eyes and asked what they should do. A man came out from behind him and asked what was going on. Chris looked at him intently. The man turned to the hooded men, and the protagonist assumed that this was their boss. One of the intruders looked at him expectantly. The leader abruptly hit him in the face. Chris's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth opened. The man walked up to the second one and kicked him. Then he looked at the young man. The man straightened up and said that his guys had caused the hero some trouble. The blue-haired man asked why they were targeting him. The man frowned and said that it was because of the pure sleep recipe. He turned around and said that if his curiosity was satisfied, he could go. The young man chuckled to himself at such impudence. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is the owner of the line an illegitimate child?" The man silently raised his eyebrows, and the hero knew that he would react. Chris looked at him carefully and said that he had 100 dagger behind his back. The hero took the dagger and noticed that he was surrounded. The man looked closely at the guest and asked what he wanted. The warrior frowned and asked to tell who the owner of the line was. The red-haired man stood behind his subordinates and answered that he was responsible for the 100 dagger line himself. The boy clutched the bag in his hand and thought that he didn't know if it was true or not, but there was only one way. He threw it at the feet of the men and offered to make a bet, saying that the bag contained 50 gold coins. The leader raised his eyebrows and asked what he wanted. Chris smiled and said that he wanted all the members of the 100 dagger to serve under him. One of the hooded men widened his eyes and muttered that he was crazy. The interlocutor frowned and clarified what the bet was about. The blue-haired man raised his weapon and said that they would fight with one dagger. The man smirked and asked if the boy was from the same circles. Chris frowned and answered why not. Someone lit a torch. The boy and his opponent walked around it. The boy pushed off the ground. They both jerked sharply to attack. The hero frowned, watching his opponent. The man was doing the same. Suddenly, the boy's leg fell through. He looked down and noticed that these cowardly guys had made holes in the ground. The opponent grinned, deciding that this was his chance. Chris's eyes widened, turning around. He saw a blade in front of him. The boy gritted his teeth and bowed his head. After that, the warrior quickly spun in the air, and the attack passed over him. The opponent froze in shock with his hand raised. The hero bent down and sharply threw the dagger. The leader gritted his teeth when the weapon pierced his thigh. He sweated and looked down. A system window appeared above the main character, throwing skill 41. The guy noticed that his throwing skill had increased sharply. The blue-haired man smiled and said that he was probably in pain. The opponent frowned and shouted for everyone to kill him right now. The young man turned his back to Pumpkin and asked him to stay close while the mercenaries pounced on him. Someone opened their mouth and shouted for them to stop. The hero smiled, holding one of the enemies by the collar, and muttered that here he is. Gillen came closer and greeted Chris. The defeated man looked at him in bewilderment while the leader invited the young man to come in and talk for a while. He threw a last word to his subordinate to put everything in order. The hero entered the tent and looked away. The guy looked around and noted that he looked more modest than he thought. The red-haired man frowned and said that he had taken a long time. Chris looked at him and replied that he had a lot of things to do since arriving in the city. The interlocutor turned and noted that he had not said his name, but the burden already knew it. The blue-haired man smiled and said that he had connections. Gillen frowned and asked if he had really been called an illegitimate child. The boy replied that there had been a mistake. The hero narrowed his eyes when the other man asked if it was true that he was being trained by a royal guard. Chris thought he already knew everything. The warrior looked at the man and confirmed it, adding that the training was worth it. He asked how they knew about the pure dream. The red-haired man shrugged and said that it was an assignment from a merchant named Jarens, and that he himself had nothing to do with it. The boy looked at him with interest. Chris's eyes widened when the man wished him luck in leading the 100 dagger. Gillen turned around and reminded him that the boy had won the bet. He asked if it was possible that the warrior was not confident in himself. The hero looked at him and grinned and said that it was definitely not. The man walked out onto the street where his subordinates were lined up and announced that from today on Chris would be the head of the 100 dagger. The boy looked out of the tent with satisfaction. Gillen turned around and said with a smile that it was time for him to go. The man with a bandaged thigh knelt down and introduced himself as Fox, the second in command of the 100 dagger guild. He frowned in displeasure, and the boy mentally noted that he clearly did not want to acknowledge him. The hero said that he had work for him right away. The blue-haired man pointed and ordered a merchant named Jarens to be brought here by tomorrow evening. Tikil looked at the running soldiers and told the protagonist that he seemed to be very busy lately. The boy looked at his comrades and asked if they were trying hard enough. The warriors were steadfastly doing their exercises, and the mentor noted this. The boy looked away when he was called to the training field. Tikil took a stick and stood next to him. He threw it down and asked the boy what he would do if he dropped the weapon on the battlefield. The blue-haired man shrugged and replied that he would pick up another one. The hero watched as the teacher broke the stick. The man narrowed his eyes and asked what if the situation did not allow it. Chris thoughtfully touched his chin. He put his hand on his stomach and said with a smile that he would use his own body as a weapon. The mentor grinned and noted that this was the correct answer. Tikil announced that the basic training was over, and from today on they would move on to mastering taijutsu. The hero bowed and exclaimed that he would be glad. The interlocutor was surprised by such an unusual reaction and noted that usually people are disappointed when they find out that they will study taijutsu. The guy smiled and said that he was upset if the teacher put him on the same level as those who say so. He grinned and thought that this was great. The time without invasions that Lin told him about in his past life would last 2 years from now on. Even if the future changed a little, he saved himself the extra time. The young man's eyes sparkled as he thought that money, equipment, weapons, everything he would need soon was already in his hands. The man was grinding herbs in a mortar. Fox frowned and thought that he did not understand what Mr. Gillen was thinking when he gave the job to this guy. He squinted and noted that there were already plenty of medicines to improve the skin condition. The mercenary wondered how good the effect of this thing was, since one bottle would cost 30 silver coins. A tied man was brought into the tent, and a subordinate reported that they had captured Gerens. The deputy, without turning around, ordered him to be taken to the basement. The man took a breath when his mouth was freed. He lowered his head and began to beg for his life, assuring that he would do anything. Fox raised his eyebrows and clarified whether he really meant anything. The prisoner was sniffling and muttering that he was ready to do anything, as long as he was not killed. The man looked at Gerens and ordered him not to go and tell anyone about the apprentice knight Chris in the future. He immediately agreed. The protagonist went down the stairs, and Fox demanded that the prisoner shut up for a while. The young man smiled and asked how things were going. The deputy looked at him and replied that the prisoner had promised that the protagonist's name would never come out of his mouth. He asked if he could let him go now. The guy grinned and said that he could then. Fox sighed, ordering the man to be untied, and thought that if this brat let him go, there would be no end of trouble later. Gerens smiled and thanked him. He reached out to untie his eyes and muttered that he would never forget his mercy. Fox looked questioningly at the hero, who asked him to wait. Chris leaned over to the prisoner and said that if he untied the blindfold and saw him, he would have to kill him. The man began to sweat. His hands froze, never touching the ribbon. The hero crossed his arms and asked if it was his idea to attack the apprentice knight in the barracks. The interlocutor stammered that it was not him, and that he was only told to find the recipe for pure sleep. The blue-haired man's eyes flashed and ordered that his tongue be cut out. Fox and one of the mercenaries widened their eyes in shock. The prisoner was thrown to the ground and cried out why he was doing this. The man shouted that he had made a mistake and that he had actually planned everything himself. The boy raised his hand, listening to Gerens whine. The hero showed one finger. His eyes narrowed menacingly, and Chris ordered that one of the man's fingers be broken. The boy was sitting on a chair when a crunch and a scream were heard. The prisoner pinned his hand under himself and whined. The boy asked him to answer his questions now. He looked closely at the other man and asked what name he should forget. Gerens sweated and answered, Chris. The blue-haired man closed his eyes and noted that one finger was not enough. The man screamed and asked for another chance. The prisoner cringed when the boy gave him one last try and asked what name he should forget. Gerens lowered his head and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. The warrior replied that he had become a merchant for a reason. The young man leaned towards his interlocutor and reminded him that they were 100 Dagger, the Knight of Dabed. He added that if the man caught his eye again, their blades would reach his third daughter, of whom he was so proud. The man swallowed nervously. The hero stood up and ordered the prisoner to be taken outside and released. He turned around with a smile and asked Fox to follow him to give him something. The boy held out a bundle and said that it was the recipe for pure sleep. The hero asked him to study it thoroughly with his eyes, and when the time came, he would teach him how to prepare it. The deputy looked at the scroll and asked why he was giving it to him. The man sniffed his sleeve when the boy said that the faint aroma of herbs emanating from his body and the dust on his fingertips was the soporific scent that had been sprayed in his tent. The boy guessed that this was Fox's special skill. The man looked at Chris in surprise when he said that he planned to increase the production of pure sleep, and the guild just happened to have a specialist. The blue-haired man waved goodbye. As he headed for the exit, the deputy thought that Mr. Gillen would not have appointed just anyone to his post. Night fell on the city. The girl burst into the room where the man was lying on the bed and asked where her father had been all this time when she was waiting for him. She smiled and said that she had decided on her chosen husband. This was the gentleman she had seen last time and could not get out of her head. The girl folded her arms and said that no one would suit her except Lord Knight Apprentice Chris. After these words, the man cringed and shouted for him to stop. The daughter approached the sobbing man and asked what was wrong with him. The moon illuminated the mansion from which the quiet crying of Gerens was heard. A tent in the barracks. A voice asked the protagonist to leave. The boy looked out of the tent and asked who was in front of him. The interlocutor turned around and introduced himself as McCoy, a knight apprentice. He asked to follow him as the boy was being summoned. The hero inquired who exactly was summoning him. The warrior approached Chris with displeasure and asked how such a commoner dared to address him as you. The blue-haired man replied that they were both of the same rank, so he should calm down. McCoy turned around and muttered that if it weren't for the strict order, he would have torn his throat out. The hero looked around and noted that this was the Kremlin, so who could have summoned him? There were various dishes on the table. The boy stopped in front of the door, and his companion demanded that he come in. The boy went inside. Behin was sitting at the table. He smiled and greeted Chris. The boy greeted him in return. The blonde raised his glass, into which wine was immediately poured, and invited the guest to sit down. The man said that the wine was from Highgard and had a sweet taste that just melted on the tongue. The young man looked at his interlocutor and asked the reason for his summons. He mentally noted that the man's suit made him shudder. The blonde took a sip and looked at the boy slyly. Behin put down his glass and said that he had called him in a friendly manner. He looked at the guest and exclaimed that before him was a hero of the battlefield and a brave man, who from a commoner had been promoted to a knight apprentice. The man added that at first he could not admit all this, but upon thinking about it, he realized that his stubbornness had blinded him. Behin looked at the young man imperiously and demanded that he become his man. He even offered to promote him to knight or grant him a title. The aristocrat also said that he would embrace the boy tightly if he continued his line. The hero frowned, not understanding what the hell hugs were. He asked if the man was really going to promote him and give him a title just like that, without any payment. The blonde ran his finger along the glass and replied that the guy could pay him back the price of such a gift gradually. The young man stood up and thought that such ridiculous excuses would not work with him. What he wanted was written on his interlocutor's face. Chris bowed and thanked him, saying that he wanted to achieve everything on his own. He added that the food and alcohol were wonderful. The man frowned and asked if the warrior would regret his decision. The hero replied that in his heart he had already decided everything for himself a long time ago. The aristocrat said that he could go. The door closed behind the young man. Behin frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. Chris rubbed his shoulders and muttered that the man had such a face as if he had been brushed off. The next day, the young man looked at the camp commander, who asked what he had been doing lately. The hero asked what he meant. The blue-haired man's eyes widened when Strick said that he had to go to Haggard in 2 days. The man added that Chris had gotten himself into a mess. Lind looked at the hero sitting on the bed and asked what that troublemaker, Prince Cercado, whose protection the boy had been entrusted with, was doing there. The blue-haired man replied that they said it was to express gratitude for the victory in the last battle. Chris had heard that the prince had once been stung by a bee, and because his knight protector had failed to prevent it, the lord had cut off his hand. Lind looked at the papers the hero was looking at and asked if this was a list of names of the members of the Defender Corps. The young man answered in the affirmative and added that their names were not there. His comrade raised his hands joyfully, and the blue-haired man looked at him with displeasure. He went out into the forest and thought that he had 2 days to prepare. He still needed to dig up some information during this time. The guy frowned and noted that although the third prince was a pretty nasty person, his mission wasn't that difficult. Behin could just hold a grudge against him, and that's why he entrusted him with such a task. The mercenary turned around and noted that the master had arrived. Chris approached Fox and said that he wanted to ask something. The man turned around and asked what exactly. There was a bruise on his face. The hero frowned and said that he said to bring it to him once he was done. The interlocutor muttered that he thought it would work out this time. The warrior handed his subordinate a paper and asked him to look at the list and tell him if there was anything suspicious. Fox looked through the entries and said that McCoy was an apprentice knight, and all the others were members of 100-man squads. He didn't see any particular problems in this list. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes and asked if there was anyone who served on Behin's side. The interlocutor answered negatively. The boy rubbed his chin and thought that it was a prince after all, but there were too few defenders. At least the list should have consisted of knights. The young man frowned and noted that everything was somehow strange. Chris looked down and thought that it looked like they wanted something to happen among the defenders. Fox looked at the leader. The hero ordered to disband everyone and send them to Highgard. If there were any strange individuals among the outsiders there, but they needed to be found, and the same should be done in Dabe. The interlocutor noted that a lot of people came and went to these 2 cities, and it would be impossible to check all the outsiders. Chris raised his finger and set a condition to find those with talent and skills above average. He headed for the exit and asked to bring some more wires and keldrops. Tikil looked at the young man and noted that he was in trouble since he was included in the third prince's guard. The man asked if the student had done something wrong. The young man smiled and answered negatively. The mentor looked at the guy and asked what he wanted to tell him. Tikil looked at the student. The blue-haired man asked what to do if he met an opponent who was stronger than him. The interlocutor answered that they needed to get out of here. The hero frowned and added that it might not work out. The teacher looked closely at the warrior and asked what he was getting at. Chris narrowed his eyes and asked if he had some kind of ace up his sleeve. He beamed when the man answered that he did. The mentor said that the ace up his sleeve was persistent training and daily hardening. The guy frowned and said that Ellis liked interesting dads who could become friends rather than boring and proper fathers. The interlocutor held out a spear, asking what his daughter had to do with it. He added that it certainly wouldn't be an ace up his sleeve, but it would still show a few useful tricks. The hero squeezed the handle and nervously asked why the mentor had also taken the spear. The blue-haired man thought that he had been wrong to talk about Ellis. The man said that everything was remembered faster in sparring. The boy looked at the teacher and reminded him that he was leaving with the Defender Corps in 2 days and that he couldn't get injured. Tekiel noticed that the kid was only faking it more. The hero was sitting at the table. He closed his eyes when he heard the sound. The boy turned around and asked what the results were. The man put a sheet of information from Highguard in front of him. The man stood behind Chris and said that 5 high-class fighters had visited the city and 4 had visited Dabe. The boy looked down and thought that there was at least a squad of 10 people. Too few for a show with a kidnapping, so there was something else hidden here. Fox looked at the master, who said that something needed to be prepared. The next day, someone loudly asked why. McCoy grabbed his head and exclaimed why they put this idiot in charge and not him, who came from a noble family. The hero grinned and suggested that he earn feats on the battlefield if he thought it was unfair. The interlocutor gritted his teeth and frowned. Chris stood in front of the soldiers and announced to all members of the Defender Corps that they were now heading to Highguard. The warriors walked through the forest in orderly rows. One of the men grumbled that with such equipment in such weather he would die from the stuffiness. The one standing next to him whispered that he would be heard. The blue-haired man looked intently to the side. He raised his hand and ordered the squad to stop. McCoy asked what was going on. The hero squinted and replied that he thought he saw a goblin. The interlocutor asked him not to talk nonsense, because this was triangle territory. Monsters began to crawl out from behind the trees. Someone shouted that there were goblins here. The blue-haired man frowned while McCoy exclaimed how they got here. The hero asked if that was important now. The soldiers armed themselves when Chris ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. He said that they needed to penetrate the center and eliminate a group of goblins. After a while, the corpses of monsters lay around the soldiers. McCoy approached the protagonist and asked where these guys came from and in such a pile. The hero thought that this was really suspicious. Triangle is an area connecting 3 cities that are under the control of the Count. There is always a guard in this area, which prevents the invasion of bandits and monsters. The young man looked at the soldiers and announced a short rest here. He thought that strange things were happening right on the first day of the defense detachment's departure. There was twisted wire in the bag. Chris raised his head and saw Pumpky. The dog approached his owner with a bloody muzzle. The guy stroked him and praised him for coming on command. He thought that, apparently, the beast hunted at night. He was a predator, after all. The young man pulled the wire tight, hanging it in place. McCoy looked at the blue-haired man when he approached and asked where he had been for so long. The hero put his hand on his stomach and lied that diarrhea had come from excitement, that they were going to meet the prince. The interlocutor waved his hand and muttered that it was disgusting. Chris smiled and ordered to resume the path. The warriors walked through the forest, looking around. The main character frowned and shouted for everyone to be ready to attack, because there were goblins ahead. McCoy arched an eyebrow and muttered discontentedly, "Really again?" The young man exhaled, looking at the corpses of the monsters. The nobleman looked at him and noted that at this pace they would not have time to reach Highguard by nightfall. The hero replied that he was right. Chris turned around and said that they would spend the night there and continue their journey in the morning. The soldiers accepted the order. McCoy frowned and exclaimed what kind of heresy was this. The blue-haired man grinned and said that he could not force the fighters who had fought monsters in a fight to the death to march in a strict march. The interlocutor replied that they were all corpses if they arrived at the place later than the envoys. The hero smiled and drawled that, apparently, the guy had forgotten who the leader of the squad was. He gritted his teeth in displeasure. The moon was shining in the sky. McCoy looked at the soldiers and asked why they were spreading out sleeping bags. The man replied that the commander ordered them to take them so that they would be ready to spend the night in the open. Chris frowned, lying in his sleeping bag, and said that they needed to be prepared for everything in advance. The warrior approached McCoy and offered to give him a sleeping bag, but he said he could do without it. The blue-haired man smiled and invited the guy to join him. The interlocutor frowned and promised that he would definitely finish him off someday. In the morning, the hero got up and ordered to eat quickly and continue on his way. The nobleman got up and grumbled at the damn insects. The young man looked ahead with the soldiers and noted that they were in place. He approached the drawbridge. The hero shook the guard's hand. The man said that he had heard about the young man and noted that they had arrived later than planned. The blue-haired man said that they had come across groups of goblins, so they had to wait a little. The interlocutor asked again in surprise. Chris explained that there were not that many of them. The guy thought that they were being followed, so they wandered into that territory. The guard replied that he was glad that they were okay. The young man looked at the man and asked when the prince was arriving. He replied that he would be very soon. At that moment, the sound of hooves was heard and knights appeared. Someone shouted to make way for the prince. Chris stood in front of the carriage and the man on horseback. The youth knelt down and introduced himself, saying that he had received orders from Count Ludwig to lead the defense force. The carriage door opened and a man stepped out. The hero glanced sideways when someone ordered him to raise his head. There was a boy standing in front of him, and the youth noted that he was younger than expected. The third prince, Edik Gavj, frowned and asked if the warrior was staring because he wanted his eyes to be torn out for disrespecting his superiors. The blue-haired man looked down and thought that this would not be easy. The prince said that since Chris was called a hero of the battlefield, he thought he was really good. But in reality, nothing special. He ordered Nelson to go. A fat man approached the young man and introduced himself as the person in charge of Highguard, Sethsane. The hero replied that it was an honor to meet him. The man sweated and looked away, muttering that they had made preparations so that the soldiers could leave immediately. Since the preparations were complete, they could leave now. The boy thought he was saying that they should quickly take this bomb with them and get out of the city. Chris raised a finger and announced that from now on they would all be heading to Dabed. The carriage drove through the forest, surrounded by warriors. The soldiers looked around carefully. One of them smiled and whispered to his comrade to finish. He asked where he had left off. The man looked ahead and muttered that after she had buried her dead husband's crown, she had returned to the house. However, she found her husband sitting in the living room, his face full of vigor and energy. Two red eyes sparkled out of the darkness. The soldier continued that his wife saw him like that and was so scared that she fell down on the spot. A masked man appeared from the forest while the soldiers were distracted by the story. The bandit cut off the storyteller's head and another one appeared from the forest. The soldier shouted that there had been a surprise attack. The hero frowned and thought that it had begun. Mercenaries were approaching them. Someone shouted to the commander that there was an enemy ahead as well. Chris looked at his subordinates and ordered everyone to maintain their fighting positions. He shouted for the forces in the rear to protect the prince's carriage and for the frontline forces to destroy the enemy in front. The young man pierced the enemy with a spear. One of the attackers ran away from the side. The blue-haired man turned around and looked at him. The hero deftly struck the enemy with a spear. The man grimaced and noted with surprise that the warrior even had an iron spear shaft. Chris struck again and shouted to McCoy not to die there. The guy wished the young man not to screw up himself. The blue-haired man looked to the side. He glanced at Nelson, who was also having a hard time defending himself, and thought that there were more opponents than he expected. The young man turned to the two villains rushing towards him and decided that he needed to quickly deal with the enemy and continue on his way. The enemies looked at him intently, and the hero thought that he would use all his strength. He remembered holding a spear during his last training session, and the teacher said that with his skills, the boy would be able to master this technique perfectly. It is useful when fighting against a large number of opponents. They say it even resembles a snake's tongue. Chris swung the spear like a whip and pierced the enemies with one blow. The bodies fell to the ground next to him. The young man turned around, hearing someone calling the prince. The boy stood in tears, and the enemy put a sword to his neck. Edik was calling Nelson. The protagonist intercepted the spear in his hand. The next moment, the weapon pierced the intruder, threatening the prince. The child looked back in shock. He jumped back with a scream, and there was another villain standing next to him. Chris bent down to the ground and pushed off. A few days ago, the mentor, frowning, said that the following tactic, in a state as if he jumped off a horse, will help to deliver an attack that will shake the enemy completely. You need to lower your stance and gather all your strength in the leg that presses on the ground. The young man leaned on his toe. The next second, he pushed off sharply as if he had pulled the trigger. The hero flashed past the prince like lightning and pinned the enemy to the tree. From such power, the mask on the enemy's face was torn. The protagonist pressed the defeated ninja to the ground. The bandit managed to deliver a light blow to his hand, but Chris was glad that only the skin was slightly touched. He immediately hit this ninja right into the tree. Then he looked back at the dissatisfied prince sitting on the ground and asked if everything was okay. Then the mercenary furiously called out to Lord Nelson. This knight in a bloodthirsty duel heard the cry and wanted to know the request. The protagonist grabbed the surprised prince and said that they would meet in the evening at David. The masked bandits angrily looked at their victims and said that they would hardly be able to escape. The main character immediately covered the prince with his body. These bandits looked around in a cloud of smoke and realized that a smoke projectile had been used against them so that they could not see anything. The masked ninja continued to stand in the smoke and look around. They managed to notice how the main character ran far into the forest and wanted to chase after him. The mercenary carried the prince's body in his arms. Pumpkin ran next to her master, who was carrying the prince. This young prince looked anxiously at the mercenary, who tried to calm him down by saying that this wolf was with them. The prince immediately extended his finger in surprise and said that they were almost caught up. The main character looked ahead in the sweat of his brow and realized that the prince's movements were hindering him, because otherwise he could not see the road, and mentally asked the prince to shut up. He cast a keen glance to the side. He ran deep into the forest, noticing that this was the place where they killed goblins and saw corpses. The bandits immediately decided to turn aside into the bushes and take a shortcut to catch the victims. The ninja company ran forward when they came across a smoke trap again. The bandit ran forward and almost ran into the rope, wanting to quickly clear the way. He immediately crashed into the trap and began to fall with screams. The other bandits stared at the rope when their comrade fell back. The ninja quickly cut the rope and told the guys not to let their guard down. He glanced anxiously to the side, hearing extraneous sounds. The ninja were sitting on the ground and noticed that there were spiky keldrop traps set there. The bandit Deco standing behind his comrade stared at his back when he was told that this would not work and he had to take the wounded and leave here, but he explained that he could walk. His masked friend frowned and said that he should use his brain for its intended purpose because if any of the wounded were captured, they would be captured. The guys with blades stood in a group, looking back at the spikes, and had to follow the leader's plan. The bandit leader frowned angrily and suggested that the more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, because he did not understand what kind of knight carried keldrops in his pocket. The main character at this time ran away with the prince and the wolf. He looked back and saw the bandits catching up, of which there were quite a lot. Pumpkin looked ahead carefully, and her owner realized that the keldrops and smoke traps were already gone. The wolf suddenly stopped. The mercenary looked back at his beast, which was ready to defend itself. The masked ninja continued to run forward and wanted to destroy the beast. Pumpkin immediately began to furiously emit fire from its mouth. This wolf was emitting a fiery flurry at the villain. The protagonist and the surprised prince looked to the side when Chris did not realize what kind of creature he had been raising all this time. The evening sky enveloped the forest thicket. Chris folded his hands on his legs when the prince was excited, because the mercenary wanted to rest, but the blonde did not understand why they should do this, because they were being chased and needed to escape. The mercenary touched his armband and said that they could continue on their way as he stopped the bleeding. The young prince looked to the side with displeasure when he was asked if by any chance he knew how to get to the castle of David, although he did not know. Suddenly the young prince was puzzled and realized that if he was thrown now, he would not survive. He looked with sweat at the resting mercenary and realized that he needed to hold on to him. The blonde slightly frowned and turned to him with displeasure, asking if he could deliver him safe and sound. Chris put his hand to his chest. He kept his hand on his body and proudly declared that if the prince trusted him, he would protect him even at the cost of his own life. The young guy's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, masked bandits overtook them. The blonde immediately hid behind the cold-blooded mercenary and asked him if he could stop them and heard that there was no need to worry. The ninja stood with blades and looked away. The main character looked through his bangs and realized that the pumpkin had dealt with one of them and only these two remained, and they needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Chris began to adjust his armor on his hands and said that he was a simple man. If he saw that he was going to lose, he would immediately run away. The bandits frowned with displeasure and did not understand what he was telling them. The guy threw all his armor on the ground and said that if he rushed into a frontal attack and was unarmed, then it would be complete nonsense. The mercenary coolly adjusted his arm guard and said that he had a feeling that he could defeat them. The ninja immediately took fighting poses, sharpened their swords and called him repulsed. The protagonist continued to look at the bandits indifferently and said that they had guessed wrong. He immediately waved his hand and hit the scoundrel. Another bandit saw that his comrade flew to the ground. Then the mercenary looked at the other bandit. He immediately deftly hit him in the stomach. The ninja in black immediately flew to the side, raising dust. The scoundrel held onto his body and said that they needed to retreat. The young fighter coolly looked away under the orange sky. The other ninja tensed bloodthirstily and realized that he was wrong about his victim. He imagined how this young guy ran with the prince and was able to defeat them in a fight because this guy walked a quarter of a day in uniform with the prince in his arms, which means that his strength should have left him long ago, but he did not understand where he got such power and speed from. The beaten ninja in a bloody mask frowned and realized that they probably did not call the heroes of the battlefield in vain and were definitely not his equal. Chris looked ahead attentively, raising his hand, and they considered him a real monster. The mercenary looked coldly at the two silhouettes of bandits. The prince stood behind Chris, smiling maliciously. These ninjas exchanged glances. They stared intently into each other's eyes. Right on this clearing, the ninjas scattered to the sides. The blonde continued to smile maliciously and asked ironically how they dared to attempt on the life of a member of the royal family. The protagonist looked through his bangs and realized that, apparently, someone influential had hired the mercenaries, and this was unpleasant. The blonde looked at the cold-blooded look of his savior and praised him, because he was even better than his defenders, although Chris understood that he would like to catch and interrogate these scumbags, but he could not leave the prince alone. Chris then looked at the boy with a smile and said that he was exaggerating, because he was praised for such a quick reaction of movement. And in fact, the important thing in this matter is that the enemy wanted to put the royal family in a bad light by kidnapping the prince. He introduced Duke Bantarium, told Gauche in a dark appearance and armor, because only one person could do this, the younger brother of the king, who will be the instigator of the civil war and the civil that will happen in the near future. The bandit was kneeling in front of his leader, who realized that nothing worked out and received an apology. Duke Rados Ben's warrior with a mustache looked at the fighter arrogantly and realized that it was a failure. This man with a mustache frowned and thought about how his fighters failed such an easy mission because of one knight's apprentice, because the Duke will definitely not pat them on the head and punish them. The warrior immediately frowned and said that he would do everything himself, so they had to prepare a weapon for him and a mask. He clenched his fist furiously and understood that his enemy was smart and nimble, and should not be underestimated, so he would do his best. The young prince walked behind his savior through the forest, who was going to tell him something. The blonde did not want to hear anything and was just going to walk faster, but they explained to him that, in truth, Chris was going to wait here for another night, and only then set off. The royal child's eyes widened in bewilderment and did not understand what this was connected with. Chris closed his eyes when the prince pestered him and asked him if he wanted to know the truth or if he should lie for his own peace of mind. The young prince wanted to get to the bottom of it. The dark-haired guy looked back and said that the enemy had calculated the time and place of their arrival precisely, and this must have seemed strange. The royal boy slightly drooped and his eyes widened. Chris looked down in confusion and said that the enemy had attacked them immediately upon the prince's arrival, and no one could have known the time and place of arrival except those familiar with his route. The young prince looked away when asked what would have happened if they had lingered a little in Highguard. The royal child frowned up and assumed that Count Behin was definitely involved. The boys were standing in a forest clearing in the middle of the night, and Chris explained that he didn't mean that, because he wouldn't even dare to think about it, so he said that there was no need to doubt the sincerity of the Count, who protects the border zones. The blonde worriedly asked what the savior wanted to tell him in this way. The blonde continued to frown furiously and get angry when the mercenary replied that this was only his personal assumption, and he was careful in his words since he had no direct evidence. The protagonist closed his eyes with a smile and heard from the prince that he was not going to punish an innocent person whose name he would not pronounce. The blonde arrogantly pointed his finger at his comrade's face, who thought that there was someone who knew about all their plans and gave instructions to that gang of bandits. The young prince understood that Chris was not telling him everything. If he continued to beat around the bush, he would rip out his tongue. He imagined the arrogant look of the Count with wine in his hands. The prince looked ahead carefully, and the mercenary hinted that it was this man who knew about all the plans of the squad of defenders and was the one who sent him here. The prince looked to the side at his comrade with a backpack and asked whether he was not sent because he was a first-class fighter. The protagonist explained that, be that as it may, his skills were still not enough to protect the royal person. The prince prudently raised his gaze. The mercenary looked at the boy with a smile, who replied that his efforts were enough, and he demonstrated them, which meant that Behin understood and the prince would keep his promise. The blonde sat down on a tree, crossed his arms and asked if anything would change if they stayed here for the night. Chris explained that he told Lord Nelson that they would arrive in David in the evening to confuse the enemy. The blonde closed his eyes when the mercenary standing behind him said that spending the night here would also help to avoid sudden clashes and asked him to agree that many people were heading to the fortress and few stayed overnight in the forest. The young guy looked at his growling stomach in bewilderment. Then he looked away carefully. The protagonist with a malicious smile offered something to eat. They lit a powerful fire in the forest. The prince lay in a cocoon while Chris sat by the fire. The blue-haired guy looked intently at the prince, who thanked him. The boy looked back, lying on the ground, when Chris explained that he considered him a good person. The blonde noted that the mercenary was the first to tell him such a thing, because the others were only afraid of him. The protagonist looked forward with a smile and said that these people simply do not know what the prince really is, because they do not know his kind and sympathetic nature. The protagonist looked back with caution when the blonde treated his compliment with irony. The mercenary saw his white wolf and praised him for his achievement. He sat by the tree and stroked a pumpkin, telling him that when they came home, he would definitely feed him something tasty, and asked about when he learned to do such things with fire and next time asked him not to do it without his command. The wolf was about to bark when Chris threatened him with his finger. The blonde was falling asleep in the cocoon at the time when the mercenary explained that they would take turns guarding today. The main character crossed his arms and fell asleep by the tree. He thought with his eyes closed about the fact that he already had 49 throwing points. He imagined Tikil's displeased look, who was evaluating him and was sure that when they reached 50, something would definitely change, because the mentor's assessment also depended on his skills and his reaction to 30-40 points was completely different. He sat by the tree, slightly raising his head, and thought about the fact that now he could sleep a little. He remembered how he was hit on the head with a stick. He held his head in displeasure when the mentor noted that it would be difficult for him to learn in a day, and the guy tried to understand whether he would be able to do it. Tikil held a sharp blade in front of the guy's face and agreed, because he knew that stick fighting sucked and decided to switch to real swords, to which he heard the answer that the guy would have to go on a journey tomorrow. The main character stood with his eyes closed in the darkness and told him that many desperate knights die in vain, and as if he himself also wanted to meet his relatives, and if not, then intuition can protect you from a blade thrown at random, but a sword cannot. The light blade cut through the dark space, and he had to feel the opponent's breath, his voice and traces, the sound of the sword cutting through the air. The main character managed to put his hand away from the blade at that moment. The mentor pulled the sword towards the fighter. I realized that he definitely had talent and asked him not to block the blow, but to dodge, because he did not know what weapon the enemy could use and wanted to try again and again. After training, Chris sat on the ground and asked if they were done. The mentor in glasses looked closely at the guy and understood that despite his young age, his feelings are quite developed, and even more so his intuition is working, and he would say that such can only be acquired by dying once, and this is simply amazing. Chris looked to the side through his bangs when he was supposed to use his skills for the last time. He stood with his eyes closed, his head down. Suddenly, his eyes bulged, seeing blood. A cloud of dust rose in the field. The mercenary stood in a fighting pose, looking at the teacher. The protagonist looked straight ahead in bewilderment and did not understand what it was. Tikil looked ahead through his glasses and said that it was Salgi or killing energy, one of the skills that a true knight must have, because it is a special energy that shows his readiness to kill the enemy, and even more so he did not even move. The young man stood with his legs wide apart and the teacher asked him what he felt, because everyone feels this energy differently, and added that in his case you can see how the enemy's breathing changes. Chris timidly put his hand on his shoulder and replied that he did not understand anything, because it just seemed to him that a sword appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, his eyes bulged in excitement, because he was told that he should not understand everything at once because it comes with practice. He immediately began to wake the prince with shouts and said that the enemy was approaching. They heard the tramp of feet and saw dust when the bandit appeared and asked who he was if he could feel this energy already at such a young age. Chris angrily bared his teeth, looking through his bangs, when the prince said that this is how you need to be on your guard, because this was the same deadly energy. The bandit in black saw a sword in the hands of his victim, who understood that he only had a short blade as a weapon, and he was unlikely to be able to win this battle. This bandit stood with a blade and emitted electric discharges, being wise. Rados in black clothes stood in front of the protagonist. The wolf and his master immediately became angry and bared their teeth. The protagonist looked heated and shouted at the prince to just run away in a straight line with his wolf, to which the young boy replied that he did not need to, because the enemy came alone and he could just get rid of him. The mercenary looked back with ardent tension and shouted at the boy that this bandit was different from those they met earlier, and he was very dangerous. The royal child immediately widened his eyes in fear. Rados looked furiously through his mask and explained that if the prince ran away, his legs would be torn off. The blonde fell to the ground in front of the pumpkin. The protagonist looked angrily through his bangs when his name was called. He looked away with a tense look and thought about the fact that it was wise, and suggested how the count could really be involved with this and did not understand what to do. The bandit immediately cut the light blade in front of the guy and asked how much he was underestimated, since Chris was looking around. The mercenary looked away with sweat on his brow and realized that he could not dodge. Suddenly, red silky hair appeared. Gillen managed to put his blade out, protecting the mercenary. The main character looked in surprise at the hunter who suddenly appeared. The bandit frowned in bewilderment at the appearance of Gillen. Rados immediately flew back from the blocked blow. Chris stared at the silky hair of the guy who asked him a question about the fact that he could also feel fear. Gillen looked away. He noticed the dumbfounded look of the Prince of Cirque and apologized for having to greet him so tactlessly. The hunter looked back and said that he came from David to save the guys, and he served under the Count of Behin, and his name is Gillen. The protagonist saw his comrade Fox in armor. Gillen immediately extended his hand in front of the fighters and told them not to interfere and to protect the prince. The young man looked at the blade in his hands in surprise and was told not to lose it, because this thing was worth more than his life. The red-haired hunter looked ahead confidently, and it became clear to him why Chris was embarrassed. Rados, dressed as a bandit, leaned forward. Gillen looked into his enemy's eyes with a grin and realized that they were similar. They both jumped out of their seats in an instant. The fighters immediately began to fight with swords. It was a bloodthirsty fight, emitting light from the metal. Gillen looked at his enemy in bewilderment, fighting with swords. The other guards closely followed the duel and were delighted by such a speed of blows. Chris also looked at the duel in surprise and realized that there were definitely more than 10 blows per second, and if he had been training with Tikil, he would not have been able to see them. Chris's eyes widened in excitement when the notification appeared that he had mastered the throwing skill. The hunter looked furiously at his opponent with 2 blades, and he saw this wise energy. Rados looked at his opponent through the mask and realized that he was stronger than him, but he could not understand whether his opponent was really superior in speed, because in a long battle he would be able to crush him. The bandit wounded Gillen in the shoulder, then he inflicted a wound on his leg. The hunter jumped back from the color cuts of the blades. The surprised hunter stared ahead. Rados immediately rushed to run and finish off the wounded guy. The ninja furiously swung the blade with electric discharges. He was about to attack him right away, but Gillen managed to block the blow. The ninja looked at the blade with furious surprise. Through the swords, he saw the furious look of the enemy. Gillen was able to break the pieces of the bandit's blades with his sword. Rado's eyes widened in shock. Gillen managed to swing his blade and defeat the bandit. The ninja looked at his broken sword in surprise. The hunter swung his blade to finish off the enemy. Rados grabbed his torn mask. After Gillen's blow, he flew back and understood that he had to retreat and the mission was a failure. Gillen looked away and ordered the guards to catch up with this bandit. The prince held onto Fox's neck and all the guys were waiting. The mercenary looked with a smile at the hunter who took the sword and noted that his weapon was really more important than his life. They both stared ahead. Behin appeared in front of them with his guards. The curly blonde immediately bowed to the prince and Fox, saying that he was supposedly really glad that the guy remained safe and sound, and added that from now on, Gillen's nightly squad would be responsible for his protection. The royal boy raised his gaze and asked who was in front of him. Behin closed his eyes with a mocking smile and introduced himself as the eldest son of Count van Ludwig. He pulled his gaze out of surprise. The little boy immediately began to laugh maliciously and realized that Behin was in front of him. The boy on the knight's back walked away from the blonde man, who said that the carriage should already be there. The royal boy looked back with a smile and said goodbye to Chris. The army of guards was waiting. Chris looked closely at the curly lord. The protagonist looked at him with a mocking smile. He saw how Behin twisted his face, baring his teeth. The tent stood under the night sky. The main character was lying on the bed next to the wolf and asked his beast that home is the best place. It was a clear morning above the tent. As soon as the protagonist woke up, McCoy immediately ordered him to leave the tent. He wanted to ask him something from the very morning. The mercenary came out of the tent with a tired look and noted that he had returned late and was trying to figure out if their common friendship was not enough for him. Suddenly, he was handcuffed. The protagonist looked at the handcuffs while McCoy read out that he was passing on the count's order to arrest him as a suspect in the case of the attack on the third prince. The protagonist looked at his handcuffed hands in bewilderment. The protagonist was walking in prison with the guards. Chris looked at his hands with a sad look and could not believe that he was handcuffed. He raised his cold-blooded gaze to his bangs and understood that things were not so good because he had only assumed, but as it turned out, this guy really was going to dump all the responsibility on him. His current position was just perfect for taking it away. He became interested in what this scoundrel Behin was planning again. Gaki noticed his commander under guard. He frowned angrily and asked the guards why they were taking his commander away. Lind immediately put his hand on the shoulder of his indignant comrade and asked him to calm down. The mercenary opened his mouth with a grin, looking at his comrades and said that he would be back soon. Lind looked at what was happening indifferently and did not understand what Chris had done again. The guards, along with McCoy, approached the doors and said that a trial would take place in this place. This servant lowered his gaze and expressed regret to the guy that he himself should understand that he could not do anything about it. Chris looked at the courtier with a smile and ironically asked him if he was really worried about him, and explained that he would enter there with his head held high. The guard was about to open the door in front of the protagonist, who understood, even though he said it, but his soul was still heavy. The doors opened in front of him, and he saw an entire conference hall waiting for him. All the waiting people glanced at him. The protagonist looked away with slight disdain. Ludwig entered the room with his bodyguard. It was the leader of the SH-10 Knight Squad along with his master, who wanted to begin and asked Behin to explain the entire process of what had happened. The protagonist was sitting at the table when the curly blonde began to explain that in the end their Knight Squad saved 3 princes and finished the job, but he suspected that something was fishy here. The count with a mustache looked up and said that the enemy simply could not get into the Triangle territory unnoticed, and based on this, he came to the conclusion that somewhere among them there was a traitor. Chris looked closely at the count, who continued to say that in the current situation, he had observed Chris and found his actions to be very suspicious, because having the status of a knight apprentice, he usually stays in the barracks for some reason and often looks into the city. The mercenary frowned through his bangs when Behin said that Chris had been spotted with the city's troublemakers, and it was also confirmed that he had been staying at an unidentified man's house lately, and he realized that he had even reached Tikil, although he wanted to hide it all. The main character narrowed his eyes at the count, who believed that Chris had conspired with the aides among them and planned the entire incident, adding that he had threatened the honor and members of the royal family, and such a crime was worthy of execution. The white-haired old man looked straight ahead with a cold-blooded expression and asked the accused if he could reveal the identity of that man. The mercenary with long bangs began to understand that he must only tell the truth, and said that the man in question was called Tikil and he came from the Shed Center, having been discharged from the royal guard. Behin cast a spiteful glance at the accused when he heard the judge say that he knew the man and so the matter could be cleared up. The moustached man sitting next to the old man asked if there was a reason why Chris had planned what had happened. The Count immediately smiled maliciously, showing his teeth. The nasty Behin smiled mockingly and replied that there was such a reason, because he wanted to enhance his reputation by saving the third prince and had previously stated that he was desperate to get promoted. Chris imagined himself in an empty space with his head down, because he was sure that Behin had composed all these lines and had even prepared phrases in case he had something to say in opposition. He imagined Behin and the other laughing people playing him like a puppet, because he felt that he had miscalculated somewhere, because the truth was not important here and it was all a planned game and he was being completely fooled. He looked closely at the smiling people who were judging him. I realized that perhaps he would not be executed, since even Gillen was next to the Count and it could be concluded that the Count did not get rid of skilled fighters just like that. But at best he could be exiled somewhere and he would become like a shadow, and everything he had achieved here could be considered simply in vain. Suddenly he heard screams behind the door when someone was furiously about to burst into the courtroom. It was that same Prince of Cirque, Edik Circado, who had kicked the door. The mercenary's eyes widened in surprise, looking back, and he was very interested in how much this guy had already managed to eat during all this time. The protagonist looked with a smirk at the passing Edik, who noted the desperate face of the accused. Chris noted that it was an honor for him to meet him again. The young prince threw a piece of meat on the table to his uncle from Highguard, who looked dejected. Then Edik looked straight ahead with a cool face. He saw a white-haired old man in front of him. The royal child looked back at the judge and said that he also wanted to attend the trial and asked the Count if there was any problem, to which he received an unmistakable agreement. The young prince immediately put his feet up on the table and acted impudently. The old man immediately closed his eyes when the prince wanted to continue the conversation. Edik opened his mouth wide and said that Chris was innocent. The mercenary immediately began to smile when Behin became alarmed by such a statement. The old Count immediately closed his eyes. The young prince looked down on the despairing Behin, who tried to warn him that he should not be blinded by this man, because he just wanted to gain his favor. Edik continued to look down at Behin with disdain and repeated his words about Chris being innocent. The blonde sweating looked up and started to address the gentleman, saying that this trial was fair because the first knight of Cirque and His Majesty the King were here. Edik immediately frowned and started shouting that Ludwig's eldest son had gone deaf because it was he who was being attacked, not Behin. And he did not understand how the one who was wandering around God knows where during the attack dared to open his mouth now, because it was Chris who saved him, and now Behin was going to execute him. This nasty man immediately became furiously embittered and tried to justify himself somehow. Edik immediately got excited, stretched out his hand and noticed this displeased look of the scoundrel, telling Nelson to tear out this cretin's eyes, and he now felt a threat to his life. The bald bodyguard immediately began to sweat, closing his eyes, when the royal child addressed the knight and repeated his order to pluck out the eyes of the bastard, because he had insulted a member of the royal family. The knight immediately was about to draw his sword in sorrow, under pitiful persuasion. The Count looked in horror at the knight, who was about to draw his sword, and tried to calm him down. The alarmed Behin immediately looked back at his father. Ludwig, closing his eyes, looked down. Edik stared at the old man, who replied that there had been a misunderstanding. The Count turned towards the royal child and said that his son had never dared to harbor ill feelings towards him. Edik looked with an ironic grin at the Count, who was trying to convince him of his son's innocence. The accused looked attentively through his bangs when he was called out. Ludwig looked down at Chris and said that he was not guilty. Edik put a mug of beer on the table and laughed because Behin's face at that moment was very funny and he was embarrassed to hold back his laughter. They were sitting at the table with meat and discussing this moment, because the young prince said that this idiot Count only considered his children precious and it was too mean. The protagonist looked at the gloating prince with a grin, who added that it looked too pathetic because if everything went a little further, Behin would probably shit himself from fear. The royal child held the meat in his hands, looked up and said that it was worth continuing their dialogue, which they had before about the knight's order. The main character immediately got into a fighting pose. Edik watched the mercenary's quick movements with surprise. Chris bowed his head to the prince, who was delighted and said that his eyes did not deceive him, and the guy really was incredible. The protagonist thanked him for such high praise. The prince looked ahead and said that it was time to move on to the main topic. The main character's eyes widened in bewilderment and he did not understand what the point was. Edik opened his mouth with a grin and turned to Chris, offering him to go with him to the royal capital. The main character immediately became wary and worried. Edik looked ahead with a smile on his face. The protagonist with grown eyes looked straight ahead. The young prince pointed his finger at the smiling Nelson and said that he also agreed. Chris looked at Edic with slight displeasure and did not understand whether the prince really liked him so much, because if he went to the capital now, the chance to achieve merit in the service would simply disappear, and did not understand what to do, because he did not want the prince's attitude towards him to worsen. The royal child looked coldly at the mercenary, who wanted to tell him something. The protagonist lowered his head down along with his hand. He understood that it was annoyance and said that when he first went out on the battlefield, there was a friend named Dran next to him. The blonde closed his mouth with sorrow in his eyes when he heard that this friend, having lost his leg, died right in his arms, and it was difficult for him to leave this place. The main character looked with a grin at the crying prince, who said that he allegedly got something in his eye. The mercenary decided to sit down at the table and asked the prince if he considered the 8th gate a headache. Edic wiped his tears and noted that naturally he thought so, and it was obvious. The main character knelt in front of the sitting prince and explained that if he gives him 3 years, then for his sake he will capture the first stronghold of the Wolf's Den of the 8th gate, and he will be in the possession of Cirque. The blonde immediately smiled enthusiastically, hearing that all this will be for his sake. Chris bowed in front of the table with Edic, who said that he believed in him and held out a mug. The knight looked through his bangs with a smile when the prince asked him if he needed anything, because he wanted to reward him with something within his means. Edic looked at the guy with narrowed eyes, because for him this request seemed insufficient and too simple. The protagonist went outside and was glad that everything was resolved. He looked ahead with slight anxiety and understood that now he had more things to do. He recalled the furious fight with the bandits and still remembered that day when the enemy's reaction speed and his movements were simply on another level. He grabbed his neck and understood that if Gillen had not appeared at that moment, and if in his current state he met the owner of this energy again, he would not be well. He imagined how he would simply cut off his head in the event of a duel. He walked in his knightly boots across the field and understood that he needed to become even stronger and faster. He looked straight ahead and understood that he had to master the power of wise. He approached the tent when he heard some decisions, and they should act tonight. Chris opened his mouth in bewilderment when he heard that one of the guys wanted to kidnap the commander, but in fact they had to save him. He peeped into the tent for the dialogue of his comrades, one of whom wanted to talk more quietly, because even if they announced the death sentence, they would not immediately execute him. His interlocutor noted, if he was lucky, then this accused could be exiled somewhere. The protagonist stared intently at the tent flap and asked the guys about their conversation. These were all Chris's friends, who looked back in surprise. The commander entered the tent to his friends and said that the rescue strategy was ironic since the 3 of them were going to break through the Count's troops. He turned to Lesha and said that he couldn't believe that such a smart guy would do something so stupid. The guys started pointing fingers at Gaki and said that it was his plan. Chris looked at his timid comrades with a grin when Gaki started to get indignant that they lied and should apologize to him. Lind looked away from Chris with a lively look and his comrades. The protagonist held his head with a smile and said that he slightly hit his head while guarding the mission. The protagonist smiled maliciously, experiencing an invisible feeling. He closed his eyes with his head held high and did not want to rush things. His comrades looked at the commander attentively. The mercenary immediately hugged Gaki and Lind and thanked his friends that he felt better, but they did not understand why such favor. Clouds floated in the night sky, and the protagonist said that everything was fine with him and wanted to celebrate his release with his friends. A mug of beer was placed on the table. Ellis was sitting with her comrades at the table and said that she heard that the knight was taken to court and was interested in how it all ended. The protagonist looked at the girl and said that there was a misunderstanding. Fortunately, he was found not guilty. The blonde presented the sword with a lively smile when asked if she had decided on a weapon. The girl said that she had decided on a rapier and thought it was a good option. She looked displeased at the drinking Gaki, who explained that the sword was too thin for her build, so it would not suit her. She ironically noted that he had gotten drunk again and was showing off. She angrily leaned against him and said that he could not even outdrink her and there was no need for him to show off, and the guy replied that he never loses. Lind immediately jumped up over the table and said that he would be the referee in their dispute. Lind raised his hand at the table with the mugs when the dispute was supposed to begin, and the one who fell on the table first would lose, so Digo wanted more waiters to bring them glasses. Gaki kept his hand on the table, having fallen. Ellis wiped her mouth angrily, and Lind acknowledged her as the winner. White clouds floated in the clear sky, and they wanted to move on. Tikil looked straight ahead and said that they needed to work off the missed training. All the guys were running around the field when the mentor said that whoever ran after would get an extra portion. The mentor looked closely at the sweaty Gaki and did not understand why he could barely stand on his feet. 3 months later, all the guys were sitting in wooden bathtubs. Chris closed his eyes. He remembered how he sat on a stump and was told that they usually allocated 9 stages. Louis looked at him at that moment and said, since wise began to be used for quite a long time, people managed to learn a lot about it. The guys were sitting on cut tree stumps, and a friend asked him if he knew that there was more than one method of practice. Chris replied that he knew about it, because there was a basic method and others that appeared in the Descendants. He presented a huge tower with numbers and said that among the methods, the Tower 9 method was the first to be studied because scientists divided the users of internal energy into stages. Louis extended his index finger and said, if a child learns the first stage, he will be able to match the strength of an adult, but Chris will not be able to achieve it. The young mercenary, bewildered, said through his bangs that he did not understand how this was connected with the fact that he was left-handed. The main character in a black turtleneck looked cold-blooded when he was explained that he was already too old to start learning wise, or even hinted to forget about age, because they meant that you need to have a special body structure. The main character was lying in a hot bath, his eyes closed, and he was told that the main method in learning wise is the accumulation of mana that hovers in the atmosphere. He raised his soaked inflated hand. The guy looked at his hand with energy and surprise and said that he should feel it with his body. Lind looked in bewilderment at her smiling friend, who had succeeded. Then the mercenary looked back at the guard, who said that a man from Central Shed was looking for him. The young knight looked closely at the guard and realized that he had been sent by the prince, and just in time. The main character squinted at the bald old man, who said that he had almost lost his life several times while getting here, and introduced himself as Sick Millen, and that he had come from the central city. Chris extended his hand and was glad to meet him. He looked closely through his bangs at Millen and asked him about the book. The bald old man timidly scratched the back of his head and said that, unfortunately, this book was prohibited from being exported, so he could not take it with him. The ambassador, through his glasses, said with a smile that this was why he had come in person. Chris looked closely at this man and asked the essence of his statements. The ambassador put his hand to his chest and said that he had studied Tower 9 and the arrow shot for over 10 years, and was going to introduce himself again. He was a scientist from the Central Shed, researching the methods of wise practice. The main character glanced sideways at the man. The scientist looked around the room with a grin. The mercenary noted that he seemed to have heard the name Sick Millen somewhere. The young man looked at the scientist with a smile. Millen said that, by the way, he was surprised because there were not many people left who showed interest in the basic training method. The knight noted that he believed that the base was important in everything. The bald man looked at the guy happily, noting that everything was correct, and in order to craft a good sword, you need to use high-quality iron, adding that the blade will not break if it was forged without errors. The scientist looked intently at the mercenary, saying that you always need to start with the basics, because the base is what will help you train effectively. The main character looked at Millen in surprise, adding that this is a method with which you can learn the origins. The scientist smiled broadly, saying that this is his favorite expression and that it is amazing. The man looked away with a grin. The protagonist thought that he remembered this man. In the memories, a young guy held out a book, saying that he had finally found the basic method of training wise energy. The mercenary looked at the book in surprise, asking if it was true, because in adulthood it is impossible to remove accumulated toxins from the body. It will not be possible to study wise. Louis noted that as he said earlier. The merchant closed his eyes, tears welling up in them. Chris asked why he found out about this only now. The long-haired man asked to give him the book. On the book was the inscription Basic Method of Training Wise Energy by Sick Millen. The fighter looked straight ahead with a serious look. The boss asked if he wanted a vacation, after which he gave his consent, noting that since that person was sent by the third prince himself, he could not do anything. Strick looked at the mercenary in confusion, asking if there were any problems with the drug warehouse. The main character said that there were none, and he could not worry. Tikil crossed his arms over his chest, asking if this was really possible. The young man replied that it was quite possible. The man looked down thoughtfully, stating that this was why not only he, but also the other three showed simply unimaginable recovery abilities. The protagonist replied that everything was correct and it was thanks to the healing decoction that everyone took to comprehend wise. The protagonist looked at the man intently, noting that if he gave permission, he wanted Ellis to learn wise as well. The girl entered the room, saying that she wanted it. The guys looked at the blonde who entered. The blue-eyed girl looked at the guys with a serious look, stating that she also did not want to stop there and she wanted to become even stronger. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled slightly. Tikil agreed with the protagonist, noting that he should first arrange a test. The young man sat on the ground, emitting a blue aura. Blue energy surrounded the main character's body. Millen smiled widely, holding out 2 fingers in front of him. He said that the ability to sense mana does not mean that he can use wise, and he will master it by going through 2 stages. The first is sealing, the second is opening. The man presented 3 hands emitting an aura. He said that in order to create a seal, you must first be able to use the mana that is around, after he can draw a circle of mana or combine divided mana into one whole. The scientist pointed his finger at the mark on his hand. He stated that a sign of the wise energy training method will appear on one of the parts of his body, noting that this is the seal. The main character held out 2 fingers in front of him. The blue aura began to connect between the fingers, after which it broke. The main character bared his teeth in displeasure, saying that he knew it would be difficult. White clouds floated in the sky. 4 weeks later, Lind looked away excitedly, saying that Chris had been training for a long time. Digo noted that it had been almost a month. The fighter looked at his comrade, asking if he could sense mana, noting that Chris had asked him to tell him if he could. The knight said that he couldn't yet. Gaki looked at the boy with confusion, asking what mana was and if it was edible. The count pressed a handkerchief to his mouth, after which he looked at him with a serious look. Black blood was visible on the white leash. Gillen looked at the count worriedly, asking if he was okay. The red-haired boy narrowed his eyes. Ludwig asked what was wrong with Behin. The fighter said that he heard that he had returned from a mission in Highguard. The old man closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He imagined the images of his sons. Ludwig, thinking that things were bad and it was time to choose a successor. The first was Behin, indecisive and dissolute. The second was Molt. After he left for the royal capital to study, he was only interested in painting. The old man turned his gaze to the boy. Gillen stood with his eyes downcast. The count thought that if he were with his mother. The old man narrowed his eyes, calling out to his son. The red-haired boy looked at his father in surprise. The man said that he should take the knight's oath of allegiance to Behin. The count, looking at his son with a serious look, noted that he needed him, asking if he could handle it. Gillen stared at his father, saying that he could handle it. The boys then turned their attention towards the door. Behin said that he came as soon as he heard the news about his condition. The blonde looked at Gillen with displeasure, asking what he was doing there, telling him to get out. The old man looked at the red-haired boy, telling him to keep his promise. A soldier burst into the room, telling the gentleman that they were in trouble. The men looked at the knight with a serious look. The weather was clear above the camp. The main character looked at the aura circle with a grin, noting that now he could draw a circle. The young man narrowed his eyes, thinking that the next step was a seal. The scientist imagined the seals with a grin. He stated that during the printing stage, depending on the pattern, he would be able to obtain different features, the advantages of the Tower of 9 and stability, adding that there was also a slightly easier method, an arrow shot, and with it, one could comprehend wise faster. The protagonist looked at the man curiously, asking if it was possible to combine the two methods. Nilin said that this was the first time he heard of such a thing, at least in his memory, it had never happened. The fighter ran along the ground, putting armor on his legs. Chris noted that in his past life, he had discovered a large number of methods that stem from the basic energy training method, which indicates that there is still much to be learned regarding the power of wise. The mercenary stubbornly looked at his hands, from which an aura emanated. He thought that since no one had done this, he was taking a big risk. The young man narrowed his eyes, noting that if you do not take risks, then nothing will come of it. The protagonist stepped onto the ground with his bare foot. He thought that he would try to combine the two drawings, and even if he failed, the efforts would not be in vain. The knight brought his fingers to his leg. Chris frowned, noting that he was very hot. A seal appeared on his leg. The protagonist looked at his hands with satisfaction, thinking about his body. The merchant smiled happily, saying that he had succeeded. The system announced that his wise level was 10. The knight, with a happy expression on his face, looked away, saying that he had done it. Tikil looked down thoughtfully. A blue aura emanated from the protagonist. The man said that he felt the same energy emanating from him as from other wisers. A horse was racing along the road. The protagonist looked away. The guys looked at the horse in bewilderment. Tikil asked what the soldier was doing here. The young man noted that it was probably a messenger. The soldier sat on a horse, calling out to Mr. Chris. The main character looked at the soldier in bewilderment. The fighter said that an order had been given to gather all troops. Tikil looked ahead with a frown. The warrior noted that the enemy had invaded the 8th gate. The guys stood motionless. The messenger shouted that this was war. The commander lowered his head, saying that he understood everything and would immediately return to the squad, adding that he should go first. The guys looked back at the girl when she asked to take her with her. Alice bared her teeth in displeasure. The main character said that he respected her zeal, but now he could not assign her to any of the formations. Near the fighter's feet stood a box. The mercenary said that the box contained herbs for cleansing the body, and while she was here, she should use them once a day, adding that it was time for him to go. The main character quickly ran forward. Tikil wished him luck in the battles. The young man looked ahead warily. He thought that the invasion had happened much earlier than he had expected, and everything was going wrong. The protagonist ran past the people. The man in the hat looked down. He held a coin in his hands, noting that it was cut off at the edge. Then he rushed to the side. He noted that this was an emergency and the entire Black Dagers should prepare to leave. The commander followed his friend. Lind looked back at his comrade. The protagonist asked what the situation was. Then he looked away excitedly. The fighter said that an invasion had happened, and the enemy was advancing much faster than before. The protagonist imagined a bag and an image of a horse. He thought that since everything had happened so quickly, they must have used these two things. The knight leaned toward his wolf, thinking that there was no time to waste. He asked the pumpkin if he remembered the tent they went to, telling him to pass it on there. The soldier looked at the commander with a serious look. The mercenary noted that he heard that there had already been a battle. Len stated that this was what had made the situation worse. The soldiers looked ahead in horror. The fighter noted that 3 reconnaissance squads of 100 people had been destroyed. The knight in golden armor had cut off the heads of the fighters. Lin noted that 2 fighters among them had gone to the front and died from one attack by the knights of the 8th gate. Rinion entered the tent with a serious look. The man noted that their hero had returned. The guys were standing around the table. The knight stated that 3 enemy advanced squads had been defeated. The man stated that, as expected of a high-class knight like Rinion, noting that great hopes were pinned on him. The mustachioed man glanced to the side with a narrowed eye. The old man said that he was ready to begin the first operation. The gray-haired man looked at the mustachioed man, saying that the triangle zone, which was in the possession of Count Ludwig, was unshakable. But the rest of the territories were weak, and they should attack all the villages in sight, gather the refugees and send them to the fortress. The old man looked ahead with a crazy look, declaring that they should burn each of the villages to the ground, noting that the name of this operation was Unbridled Slaughter. The protagonist and the guys looked ahead. He noted that they were in place. The army was standing near the wall. The young guy noted that it was an iron wall that even hid the sunset behind it, Sunset Hide. The guys stared at the wall. Gaki said that it was so big. Chris thought that he still couldn't believe it. He stood with his back to the wall, staring at it. The protagonist wondered how it was possible to break such a majestic fortress wall, adding that now everything was different and this time they would show all their fury. The soldier stood among the troops, telling them to gather and they would begin the parade. An armored count came out in front of the warriors. The protagonist watched what was happening in surprise. Ludwig looked at the warriors with a serious look. The young guy wondered where he was dying. The old man opened his mouth wide, saying that they were at the Sunset Hide fortress wall, which had kept them calm for 3 generations. The man spread his legs apart, saying that now the vile minions of the 8th gate were approaching this impregnable wall, which had never been broken through before. The old man slightly opened his mouth, saying that they would do without long speeches. The count looked at the army with a mad look, suggesting that they grind the enemy into dust. Knights in red armor rode on horses. Houses were visible not far from them. A soldier shouted that a village was visible ahead and they should burn everything there. The knight turned his head to the side, asking what this meant. Black silhouettes of knights were visible near the houses. The man said that they would finish this. The soldier looked at the private, who said that they were in big trouble. The general and his comrade looked into the well. The soldier noted that it had been destroyed and was filled with earth. The knight clutched a bag in his hand, thinking that they would not be able to use the meat powder this way, and if they had drinking water, they would solve the food problem and be able to continue the advance at a fast pace without a supply detachment. Soldiers gathered near the main one. The warrior said that they searched but found neither people nor food there. The general looked at the fighters with a menacing look, saying that they were leaving now and heading to the next village. The knights were riding their horses. The general looked at the fighters with bewilderment, asking why they were going there, adding that it couldn't be. The man approached the chief, saying that the village in that area was devastated. The soldier looked angrily ahead, wondering if the enemy had discovered their plan, adding that it was impossible, but even if so, could the villagers abandon their land so easily? The fighters stood opposite each other. The knight said that he had contacted the main forces, and they said that there were 2 wells left undamaged. The general said that there was no other choice, and they should go there. A beautiful orange sunset was visible in the sky. A seal began to appear on the guy's leg. The protagonist noted that mana had begun to manifest, and they had little time. Digo squinted at his leg, noting that it was quite hot. Chris asked him to be patient a little longer. A system window appeared behind the protagonist's head. The system announced that his wise proficiency level was 15. The commander stood next to the guys, saying that now, if possible, they should practice with mana manifesting the seal. Len said that it was more difficult than he thought. Chris looked towards the bushes where the pumpkin was. Fox looked at the commander with a cold gaze. He said that they had finished the work he had assigned them, and in order to convince the villagers, they had to spend all the gold they had earned from a clean slate. The protagonist said that money comes and goes. The fighter slightly opened his mouth, noting that as he had said, they had left 2 wells untouched. The protagonist smiled broadly, saying that this was great, and now the enemy would gather right next to them. The young guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that the preparations were complete and it was time to get down to business. The protagonist walked towards the tent. The commander approached the guard, saying that he needed to tell the count something. The guard asked why some apprentice knight allowed himself such impudence. The man looked towards the tent in bewilderment. The count told him to let him in. The commander entered the tent, saying that he greeted the count. Ludwig looked at the guy with a serious look, noting that he should say what he wanted. The mercenary looked at the old man with a serious look. He said that if he gave him the right to personally lead hundreds of cavalrymen, he would deal with the enemies who dealt with their reconnaissance units. Baheen looked at the guy angrily. He said that he was impudent in crossing all boundaries, asking how he dared to ask such a thing, noting that his third prince was not there. The soldier looked ahead with a cold gaze, telling the blonde not to interfere. The old man narrowed his gaze, noting how self-confident he was. However, if he failed, he risked losing his head, asking if there was an objection. The protagonist lowered his gaze, answering that there was no way, after which he left the tent. Baheen looked at the count with bewilderment, asking the commander why he had given such a big responsibility to such a guy. Ludwig turned his gaze to his son, saying that with his actions he was attracting the attention of all the troops, saying that he would rush into battle himself. The old man looked ahead with a cold gaze, saying that if he could handle the task, of course, it would be great, and if not, then it would have little effect on their forces. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious gaze. The man asked what his passion was worth. The protagonist frowned, saying that she was holding on to victory at any cost. The guys were moving with the army along the road. The knight looked at his friend with a smile, asking that he already knew how to ride a horse. Lin said that he had taken riding lessons, but was far from a pro yet. The commander looked back at the soldiers, saying that all troops should temporarily stop and wait there. The soldiers stood with their backs, watching the protagonist. The warrior asked if they could be trusted and what kind of axes they were. Sephora said that there were various rumors and that they were also taking some kind of dog with them, noting that they were shady types. The protagonist looked at the map. Lind put his palm to his forehead, looking into the distance. The young man thought that if they went straight ahead, he would reach the shore, and he was sure that their opponents would be there too. The mercenary looked thoughtfully ahead. He wondered what he would do in the place of the enemy commander, and thought that the best option would be to think about traps, divide the army into parts and go on reconnaissance. The fighter stared ahead, saying what he saw. Knights in red armor were walking along the road. The fighter noted that, as he said, they were all on horses with red manes, about 200 people. The protagonist said that they were leaving, after which he turned his attention to the side. The soldier asked if he knew the way. He looked at the commander with a serious look, noting that several hundred soldiers from the reconnaissance squads had already died. Asking that, however, he still suggested moving forward. The young guy thought that this was not a squad, but a bunch of oafs, and they did not listen to anything. The guys looked at the soldiers with a cold look. The bearded man said that, by the way, he also noticed that they were not even looking at a military map, asking what they suggested, relying on what they had in their hands. Chris mused that he actually made it while collecting medicinal herbs with the Murdoch gang, adding that he did not understand the value of a map that could tell you everything about the surrounding area. The commander walked past the soldier, telling him to stop acting up and that by order of the First Order they were his subordinates, noting that he could not tolerate insubordination. The fighter approached his comrade, telling him to stop, and he was sure that the commander was doing this for a reason. Chris thought that it turned out that there were several people in this squad who were in trouble. Lind looked at his friend with a grin, asking that their commander must be having a hard time. The protagonist said that there were advantages to everything. The protagonist's foot hung in the air, after which he stepped on the ground with it. The fighter asked what was happening. The mercenary's eyes widened in surprise. The system announced that his wise level was 21. The knight lowered his gaze, thinking that something had changed in him. A blue aura began to emanate from his hand. He noted that he could hear and see clearly. The commander clenched his hand into a fist, noting that this was a discovery. The soldiers were standing among the rocks. The protagonist stood in front of the army, saying that all troops needed to prepare for battle there. The young man looked at the soldier. The fighter asked where he was going. The protagonist said that they would take the rear, and if there were any problems, they would rush to them. The brown-haired man looked at his friend with a serious look. The commander told him to act according to the strategy. The guys rushed to the rear. The fighter asked if he was sure that everything would be fine and what they would do if there was no one in the rear. The commander moved quickly on a horse. He said that if the enemies had finished reconnaissance in that place, there was a high probability that they would plan a diversionary maneuver with a single escape route. If there was no one in the rear, they would simply head straight to the front, and for now they would trust the others. The commander looked ahead with a confident look, saying that the most important thing now was to gain confidence in victory. Digo looked at his comrade with a serious look. Chris said that he was kind of lost, asking that after training with Tikil, they continued to practice. Digo said that it was, asking what was wrong. The fighter looked at the protagonist in surprise. The mercenary said not to worry about it, and he promised them. The knight smiled broadly, saying that they would never die. The knights in red armor were sitting on logs. The man said that no matter how much he ate this meat powder, he still would not get used to it. The soldier said that he should be glad that at least there was some food. The horses opened their mouths in panic. The knight asked what was wrong with these mares again. The fighters continued to sit on the logs. The warrior said that although they were faster than normal horses, it was a hassle to deal with them. The brunette looked back in bewilderment. A white wolf was standing in front of the horses. The man asked what the hell was that. The soldier burst into the commander's tent, calling out to him. The man asked that there was an enemy there. The commander looked at the soldier with displeasure. The soldier said that a wolf had appeared outside and that the horses were not themselves because of it. The man asked what the problem was, adding that he should just catch the mongrel. The commander looked at the private in bewilderment. The soldier noted that he was breathing fire. Pumpkin opened his mouth, breathing fire. The commander said that it really was fire, asking what kind of creature it was. The soldier looked at the commander in confusion, asking what he needed to report to the higher-ups. The man told him not to talk nonsense, asking why he was afraid of the dog, ordering him to form 2 squads of 10 people each and go after him. The soldiers watched motionless as the wolf ran away. The guy noted that he was leaving. The commander told them not to let him go, to catch up and kill the mongrel. The knights sat astride their horses. Troops in blue armor were visible not far from them. An enemy soldier noted that they were a sentry. The commander said that there was only one way to retreat, after which he smiled maliciously, telling them to forget about the wolf and gather everyone, noting that they would tear the enemy to pieces. Hanel and Sephora turned their attention to the side. Knights in red armor were approaching the guys. The fighter shouted that the enemies were approaching and everyone needed to get ready to attack. Digo looked out from behind the bushes, saying that the enemy army was right ahead. The protagonist stood next to his comrade, saying that they were here. The soldier looked away in confusion, saying that there were about 20 of them, asking if they would definitely defeat them with 3 of them. The brown-haired man smiled awkwardly. The main character told him to just believe in him and hit with all his might with the axe. Digo asked what he was talking about. The protagonist noted that he had the most powerful arms of the 3. The enemy army was approaching the guys. The knight shouted that there was an enemy ahead. The man said that they were complete idiots and that it was as easy as pie to deal with them. After which he looked away in horror, asking what they were yelling about. Digo swung his weapon at the enemies. With his attack, he cut the enemy's body. The brown-haired man looked ahead in surprise, saying that that was what he had hit. The fighter stood in front of the enemies. The knight in armor asked where they had suddenly appeared from. The soldier swung his weapon, cutting the enemy's bodies when you were told that they would destroy him. Gaki ran past the army, cutting their heads off. The commander watched in horror, not understanding what was happening. After which he looked away, his eyes wide. The mercenary was sitting on a horse, emitting a blue aura. The commander said that they were dying at the hands of some suckers, noting that this could not be. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking that this could not be, noting that it was unpleasant to hear. After which he chopped off the head of the enemy commander, asking if he could even imagine how much they had worked to get this power. The fighters stood near the dead bodies of the enemies. Digo looked away, saying that the enemies were very weak. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled slightly, saying that this was not true. Gaki happily raised his hands up. Chris noted that they had simply become stronger. Gaki shouted that he had become stronger. The soldier in blue armor fell off his horse. Hanel thrust his spear into the enemy, baring his teeth. The enemy's eyes widened in horror. The fighter stood motionless with the spear in his hands. Then he pulled the spear out of the enemy's body. The soldier narrowed his eyes, thinking that no matter how many you kill. The fighter stood on the battlefield, noting that there were too many enemies. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth, telling the army to concentrate as they needed to clear the way. He mused that the army consisted only of those who had abandoned their families and troublemakers who had done mischief. The soldier imagined Lind and Chris, wondering if this was how it would end, noting that those guys were already gone. The enemy army was advancing from behind the boy. The fighter shouted that the enemy had changed direction and was attacking from the left. Hanel bared his teeth angrily, noting that in addition to the fact that the terrain was unfavorable, they could not keep up with the maneuverability of horses, adding that this was the end. An arrow flew through the air at a rapid pace. Then it pierced the head of the enemy in front of Hanel. The enemy soldier fell to the ground. The fighter shouted that it was an arrow. The knight looked away in horror, ordering them to immediately find out where the shot came from. Hanel looked away with narrowed eyes. The soldier said that reinforcements had finally arrived. Hanel asked who it was. Lind was standing on a cliff, riding a horse. He was holding a bow in his hands. The soldier noted that he was the archer. The enemy soldier looked at the archer, saying that he was there and needed to be finished off. Black silhouettes of soldiers ran down the road, saying that he was approaching. In the memory, Tikil looked at the guy, asking what he was saying about him not being tall. The soldier said that he was. He looked down, saying that Chris was way ahead of them, and compared to Digo and Gaki, he had no strong points. The soldier looked away in surprise. The man told him to take the bow and follow him. The guy hit the target with an arrow. The teacher watched what was happening, saying that he hit the bullseye and that he clearly had potential. Lin looked at the teacher. Tekiel said that something was missing, however. He held a bitten apple in his hand, noting that he had no strength. He then threw the apple into the air, saying that he was in a war. Tekiel pulled an arrow onto the bowstring, adding that there were no static targets, and that there could be many surprises, such as an enemy attacking from behind, a gust of strong wind, and the like. The teacher tensed his hand, saying that in such a situation, in order not to miss the opportune moment, he should hit the enemy with one shot. He then fired and hit the flying apple. Lin clutched the arrow in his hand. The man told him not to waste time comparing himself to others, noting that whether he would master this skill was up to him, and if he was afraid, it would be better to take up the spear right now. The archer looked ahead with a serious look, mentally thanking Tekiel. He then turned on his horse to face his opponents, thinking that this was what made him stronger. The enemy soldiers widened their eyes. The fighter shouted that he had turned around. The boy pulled the arrow onto the bowstring. In the memory, Tekiel stood in front of the boy. The teacher said that he, whom he knew, was not a fool to take up a spear with such eyes. The fighter fired his bow, thinking that it was also for giving him courage. The arrow hit the enemy next to his comrade. The knights looked ahead in horror. The man told his comrade to give up the shield. The private asked what he should defend himself with then. Then the arrow pierced the man's head, who told him to stand in front then. The knight looked ahead in bewilderment. Then he widened his eyes. The archer noticed that he was open. The arrow appeared in front of the enemy's eyes. From the attack, he began to fall to the ground from his horse. The archer with a cold gaze looked ahead, declaring that he would not miss anyone. Sephora and Hanel stood ready for battle. The bearded man asked if they would ever end. The brown-haired man looked at his comrade, noting that they needed to hold out a little longer since there weren't many enemies left. The bearded man looked ahead in horror, mentioning the Mother of God. More enemy fighters appeared in front of the guys. Sephora asked the narrow-eyed man that they would die there. The soldier looked ahead with an exhausted look, wondering if this was really the end. A fighter in blue armor was riding a red-maned horse. The knight opened his mouth wide, shouting for them to get out of the way. The fighter looked away in bewilderment. The knight said that they were taking over the front. Sephora asked why they were coming from there. A mercenary ran past the narrow-eyed man. Chris said that all the enemies that were in the rear were destroyed, and only that worthless bunch remained in front. The commander and the guys ran to the battlefield, saying that they would tear them all to pieces. The protagonist attacked the enemy. Digo cut the enemy in one blow. Gaki stuck an axe into the head of an enemy soldier. An arrow flew into the enemy near the protagonist. The archer galloped up to the guys, saying that he was joining them. Sephora watched what was happening, dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The guys looked ahead with a confident and cold look. The bearded man wondered who they were. The young guy looked back at Hanel. Then he smiled widely, noting that he had survived. The fighter looked at the commander in confusion. Chris said that he had tried well. The archer looked behind him, shouting that the enemy had changed formation and was approaching them. The main character opened his mouth wide, shouting for silence, noting that the enemy horses were very mobile. The opponents continued their advance. The protagonist shouted that in order not to be surrounded, they should stand in 2 rows, and he would go on the offensive in such a formation. The brown-haired man looked at the commander in bewilderment, asking what the offensive was again. After which he widened his eyes in surprise. Chris asked what was wrong. He smiled maliciously, flashing his gaze, asking what he thought they will lose. The knight in red armor quickly walked towards the tent, the main reconnaissance force of the 8th gate. The soldier bent down to the ground, shouting that the reconnaissance detachment was destroyed. The man looked ahead in bewilderment, asking what he was talking about. The fighter said that among the enemies there was a soldier whose strength was comparable to the knight's. The guy widened his eyes. The fighter asked that he was from the knightly squad Ludwig and what his approximate power was. The guy answered that his skills were at least above the average knight, and by the way, he looked very young. The guys looked at the man in bewilderment, who asked that he looked young. Falsus looked menacingly at the warriors, asking that it was not by any chance a boy with dark blue hair. The knights in blue armor bowed before the main character. The young guy smiled broadly. The soldier apologized to the commander for their rudeness. Chris said that it did not matter and that this was not the first time, after which the guys rose to their feet. The brown-haired man said that they would introduce themselves, adding that his name was Slithy Hanel, and that he was in charge of this squad before his arrival. The bearded man said that his name was Sephora, and that he was the deputy commander of the squad. The brown-haired man opened his mouth wide, looking at the commander. The main character said that they should gather all the members of the squad, as they needed to discuss something. The soldiers gathered next to the protagonist. Chris looked at the warriors with a serious look. He said that this mare with a red mane was much faster and stronger than ordinary horses. In his hand lay a yellow flower. The mercenary said that by nature the animal was wild, so it was not easy to control. However, if you give it this bee flower, it immediately becomes obedient and docile. The young man climbed onto the horse. The system announced that he had acquired the riding skill. Chris said that this was incredible, and he thought that over the bumps she would ride well. Pumpkin turned his head away, snorting in displeasure. The protagonist asked him what he was jealous of, after which the wolf bared his teeth. The protagonist apologized to his beast, saying that he knew that he had no one better than him, asking that maybe as a reconciliation they could go on reconnaissance together. The knight looked closely at his map, thinking that if they climbed this hill and turned left, thick thickets appeared in front of the guys. The young guy was surprised by the thickets on the way. The protagonist looked at the map where the village and Chris's squad were. He thought that the village with an untouched well was ahead, so their shortest route for reconnaissance was this. The guys looked out from behind the bushes at their enemies. The protagonist said that here they were. The mercenary stared ahead, thinking that even though they had dealt with most of the enemies in the last battle, going straight ahead now would be an impossible task. The knight narrowed his eyes, thinking that they should attack suddenly. He told the pumpkin that it was time to go back. There were stars in the night sky. The mercenary told the soldiers to jump on their horses as they were leaving. The archer looked at his friend, asking what they would be storming at night. The commander replied that it was, adding that they did not have much time. The young man looked at his comrade, asking Hanel if everything was ready, ordering him to tell him the name of the operation. The soldiers looked at their commander awkwardly, saying that this operation was called Shake Them Up. The protagonist said that this was great and it was time for them to split up. The soldiers stood near the bushes. Sephora looked ahead in confusion, noting that there was a solid thicket in front of them, and they would not be able to pass through it on horses. The protagonist cut through the thicket with his weapon. He said that he was judging too superficially again, and if you remove the vines and weeds that are in front of them, a field of grass opened up in front of the guys. The main character noted that they would see a field of small medicinal grass, adding that Murdoch had combed through everything there. The mercenary looked ahead with a serious look. He said that they were moving slowly and trying to make sure that the horses did not make sounds. I suggest pulling out all the remaining weeds. The soldier looked out from behind the bushes, saying that the night reconnaissance group had come out. Black silhouettes of fighters were visible behind the enemy soldier. Digo looked ahead in confusion, asking if they had spread their forces too thin, noting that it was a war after all. The knight said that everyone in the squad was doing great, and there was only one path for invasion, and he had just sent a night reconnaissance group there, so the rest needed to save their strength. Opposite the private stood a man with a mug in his hands. The protagonist said that judging by his clothes, the guy was a commander. Lynn grinned and began to take out an arrow when Chris asked if he could. The archer asked what else he was asking. The private looked at his commander in bewilderment, asking if he could drink like that now. The man looked at the soldier, telling him not to worry because they had sent Faustus there himself, after which the arrow pierced the commander's head in front of the private. The man did not have time to finish saying that victory was already in their pocket. The soldier looked away in bewilderment, asking what was going on. Soldiers in blue armor ran out from behind the bushes. The guy asked why he was drunk. An enemy army was making its way through the rocks. Faustus looked ahead with a menacing look. The knight said that there was fire ahead. Fighters in blue armor were riding horses. The man shouted that they were enemies, and they were riding horses with red manes. The warrior narrowed his eyes, thinking that the guy must be nearby. The narrow-eyed man looked behind him, saying that guests had arrived. Hanel remembered the young man who told them not to engage in battle under any circumstances because they were on the same horses, so they would not catch up with them. The fighters smiled maliciously. They said that then they just needed to shake them up a little. The enemy camp was ablaze. The private climbed onto his horse, thinking that he should quickly report the attack. Sephora turned his gaze to the side, asking where he was going. The commander looked at his comrade, noting that he himself would follow him, and he must destroy all the remaining enemies there. The guys looked at their commander. The knight told the boys to follow him and they would meet the master. The enemy army continued to pursue the soldiers. The brunette looked ahead with displeasure, asking why they had no archers. The fighter said that they all remained in the knight's squad. The man with the scar on his forehead looked ahead with bewilderment, thinking that it seemed to him that they had already gone too far. Then he opened his mouth wide, ordering everyone to stop. He looked up with alarm, thinking that something was fishy there and that the freak had fooled them last time, attacking from behind. The soldier asked what was going on. The commander looked ahead with horror. The knight said that their soldier was riding there. Faustus noted that anything but that. The private galloped up to his comrades, declaring that the main forces had been attacked. Faustus began throwing around swear words. He narrowed his eyes, saying that it was the same thing again. Cold sweat was running down his face. He thought that he needed to control himself, and if they were to return the army now, he might do something again. The commander looked at the army with a displeased expression, ordering to split the squad into two parts, the first to follow him, and the second to keep an eye on the surroundings. The guys followed the enemy. Lynn shouted that there was an enemy ahead. The archer fired his bow, when Chris said that they should say hello then. The man with the scar cut the arrow. The protagonist looked at the opponents with displeasure. Lind said that he had reflected it. The protagonist noted that this was an elite army. Falsus smiled madly, saying that some arrows would not work against him, after which the arrow hit the soldier's horse. The commander jumped off his horse, ordering everyone to eat from their horses. The protagonist got off his horse, noting that they were getting off too. The young guy rushed at the commander. The commander said that the blue-haired man should not be touched, and he would finish him off himself, noting that here they met. The protagonist looked at the man in bewilderment, asking that he knew him. Falsus smiled bloodthirstily, his red eyes flashing. Falsus was broken and lay all in blood pressed into the ground, saying that they were quite strong. The hero looked at him with a smile and said that recently they fought 4 against 1. Looking at his comrades, who were all in blood, he said that now there was no doubt and all of them had become much stronger and could no longer compare to those who were before. The main reconnaissance unit of the Cirque troops was at the garrison. A loud slam of a fist on the table was heard. A man with solid whiskers sat with his head down and thought that things were bad, and he had worked so hard to rise to the rank of commander of the reconnaissance detachment. But in reality there were only continuous losses, not to mention achievements. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that if he once again fell in the dirt, he could be demoted. But then a messenger ran into the tent, who anxiously said that there was a herd of horses ahead. The horses were galloping at full speed, and he continued, saying that they had red manes, and the commander immediately cursed as much as he could and thought that it was the enemy. He left the tent, taking his hand away and narrowing his eyes, and ordered the archers to quickly take their positions, and everyone else to prepare for battle, and when he agreed, he said that he could not believe that they went ahead and cursed them. But then the messenger surprised him, saying that he thought that they could calm down, and the almost bald man immediately asked again. He opened his eyes wider and tensed up. Chris stood at the head and their flag was in the background. The hero fell to his knee and said that they defeated the enemy cavalry, consisting of 200 people, and then took possession of the horses and also destroyed the main reconnaissance unit of the enemy, which was in the area of the village. The man with the solid whiskers frowned, thinking about what he heard, that his squad consisted of only 100 riders, and asked again. The protagonist looked at him with cunning eyes and said not to ask, and it would be better to provide him with 300 agile cavalrymen. The commander was perplexed and worried, thinking that he had no choice but to agree. The assembled cavalry slowly headed under the mountain. Chris stood at their head and thought that this would be enough. The cavalry began to rejoice after his words that all the soldiers needed to stop and rest here, as well as eat enough and sleep. Lind came closer, asking about what the next instructions would be, to which the reincarnated one said that they needed to do what they were good at. He lowered his eyebrows and said that they needed to strike from behind. One of the soldiers of the 8 gates stood in a crab pose in front of the superiors and said that even their main reconnaissance squad had been destroyed, and asked what they should do now. The green-eyed man folded his arms and looked down, thinking that it had happened again. He looked up, thinking that this was no accident and that all their plans had been perfectly foiled, just like in the days of the White Demon. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that it was the same villain. Looking ahead, the gray-haired man imagined the demon and wondered who he was. Afterwards, he called people into the chamber and said that they could no longer waste time and prepare for a direct attack. Rinion stood with a menacing look and was ordered to lead the vanguard, to which he agreed. Elian looked ahead smugly when he was ordered to lead the central troops. The green-eyed man looked ahead and named the knight last. He stood motionless during the order to lead the rear army and agreed. He began to move away, but then the leader stood up and called him, asking him to listen. Balados remained motionless while they were telling him that there was a possibility that a detachment would appear to attack them from the rear. The gray-haired man closed his eyes, lowered his head, and said that perhaps it would be the same one who had destroyed their main reconnaissance unit and thought that they would use the stolen horses. He looked up and said that perhaps it was just his premonition, but it seemed to him that this time they must definitely destroy the leader of their detachment. At that moment, the hero was happily eating, and he continued to insult him and asked to catch him at all costs. Baron came with a report that Chris's mobile troops had destroyed the enemy's main reconnaissance unit. He lowered his head and thought that he could not believe that he had really succeeded, and assumed that he had underestimated him in vain. Looking at his son, he thought that the protagonist was a brilliant fighter and Behin should not lose such a subordinate under any circumstances. The old man put his hand on the table and suddenly thought that it was time to stop thinking and that this place was a battlefield and he needed to get down to business. He turned to his son, forcing him to turn around. Ludwig straightened his collar and said that from now on he was handing over the leadership to him, to which he happily agreed. The old man rode out onto the battlefield and called on all members of the knightly detachment to gather. The army raised their tournament spears and received the order to show themselves. The infantry stood with spears in anticipation. Lind looked ahead with apprehension and said that finally both sides had gathered all their forces and that they would soon face each other. The hero, retreating, called him to follow him, saying that their army was quite sufficient. One of the soldiers raised his spear to attack and screamed, but then a spear was thrust into his throat. The enemy soldier, continuing to press, ordered him to die. He fell to the ground, stretching out his hand and begging for mercy. The soldier Cirque, standing nearby, stood in horror while his comrade said that this was a completely different level and the enemy had sent elite troops, and then asked them to stop talking nonsense and come to their senses and fight. The soldier of the 8 gates stood with a stupid smile and suggested that everyone look at how they were trembling with fear, and those pathetic nobodies finally understood where their place was. But then he looked away, hearing loud groans, and wondered why this was happening from behind. Daki was smashing the troops with his axe at that moment. The hero, riding a horse, held out a spear in front of him and said that the enemy was unprotected, and then called on everyone to move forward. He continued to rush, piercing the enemy with a spear. Lin fired another arrow. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, thinking that everything was fine and he needed to continue fighting back and then separate. But then one of the Cirque soldiers found himself in a hopeless situation. A spear was thrust into his throat. Hanel saw the newly arrived enemy troops and became alarmed. Then he frowned and called his superior loudly. Chris turned around and heard that the enemy had appeared in the rear. The blue-haired man instantly became scared. There was a huge army behind him and he thought that they were surrounded. Another ally of the hero was pierced in the throat with a spear. He slowly began to fall from the red-maned horse. Lin saw this and became alarmed, and then wondered how they knew that they would come from behind. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that it was his mistake and that he was too arrogant and that he should have foreseen everything more carefully. Looking at another dead soldier, he thought that he understood that there could be no way around casualties on the battlefield, but to see how dozens of soldiers were dying right in front of him because of one order. The guy gritted his teeth thinking that it was too hard, but then he pulled the reins and clicked his tongue. After Chris, with a serious look, called Digo and Daki to clear the road on the left side and gave the order to leave here. They frowned and answered Roger. They began to chop everyone around, breaking through and scaring the enemy. The reincarnated looked to the side and ordered all the soldiers to retreat. But then Balatos saw this and said that the enemy was running away and ordered to catch them. The hero, seeing him, calmed down a little, thinking that this guy was the enemy leader. Seeing the emblem on the helmet, he immediately assumed that he belonged to a noble family. The protagonist, turning around, ordered Lin to move on to the second strategy, which he did not understand. After he frowned and worriedly said that this was too much, but the leader told him not to worry. The blue-haired frowned, saying that he would lead them to victory at all costs. The archer heard this and became wary. Gillen, riding in front of his own troops, called them. He opened his eyes wide and shouted at the top of his lungs, ordering them to begin the assault. The troops collided with each other. Ilian gritted his teeth and got angry, saying that he saw that the half-dead old man had lost his temper. But then the count looked at him with disdain and, smiling, said that he should not tell him this because they were the same age. A messenger approached Behin with an alarming message. He said with horror that the enemy detachment that had attacked Chris's troops from the rear was pursuing them and asked whether he should send a detachment to help them. He began to worry, thinking that his father had come out onto the battlefield and then thought that he had arranged some kind of circus. Another soldier came up and said that the cavalry squad was deep in the enemy camp and, moreover, their main allied squad had gathered all their forces to defend themselves here and they had no way to take some of the soldiers away from here, to which the petty aristocrat said that he knew it himself. The blue-eyed man frowned and said that they would not send a rescue squad and that more soldiers were needed in the vanguard, to which he immediately agreed. The scoundrel began to worry even more and thought that the hero had started this mess himself, and if he died, then nothing could be done, and if he survived, it would not be too late to get his hands on him. The protagonist himself was riding his horse at full speed at that moment. One of the soldiers of the 8 gates turned to Balatos, saying that if they continued, they would finally leave the battlefield, to which he said that 100 elite soldiers would follow him, and the rest should return and help the allies. He smirked and said that he would never let this impudent lamb go. A herd of horses approached an open clearing. Lind approached and said that they were there. Chris turned around and told everyone to throw everything on the ground. The soldiers began to get the balls. They threw them, creating a curtain of smoke. The knight in black armor got angry, wondering what kind of fog it was. The hero stood in front of the curtain and ordered everyone to leave quickly before the fog enveloped them, and from that moment on his deputy would command the squad. The archer climbed into the saddle and asked him to be careful. The soldiers seemed to be in emptiness and wondered where they were and why nothing was visible. Balatos got even more angry, thinking that the horses were panicking and were no use anymore, and ordered to get off. The warriors of the 8 gates huddled together when they heard the order to gather with those standing nearby and organize a circular defense and not to attack thoughtlessly, because the enemy also cannot see them. The hero stood not far from them and thought that it was true that he also did not see what was happening ahead. Lowering his head, he thought that, however, thanks to the subtle sense gained from mastering the wise and the ability to sense the deadly energy that his teacher taught him, Before his eyes were the silhouettes of the enemy, and the guy thought that he felt their movements. At that moment, his friends were standing on a hill and watching this. Sapporo approached them and asked if it was possible to leave the commander there alone and suggested that it might be worthwhile to go and save him. But Lend only lowered his gaze. He remembered how his boss trained, and then the archer asked Tikil about why he was learning other techniques, to which he calmly said that each of them had different predispositions. And then the kid became interested after the words that the hero was a little different from them. The master cast a calm glance forward and said that, to tell the truth, during the training process, he looked quite insatiable. Watching the blue-haired man's blows, he said that, however, it was precisely with the help of this insatiability that he grew at an incredibly high speed. The brown-eyed man looked at his teacher after his words that he did not like to admit it, but he had a feeling that this 15-year-old boy had already caught up with him, although he may have even jumped higher than him. Tikil looked at his interlocutor with a smile, asking if this made him envious, to which he said with a smile that he was not envious at all. He calmly looked forward and asked where else such a steadfast commander as Chris could be found. Digo in the present tense looked at him frowning. The archer looked down with a serious expression and said that he believed in him and that he would cope. The warriors of the 8 gates died one after another without realizing what was happening. One of them could barely stand on his feet. Blood was gushing from his throat. One formation was alarmed, notifying that one had died on the side and the enemy was somewhere nearby. But then one of the soldiers got scared, hearing words about how it was very dark here. Imagining this place, the hero said that this was a well of fog and there were hills on both sides, so if you got stuck in this fog, it would be difficult to get out of it, and then wondered why he was being nice to them. The soldier immediately began to get aggressive and wondered where this rat was speaking from. And then one of his comrades literally lost his head. They immediately became alarmed, realizing that a man had died to his right and tried to calm down. But then the second one was instantly killed and the last one remained, who was screaming that he was here. The red warrior stood up wondering where everyone was. The hero came as close to him as possible and said with a smile that he could thank them for having fun, but that this was far from the end. The remaining warrior stood motionless and heard the words that from now on they would feel only one feeling. Finding himself behind him, he called the feeling of fear with a murderous look. Another militiaman got scared hearing the sound of another death and started to run away. He froze, thinking that nothing could be heard except screams, and at this rate he would soon die. The red one began to quietly leave, thinking that he needed to get out of here because you can't just die here. But then the man tripped over something. Having fallen over a dead comrade, the soldier rested his hands on the ground. Frightened, he began to look around thinking that he had tripped and realized that the screams had stopped. But then one of the lying warriors was touched and he said that this could not be. The crawling one recoiled in horror and shouted that everyone was already dead, but he did not have time. His throat was also instantly pierced by a blade. The hero pulled out a spear from him and with a smug look said that it was on point and that he was the last one on this side. Volados stood in horror surrounded by subordinates and ordered no one to move, and also to control themselves because the enemy was trying to cause panic. But then a long sliding sound was heard. The commander was able to reflect the attack with a spear from the darkness. The soldier turned around in horror, about to say something, but the chief shut him up because otherwise it would not be possible to track down the killer. The protagonist quietly exhaled, thinking that the knight would not let him be dealt with so easily. The aristocrat with a smile and anxiety said that the end of tricks had come and called the killer of his comrades. Chris looked down thinking that he still had a lot of aces up his sleeve. He threw something at great speed and thought about how they would react. The mustachioed man screamed when he got a knife in his shoulder, and then he wanted to say something about it, but he was killed. Volados clenched his teeth saying that daggers were cowardice, and he thought that he had covered all his tracks. Then he put a spear in front of him and said that they needed to retreat and get out from under the smoke screen, and then his subordinate called him. Then an ordinary soldier, trying to look around, asked where they should go. The fog did not come out of the crevice, but suddenly a soldier ran out of there and cursed loudly, but Lind immediately killed him with a shot to the head. He turned around menacingly and said to kill everyone running out. Daki and Digo stood in stances at the ready, but then the commander's head rolled out at their feet. The barbarian looked ahead and said that he was leaving, but then the tall guy asked him to wait. The hero came out of the fog and they were surprised to see him. They ran up to him, not paying attention to his head, and asked if he was safe and if anyone was left inside, to which he said that there were definitely a couple of 3 left. The protagonist refused the offer to deal with them, saying that they should be left alone because it would only benefit them. He looked up and said that they needed to put their equipment in order and return to the front. Lind rode up to him and called him commander-in-chief, saying that everyone was exhausted from the long battle and it would be nice to rest for a few days and regain strength. After which he smiled when his decision was praised. Evening came. The archer and the barbarian looked at the sky and the kid said that he was shocked by the commander. In front of them was a whole field strewn with the bodies of enemy soldiers, to which the deputy said that his leader had made a mess here. He clenched his fist, thinking that he also owned a wise and could do the same. They gathered together and realized that the blood was boiling in all of them. 2 days later, Lind went to Chris carrying a letter in his hand and said that it was from the commander of the Reconnaissance squad. Shaggy, with a slightly sad look, said that it said that the Count's night squad had crossed the enemy camp, and when asked about the damage, he said that it was half of the squad, but the enemy also had considerable losses. The hero looked ahead with a little anxiety and thought that the Count's squad was not so easy to break. And then the archer made him turn around, saying that he had a nickname, because the enemy commander he killed was a famous knight from a noble family. He imagined a creature from the underworld and said that the surviving soldiers had spread rumors about him, and now they call him the Devil of Black Smoke. The gray-haired man from the 8 Gates read the report about this monster and did not believe that even Balados had died. Then a messenger ran to him, while he was thinking about the fact that their reconnaissance detachment had also been destroyed by that scoundrel, and his skills were no worse than those of a knight. And in order to avoid disastrous consequences, he needed to quickly cut his throat. The man turned around, intending to continue his thoughts, but then he was informed that the Count was attacking. The officer moved his hand to the side, thinking that there were enough problems here for now, and ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. Hanel took the letter in his hands and anxiously asked whether it was worth sending in the current situation, and asked if it was a good idea, to which he was told that it was important. The hero sat on his horse and thought that in his past life this incident happened a few days later, but now the war was in full swing, and since the future was distorted, he could not lose his vigilance and be ready. And when he was asked where to send the letter, he looked sternly and said that the addressee was in the royal palace. Sephora approached them in surprise, after everyone was surprised, and asked for several cavalrymen to help. The man with solid Wickas frowned, leaning towards him, and asked why, to which he was told that he himself did not really know the reason, and there was only an order to gather at the fortress. In front of Sunset Hide, the half-bald man asked where Chris was, to which he was told that his current location was unknown, but he simply offered to meet there in 3 days. The action is transferred to the night at the appointed place. The sentry looked down in surprise and shouted that there was a detachment of cavalrymen ahead. Ralph approached him and swore, saying that as soon as he went on shift, some kind of nonsense immediately comes out, but then the toothless one said that these were allies. The scarred one turned around in surprise and asked again. He looked down from the wall and called the hero, to which he introduced himself and said that he had to leave the battlefield to deliver an urgent message. Having climbed the wall, he was very surprised to see an old acquaintance and asked what he was doing there, to which Ralph said with alarm that he should be asking, and greeted him properly. And then he smiled and said that he was sent to Hakeguard and had recently returned back, and by the way, there are a lot of rumors now, and how he found out that he was called the Demon of Black Smoke, and they say that he single-handedly destroyed a group of 100 elite fighters, and asked if this was true. To which he said that people make a mountain out of a molehill, but it is true. But then the hero noticed the health of his interlocutor and asked about his leg, to which he said that he was wounded in battle, and the doctors shrugged their shoulders and said that he would no longer be able to run like before. The protagonist looked at him calmly and thought that even with his current healing skills it would be difficult to cure something like that, and asked if he needed anything and asked him to say something. And when Chris started to leave, Ralph leaned on his spear with a smile and said that they should drink when the war ends, and many do not believe that he fought shoulder to shoulder with him, so there will be a drink, to which he agreed with a smile. The blue-haired man started to climb the stairs and thought that when he himself visited this place, he realized that most of the guards here were wounded soldiers. Strick leaned on the wall and asked why he came. He came closer, and when the hero told him that he had an urgent report and there were enemy troops nearby, he asked in what sense that was. Chris scared him by saying that on the way back, after breaking the enemy's rear, he found that some of the enemy forces were leaving the battlefield and moving forward, to which he asked in surprise if they were really moving here. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that it was clear that he had made it all up, but those guys would still end up here, and they were going to make a bold move and target the king, bypassing all the pawns, knights and bishops. But then a man ran up to them and addressed the gray-haired man. There were enemy troops in front of the wall, and there were at least 2,000 of them. The hero looked away upon hearing this, not afraid. Lind leaned on the table and said that if the fortress had not insisted on a night battle, he raised a glass of beer and said that if they had managed to delay the enemy for at least one more day, the outcome of the war could have changed. Raising the mug to himself, the archer immediately wondered what the difference was now. In the present, the horde stood with spears in front of the gate. The gray-haired man looked at them with horror and wondered where so many of them came from. The protagonist hung his head and thought that he knew they would show up much faster and that things were bad, because the narrow-eyed one was still on the way, and Sephora would not arrive earlier than tomorrow. The blue-haired one turned to the main one and asked how many forces there were inside the fortress at the moment, to which he said that even if you count the archers and wounded soldiers, there would be more than 200 people here. The reincarnated one assessed the situation and thought that this was bad and that the 200 cavalrymen he called for were all that was available, and with such forces they would not last even a quarter of a day. But then he looked more closely, seeing the banner with the wolf, and thought that the flag and the cry were different. The hero opened his eyes wide, thinking that they were from the wolf's clan and then maybe it would work. The drums began to beat the rhythm with sticks. The warriors of the 8 gates were alarmed, raising their weapons. The old man looked at this in horror and cursed, and the protagonist looked at them in surprise and thought that they were just trying to scare them. A thought immediately flashed through his head, and he thought that he slightly felt a deadly energy on the right. A soldier was standing in the distance from him. An ordinary soldier stood in front of him, and the blue-haired man thought that as soon as he turned his head, it suddenly disappeared, and this was not even a commander, but an ordinary private. The man turned his gaze back and frowned, and then Chris wondered why he was standing without a weapon during combat readiness. Strick was surprised when the hero leaned forward a little, and then the kid thought that now he understood what the drums were needed for. The gray-haired man looked away and asked where he was going, but then something really surprised him. The soldier was flying at the commander with a dagger, but the hero was able to quickly stop him by hitting him with his fist, and thought that this was a signal that now it was possible to attack the commander of the fortress. The old man immediately recoiled and wondered what was going on. The spy looked at his hand and wondered who he was that was able to parry. The protagonist crouched as low as possible and menacingly asked if she was the instigator of everything. But then the girl's hidden blade flew out of her wrist. She tried to strike the blue-haired man in the head, but he only looked at her menacingly. He hit her in the right hand with all his might. She flew 2 meters away, holding on to the damaged area, and then Strick pointed his finger at her and ordered to gather everyone and catch this scoundrel. The killer looked without a shadow of a doubt, and the protagonist, noticing this, immediately realized that she was a professional. The soldiers surrounded the spy and were ordered not to attack at random, because this guy is dangerous. The hero straightened up pompously and thought about how he was hired by the 8th gate and decided to ask, and then asked if she had anything to do with Night Dagger. The girl looked at him menacingly, and then she straightened up and asked him who he was, and Chris thought that he had guessed and said that this territory was on him. He looked at her menacingly and demanded to follow the strict rule of Amnok. She was immediately very surprised and stopped, and the guy thought about how she reacted and this rule of absolute submission to higher ranks. She fell to her knees, and he continued his thought, thinking that he did not count on using the phrase he accidentally heard here. The old man immediately ordered to seize him, and everyone agreed, and the hero stood with a stone face. The soldiers slowly grabbed the spy and said that they should put him in an underground chamber and that they could find out a lot from him. Stick looked menacingly and said that it was a good idea. The beauty looked ahead. The protagonist was giving orders at that moment and did not pay attention to her. On the wall, looking at the enemy army that stood motionless, they were talking about how they did not come tonight to attack, and when asked where such conclusions came from, the answer came that the drumbeat was a signal for a hired killer, and since the troops did not receive an answer from the killer, they were obviously thinking about a new strategy. The hero, looking at the chief, calmly said that he could rest, to which he asked how they would fight back tomorrow. The gray-haired man became even more alarmed after the words that tomorrow they would open the gates of the fortress and go outside and not let the enemy enter inside. The reborn turned to his pet and asked her to stay here tomorrow, but he would definitely come back for her and asked her not to worry, to which she agreed. The wolf fell asleep and he thought that the man would definitely show up tomorrow. He imagined the swordsman and thought that this was the knight who managed to break through the fortress defense and the youngest user of the wise from the 8th gate. He looked straight ahead and called the name of the man while sitting without his outerwear. The next day, the guy approached the commander and asked if he had been standing there all night. The gray-haired man with bags under his eyes was staggering and asked if it was noticeable, and asked what he had been doing since he had only just arrived, and thought that they put more beautiful people in the coffin, and this was not surprising. The hero calmly looked down and asked to lower the bridge, to which he asked with horror if everything was okay with him, because there were as many as 2,000 there. He gritted his teeth and said with horror that the fortress would still come to an end when the enemy broke through the wall, and this was the Sunset Hide fortress and it would never collapse. The protagonist came a little closer and thought that he had already lost the ability to reason normally and assumed that he was going to leave his mind. The kid came close and looked menacingly and said that he would be right if the Baron's nightly detachment and more solid troops were nearby, but then asked if he wanted all the city's inhabitants to just die at once. The old man clenched his teeth and closed his eyes and asked what he was proposing then, and assumed that they should surrender, to which Chris, turning his head away, said that the answer was wrong and that they would go outside and fight. And the brown-eyed man was in great confusion when he was asked to open the fortress gates, and he would take all responsibility on himself, to which he cursed. The hero and his friends were walking along the bridge and the archer asked him if he was sure that it would work. Then the blue-haired man raised his head and said that the wolf's family of the 8 families of the 8th gate are the weakest in terms of money power and they are not from high society, and they are not responsible for diplomacy. Lind listened attentively while he said that they received recognition because they have a value for which they are ready to sacrifice their own lives. The protagonist smiled and said that it was about honor. One of the soldiers approached the commander with a report and said that there were 4 enemies ahead. The hero stopped with his men in front of the army, and they wondered what they were going to do with the 4 of them. But then there was a blow of a shaft to the ground. Chris stood in front of the huge army and introduced himself, saying that he received an order from the commander of the fortress and demands a duel, and if he manages to suppress them, they will open the gate and surrender. Oleg looked at him with a stupid face and asked why some knight apprentice was asking for a duel. The reincarnated man smiled slyly and thought that this was an expected reaction and he had provoked him. He stood in a proud pose with his head down and introduced himself again, saying that he was putting his own reputation on the line and swearing to keep his promise, and then asked if the soldiers were scared when they saw the 4 of them and were they going to forget about their honor. The commander was incredibly angry. A vein appeared on his forehead and he asked if he knew their family, and then said that he would make him regret what he had said. The blue-haired man still stood proudly and said that he accepted his answer as consent, and as proof of his promise, he was leaving the fortress gates open. The commander-in-chief frowned even more and thought that the wind had simply blown away his roof. The warrior standing next to him said that they could not trust him and that he could deceive them, and this was their chance, and if they attacked with all their might and invaded the fortress. But then Alec turned to him and, insulting him threateningly, asked if he was going to disgrace the honor they had guarded so much all this time, and said that if he opened his mouth one more time, he would be ground into dust. The man, still looking stupid, asked if anyone wanted to cut the throats of these crazy people. One man volunteered from the line, took off his helmet and introduced himself, asking to be given this opportunity. He advanced onto the field. The big guy hit his fist on his palm and, having named himself, said that he served Zarin. Digo, looking menacing, lowered his spear point down and said that he was the commander of a century in Chris's cavalry. The one who came out began to grin from ear to ear, and upon hearing this said that he would have to fight the green kids. He jumped up and said that for not knowing his place, he would pay with his life. But then the tall man frowned. In the blink of an eye, the halberd split the upstart's body in 2 and the guy demanded the next one. He rested the halberd on the ground and stopped. The soldier standing behind the commander-in-chief looked at this in horror and said that he was simply thrown back, and Alec thought about the monstrous force. The next one to go out was the thick-lipped one and said that he was the commander of the century, thinking about how it was possible to lose so easily. Digo looked down on them, and the enemy thought that those who rely only on brute force will always have a weak spot. The swordsman took a low stance and rushed forward, but his blow was immediately parried by the halberd. The thick-lipped one was in great confusion and thought that it was useless to attack head-on. Dodging another attack, he thought that he would not be able to constantly control such force and he would definitely have a chance. But then something really confused him. The hands of the warrior from the hero's team were already at the enemy's face. He hit him in the face with his elbow. He immediately fell over, bleeding from his nose, thinking that this was absurd. Digo immediately turned around and called the next one. A bald man came out and introduced himself with alarm, but literally a minute later his head had already flown off his shoulders and they were calling the next one. The halberdier killed another enemy and was calling the next one. But then one of the next enemies asked to wait. The guy with the scar thought he could get away with it and raised his finger to say that he had not yet given his name and introduced himself. And then there was a mountain of corpses behind the tall one and he was calling the next one. The warriors were scared and thought that he had single-handedly defeated 5 commanders. The garrison was jubilant behind the hero and they thought that the enemy's morale was now at its peak. The hero held out his hand and asked his warrior to return and sent Lind instead. The tall one turned around and, looking a little tired, said that he could still fight. To which the blue-haired man with a slight smile thought that it was impossible to waste all his strength here in vain, and having said that he knew asked him to return. The curly-haired man came out onto the battlefield. The protagonist looked at them attentively and thought that the archer's sword was not in the best condition. But when he stood up, he thought that there would be no such person who could defeat a member of his squad in a duel. The ram's head immediately smiled, thinking that this was great, because this guy looked weaker than the previous one. But the deputy easily dodged the attacks, and then the guy parried them. When a warrior from the 2000 army became proud and said with a smile that wherever you go, there are cowards like that. But suddenly Lind abruptly sat down, raising his blade. The enemy's neck was cut. The archer shook the blood off his sword and said that he kills with one blow. The garrison rejoiced after a triumphant victory. Alec called the blonde and ordered him to go, to which he agreed. The scarred one stood in a low stance and introduced himself as a knight. The hero frowned, thinking that the enemy was gradually starting to take out strong fighters, and that meant that they should respond in kind. Our cutie with an axe came out and began to introduce himself. The bearded man proudly straightened up and only said his name. The blue-eyed one looked him straight in the eyes and asked about his rank, to which Chris's ally introduced himself as the commander of the century. Immediately after these words, he jumped up. The knight began to actively parry blows and thought that if he kept his distance from him, then the axes would be of no use. And then Daki suddenly moved in close while the enemy was thinking about how to suddenly increase the distance between them. But unfortunately Pen managed to dodge and said that this was expected from a puppy who did not even know the basics. He managed to hit him, throwing him back, and said that he still had a lot to learn, and asked if he thought that he could block his huge blade with his axe. Digo began to worry a lot, while Lin silently watched and tried to stay calm. The bearded man began to rise little by little. Blood was dripping from him and he said that everything was fine, but there was one thing. The nice man frowned and said that he was now very angry. He tore off from his place with mad speed and rushed forward. The knight covered himself with a two-handed sword from many blows and said with a smile that he would never let him get closer. And then Daki swung his axe. Pen was able to parry the thrown weapon and said with displeasure that such cheap tricks would not work with him. The bearded man was still approaching quickly. The blonde with a crazy smile offered him to attack with one hand and said that he would not be able to repel the attacks. But he relaxed the fingers on the hand that was visible. Blue-eyed looked at this attentively and was shocked by such an act. But then he was hit from the side with an axe, and while the enemy stepped back a little, the bearded man leaned down lower and grabbed his thrown axe. He raised it and, frowning, complained about the noise. And then, with an unwavering look, Daki cut off his head. He clenched his fists and let out a loud battle cry after that. Digo was shocked by this, and Lin mentioned that it was a good idea. And then one of the soldiers behind the general again suggested storming the fortress before they fell into a trap. But literally the next moment, a blade was instantly brought to his neck. Alek swung the blade with incredible aggression and said that they were losing to some 4 miners. He turned to the man standing behind him and asked if he was ready to fight. But then Rhydon volunteered and asked if he could go first, to which he was given the go-ahead. The hero turned to his warrior with a smile, praised him and asked him to stop the bleeding quickly, to which he briefly agreed and continued to frown. The protagonist's gaze became murderous and he said that it was his turn now. In front of him stood a man who looked like a descendant of Hamburg. Looking at him, Chris realized that this was not the one. Quickly examining the soldiers, he thought that he was sure that the man was somewhere among them and he would be able to recognize him at first sight. Still examining everyone, the guy thought that this was the genius of the 8 families and the youngest wiser, and the hero who destroyed Sunset Hyde. And then his eye caught on someone special. In front of him was a young swordsman with green eyes. Chris resolutely looked forward. The man glanced to the side and thought, is this guy looking at Perth? The brown-haired man frowned and told him not to pretend he wasn't there. His name was Rhydon Wolfs. The blue-haired man touched his chest and apologized for his tactlessness. He was a squire from Cirque. His name was Chris. The man asked sullenly, so he was stronger than those 3 since he came forward. The hero confidently assured him that he would not disappoint him. Rhydon rushed to attack, shouting for him to try. He swung his sword, leaving a bright trace. Chris decisively raised his weapon, but the enemy hid behind the shield and later moved it away a little. The hero looked at the blade next to him and thought that he was attacking, completely covering himself with the shield. It seems he has a lot of combat experience. Bright traces were left from the attacks. The guy thought that if so, let him try to reflect this blow too. The enemy narrowed his eyes and thought about his technique. He tried to hold the bright glow with the shield. The shield was smoking. The man thought he had blocked the snake tongue's enhanced attack. This guy was stronger than he thought. Chris closed his eyes and exhaled, thinking that he seemed to have underestimated him. He needed to change his technique. He was using the dance that Tikil had taught him. The hero swiped his foot on the ground, moved without opening his eyes, and thought that at first. His eyes opened slightly. A bright flash of the hero appeared near the shield, and the guy thought that he was smooth. It was as if notes were floating around him. He thought that he was playing a melody in his head and now he did not feel the weight of the spear. The man peering out from behind the shield realized that he had definitely seen this technique before, similar to a dance. Chris attacked with a bright flash. His foot took a step. He thought that the longer the melody played, the faster the tempo, incredible strength and speed. The blue-haired man left many bright rays. Rhydon tried to dodge, thinking that he was striking at the moments when the rhythm broke. The glow struck him. He thought that if he couldn't keep up with the rhythm, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attacks. The man closed his eyes from the glow and asked what was his connection to the dancing sword. Chris looked at him and thought that it turns out that he knows Tikil. The dancing sword is a nickname he got when he was in his 20 seconds. The hero stood in the settling smoke and said that he couldn't believe that he could survive after seeing this technique of Tikil when he himself is not a visor. He was lucky. Moving on, the guy said that however, he pierced the enemy with a spear and said that his luck had run out. The brown-haired man fell to his knees. Alek frowned at this and said that even Rhydon lost. What's going on? The brown-haired man standing next to him asked the man to let him out. Chris looked at him carefully and thought that finally, he gripped the spear handle and thought that now he could make sure that his skills had improved. The blue-haired man thought the same with a determined look. The guy in red armor moved forward, and Chris continued the thought that this was a chance to defeat the hero who had gone down in history. Perth confidently stated that he had a proposal. The hero looked at him questioningly. The brown-haired man said that the one who won the duel would put an end to this battle. Chris smiled and asked if he had the right to propose such a thing. The man decisively shouted that he was like wolves, putting the honor of the family on the line and swearing an oath that if Perth was defeated, all the soldiers would retreat. The brown-haired man grinned and asked, "Is there no problem now?" The squire looked at him confidently. The opponent decisively shouted that then he would introduce himself. His name was Perth. The blue-haired man heard that he grew up in the Wolves family and at 21 was recognized as the youngest Night Visor. Opening his mouth, the boy shouted that today he would destroy the enemy that stood before him and become the first to overcome Sunset Hide. The knights in red armor chanted his name. The hero thought that the atmosphere had changed dramatically. Just an incredible mood. He resolutely shouted that he was a squire from Cirque named Chris. The brown-haired man was surprised to hear that at 17 years old, he himself had mastered the power of wise. Standing in front of him, the boy said that he was a wise man Chris, challenging the knight wise man Perth to a duel. The opponent looked at him carefully and asked, at 17 years old, he wants him to believe in this. The blue-haired man put out his spear and said that he will prove it in battle. The dark-haired man quickly moved forward. He approached the surprised hero. Watching this, Docky said that he was fast, and Lind asked when he managed to do it. Perth grinned and told him to try. The opponents swung their weapons at each other. Chris clenched his teeth from the effort. Putting his hands behind his back, the brown-haired man asked, did he hold out? He attacked, leaving a bright trace. Holding the weapon for an attack, the guy thought, what kind of power is this? And then he jumped back, thinking that it was too dangerous, it was better to step back for now. The enemy's gaze became surprised. He asked, where are you going? Chris flew back from the bright flash. His comrades called out to him in amazement. Covering his face, the blue-haired man stood in the settling dust. Perth looked at him confidently and thought that his reaction and prudence were at their best. This guy is not simple. He said out loud that he somehow managed to avoid his blow. It seems he really is a wiser. There was blood on the hero's cheek. He looked at the cut armor and thought that although he dodged, his arm guard was damaged. He did not expect such power. Looking forward, the blue-haired man thought that they were both visors, but he clearly felt the difference in strength. The brown-haired man grinned, and the hero thought that this guy had reached the 3rd level of visor and mastered the ability of double. It allows you to double your own strength. The enemy stood in a fighting pose, and then he quickly attacked. A bright flash appeared between the heroes. A question was heard, is that all? The radiance pierced Chris. The brown-haired man told him to show him the fury with which he killed Sir Rhydon. The blue-haired man cleared his throat in shock. Lind looked at this in surprise and thought, he inflicted such heavy damage, even armor does not save. He sees Chris fight so fiercely for the first time. Alec chuckled contentedly, thinking that they did not expect less from Perth. A real master who will become a reliable support for the 8 families. No squire can hold a candle to him. The blue-haired man hissed in displeasure. Raising his leg from the ground, he thought that no matter what, it seemed like losses were inevitable. Black vortices appeared between the opponents, and then they turned into bright flashes. The brown-haired man asked if he had recovered from the blow yet. Shining rays surrounded him. He exclaimed that he was a sturdy guy. Perth's gaze became surprised. Chris resolutely squeezed the weapon, thinking that he had opened up and was going to attack. The guy dodged the sword strike and immediately attacked the enemy with a spear. A bright flash threw the brown-haired man back. Flying away, he said that he was braver than he seemed. Chris looked at him, thinking that he literally instantly understood where he would strike, and immediately reacted. The guy noticed a wound on the enemy's body and thought that he was able to wound him, but due to the healing power received at the 2nd level of Wise Mastery, it was insignificant. He carefully looked ahead, thinking that such inaccurate blows were useless against him. The hero moved forward, leaving a blue glow. Perth frowned, thinking that this was the technique he used in the fight with Sir Rhydon. A bright flash illuminated the opponents. The brown-haired man surrounded by the glow asked sullenly, did he think such tricks would work on him? Chris looked forward resolutely. Bright beams appeared from his blows. The hero thought that he himself knew that no, he would not defeat Perth with this dance. The guy squeezed the handle of the spear, thinking that he would surely be able to destroy him with it. The blade of the sword cut the body. The hero screamed and then swung the spear, attacking. Alec screamed in defeat, no. Perth was surprised when his sword shattered and thought his movements had changed. The hero remembered sitting next to Tekiel, wanting to know how to defeat the wiser because he probably knew. Looking at his comrade training, the man said that there was no point in trying to defeat him, but if you pierce a wiser or an ordinary person with a blade, they will obviously die. The man's eyepiece was shining. He said that he did not seek to defeat them, but simply killed them. This is the only way to survive the battle against the wiser. The movement like a spear left a bright trace. Chris used a deadly dance, the rhythm of a funeral march. His blade was covered in a red glow. With a movement of the sword, Perth knocked it out of his hands. Looking at his opponent, the hero thought that this was not bad. Bright flashes appeared from the next blow. Chris clenched his fists and thought that if the funeral march began, he would not be able to stop. He hit the brown-haired man in the chest with force. He flew off and the guy thought that now he was open on the left. The blue-haired man attacked the guy with a kick. A shining blade appeared from behind. Chris grabbed it, using a skill. A bright shining beam hit Perth from the skill-piercing beam of light. The men looked at it in shock. Alec opened his mouth in surprise. The man with a mustache could not utter a word, and Strick joyfully chanted the hero's name. The blue-haired man looked at his opponent resolutely. Holding his body, Perth asked what this technique was called. Standing in front of him, Chris answered that it was piercing beams of light. Falling back, the bloody guy exclaimed that this was incredible. The man immediately rushed to him. Strick gritted his teeth and cursed. The warriors on horses rushed forward when they heard the order to advance with all their might and protect the hero of the fortress wall. Chris looked at the man and ordered him to stand where he was going. He asked to let him take Perth. Glaring at him, the squire screamed, asking him how he dared to tarnish their duel. Alec fell to his knees and begged. He sat on the ground next to the boy and said that Perth should lead the next generation. Let him take it. Pointing his finger, Chris screamed, "What cowardice!" He couldn't believe that the commander, who put his own family's honor on the line, was now kneeling before his enemy. The man closed his eyes, hearing that this was all because of one soldier. Was he really from the wolves family he knew about? The man clenched his teeth. Holding the boy's body, he heard that he should not forget what happened today. His comrades ran up to the hero, asking how he was. Chris grinned when the blonde asked him if he was okay. He was bleeding, and told him not to exaggerate. It was just a scratch, and thought to himself that in fact his rib was dislocated. The warriors on horseback approached and asked, "Is he safe?" Chris said that there was a crowd. The boys turned, hearing the sound. In front of the army was Hainel. The boy recognized him. The army was approaching, surrounded by dust. Words were heard that Sephora was approaching from the opposite side. The warriors looked around, asking what was happening. The enemy on both sides. Was this really a trap? The boy sullenly shouted that things were bad. If they attacked the wolves without knowing the whole situation, everything would be ruined. Chris shouted decisively, attracting the attention of the army. The men looked at him in surprise. Alec held the bloody Perth in his arms. The boy ordered the wolves' knights to be escorted with respect. The man shouted for him to stop, but the hero continued to fight bravely in a fierce battle. With a determined look, the blue-haired man shouted that they defended their honor. Alec was surprised. The two armies stood opposite each other. Without turning around, the man said that the wolves would protect their honor. Chris smiled. Hainel stood behind and asked what they would do now. Looking at the army, Chris thought that the wolves' troops would definitely follow to the battlefield, so he should follow them, but his injury was more serious than he thought. Would he be able to hold out? A glow appeared at his leg. Bright rays rose higher and higher. The hero thought that energy was rising from the seal. Green pixels appeared on his body. He felt the wound healing. A message appeared in front of the guy saying that the level of Ouija mastery was 31. He thought that this was all the consequences of the battles. The second stage of Ouija, the healing power, became stronger. Looking at his comrades, he said that they were returning to the battlefield right now. Are there any objections? The guy said no. Resolutely looking at them, the hero ordered all the cavalrymen to gather. They set off, maintaining formation. Strick, standing behind him, asked if he was overdoing it. The fortress wall was still intact, so they could wait a little while until he recovered. The man heard that the war was not over yet. No rest. Turning around, Chris said that the fortress wall was not the only thing they needed to protect. Ludwig looked forward resolutely. The opponents fell after his swift strike. The man was squeezing the hilt. The warrior rushed at him, saying that he was a crazy old man. The blade moved forward. The attack left a bright mark. Looking forward, the count ordered Ludwig's squad to defeat the enemy. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth. An arrow was approaching the man. A red-haired man on a horse cut the flying arrows. The gray-haired man recognized him. Gillen said that he should not overexert himself. The heroes turned, hearing words about what was happening from behind. An army appeared in front. The man shouted that an army of wolves was approaching them. The red-haired man on the horse said that he would have to leave. He was surprised when he heard the count wish him to take care of himself. As he walked away, Gillen said that he would do everything in his power. The gray-haired man watched him go. The man said that the count was finally alone. He frowned when he heard that it was a pity. He could not believe that the hero of the fortress wall, Count Ludwig, had become so weak. Rinion looked at him resolutely and said that today he would end his life with his own hands. The count's eye lit up. He angrily said that he could not compare to him. The man with the scar on his cheek grinned. A battle was unfolding ahead. Chris looked ahead in surprise, thinking that the wolves were also here. A blade was pressed into the warrior's chest. He asked for mercy. The brunette resolutely shouted, ordering them to go back and not break formation. The gray-haired guy held back the enemy's attack with his shield, and then he swung his weapon sharply. The brown-haired man turned and shouted to call the knights. However, the man struck him with a spear. The hero looked at it in surprise. Someone else's blood splashed on him. The fallen warrior pierced his leg with a knife. The guy cursed and hit him in the neck. He sank to the ground next to the body. Looking ahead, he thought in amazement. A warrior with a spear was running towards him. Without looking at him, the guy thought, so his time has come. Suddenly, a sharp blow of the spear cut off the enemy's head. The guy's eyes widened in amazement. The blonde man swung, attacking with an axe. The soldier thought, an allied cavalry unit. Bright marks were left from Daki's attacks. The guy thought, what are they doing here? He looked ahead in surprise and thought, what does all this mean? Lin jumped off his horse. Looking at him, he told the soldier to wake up. Turning around, the hero asked, what is his name? The gray-haired man answered that it was Sax. His eyes widened in amazement. Hearing the wish not to give up, it was too early to part with life. Lin sat next to the surprised Sax and told him that their son would certainly rise. Chris galloped forward with a spear. Looking carefully, he thought, just a little more, faster. The warriors on the battlefield were fighting fiercely. Looking at the gray-haired man, he thought that it was the count. The blue-haired man grinned and thought that he had made it. Suddenly his horse was struck by an arrow. Together with the guy, it fell to the ground. The hero turned around in surprise. Blood splashed. Chris froze in amazement. Rinion pierced Ludwig's body, and the guy screamed. Blood spurted from Ludwig's body. Rinion smiled contentedly. With a sharp movement, he knocked the sword from the count and then screamed with a wounded mouth. The man fell forward. The brown-haired man said with a grin that it was all over. He looked in surprise at the gray-haired man, who said that he was impudent. Hitting the guy in the face with his fist, he asked why he thought that this was the end. The count jumped back. He was covered in blood and heard that although they were enemies, Rinion looked down at him and said that he expressed deep respect for his tenacity and unbending while regarding the fortress wall. He would never forget him. Raising his sword above his head, the guy said that now he could rest in peace. A black cylinder fell to the ground. The guy with the scar looked in surprise as purple smoke appeared from it. As a result, the smoke filled the entire space. Rinion covered his mouth with his hand. Suddenly, Chris appeared in the smoke. Rinion looked at him in surprise. The hero took a fighting stance, and the enemy thought that he was the devil of black smoke. The blue-haired man delivered quick stabbing blows. Rinion fell to the ground with a groan. He watched Chris jump up, preparing to attack, and wondered what he was doing here. With a powerful blow, the boy slammed his opponent into the ground, and then pulled the spear out of his body. Chris turned to the count, calling out to him. He ran closer, catching his body. The blood-stained man laughed, saying that it was funny that one could lose his dignity and respect. He leaned on the boy's arm and asked if he was still on his side after this. Chris smiled and said he just wanted it all to end. The warriors were fighting each other on the field. The guy said he didn't have to worry, he would take his place and defend the fortress wall he had guarded all his life. The count's eyes were closing. He said that now he was in his debt. Holding the lying man, Chris said that he could repay him later. The count's eyes closed. His hand fell to the ground. The hero laid his body on the ground. The warriors in red turned. One shouted that Lord Ludwig was dead. The second said that it was him. We must finish him off. His wild face was visible through the slits of his mask as he shouted that he would take the count's head. Suddenly, a determined Chris appeared in front of him. A powerful blow from his fist flew into his face. The blue-haired man pulled out his sword and with a sharp movement cut off the warrior's head. Then he dodged the enemy's spear and struck him with a sharp blow. The soldier fell with a sword in his neck. Chris held a spear and told the warriors of the 8 families to listen carefully. By order of Count Ludwig, this place was now under the protection of Squire Chris. He waved his spear and said that those who were tired of living could step into the line. The warriors in red rushed to attack, shouting that he was alone and could be killed. The blue-haired man looked at them resolutely. The men screamed, amazed by his attack. The warrior watched as his comrades fell to the ground. A bright trace remained from the hero's quick movement. The guy sharply struck the opponents with a spear. He moved forward and left behind parts of the warriors' bodies and heads. The hero resolutely clutched the spear while the soldiers ran away and shouted that reinforcements were needed. The spear strike struck the opponents in the back. Chris looked at him and then turned sharply. A column of dust rose next to the man. He waved the chain of the mace, saying that he was the knight Peter. Chris was surprised to see a weapon fly past him. The man with the missing tooth screamed that he would avenge Rinion. The boy frowned, looking at him. The chain wrapped around his arm. The bald man with the twisted face made a surprised sound. The hero clenched his fist and hit Peter in the torso. The man opened his mouth in pain. He looked ahead in surprise and could not say a word. His head was thrown back from the sharp blow. Holding the spear behind his back, Chris said that he would repeat, "Those who want revenge." The boy stood alone in front of the knights and told them to attack. He squeezed the handle of the spear and said, "Those who want glory." Opening his mouth, he continued, "Let them attack." The veins on the squire's face bulged. He said that he would crush every single one of them. The mace flew into the knight's face. The warriors in red attacked the blue-haired man. Arrows flew forward rapidly. Chris cut them with a movement of his sword. He frowned, looking ahead carefully. The warrior with a distorted face looked at this in surprise. The mace flew into his head. Chris stepped on his body and swung his weapon again. The opponents fell defeated. Two swung at the hero from behind, shouting wishes for death. His sharp attack left a bright mark. The warrior's head flew off from a powerful blow. Hanel looked ahead and said that they were finished. Lin took out an arrow and said that great, then they will join Chris. The bald man turned when the warrior said that he had an urgent message and ordered to speak. The second in command was surprised when he heard that Count Ludwig died on the battlefield. He looked ahead in surprise, thinking that the count was dead, in which case did they still have a chance of victory. He looked at the soldier, who continued that thanks to the help of an allied detachment of cavalry, they were gradually driving away the enemy troops. The man asked if they still had any cavalrymen left. Was this a cavalry scout squad? The heroes in blue armor swung their weapons. The answer was heard that no, this squad was led by Squire Chris. The archer behind the hero shouted to him that they had dealt with the rear. All that was left was to hold out here. The guy threw the bodies of the opponents with the movement of his weapon. Docky struck up and down. Arrows stuck out of the helmets of the knights in red. Red flashes remained from Chris's attacks. The deputy looked ahead in surprise, thinking about those guys. The heroes fought bravely. He thought that they were their new hope. The knight told the man with the mustache that the enemy was too strong. The commander turned to the general and asked what they should do now. The long-haired man gritted his teeth in anger. Chris lowered his spear, looking at the army, in which he heard the words of a man that they were retreating. 8 families were being defeated. A notification appeared in front of the guy that the required amount of experience points had been accumulated. Lin joyfully exclaimed behind him, "Is this really the end? Did they win?" The blue-haired man replied that yes, it was finally over. The warriors in blue shouted that the enemy was retreating. They did it, they won. Chris turned his head when he heard someone mourning the count from behind. It was a bald man sitting next to the body and crying. Gillen turned around. The warriors surrounding the blue-haired guy were crying. The man was lying on the ground covered in blood. The next day, Count Ludwig's funeral took place. People gathered, hearing that he dedicated his entire life to protecting these lands. The men in black stood and cried. Chris and the others had a black ribbon on their bodies. Civilians were banned from drinking alcohol for 3 days, and soldiers had to wear a black ribbon on their shoulders, a sign of mourning for the departed hero. After 3 days, the man with the mustache said that the eldest son of the count, Behin. The fair-haired man grinned contentedly. Behin was the heir and took the count's place. A fist hit the arm of the chair. A question was heard, "Still haven't found?" and the answer, "No." The man with the mustache asked what was the reason why the one whose achievements are worth discussing does not show himself. The comrade laughed, saying that he heard that this guy single-handedly dealt with 100 soldiers, and together with his squad, the 4 of them drove off 2,000 enemies. The gray-haired man said that, saying that he was the youngest wiser, he really wanted to see him. Behin turned to them and ordered them to quickly find Squire Chris. The man frowned and said that he had to make him his subordinate at all costs. Even if he appointed him to an inconspicuous position, he would be able to significantly raise the status of their family and the entire city. He could not miss such a chance. Lin stood at the table, demonstrating how to shoot a bow, and said that at that moment, standing on the hill, he released an arrow and it instantly caught up with the enemy. The girl asked which of this should she believe. The heroes turned around, hearing that someone had arrived on the orders of Count Behin. A man with a mustache entered and shouted that the members of the Chris squad must give information about the location of their commander. Lin turned away and continued to chew, saying that there was another one. Alice pointed her finger at him and reminded him that she told him to turn away from her when he ate. What a pig. The comrade looked displeased and said, "How many times do I have to tell him? They also do not know where he is. They themselves are interested in where he walks." The man pointed and shouted that he must be joking. He had been given strict orders. In case of disobedience, Lin sat indifferently at the table, saying that today would be hard. An axe flew into the wall next to the man, not letting him finish saying that they would be arrested. The man sweated from fear. Ellis waved her hand with a smile, saying that she apologized. "This guy is not friends with alcohol." Docky gloomily said that he was too loud. He drunkenly held the axe and said that he had another one. The girl smiled when she heard the shout and said that Docky was cool. She turned to the guy and asked, "Do they really not know where Chris is?" Lind answered that yes, he told them to just wait. And then the guy remembered that Chris also added that he went to meet a beauty. The warrior stood at the iron door in the underground prison of Davin. A figure in a cloak was moving along the corridor. Several gold coins fell into the palm. The guard at the door said that it was only for a short time, and the man replied that he understood. The blonde hair was scattered on the floor. The girl said that she was not receiving guests, he should leave. Standing at the bars, the guy asked why she let herself be caught that day. He was sure she would have easily managed to escape. The blonde turned around in surprise and exclaimed that it was him. The guy touched the hood. The girl looked at him carefully. Chris took the hood off his head. This ended the events of the first season. Chris looked ahead carefully. The shadow from the bars fell on the blonde's face. The hero thought that she had a pretty face even though she was all dirty. It was clear why the guards called her a beauty. Looking at him, the girl said Rachel to him. The guy on the other side of the bars asked again, and the blonde said that she was number 26 in Night Digger. She said that without a normal name, she trained to become a mercenary, but she often had the same dream. The guy was standing by the prison cell and heard her being called not number 26, but Rachel. She heard this name in her dreams an infinite number of times. Looking down, the girl said that after that she began to wonder who she was, number 26 or Rachel. She remembered the man with the shining ball and said that she once met a seer while she was on another mission. He was blind. At first, she took him for a charlatan. The man looked down with black eyes. The heroine said that the seer said that in the embrace of the night, she would die from the dark blue flames. She did not care about her death, she just wanted to know if she was Rachel or number 26 before her life ended. She remembered asking the man how to dodge the dark blue flames. There was a way, but she did not use it because of the seer's words. The girl in black clothes said that he said that the dark blue will tell her her true name. Chris chuckled and said, "Is that the dark blue flame really him?" He looked forward, hearing that the flame with dark blue hair and golden eyes. His eyes widened when he heard that he rises highest after meeting the sword of the night. That's all the seer told her. The girl flexed her fingers and asked, "Can she leave here? She wants to be near him." The guy replied that he hadn't yet. The blonde looked down. The hero thought that Rachel, he couldn't just trust her friendly appearance and keep her by his side, but he had no doubts about her skills. He was sure that she would be very useful in battle. The hero asked if she would swear allegiance to him. Looking at him, the girl replied that she would if necessary. Words were heard from behind the bars that when the time came, he would send a man for her, but for now she would have to be patient. The blonde replied that she understood. The hero turned away. Putting on his hood, the girl asked if he would help her find a name. Walking away, the guy in the cloak said that she would if necessary. Beheen smiled, saying that he had come such a long way. The man with the beard, Count Elerguin, a representative of the royal court, looked at him. He touched his chest and said that he expressed his condolences over the death of the hero of the outskirts. The blonde looked at him, wondering what such an important person was doing here. Walking next to him, the count said that he apologized for such a sudden visit without warning. He came to reward the heroes for their exploits in the past battle and to inform them that he planned to officially inherit the title of count. Turning around, he asked if he could stay here for a few days, and was told that of course it was an honor for them. The man folded his fingers, thinking that the master of negotiations Elerguin himself had personally come here just to convey some insignificant news. The blonde clenched his teeth and thought that this was funny. He felt that he was planning something. The man turned around happily when he heard that it was reported that Squire Chris had fully recovered and returned to duty. Strick stood next to the army and turned around when he heard Beheen coming. He looked at the blonde and asked on what matter. He shouted that it was enough chatter, he should take him to Chris and quickly. The gray-haired man looked at him unfriendly. The count frowned and thought that he would finally be able to get him, now he would not run away. If he granted him a knighthood, using the count's powers, there would be nowhere to run. Greedily licking his teeth, he thought that the youngest wiser Chris would be his. The man opened the door, saying that he was Beheen Ludwig, personally came. The brunette was sitting at the table opposite Chris. Turning around, Elerguin laughed and said that here they met again. But it was only for the best, just something needed to be said. Beheen looked at him in surprise, hearing that they would take care of all the preparations. All that was required of him was to come to the royal palace in 15 days. He wondered in surprise, what did this guy forget here? The man touched the hero's shoulder and said that by order of the third prince, he was taking Squire Chris to the palace. The blonde tried to object, and the man with the beard asked, "He is not under anyone's command, right?" And Chris answered that he is. Elerguin laughed, saying that he can't believe that the man the third prince admires so much is a knight ranked wiser. Isn't that lucky? He is even thinking of setting him up with his daughter. It's high time she got married. Chris chuckled, watching the blonde man angrily bite his lip, and thought that he should watch his face. He imagined the man swinging a bloody sword, and thought that he knew everything that would soon happen in Ludwig County and what would happen to this land, so it was time to leave here. Chris looked down, thinking that the war had made him realize something, even if he could change the future a little. He remembered the count lying on the ground, and thought that what was supposed to happen would happen anyway. There were timid words that he would probably go. Elerguin looked ahead indifferently and wished him a safe journey. The boy was surprised to hear him say that he had never learned to hide his emotions. The blue-haired man looked at the man who said that until the trip to the royal palace, let him be on his side, it would be safer that way. The count looked ahead resolutely. The hero knew that the third prince would send some big shot after him, but he could not imagine that she imagined the Count Elerguin. The man in the cloak walked away from the count. The reason why Elergwin was so active against the orders of the third prince was because he wanted to limit the power of Duke Gabush, who was currently strengthening his position in the royal palace. The boy smiled and thought that he was not sure that if anything, he would gain any benefit for himself if he simply chatted in front of him, so what he should do now. There was brown grass growing in the field. A question was heard, "What kind of place is this?" And the answer, "A field with medicinal herbs. He often comes here." Chris knelt down and asked, "Is he bored?" The man answered that no, he was just interested in his daily routine, he should not pay attention to him. Elergwin looked at the guy and said that as expected, his skills are at the highest level. Is he really making medicine with his own hands? The blue-haired man answered that yes, recently he has been working hard to make a medicine for tuberculosis. The man looked ahead, reasoning that this guy still cannot believe his eyes. Chris was collecting leaves. Did the Count think that he could really single-handedly cope with 100 people and lead away an enemy army of 2,000 soldiers? A crescent moon shone brightly in the sky. Chris stroked the sleeping pet and said that Pumpkin has been sleeping a lot lately. Has the growth period begun? The man in the cloak jumped off the roof, thinking that now there was only one thing left to do. Chris looked ahead, remembering the notification, and thought that at the end of the battle he found out that he had accumulated enough experience points. He was sure that his body had changed again. The guy ran next to the ruins and thought that he wanted to test himself. Turning to the side, he said that it was a beautiful night. Gillen leaned on the wall and said that he heard that he was leaving this place. Standing in front of Chris, he asked, did he want to stop him? The red-haired man looked at him and asked, was he the kind of person who could be stopped so easily? He took out his sword and asked, would he pass out this time? The guy with the yellow eye smiled and promised that he would not. The guy with the blue eye heard that he would be surprised. The red hair flew up. The guy said that he would see how much he had changed. Chris looked ahead carefully. The guy thought that he had really grown, before that he would faint from the killing energy alone. Gillen chuckled, saying that it turns out he really knew wise. Chris squeezed the spear and said that it was too early to be surprised. The man smiled and said that then, approaching, he said that he would not hold back. A bright flash came from the attack. The red-haired man looked ahead and asked, parried the blow and did not even think to dodge. Commendable. Chris looked at him, thinking that this was speed and strength. He also reached the third stage. The opponent swung, while the guy thought that, but now he felt the second change in his body. The guy's gaze darted to the side. He thought that on the left above his head, a red beam shot up from the attack. Gillen looked ahead, thinking that he had already parried his blow twice. Was he just lucky? The man approached the hero. The opponents parted, leaving bright traces. He smiled, saying that no, it was not luck. Chris chuckled. He looked to the side with a smile, thinking that he saw all the muscle movements, breathing and mood. With a determined look, he thought that he could predict attacks. It was something like a sixth sense. The guy squeezed the handle of the spear and thought that if he only parried from now on, his hands would not like it. Swiftly approaching, the hero thought that his opponent was Gillen. He should make every effort. The red-haired man looked in surprise at the blade in front of his face. His foot slipped on the ground. The guy barely managed to dodge the spear. The heroes jumped apart. Squeezing the weapon, Gillen said that he was showing interesting tricks. Chris, standing opposite, warned that he was attacking. The stones flew from the movement. He thought, will his spear cope with Gillen this time? The stone wall broke. The elder one turned in surprise. Chris smiled slyly and asked, does he remember the hunt? Holding the spear, he approached. The red-haired man smiled. The younger one looked at him in surprise. The guy was clutching his spear in his hand. Chris stood there in surprise, thinking that it couldn't be. He caught the spear with his bare hands. The guy's eyes lit up with red lightning. He said that it seemed like he underestimated him a little. Chris reasoned in surprise that this name had reached the superhuman stage. This was the fourth stage of wise. The red-haired man grinned wickedly, surrounded by lightning, the superhuman level. Elergwin looked ahead, thinking what now? There were knights standing behind him. The man thought that things were over here. He had managed to find a way to cause trouble for the aristocrats and scout out the situation. Remembering the blonde and red-haired man, he thought that Behin, like the rumors, was nothing special, so it would be better to leave him in the aristocrat faction. Gillen had already sworn allegiance to him, and he did not notice any hidden intentions. The man looked at the shadow in surprise, thinking that moreover, he even got his target, namely Squire Chris. But what is this strange feeling? Elergwin pointed his finger in surprise and asked him what happened. His face. The blue-haired man was swollen and bruised, greeting the Count, and said that it seemed that he overdid it a little in the duel. One of the guy's eyes did not open. He heard that he was going to the royal capital tomorrow. Will everything be alright? And he answered that yes, it was nothing, he was just a little swollen. The hero sat on the bed, throwing his head back, and thought that great, Lind told him everything, so the business was over. He stroked Pumpkin's head and asked him to listen to Lind. Chris's eyes opened in surprise when he heard that it was not so easy to see him lately. He looked at the blue-eyed blonde and exclaimed that it was Alice. The girl approached, greeting the pet. Looking at the blue-haired man, she said that Lind had told her everything. Would he really do this? The hero replied that yes, he had been planning this for a long time. Looking at him, Ellis said that the squire had his reasons for everything. She came to convey her father's words. With a determined look, the girl told him not to look down on royalty, not to draw his sword thoughtlessly, and to watch his tongue. Chris smiled slightly and told her to tell him not to worry, he had everything under control. Ellis replied that that was true, someone like him would not be taken lightly. She walked away, waving her hand, and told him to just try to come back as a cripple, she would beat him up. The blue-haired man noted what kind words of farewell. Looking at her, he said that when they met again, she would become a squire. Ellis walked away, confidently saying that of course. White clouds floated across the sky. Words were heard that he had a great time here, they would see each other at the royal palace. The interlocutor replied that he was also incredibly glad to meet him. Chris looked at the men. The first said that he hoped he would warmly welcome the people in the central shield, and the second laughed, saying that how could he be unfair to the defenders of the outskirts. Daheen glanced sideways at Chris. The blonde looked at him sullenly. The hero thought that it was better not to cross his gaze once again. Words were heard from the carriage that hurried Chris. The guy sat down opposite the count and exhaled. Elergwin looked at him, thinking that he was worried, because he grew up in a simple village, and wondered out loud, was he nervous? Lowering his gaze, the blue-haired man answered that no, it was not nerves. He said with a satisfied grin that he was all excited. Elergwin looked away and then smiled a little, thinking that who knows. Chris was sitting opposite him, and the man thought that maybe this cute guy was a sly fox. Chris was standing on a crowded street, and words of greeting could be heard in the royal capital. The guy was walking along the street with the count, and the people were shouting that this was the hero of the fortress wall. The guy said that it seemed like the people were exaggerating a little. The man said that yes, rumors spread at the speed of light. The blue-haired man looked ahead, hearing someone chasing everyone out of the way and asking if they were deaf. The blonde-haired guy was making his way through the crowd, saying that he would give them 1 second. If they did not leave, they would all be in trouble. A boy in a red suit came out of the crowd. The hero recognized the prince. Chris dropped to one knee, starting to greet the noble and wise man, but Eddick stopped him, saying that they would let go of formalities. He led the hero behind him, saying that he had prepared everything. Chris was sitting at a richly laid table. The prince asked if he liked it. The boy began to eat and heard that he had not eaten such an appetizing meal for a long time, and said that now he would eat his fill. His knight. The blue-haired man looked at him awkwardly and thought that he had not yet given an oath or a promise, and he was already calling him his knight. He began to feel a little guilty. The next day, a dark-haired man approached the hero and said that an audience with the king would take place in 4 days. The prince turned around at the door and said that he was busy today, so he should not look for him. Just don't let him be offended that he did not take him with him. The hero replied that he should not worry. Looking at the guy, Chris thought that he was finally free. He thought it was time to move out. The hero walked along the red carpet to the gate. The guard looked at him sternly. He blocked the door and asked where he was going. The hero looked down, chuckling. Then he looked at the guard and said that he wanted to look around a bit. In response, he heard that the chief chamberlain said that it was not safe to go out alone. He needed an escort, His Highness the Prince or someone else. The man was surprised when the guy mockingly asked, was this the order of the third prince? He looked sternly at the guard and asked, did His Highness actually forbid him to go outside? The man was confused, feeling the pressure from his yellow eyes, and thought it was the atmosphere. The second guard looked at the guy and said that this order was not received from His Highness the Prince. Chris looked at him and asked, who gives an orders in this palace? The warrior answered that the order of His Highness is the most important to them. The hero went outside and said that if anyone scolded them, they should say that Squire Chris went out using force. He walked along the busy street and thought that the members of the royal faction were quite worried. Apparently, someone did not want him to get close to the nobles. Walking through the marketplace, the guy thought that both sides wanted him much more than he thought. Chris looked ahead, thinking that if he did not make mistakes, he could take advantage of this situation. He stopped at one stall and thought that this was really the royal capital. He could not believe that he saw all these spices and told the merchant that he wanted to buy a little of everything. The merchant chuckled, saying that it seemed like he was not poor. I wonder, the guy thought he was hinting that he was too young. In the palms of the man lay gold coins. He thanked him and called out to him to come again. Turning around, the blue-haired man asked if he by any chance knew a merchant named Brienne. The man said that apparently she was not from these parts. Chris smiled, hearing that he remembered. He heard that a man from the south was trading outside the outer gate of the fortress and thanked him for the information and wished him good sales. The guy looked at the crowd gathered in front. The brunette was holding a candle and a candlestick in her hand and said that this thing was very expensive. She would only give it for gold. Chris approached the crowd and thought that for some reason her speech sounded very pleasant. One of the men put his hands on his hips and asked what use these candles were in a city that was illuminated by magic. Okay, she tried, bringing all this here, so be it. He would give a copper coin for each. The brunette said that she did not accept copper coins, only gold. The hero stood behind and asked, "What's the matter?" The man replied that some guy was trying to appropriate the child's goods. Looking at him, the guy asked, was he just watching from the sidelines? The mustachioed man replied that if he didn't understand anything, he should just keep quiet. That man was a Yuba man. The guy looked ahead, thinking that he didn't know who it was, but it seemed that he had authority here. Maybe he should watch for a while. He imagined a silhouette against the background of white flags and thought that in the future this organization would be very influential in the field of foreign trade, a stateless force, an independent armed association. Looking ahead, Chris thought that he was wondering how that girl, the future owner, would get out of this situation. The blonde approached her, disgustingly saying that she knew nothing about this world and should be grateful for the fact that her goods were being bought. The girl pulled out a knife and told him not to come closer. In response, the man pulled out a sword with a smile and told everyone to look at her, considering that she was the first to pull out a weapon. The crowd was scared, shouting that it was a knife, and the guy thought that it was the worst decision, even though she was strong. He watched tensely, thinking that a fight between one girl and 3 healthy men. The outcome was obvious. Since he knew the future, Abrian would not die now. He kept thinking that because of him, the future could change. If that girl suddenly died. The people in the crowd looked at the blue-haired man who was walking, thinking that he couldn't stay away when this was happening right in front of his eyes. The blonde turned to him with displeasure, hearing if he was serious about the 3 of them wanting to attack this little girl, and asked who the hell he was. Leaning on his sword, he mockingly asked what he wanted. Abrian held the knife, listening as the guy asked, were they going to kill her? The man laughed, saying that he was saying such a thing, they just wanted to scratch her face a little. The blonde raised his eyebrows mockingly, saying that he was a very caring guy. The blue-haired man standing next to him remained silent. The man swung his sword at him when he heard that he didn't think so. Chris caught the man by the wrist. Turning his gaze to him, he thought that was it. The blonde fell to his knees and asked him to stop. The hero twisted his arm behind his back. While the man was shouting that he understood, the blue-haired man asked, what did he understand? With a sharp movement, he hit the man on the neck. He said that he had enough, let him sleep. The blonde fell to the ground unconscious. Chris asked who was next. They could do it all at once. He didn't care. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise that it was Squire Chris. People were surprised and talked among themselves, asking, the same one whose squad of 4 people stopped a 2,000 army. The remaining 2 bandits tensed up. Chris smiled, thinking that of course he did not want such a turn of events, but the abandoned swords lay on the ground. The men bowed to the ground, saying that they were very sorry and begged to forgive them. The blue-haired man looked ahead with satisfaction and thought that the main thing was that everything ended well. He looked at the girl and asked, is she okay? Abrian was silent, looking down. The prince appeared behind him and asked the hero what he was doing here. Chris looked at him with a smile and asked how he knew where he was. The fair-haired man replied that the guards said so, and why were these people sleeping on the road? As he left, he waved his hand and told him to follow him. He needed to tell him something. Chris smiled when the brunette said that she would repay him for his help. He looked at her, thinking that in real life she seemed even younger. Apparently, he worried in vain. She probably settled in the tavern. The prince waved his finger and said that there were many who wanted to challenge him to a duel now. He grinned, saying that they underestimated his knight too much, which is why he prepared a place. Chris was surprised, asking if he really promised a duel to someone. Edic turned to him and said that he was a knight level wiser, which meant he was very strong. Let him win, he can't imagine his knight losing. The blonde walked forward contentedly, and Chris thought sadly that he could throw him work. Lying on the couch, the boy told the hero that he would soon meet his father. Looking over, he asked if he wanted anything. Chris held a cup in his hands and thought that time was up, and said out loud to his highness that he had a dream. He looked at the prince and said that once in his childhood he had a dream, and he thought what would happen if he had land. Edic turned to him and asked if he wanted territory. He could arrange it. He would give him the richest and most spacious land of all that he had. Chris knelt down, bowing, and asked if he could really dream of such a thing. He would only want ordinary land. He once said that he would give him the first stronghold of the 8 families, a promise that was still kept deep in his heart. The blonde sat down on the sofa. Hearing that, however, he would first like to prove his abilities by eliminating the kingdom's problems. The prince told him to speak more simply. Looking at him, the blue-haired man said that he wanted to get the land of Fraumund. Edic was surprised and asked again, saying that it was abandoned. Chris imagined monsters looking at the full moon, and thought that the owner of the land of Fraumund simply became an adherent of a pseudo-religion and began to conduct unknown rituals underground, kidnapping residents. The smell of blood did not stop coming from there, as a result of which monsters ran there and destroyed everything. Sitting opposite, the boy said that since he said he wanted land, he was going to become an aristocrat. He promised to be his knight. Looking at him with determination, the blue-haired man said that he had learned from Count Elergwin that there were currently 2 forces in conflict in the palace. Fraumund would be an excuse to show that he could be in the royal faction. If he allowed it, he would like to help at least a little. Edic looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about, but decided to just pretend that he understood everything and said that he would think about it. There was blood on the armor. The frightened man entered the room and called His Highness. The boy asked, didn't he see that they were talking? There was blood on the iron gloves. The curly-haired man said in fear that the chief heir had arrived. The heroes turned to him in shock. The blonde screamed, it was impossible to say earlier, and Chris thought, the chief heir, obviously they were talking about. Chris's eyes widened in shock. The tall man appeared behind the advisor. Chris frowned, thinking about that man, and heard the man asking his nephew to excuse him. The brunette was covered in blood, saying that he was in a hurry, so he did not have time to change. The hero thought that it was the leader of the aristocrat faction, Duke Gavash. The man looked at him pitifully and said that they understood everything. But how could he come to the prince's palace in such clothes? Not only did he have a weapon, but he was also covered in blood. Gavash looked at him gloomily and asked, was he crazy? Chris heard him ask with a surprised look, who did he take him for? The man with red eyes angrily shouted that even if he wanted to kill the third prince, no one would stop him. The heroes opened their mouths in surprise upon hearing this. The blood-stained duke continued to shout that even his older brother King Cirque was unable to resist his will, and he, more than anyone else, sacrificed himself for the country. The advisor sweated in fear and heard that even if the man in the cloak walked into the room, saying that the god would descend from the sky, it would be the same. The blue-haired man looked at him in surprise, thinking what did he just hear? Even if he is the main heir, but how can he say such a thing right in front of the prince? The blonde man standing in front froze. The hero thought that the prince himself was silent, then how strong was the duke's authority? A gloomy aura spread around the man. The guy thought that moreover, his energy. Gavash looked down at the blue-haired man, who realized that he was also a knight level wiser. Biting his lip, Chris mentally ordered himself to come to his senses. He cannot let him suppress his energy. Resolutely looking at the man, the guy said that such rumors cannot be believed. He did not think that the jokes of the duke were so rude. The brunette silently turned away. Chris looked at him in surprise and thought, was he wrong? Suddenly the duke laughed. He looked at the surprised guy and said that Squire Chris is brave, just like the hero. Edic looked tensely at the man who asked why he would kill his nephew. It was just a joke. The blonde guy tensely asked his uncle, what was the reason for him here? The prince looked at the man in surprise, who told the hero that he heard that he was the youngest knight level wiser. How old was he? 17. The guy thought that he ignored the prince. Looking at him, he answered that he was right. The blood-stained man said that he himself became a wiser only at 25. He is fast. The prince looked angrily at the guy and thought, did he come here to see him? Blocking the hero with his hand, he declared that Chris was his man. Gavash looked at the guy and asked what the royal family promised him, a mountain of gold, a girl of unearthly beauty or glory. Chris looked at him carefully, thinking that he was openly asking such questions. He really didn't care about the prince's presence. The golden eye became surprised. Gavash resolutely shouted that whatever he wished, he would give more, let him go over to his side. The prince's indignant cry was heard. Looking at him, Chris asked, why him? The cloak fluttered. The man asked an awkward question. Turning around, he said that it seemed to him that everything was simple. The blue-haired man looked at his leaving figure and thought that for the sake of selecting good personnel he would go to any lengths. For the first time, he felt how everyone's blood boiled in a place that was not a battlefield. Looking ahead, Chris thought that the owner of a powerful fortitude and appearance, who has been collecting glances since birth, that's who he dreams of becoming. Namely, he looked at the confidently walking brunette and thought, a monarch. The hero turned around when Edic called him. He exclaimed, he said he wanted the land of Fraumund. Clenching his fist, the fair-haired man declared that he would definitely give it to him. He would make any promise to his father for this. The boys were standing opposite each other on the square training ground of the Cirque Royal Palace. Chris closed his eyes in disappointment, thinking that he had brought the first prince along with him. What was Edic doing? The boy shouted decisively to set an example. The knights standing by the railing were talking. Chris thought that even the royal guards had gathered here. It seemed that they were interested in him. Looking ahead, the blue-haired man heard a man say that he had heard that he was good at martial arts, but he was not very smart. The blonde man standing sideways said that he was the eldest son of Viscount Basin. His name was Meda. Chris smiled and thought that so that's how it was. They did not recognize him. The blonde man heard someone ask if he used a sword. He frowned and answered that he did, and thought to himself that he had ruined the whole impression of himself. He was higher in position than him. The brunette with glasses handed the hero a training sword when he asked for it. The blonde man standing opposite said that he heard that he was using a spear. Why would he need a sword? This is some kind of joke. Let him take up a spear. Chris said irritably that he had a very long tongue. He would not repeat it a second time. Resolutely frowning, the hero said that enough was enough. Let him attack. The man clutched the sword in his hands and shouted that he was the eldest son of Medef from the Viscounty of Basin, being one of the knight's fencers, challenging him to a duel. Chris was holding a training sword and thought that he was from the Knight Squad, which was directly subordinate to the royal family. He said that the first knight of Fraumund, Baron Chris Fraumund, accepted the challenge. The man with a mustache asked again in surprise, "A knight?" Nidal looked at him angrily, thinking that he was impudent. Did he think that anyone who wanted to could become a knight? Now he would see what kind of knight he was. The man crouched, bending his knees, and rushed forward, attacking. Chris dodged and thought, a piercing blow right after the run-up, not bad. The blonde man behind him slid his foot on the ground. Chris's gaze was very serious. He thought that he changed direction so quickly. Was the Royal Knight Squad on a completely different level? The man swung his sword near the guy's shoulder. The hero jumped back, and the blonde man lost his balance, thinking that he should not get arrogant ahead of time. Frowning, Mede tried to maintain his balance, thinking that he should never fall. It would be a great shame. His gaze darted to the side. Chris calmly hit him in the neck with a wooden sword. As he fell, the blonde man heard the blue-haired man ask, was he also just going to show off his skills on the battlefield? Frowning, Chris shouted, "Don't the Royal Knights really put their lives on the line in battle?" The armored men heard this in surprise. They were unpleasantly surprised, saying that this man. Gauche grinned impressed. Chris, who was standing on the training ground, shouted that he himself declared himself a knight right now. The black-haired man with a gray beard said that he was impudent. How dare he say such a thing without the permission of the royal family? Chris smiled, and then decisively shouted that he wanted everyone present here to witness that he became a knight. Those who had complaints, let them raise their swords. Staring ahead, he said that he would prove his words to them with force. The men walked towards the steps, shouting that if he defeated him, then he would admit it. It was time for him to be taught a lesson. The black-haired man with a sword rushed to attack, shouting that he thought anyone could become a knight. White flashes appeared from the boy's attack. That day, he fought 28 knights. The men held their wounded arms. 5 had a broken arm. The bone in his leg was broken in several places, as was his skull. 3 had a broken leg, and 2 had a broken skull. Chris calmly walked past the wounded men, and he never dodged their blows. Chris was sitting opposite the prince at the table. He was chewing food. Eddic was sadly holding a fork, and the boy asked if the food was not to his taste. Looking down, the blonde asked if he was leaving tomorrow. Looking at him, the hero answered that yes, he had been in this place for a very long time. The boy asked with a smile, even if he grabbed his leg, would he still leave? The blue-haired man looked at him in surprise and thought that he needed to say something. With a confused look, he turned to his highness. However, Eddic headed for the exit of the room. Stopping, he asked to set aside time for him tonight. Chris looked at him in surprise and thought what was happening to him. Not at all like himself, and asked out loud, for what reason was he calling him? Without turning around, the blonde asked, was he obliged to explain everything down to the smallest details? The guy thought that nothing had changed. It seemed that he had worried in vain. A full moon was shining through the window. The light from the window illuminated the face of the hero who had been called. The guy pointed with his hand and said that his highness was looking for him. Chris walked along the stone corridor behind the guy and thought that it was a rather dark corridor. He did not think that there was such a place in the palace. Looking ahead excitedly, he thought that something was fishy here. Why did the prince call him here at such a time? It could not be. He imagined how the boy tied him up, shouting that he would not let him go anywhere. Closing his eyes, the blue-haired man thought that a rowdy like Eddic was quite capable of such a thing. He heard that they were there. The escort stopped at the wooden door. Looking at it, Chris thought that it was an ancient door and told his highness that he had arrived. An order was heard to enter. The guy looked into the slightly open door and immediately covered his nose with his hand, wondering what kind of stench. The guy's figure was sitting on the floor. He asked, does it stink a little? Huh? The blonde was sitting on the floor next to the paintings and said that he had to use eggs as paints. Looking at him, the hero asked again, and then he looked ahead in surprise. There were many paintings in front of him. Looking at them, Chris asked if he had drawn them all himself and heard in response that of course. Rubbing his nose, Eddic said that almost no one knew about this hobby of his. As far as he knew, he almost had no friends. He started drawing to kill time, but then he got hooked, although his skills, of course, were not very good. He scratched the back of his head when he heard that the hero thought he was doing great. Chris looked at the painting in surprise and thought that he never expected to see it here. The painting showed a running man among bright lines. He thought that this painting was so famous that even such an art-ignorant person as he recognized it. The work of the genius artist Imal called Race. Looking at the painting, the boy started talking about it, and the blonde said that he had painted it recently. It took a little time. The hero imagined Eddic and the hooded man and thought that as far as he knew, the third prince suddenly started covering his tracks after a few years. No one could find him, so eventually people began to think that he died. However, what if everything is different? What if his highness just decided to hide his true identity and live as an artist? Chris looked at the boy, thinking that if his assumptions were correct, then this eccentric prince. He asked, did he seem to like this painting? Looking at the smiling prince, the hero thought that this was the great artist Amal. The boy asked what he would say. Did it turn out well? Chris smiled and said that it was very beautiful, simply amazing. The prince asked again and said that he could answer honestly, he would not be offended. The boy turned around in surprise when he heard that if he didn't believe his words, he would prove it. With a sly smile, the blue-haired man asked if he was interested in how much his painting would sell for. The boy looked resolutely at Edik, who said that it sounded tempting. Then he trusted him with this painting, hoping that he would get a good bag of money for it. Opening the chest, the boy called the hero to come over. He had a gift for him. Chris grabbed the long bundle, hearing how heavy it was, let him take it quickly. He took out a shining spear and heard that this magical weapon was called Bluish. They say that it contains the mana of a sorcerer. Putting his hands on his hips, the blonde asked if he could be called a knight level wiser without a good weapon. The hero bowed and thanked him sincerely. Standing opposite, the prince said that he trusted him with his painting and this spear. The blue-haired man asked him to believe in him. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The girl pointed to the carriage and asked if she should get in here. Chris replied that she should. It would take them about 2 months to get there. He offered his hand to Agatha and asked her to let him help him. She agreed. Louis coughed into his hand and said that he would ride in front. He responded decisively when he heard the order to get in and focus on restoring his health. The man held the reins and asked if the Baron would ride in front. He replied that he would. He was comfortable here. He looked at him with displeasure and thought that he was not very comfortable. The guy smiled and ordered him to ride in front. He sat next to him and exclaimed that they were going to Fraumund. 2 months later, the carriage wheel hit a stone. The man looked ahead tensely and said that the road was very bumpy. The hero replied that it meant they were almost there. The silhouette of buildings appeared ahead. Chris looked there carefully and said that they were advancing. He jumped off and, hearing the question about what, he ordered them to wait. Green monsters appeared in front of the carriage, and the guy ran towards them. Louis looked out of the carriage and asked to be allowed to fight with him, but Chris told him to protect the girls. Holding a spear in his hand, he said that it was time for him to warm up a little. With a deft blow, he cut off the monster's head. Smiling contentedly, the hero thought that he had only hit a little. Apparently the spear was strengthened by magic. Another monster ran past him. Looking at it angrily, the hero thought that he would not let it go. An arrow pierced the head of a green monster. Chris looked in the direction from which it came and heard his name being called. His comrades were standing on the platform. Lind asked if he had taken too long. The archer stood in front of the hero, asked Chris Fraumund. He answered that yes, he was now Baron Fraumund. Diego exclaimed that this was great news. He congratulated him. His friend chuckled and said that he could not even believe that he had become an aristocrat. The hero turned his gaze, hearing the question, "Who are those people?" The heroes got out of the carriage. The guy said that it was nice to meet him. His name was Louis, and this was his older sister Agatha. The girl added that the Baron took them with him. The brunette approached the man who said that he was Daki, and replied that she was a Brian. Turning around, Lynn said that first they needed to leave here. It was not safe here. The blue-haired man asked what he meant. Looking at him, the guy promised that he would tell the details later. The man poured food into a plate. A Brian sat with her cheeks stuffed and said that it was very tasty. Agatha confirmed this, saying that he cooked well. The guy replied that he was glad that he liked the food. Sitting with a plate, he asked the fair-haired man what the situation was like. Taking a spoon to his mouth, he heard that only goblins remained in the area, at least 1,000. He thought that he knew it. Lind looked down and quoted that they needed to deal with the monsters in Fraumund's domain, and said that at first he thought it was easy. The heroes walked covered in blood. The guy said that when they reached the goblin's lair, he changed his mind. He remembered looking at the empty ruins and said that they all ran away. Turning to his friend, the guy said that the creatures that pounced on everyone in a row decided to hide. Most likely, they have a very brainy leader. Chris frowned and thought, is the leader a hobgoblin or some kind of unusual monster? The heroes looked away, hearing sounds. The blue-haired man said, "These sounds." He jumped out of the tent, calling out to Pumpkin. Lind appeared after him, smiling. A huge white beast knocked the guy to the ground. The blonde mockingly asked, has his friend grown up a lot? The hero asked to get off, otherwise he would crush him. Stroking the pet, Chris asked, everything is fine, now he is even bigger than him, will he go for a walk with him? Pumpkin bent down, and the guy asked to sit on him, to which he heard a bark. He grabbed the animal's fur and asked not to run so fast. Riding the animal, Chris approached the ruins. He walked, looking around, and thought that nothing was intact. This place was completely abandoned. The white pet walked next to him. The hero thought that the place inside the fortress, which the owner of the estate, who was carried away by pseudo-religion, had once arranged for the sacrificial rite. Looking ahead, he thought, an underground altar. Pumpkin shifted his gaze. The hero bent down and threw a stone, thinking that if such a huge number of goblins suddenly disappeared, there were only two possible options. There was a square door on the ground. Opening it, Chris thought that they either soared into the sky. In the hatch there was a ladder leading down. He thought that either they went underground. A bright beam pierced the monster from behind. A goblin appeared from the hatch. The hero said that more crawled out. Daki decisively attacked the monster. Chris, standing nearby, shouted at him not to kill them right in front of the entrance, otherwise they will not get inside. Lin touched his face and repeated, as they light a fire, let them destroy all the crawling creatures. And that's all. What have they been doing all these few months? The bloody bodies of the monsters lay near the hatch. The comrades heard that. Be that as it may, thanks to them, the goblins ran to one place. Looking inside, Digo said that it seemed that they dealt with everyone. The blue-haired man answered that great, then go ahead. The men stood in the middle of the site. The guy said that it looked like there were no goblins here. Digo pointed to a cave with steps and said that they probably left through that passage. He looked at the blue-haired man who told them to block that passage and go outside and asked, won't they chase the monsters? Standing in the middle of the cave, Chris said that it seemed like this was the passage leading to Blade Forest Mountain, so it would take a lot of time and effort to catch all the goblins. Lin touched his chin when he heard someone ask him about the migrants and said that he told them to come, but he didn't know if they would come after the news of the monsters. Also, the land here was infertile. Chris smiled and said that it was okay, and mentally added that farming didn't have to be a priority. A few days later, Lin smiled, saying that he thought they wouldn't come. There was a crowd of people standing in front of him. The old man shook his hand and said that they had heard that they had fought hordes of monsters, putting their lives on the line, and they thanked them for their efforts. The old man with a backpack on his back promised that they would make these lands fertile. The boy closed his eyes and thought that he now understood why Chris had sent them here first. The hero stood in front of his comrades and told the migrants that they had made a difficult journey to get here. They were probably very exhausted, but they needed to prepare a temporary place to spend the night. Several of the men raised their hands when he asked if there were any among them who knew how to build houses or worked as carpenters. The man with the bandage came closer and said that he knew how to hunt, could build a house, and make chairs. Chris said that great, then let him build a big house from the trees that were nearby. Peeking out from behind the man, the hero asked if there were any miners among them. 2 more people raised their hands. The brunette asked if there was a place to mine iron ore here. The second one said that as far as he knew, there was nothing here. Chris smiled and thought about 20, not bad. He called Lind, Daki and Digo to follow him somewhere. The comrades followed the guy. Digo said that it was very dangerous here, a mountainous place. Daki added that they would have to level the road. Standing behind, the fair-haired one asked that now it was worth calling him the owner of the estate. Chris answered that it was all the same to him as they wanted. Lind looked at him silently. Walking among the trees, the guy continued, asking why they came to Sword Edge Mountain. Chris smiled and answered, to dig up gray gold. Digo was surprised and asked if there was gold inside this mountain. The blue-haired man confidently looked ahead, thinking that initially this land was supposed to go to 8 families, but the course of time changed. Holding a spear in his hand, the guy said that they were there. In front of the heroes was the entrance to the cave. Entering it, Chris walked first and said that if goblins jump out, they should hit only those that pounce on them and leave the rest. Looking ahead, Lind held a torch. He looked at the gray stones in the walls of the cave and asked, "Is this gold?" Digo opened his mouth when the guy brought the stone to him and told him to eat it. Holding the crystal in his hand, the hero said that it was salty, like salt. Chris smiled and said that it was, "This is a mine with rock salt." A month later, among the buildings of the city of Dabed, the owner of the herbalist's shop Jack held a bag in his hand and heard that here this week. He turned to the disgruntled guy, now the herbalist Murdoch, and asked, did he by any chance hear any news about Mr. Chris? He only knows that he left for the royal palace. The guy slammed the door, shouting that he knows nothing. Walking down the street, Murdoch thought about what he heard, that he started a new life on the barren land of Franmont, drove away all the monsters and accepted the settlers. He angrily clenched his teeth and thought about why he wasn't invited. Because he was a bandit. Wanted to say that he wasn't worthy of being taken along. Walking down the corridor, he thought that it was even for the best, he didn't need the parched lands. The guy looked at the man who addressed him and said that he had a guest. A dark-haired guy stood in front of the hero and said that he received an order from Baron Chris. He was Murdoch. He answered that yes, what's the matter? The guy stared ahead in surprise, hearing that he was asking if he wanted to go to a new land. The brown-haired man frowned, saying that so much time had passed, and he had only just come to his senses. Approaching the door, the messenger said that the departure was in 3 days. If he went, let him come to the main gate. The boy turned around and said that the Baron had asked him to pass on something else. Murdoch was surprised to hear him quote, "Don't belittle yourself and do what you want." He imagined the smiling boy and thought, Mr. Chris. Something was moving in the green bushes. The monster was sitting in it, hiding. An arrow flew forward. It pierced the monster's hand and he screamed. The goblin turned his head in fear. He saw an archer and a boy with a spear. Chris and Lind looked at him gloomily. The goblin began to run away. The blonde looked at his friend and asked that it seemed he was the leader, should he be let go. The hero smiled and told him not to worry, he was smart, so he would not want to deal with them anymore. He was sure that he would gather his pack, go to the mountains and move to another place. Lind looked at the guy and asked if they would then go to other feudal lands. Smiling, the blue-haired man said that this was exactly why he let him go. Looking at him, his friend said that he obviously had some kind of plan in mind. Closing his eyes, the guy told him to go down, there was still a lot of things to do. Rubbing his neck, Chris said that if he knew that the head of the estate had so much trouble, he would have abandoned this idea. Lind looked down, thoughtfully pronouncing Chris Fronmont. Daki was carrying a log on his shoulder. Digo was carrying two. The guy looked at him in surprise, said that they alone were carrying logs that usually took 4 guys to lift. Who were they? The comrade replied that they had driven the monsters away from here. Of course they were not weaklings. Chris stood in front of a house where people were installing a roof. Looking up, he said that it turned out much better than he thought. The carpenter replied that in such a place they had hastily built a fortress wall at the same time they were repairing it. The heroes turned around, hearing a scream behind them. Chris apologized and said that it seemed like he had some work. The brunette watched him leave and tried to stop him. With a displeased look, he watched the hero leave and thought that he again did not ask if he was a busy man. Chris touched the man's wounded leg, who thought that it seemed like he occupied a leadership position. Really, he was too young. The blue-haired man looked at his wounded knee and thought that the medicinal herbs had already run out. He would have to climb the mountain again. How could he tear himself apart here? He turned his gaze to the side. He smiled and said that he would no longer need to go for herbs. Murdoch stood in front of him with a bag on his shoulder. Looking at him, Chris said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Let him apologize, but they will have to get to work right away. There are not enough hands. The guy happily said that he can order anything. Holding a paper in his hand, the blue-haired man explained that this is a map of the location of herbs in the area. Does he know what needs to be done? The comrade answered that of course, he can trust him with this. The herbalist was surprised when he heard the question whether he knows how to make medicine, and answered that he does not know. The guys turned around, hearing that he will take on 3 silver coins in the preparation of medicine. Jack was standing there with a baggage, and hearing the question of what he was doing here, he replied that he could not miss his regular customer. Moreover, they are not the only ones who want to join them. Chris looked ahead in surprise. Tekiel, Ellis, and Ralph stood in front of the group of warriors. The guy exclaimed that they came. The guy standing in front of the army said that these were the soldiers who fought with him. The 100-man infantry under his command swear allegiance to him. The man with the beard said with relief that it was good that they were his own, otherwise he was already scared. The second looked at this man. Strick looked resolutely ahead and asked the hero how he could leave without him. He came closer and said that of course he knew that this would happen, but the reality justified his expectations. Without discipline, who would see him as the head of the estate? Chris replied that he was still as curious as ever. The men were surprised, asking, the head of the estate. The man with the armband exclaimed, so he really was the head of the estate. Strick fell to his knees and said that he swears allegiance to him and will protect this land with his life. The army also knelt. Tekiel and Ellis bowed. The men looked on in surprise as the newcomers closed their eyes. Around Chris, people were kneeling, saying that they were greeting the head of the estate. The hero smiled. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise. There, looking down, stood his friend. He knelt down. Looking down, Lind said that he was asking for Baron Chris and the head of the estate to prove that he was the master of this land. Looking down, he continued to let him swear allegiance to him. Chris looked at him carefully. The boy shouted that he thanked them from the bottom of his heart for believing in him. Standing surrounded by people in the sunset, he said that he accepted their oath. The heroes stood in a row inside the fortress of Fronmont. Chris stood in front of them and said that he would now assign duties to each of them. Since this was the case, they would skip the formalities. Tekiel looked ahead, hearing that he would be in charge of building the barracks and leading the fighting. Abrian stood by the window, hearing that the bartering of goods with the small population around the estate was entrusted to her. Ellis and Louis stood nearby, hearing that they would become his squires. They would be in charge of patrolling and would take turns. Lind, Digo, and Daki stood together, hearing that they would be assisting Baxter in rebuilding the estate until he gave other orders. That was all. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the sky. Strick approached the blue-haired man and said that building the barracks right now would be difficult. They did not have enough fighting forces to put in there. Once they started mining rock salt, the situation would be even more difficult. Chris replied that yes, he planned to deal with the rock salt a little later. He imagined the heirs being handed a bag and thought that he wouldn't be able to mine it now anyway, since the kingdom had the exclusive right to sell the rock salt. Even if he was allowed to sell the rock salt, they would rip him off with a huge sum under the pretext of paying taxes. He looked at the man, who said that however, it was to solve problems such as food and replenishing the fighting forces. Chris interrupted him and asked why he was asking for money in such a veiled way. As he left the room, he ordered an invitation to be sent to the local feudal lords. The man asked again, did he want to invite the owners of other estates? The hero turned around and asked, was he suggesting painting the castle gold? Now was not the time for such trifles. Louis was kneeling next to Tikio. The blue-haired man watched him breathe heavily and asked why he looked so much worse than when he was sick. The long-haired man looked at Chris and said, he came. The guy noted that no matter what, the effect is great, so let him be patient. Louis started to run when he heard the man's order to stop simulating and run quickly. The man with glasses crossed his arms, saying that although he accepted him at the Baron's request, he did not like him. Chris smiled, asked not to worry, he definitely had talent. Tikio looked at the hero and asked what brought such a busy owner of the estate here. The blue-haired man looked at him and replied that he had come to him now as a student. The man remained silent and then asked, was he at a dead end? Chris replied that yes, it felt like he was standing still, this was no good. Looking at him, the man heard that in order to relax, his skills were not enough. If you think about the fight that he would soon have to accept, then even more so. With a determined look, the hero said that he wanted to become even stronger and asked to share all his experience with him. Tikio adjusted his glasses and said that he was worried that he would become arrogant after becoming a feudal lord, but it turned out that he was worried in vain. With a confident look, he said that from now on, he should duel him once a day. Looking at the man, Chris expressed his respect for him. He smiled and reciprocated. A few days later, a carriage arrived. The man stood at the gate and asked the guard if this was the Fromont estate, to which he received confirmation. The bald Baron Sabnak was sitting in the carriage. He imagined the blue-haired man and thought that he was a hero of the battlefield, the youngest knight level wiser, and a commoner who became an aristocrat. Now he would look at him. The aristocrats were sitting at the dinner table. Chris smiled and said that he thanked them for coming a long way. He introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet them. Sabnak looked at him gloomily and thought that this was the same man who had accomplished such feats. Somehow it was hard to believe. Each of them had 2 plates with simple food. The hero said that he thought it would be right for him to eat the same as the inhabitants of the estate, so he set the table like this. The fat man winced and asked, was he suggesting that we eat this? The man sitting opposite the bald man said that it tasted good. Gillen chewed, looking away. Chris looked at him and thought that he had assumed that Behin would not come, and then another surprise. He imagined a blonde and a red-haired man and thought that Gillen had no reason to replace Behin in principle, but he would simply ask him later and find out everything. 3 more important figures. He imagined a map of the neighboring lands and thought Baron Sabnak from the north, Viscount Dutch from the south, and Yod, who had come in place of his father. Looking at them, the boy thought that since they accepted his invitation, it means they want something. He looked at the bald man and thought that Baron Sabnak is the owner of the richest estate near Fromont. Behind him stood a stern man. The hero thought, does he want to unite for the sake of profit or not? There was a golden glow around the man. He looked closely at the blue-haired man, who thought with a smile, is he looking at him too openly? He feels everything. This energy is from a knight-level visor. After biting into the bread, the boy thought that perhaps he was the strongest of Baron Sabnak's troops, and since he had brought him here, he thought that the matter was far from being about unification. The boy looked at the gray-haired man, thought that the most important thing now was that man over there, and he would think about the rest later. Viscount Dutch wiped his mouth with a handkerchief when he heard that the hero had heard that he had been having a hard time lately because of the goblins. Someone noticed that it seemed like the rumors had already reached here. The man heard that his face was full of fear and asked, was he asking for a conflict? Chris smiled and said that he would solve this problem. Dutch clarified, was he saying that he would help him? Looking at him, the blue-haired man said, 30 gold coins per month. The man looked closely into his eyes and asked, was he proposing a deal? He thought the amount was a bit too much. The old man opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that the hero would also get rid of the bandits who came to his estate every year, and asked how he knew. Gillen closed his eyes when he heard that he would not demand an advance in gold. They would sort it out after the case was completed, and thought that it turned out that he had already found out everything about the local feudal lords. The fat man stood up and said discontentedly that nothing special. He was walking down the street and talking about why his father sent him here. The man next to him replied that he was not sure that the owner sent him to get something, since the land was abandoned. Words were heard about how diligent the residents were here. This estate would definitely flourish. The brunette turned around and said that they would quickly. He thought, by the onset of summer they would already have everything arranged here to some extent. Yod snorted and said what difference did it make? This was not fertile land anyway, all efforts would be in vain. Behind them, the heroes bumped into each other. The man with the box apologized to the guy, who replied that everything was fine. Yod looked ahead emotionlessly. The man turned around when he heard someone calling him and asked if he was the one calling him. The fat man grinned, asking if anyone else had hit his subordinate, to which the guy replied that he was fine. The aristocrat looked at him sternly and ordered him to shut his mouth and stand silently. The man with the box heard the question excitedly, Broke his arm? How dare some commoner? Yod grinned greedily and said that then he should receive appropriate compensation. Ellis was walking down the street. She looked at the man on the stairs and thought that the patrol was not a bad thing. It was fun to watch the estate change. The blonde turned around when she heard a scream. She ran up, asking what was going on. The woman answered that it was. The girl looked ahead in surprise and heard that there was a man there. Her eyes widened in shock. Yod stood next to the man who had been pierced by his servant's sword. Chris stood opposite Gillen. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that he wanted to hear the reason why he had come here. Looking at him, the man said that Chris had grown up. He folded his arms over his chest, saying that 100 soldiers and the weapons they had taken, never once did he think that Ludwig would do nothing. Smiling, Chris asked what the other man meant by that. Didn't he think that this was too much? After all, the hero hadn't ordered this. Gillen smiled back, saying that it was a joke. He was giving the soldier and weapon as a gift. The Count didn't even bother with such things anyway, and only did what he did to have fun all night long. The man hadn't come for that reason, just like that. He was bored on the day before. Chris frowned, thinking that if it were possible, he would like to take Gillen with him, but now he can't do it. Looking at the hero, the man asked how his skills were, and the guy replied that they had become a little better. When Gillen looked closely at Chris, offering to compete, looking seriously at the interlocutor, the hero agreed. At that moment, the soldier opened the door. He apologized, but he thought that the guy should urgently go to the central avenue. Walking to the exit, Chris told the soldier to tell everything on the way. Ellis looked at the man lying on the ground. The guy in the red shirt looked around, asking the other people what they were looking at. This is not a performance, so they should disperse. Looking at the bloody corpse, the girl realized that she was already late. Frowning, she said that this man was from the Fromont estate and asked why they killed him. The guy smiled unpleasantly and said that it was because he had given such an order and asked the girl her name. The blonde said her name angrily and said that she was responsible for security. The guy smiled broadly, saying that he liked even her displeased face very much, and then offered to spend the night with him. The interlocutor turned away, hearing that the girl knew that he had come from the county of Vance, and demanded to explain the reason why he had taken the life of a resident of their estate. But he only answered that it tired him. Looking at her, he said that this man had broken his servant's arm and did not want to apologize, so he had to kill him. The blonde frowned, demanding to go with her to find out the details of what had happened. The guy's companion grabbed his sword, and he said that if she defeated his protector in a duel, he would think about it. Ellis demanded that everyone disperse. Looking closely at her opponent, she thought that when she drew her sword from its sheath, the situation would become more complicated. If she killed this man, she would put Chris in a difficult position. What should she do? Ellis remembered her conversation with the man, who told her that the training was over for today and that she had done well. She smiled, hearing that she was now strong enough and could move on to the next stage, but was surprised to hear that she would now have a greater responsibility. Looking closely at his interlocutor, the man said that the life of a knight is not easy. The sword she swings will affect her and her surroundings. The girl opened her eyes wide, hearing that there are situations when she has to make choices that are not easy, and let her remember these words when it will be difficult to make the right decisions. Now Ellis looked sternly. The swing of her blade left bright marks, and she understood that in such moments she must follow her faith. Smiling, looking at her opponent, she offered to attack him first. Rushing to the attack, the man said that he would finish her with one blow. Seeing the enemy approaching, Ellis thought that her opponent was a knight protecting an aristocrat. She needed to act carefully. She managed to dodge the blow and deliver her own. Having received a cut on his face, the man was surprised that he did not even see her sword. Stepping back, the blonde asked what was wrong with him. Smiling, she said that he was too slow. Then the man swung again. Carefully watching his movements, she noted that it was not his fault. A moment later, her blade was in front. Blood jumped out of his body, and the girl said that being weak is not a sin. Then the guy in red clenched his teeth, asking how she dared to kill his knight, but Ellis replied that he himself wanted to have this duel. The guy opened his mouth wide, indignant that she was being attracted, and saying that he would never leave it like that. Someone praised Ellis. The girl turned around. She saw Chris in the company of Lind and Gillen. Gillen noticed something. In the crowd, he noticed the Baron, noting that he had not left yet. Was he really trying to find something he could control here? Our hero approached the guy who said that the girl had killed his protector. Chris looked at Ellis, and she said that it was a fair duel that Yod had offered. The Baron pointed his finger at her, saying that he would make sure that she was punished. But Chris did not listen to him and walked past. Leaning over the corpse, he said that a man had died who should not have died. Gritting his teeth, he noted that it was his fault and he was sorry. Ellis looked at the hero. Then the hero stood up and addressed Yod. Turning around, he noted that if his knight died in a fair fight, then he had not paid for taking the life of his man. The Baron began to get nervous, asking what he was talking about, and Chris explained that since one man on his side had been killed, one man's head on the Baron's side had to be left. A sword was stuck in the ground next to Yod, and the hero ordered him to pick it up. Holding the sword in front of him, our hero said that he was challenging the Count's eldest son to a duel. This was being done for the sake of a man who had been unjustly deprived of his life, so he would not accept refusals. Sabnek looked tense. Gillen smiled widely, seeing this. The confused boy said that he had lost a knight who could have replaced him. He offered the hero the opportunity to fight one of the knights of his estate in the future. Chris, angry, opened his mouth wide, demanding that he shut up and saying that he was now on his land. What had happened here would end here. Pursing his lip, he heard demands to raise his sword and show his aristocratic spirit. Confused, he looked at the crowd, saying that he would give a huge reward to whoever would accept the duel in his place. Baron Sabnek turned away when Yod asked for his help. Putting his blade to the boy's neck, Chris demanded that he take the sword. He replied that he had never held it in his life. Yod folded his hands in prayer, saying that he had made a mistake and was willing to take full responsibility. Chris's eyes shone brightly, and he demanded to take the sword again. Yod then said that only a commoner had died. Why was he so clingy about that? A moment later, his head was cut off. Looking at the drops of blood, Chris said that the value of his people's lives was different from the rest. Sabnek looked at Chris in confusion. Frowning, he could not believe that the hero had actually killed Yod. Even though a resident of his estate had died, he had killed an aristocrat. Looking closely at our hero, he decided that he was taking too much liberty, and Sabnek would not turn a blind eye to it. Lind walked down the hall with the others, saying that reconciliation was of utmost importance now. Looking at Chris as he equipped himself, he noted that they should return the body to his father and restore the relationship, at least for appearances. But the hero replied that he did not want to make peace. The guy frowned, saying that in that case, a war would break out between the estates. They would have to stop the Count's army, being in a fortress that did not even have an outer wall. Putting on the glove, Chris asked what if he did not want this. Lind looked at his comrade in confusion. Docky and Ellis listened attentively, realizing that they would not be able to strike the county first. Now they did not even have enough fighting forces to protect their lands. Smiling, Chris said that they would go in 5. Their departure was scheduled for tonight. The comrade said that in the strategy book he read, there was probably something like this too. Lind looked at the hero and said that this was called a blitzkrieg using elite troops. Such a plan could really work. Allowing the thought, Chris noted that the smallest and weakest estate in the area was the county of Vance, and their opponents were elite troops who awakened Vise. Lind also frowned, saying that since the war had not ended, the current time could be considered the most carefree, and they had a chance to win. Everyone turned around, hearing that someone also wanted to be included in this strategy. Gillen smiled, looking at the others. Looking at him, Chris asked what if he was recognized. Then the man was surrounded by red lightning, and he said that he would cover his face and would be of great help to them. The moon illuminated the crowns of the trees. Some sounds were heard in the forest. Chris and his comrades rushed forward. Ilan, who was running next to him, asked if they would run without stopping, to which Chris replied that since there were witnesses from other estates, it was better to finish before rumors spread. Looking at him, the man thought that the hero had changed a lot. His speech, actions, attitude were no longer the same as before. When he returned, he decided that most likely he had not changed, but was simply hiding his true face. And not only him. He felt the rest of the team that they were all wisers. Several people were standing by the gray walls. Vance territory, the gates of the outer fortress. One of the guards looked to the side when another led a man inside. He saw Chris and his comrades, not understanding who they were. The guard opened his eyes wide, ordering them to stop. Looking at him, our hero turned to Lind. The guy quickly approached the guard. In one movement, he chopped off his head. Cursing, the second one swung to strike. Lind dodged his spear. A moment later, he was behind the guard. Having struck him, he saw the others, who were shouting about an attack. Lind entered the battle with them. The guard on the wall, watching this, told the commander to give the order. The commander opened his mouth wide, shouting to close the gate. At that moment, Digo rushed forward. Several warriors appeared in front of him. He walked around them and found himself under the closing gate. He screamed, trying to hold it back, his mouth wide open. The captain on the wall ordered the gate to be closed quickly, but the soldier replied that the pulley was not turning. Chris and Gillen rushed towards him. The hero praised his comrade, and the man was surprised that Digo prevented him from closing the gate by force. Seeing Lind and Docky, the soldier shouted that the enemy had gotten inside. Alice stood in front of the enemies, hearing that they were ordered to shoot the intruders. She used continuous flowing river. Streams of water rushed forward. They hit several enemies, after which the water gathered at her blade. Moving forward, Chris ordered not to touch the civilians, but only destroy the enemies in front. Their target was the inner fortress. The enemy soldiers put out their spears. Chris hit several enemies at once. Gillen approached the enemy soldier. As he swung, he thought that there was a reason why the hero let him go. Drops of blood fell near his face as he thought that if Chris wanted to hide all his strength, he would have done so by any means necessary. As he watched the others strike down the enemies, he thought that the point of this blitzkrieg was to show the other estates Franmont's fighting power. He frowned, his head starting to hurt just thinking about attacking Ludwig. Looking away, the Count asked why there was so much noise since midday. He looked at Jackson standing next to him, telling him to go outside and find out what was going on. But someone rushed into their hall, saying that they were under attack. Frowning, Vance asked who the attacker was. Nervously, the servant replied that he did not know, he was only told that the enemy had overcome the outer fortress. The Count then looked closely at the servant, asking how many there were. The boy lowered his eyebrows, saying that he didn't know that either. Then Vance rose from his throne and got furious, asking if he knew anything. Gritting his teeth in fear, the servant tried to answer something. At that moment, Chris and his team walked on, and the boy only said that they were monsters. The servant fell to his knees. Turning back to Jackson, the Count ordered to gather a squad of knights. Several knights surrounded Vance. The servant went to the door, hearing the order to go out and check out the situation. Approaching it, the boy heard some sounds. The next moment, Digo broke down the door. The Count opened his eyes wide. Chris and the others went inside. Seeing the leaders in front of him, he realized that they were the strongest here and decided that they would be destroyed last. Vance frowned, hearing the question whether he was the Count, and asked again who was asking him. The hero also frowned and said his name. Then the man opened his mouth in surprise, asking how to understand all this. Chris closed his eyes, saying that yesterday an unpleasant incident occurred in his estate. One of the residents was killed. Vance clenched his teeth in fear, hearing that the one who played the main role in this was his eldest son Yad. He frowned, saying that he cut off his head with his own hands for what he did. Then the Count frowned, asking how dare he. Did he really decide to die since he came here? Daki and Digo stood in front of the hero. He suggested that those who want to live throw down their swords and leave this land, and if they are going to die, they can safely protect this man. The knights rushed to the attack under the order to bring Chris's head. Quick swings left a bright trace. Chris walked forward while his comrades killed the enemies. Jackson and Vance looked at this in surprise. The guy took a step on the steps. The Duke, seeing how our hero was almost approaching him, still demanded that he stop. Chris was surrounded by a blue aura and told the knight to make a wise decision. He would not repeat it twice. Jackson looked scared. His sword fell to the floor. Vance sat on the floor, leaning on his throne. Chris knelt down on his knee. The Count trembled in fear when the hero called his name. The room was filled with a blue aura when the hero said that if there was a desire for revenge, Vance could come at any time. They would accept him with all their poverty. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. Leda stood in front of Chris's desk, saying that the royal palace would begin an investigation into this matter. Before it was too late, the hero had to take appropriate measures. The comrade looked at Chris when he asked that if they were alone, he should address him without formalities. But Lind wanted to ask about authority. The hero looked at his friend with a smile, and then he simply asked if he had any ideas. The boy listened in silence as the nobles tried to use what had happened to curtail his power, and the royal palace would side with him, not wanting to lose the power they had worked so hard to gain. Count Vance had gone over to the 8 families, and his son was trying to meet with the 8 families in secret in Franmont. Chris smiled, saying that such an explanation would be enough to shut the nobles up, but his friend noted that if the evidence turned out to be fake, then he was finished. Lind began writing something down when Chris replied that if they were to suffer, then both of them. His friend called the hero a demon incarnate. Someone was moving quickly through the forest when Lind asked how they were going to use this fake evidence against Vance. Someone's foot stepped on a tree branch, and the hero noted that he had a suitable candidate for this matter. The girl looked at the lights of the city. Raising her hand with the ring, she took off her mask. Sabnak threw up his hands in bewilderment, surprised that Chris had received a reward for killing an aristocrat and seizing someone else's land. The interlocutor replied that a document had been released that spoke of Count Vance's connections with 8 families. As a result, a large reward was given to Chris for capturing the traitor. Then Sabnak frowned, thinking that our hero had done it. A gleam appeared in his eyes from the thought that Chris was much more dangerous than he seemed. Meanwhile, the hero walked through the city. He waved to the people who greeted him. The girl showed a basket of bread, offering to try it. The hero was confused when the others also began offering him food, asking him to try it too. He smiled from the thought that without the inhabitants, there would be no owner of the estate. These people were the key figures on his land. Seeing the people in front of him, he noted that they were too weak, and yet he could not abandon them to certain death. Closing his eyes, he reasoned that such a horror could not happen again. It was necessary to strengthen the security in this nasty estate. Opening them, he decided he needed more. Later, 3 people approached him, and seeing their dirty fingers, he said that they were now real herbalists. The guy replied that it just happened that way. Murdoch looked up when our hero asked him if he planned to only collect herbs for the rest of his life. The guy opened his mouth, hearing the offer to become a ranger and protect this land. He asked everyone who followed Murdoch the same thing. However, this is not an order. If they do not want to, they can continue to live as they are now. The people knelt down, thanking for this chance, and said that they will dedicate themselves to this land. Louis smiled, hearing the order to take these people to the training ground. Brienne approached Chris, saying that she exchanged the reward for food and essentials for the residents of the estate. The hero thanked her for her work and told her that she could go and rest. As she left, she heard that she was already talking much better. Without turning around, Brienne replied that she had to learn in order to conduct trades. Chris watched her go. Then he closed his eyes, deciding that the time had come. Daki was cleaning his axe. He looked up when he heard someone speaking to him. Chris, who was standing in front of him, offered to fight him. Following Chris, he noted that this was not a battlefield. Stopping and placing his spear on the ground, the hero asked why he served under him. Daki answered that there was no reason. Then, opening his mouth, the hero asked why he was on the central continent. Daki asked why he asked. When asked for the reason why the Southerners hid their true identity, he remembered that he lived among the Southern wanderers and immediately recognized him when he saw him. Chris asked what his real name was. The man was visibly nervous. Both looked at each other. Daki lowered his eyes and repeated his name again. Chris frowned, thinking that he had expected this, but it really would not be easy. Holding up his spear, he said that he had once heard something. There was a big difference between the people of the central part of the continent and the people of the south. Daki stood in front of him, hearing that the people of the central part of the continent worship God and the people of the south worship man. He frowned, hearing that, to be more precise, a strong man who had won a duel. Chris pointed his spear in his direction and challenged him to a duel. He said that if Daki won, he would not ask anything else. Daki also frowned, hearing the conditions that if the hero won, he would answer the question. Taking the axes in his hands, the man agreed. Chris glared at him. Daki also looked at him, hearing that he should fight with all his might. Then he rushed forward. A bright light remained. Chris also struck quickly. The hero swung, but Daki dodged. Now he blocked his comrade's attack. Holding back the axe, Chris asked him to believe him. Daki retreated, dodging the blow. Then the hero pulled the spear back. Daki blocked the attack with his axes. Sparks flew from the blades. Chris said that he would help the man, he just needed to say his name. But Daki silently held back the onslaught. Chris remembered the falling snow and how it lay on his palms. There was surprise on his face. He turned around, hearing the words that they need to leave. Then the boy lowered his eyebrows. In front of him was the site of a burning village. Running up, he saw a guy who said that the Roaring Elephant tribe had invaded them, and everyone needed to take cover. Turning around, he saw the boy, telling him to run. The boy asked if the guy had seen Yenny. At that moment, someone was about to attack this guy when he said that he would look for her himself and told the boy to run away from the village. Having blocked the attack, he demanded that he run away as quickly as possible. The boy actually started to run away, but the guy said that he couldn't go that way. As he moved forward, he thought about saving Yenny. Suddenly, someone's body fell to the ground in front of him. An enemy came out of a nearby house. Seeing the boy in front of him, he said that he was unlucky. Raising his spear, the man noted that weaklings die and that this must be accepted. Blood spurted. The boy looked at the drops in confusion. The girl plunged the blade into the enemy's neck. The hero was glad that he found Yenny. Looking at the boy, the girl told him to leave the village, but he replied that a warrior of the tribe does not show his back. Hitting him on the head, the girl said that he was not a warrior yet. Meanwhile, another enemy noticed them and shouted for everyone to be killed. The villagers continued to kill enemies. The boy turned around, telling the man that the leader of the Roaring Elephant had changed. The man replied that he knew something like this would happen someday and he should have gotten rid of them sooner. Then he looked away. He saw the girl kneeling in front of the boy, telling him to run away, but he replied that he would fight too. Holding the bloody axes in his hands, the man said that it was the order of the head of the tribe to survive and sharpen the sword of vengeance. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes and he refused his father. Turning away, despite the fire, the man said that it was the order of the head of the tribe and demanded that he run away. Despite the fire, he asked his son to stay alive. Hugging the boy, the girl asked him to listen to her carefully. Let him run to the warm lands of the north and forget his name and tribe. The boy tried to hold back his tears when his mother asked him to choose life at the crossroads of life and an honorable death. The boy ran past the burning houses, so he ran out of the village. Tears flew from his eyes. Stars were visible above the leaves of the trees. Two guys were walking through the forest. One of them looked ahead in surprise. He saw a boy lying on the ground. Later, the boy was eating while sitting by the fire. One of the guys opposite asked him to eat more slowly and let go of his axe, but his comrade advised him to leave it alone. Apparently, the boy had his reasons for behaving like that. One of the companions smiled and asked the boy his name. He frowned and thought. Then he opened his eyes, so he looked at the axe in his hands. Then he looked at the travelers again. Now the man was looking closely at Chris and said that he was Daki. There was a powerful release of energy. Kneeling down, Chris said that nothing would end until one of them fell. Daki silently held the axes in his hands. Frowning, our hero asked if this was the southern style. Then he pointed his spear and fired. Daki parried the attack flying at him. Chris looked at this with a smile, thinking that he had parried all the snake tongues. His reaction is completely different from Lind and Digo. He is a real talent. The man struck again. Seeing Daki attack, he noted that the attacks are fast and heavy. It seems that he has already used wise a little. Chris rested his back against the tree. Daki swung his axe. The hero's eyes lit up brightly, and he thought that he had not been cooling off all this time either. Daki cut the tree with one blow. Then he rushed at the hero. Jumping back, Chris kicked him in the back. In the jump, he brought his spear behind his back. Daki blocked the attack again. Having landed, our hero looked at his comrade in surprise. Daki headed towards him again. Watching his opponent approaching, the hero thought that he wanted to knock him to the ground with this blow, but it did not work. If he does not give it his all, he will not be able to defeat him. Chris began to strike many blows. The blade of the axe was shining brightly. The hero managed to close the distance. He clenched his fist, thinking that by cutting down the time, he would deliver a piercing blow. The blow of the fist actually knocked Daki down. He landed a few meters away on the ground. Smiling, holding his fist in front of him, Chris thought that he had overdone it. In a cloud of dust, Daki tried to cough. Coming closer, Chris asked if he was dead. A deep mark was left on the trunk of the tree. The comrade lowered his eyes, hearing that if he needed a place to put down roots, then the hero would become his land. Smiling, looking at him, Chris thought that he had not studied much of the southern language, but he had heard that roots were a tribe or family. His beard was covered in dirt, and Daki asked why Chris was so interested in his name. Smiling, Chris answered that it was because he wanted to help. The man's eyes widened. Our hero looked at his comrade, who said that having arrived in the central part, he began to serve his leader named Chris. On his knees, he said that he had lost his roots and cast off his name, but now he would pronounce it again. He said to his face that his name was Yenrid. He was the last wingless falcon, the only falcon left alive. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Chris thanked him for his trust and said that he was not alone. Later, Lind looked at him in confusion, surprised that the three of them were going to ride together, saying that they needed a little more strength. Putting his hand on Pumpkin, Chris noted that there were 4 of them. Then Lind looked at the hero, saying that he was no longer just a soldier, but the owner of these lands. Mounting Pumpkin, he replied that this was exactly why he was going there. He should not worry too much if something did not go according to plan, he would somehow cope. With a smile, the girl wished him a pleasant journey. He and the others rode forward. A few days later, one of the companions, looking ahead in confusion, said that they were almost there. He wanted to say that a little further on there was the outer wall of the fortress, and noticed that the children were here. He also noted that it would be difficult to get through the main gate because the people of the south had set up camp there. Looking at the tents, Chris thought that their size exceeded his expectations. There were about 1,200 people there. He turned his attention to the tents above, thinking that the alliance with the south had not yet been made, so it was very strange to see such a huge number of southerners here. So, different tribes had set up camp here. Inside the fortress, sitting at the table, Chris greeted the Viscount. The man greeted him back. Dutch, confused, extended his hand, hearing that Chris thought that the points in their contract needed to be slightly changed, and asked what he was talking about. O'Brien raised a finger when the hero said that on the way here they saw an army of 1,200 people, but they never discussed the number of enemies. The girl frowned, saying that the contract between the two estates was only in words for now, so each side had the right to change certain conditions through discussion. The man looked confused. Chris smiled, asking if he could cope without help. Dutch asked what they wanted. Standing next to our hero, O'Brien said that in exchange for eliminating the goblins and settling the problems with the people from the south, they demanded 3 platinum coins. Putting his hand on his head, Dutch asked if he paid that amount, could they really solve everything? The hero answered yes. Handing over the paper, he said that the contract was signed by both parties, and from that moment on it came into force. Looking at Chris, O'Brien and Daki, the man asked how many people they brought. The hero answered that there were 3 of them and they were in front of him. Nervously, the man put his hand on the table and noted that even though our hero was a knight level wiser, there were more than 1,000 enemies, and asked how the 3 of them would cope. The son took his father in his arms when he said that this was the end and they would all die here. The interlocutor said to believe in him, and he would not let anyone die. Walking next to the hero, O'Brien asked if he really was going to fight with 3 of them. Closing her eyes, she sighed when she heard that he didn't, and noted that she knew he had some kind of plan. He pointed at Daki, saying that the man could handle it alone. Then the girl lowered her eyebrows, thinking that they were crazy. Later, Daki walked outside the fortress walls alone. Looking at him from the wall, Chris noted that everything would be fine, but Abrian said that it was not so. An agitated Dutch stood nearby, asking why they were inciting the enemy. Smiling, our hero asked how well the man knew the people from the south. Turning to the hero, the man replied that he knew how to deal with them very well. He had been through a lot in this place and noted that they could not be provoked now. Then Chris smiled, thinking that he knew nothing. Meanwhile, Daki approached the enemy camp, and he said that his knight would write a new history in this place. The enemies noticed Daki, not understanding why he was alone, and decided that he probably wanted to offer a deal. The bald man approached Daki and asked what business he had. He frowned and thought that perhaps he was a resident of the south. Looking at them, Daki told them to go home. The bald man looked sternly, asking if the interlocutor was from the south, and heard yes. Also looking at him, Daki heard the question about the conditions for starting negotiations and answered that there were none. They should just leave. Going to the camp, he told Daki to wait. He began to walk back to his superior, carrying something in his hand. Frowning, he said that they were settling where they wanted and would not leave until they got this land. A gleam appeared in his eyes, and he demanded that Daki leave. Calmly looking at his interlocutor, Daki replied that he did not want to. Then the bald man attacked the man, telling him to die. Daki dodged the swing of the club, then struck him in the back. The bald man fell to the ground, and Daki called him a weakling. Turning to the others, he suggested a duel. Frowning, he said that they should attack at once, and he would defeat everyone alone. One of the southerners clenched his fist, saying that this was an insult. He looked at Daki, asking what his roots were. Daki looked at him silently. Then he frowned, saying that he did not talk to weaklings. The insulted man raised his head and ordered to kill him. The three immediately pounced on Daki. With one blow, he knocked the weapons out of everyone's hands. The man with the scar on his face was surprised. When the enemies behind Daki fell to the ground, he said that this was not it at all. Frowning, he also said that he was disappointed because they were too weak. Then the whole tribe ran to him. Chris watched what was happening. Abrian looked worried, and the hero noted that it seemed to have begun. Dutch, who was watching nervously, clarified whether everything would be okay. The hero asked him to wait a little. Walking to the descent from the wall, he thought that in truth he himself was worried. There were more enemies than he expected. Who knows, if something goes wrong, he might have to run. He sent Punky to protect Daki, and if the situation worsened, then let him take him from there. The pet headed to the side, and the hero thought that there was nothing more he could do. Frowning, he thought about his faith in Daki. Meanwhile, the man threw the enemies around. The defeated ones fell to the ground. The crowd pounced on him again. With a swing of his axes, he managed to throw it away. One of the enemies looked at Daki in surprise. He saw a blue aura coming from him. A man with a scar on his face watched this, and someone noted that Daki dealt with 100 people. Keen looked at one of the warriors who said that the enemy was strange. All their brothers were unconscious. His eyes grew larger when he heard that none were killed. There were many enemies lying around Daki. Then Keen opened his mouth wide and ordered him to stop. His tribesmen turned around in surprise, hearing that the fight was over. Looking at Daki, Keen said that they did not recognize him. Later, Daki was walking back. Chris approached him and asked if he was okay, and noted that it was a good job. Daki sat down on the floor, hearing the question if he had managed to persuade him, and replied that they were not listening. Looking down, our hero said that it was still not bad. Then he sat down and handed him a bottle, telling him to drink it. This stuff would help him regain his strength, and he needed to focus solely on recovery. The southerners looked ahead. The next day, Daki came to them again. He hit him in the face with his elbow. The second day of the fight, Daki held back several enemies at once. 150 people were defeated. Later, he again escaped from them. The third day of the fight, 300 people were defeated. Keen looked at the Baron, who said that tomorrow he would go out to fight. The man clenched his teeth, saying that he was sure that Daki was already exhausted after 3 days. Tomorrow he would definitely win. Later, the Baron hid behind a shield, saying that he would crush all of Daki's bones. Nervously, Dutch looked at what was happening, saying that the 4th day had already arrived. Would there be any sense in this fight? Chris frowned, thinking that this was not just a fight. Seeing his comrade dodge the blow, he assumed that the enemies had already figured something out. The Baron turned to face Daki. Chris noted that his comrade, who had dealt with several hundred people in 4 days, was not even tired yet. Daki broke his shield with one blow. Seeing this, our hero thought that the medicine and wise were keeping him in perfect condition. For an opponent who did not know this, Daki's very existence was already a miracle. At that moment, the Baron received a blow to the face. A warrior with a weapon on a chain told Daki to attack. A little later, he was tied up with this chain. One of the opponents opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that he had never seen such terrifying power and amazing endurance before. Keen approached him, saying that he was the local leader. Bowing, he acknowledged Daki. The others bowed after him. Keen called him noble, but walking on the ground. Daki looked at the others silently. He is becoming a legend. Today, Keen asked the name of the man in front of him. Daki looked at him intently. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and he called himself Yenrid. Then he turned his head, saying that he was a wingless falcon. Keen opened his eyes wide in surprise. Chris smiled, thinking about what his comrade had done. Pumpkin climbed the wall. The pet ran up to the hero, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Chris and Dutch were confused, hearing that the southern troops were advancing. Looking from the wall, our hero noted that there were at least 1,000 of them. Seeing this army in the distance, he realized that this was an army that was on the ground, and decided to use Wise to see more closely. His eyes were shining brightly, and he thought that although not as well as Lin, he would still see something. Seeing the horsemen and the warriors behind them, he noted that they were approaching too quickly. This was not a unification of troops, but an attack. The army was heading towards the southern soldiers in front. The hero reasoned that the case when the troops of the south fought among themselves, and the winner took the land, this is a southern rebellion. Leaving the wall, he told Abrian to be here, and Dutch offered his help. He lowered his eyebrows, hearing that he had to lead everyone away from here, and asked again, should he abandon the land. The hero said that the enemy's goal was not occupation. Chris climbed onto Pumpkin, telling the man that if he interfered, it would only get worse. He smiled when he was asked how he could cope alone and replied that it was not so easy. Meanwhile, Daki stood nearby, hearing that other southerners were advancing. His eyes shone brightly from the words that they were elephants. His hands began to tremble. Someone commanded everyone to prepare for battle. Chris was behind him. The people of the tribe grabbed their weapons, not understanding who it was and wanting to kill him. But Daki raised his hand and said that this was his chief, and they did not dare touch him. The man of the tribe noted that he was a resident of the center. Then Daki frowned, repeating that Chris was his chief. Looking at his comrade, Chris asked if he knew the attackers and heard that he did. Then, looking at him, Chris told Daki to do as he saw fit, casting aside regrets. Frowning, Daki agreed, and then he went to meet the enemy. The man walked past the others. Raising his axe, he called himself a wingless falcon. The others cheered when Daki said he would step forward. The enemies were getting closer, and in order to kill them all was heard. Daki bent down to the ground. A blue aura surrounded his body. He jumped back and rushed forward. One of the enemy riders saw a bright flash. In an instant, Daki was behind him. One blow scattered several at once. The enemy covered his mouth from the dust. Gritting his teeth, he turned around. Daki struck. Then several pounced on him, shouting that he could not escape. Frowning, Daki held back the onslaught. Then he swung his axe, cutting down several at once. The opponents ran up to him again, swinging their weapons. But unexpectedly for everyone, Daki jumped. Someone pointed up, shouting that he was there. The man brought the weapon behind his back. Upon landing, his blow threw everyone around him. Daki stood among the fallen enemies. He took a deep breath, then looked at everyone piercingly. The new allies opened their mouths in shock. Keen also opened his mouth and shouted Daki's name. The allied southerners rushed into battle. Various sounds were heard on the battlefield. An ally struck with a club. Another hit the Baron from the south on the back of the head, causing him to open his mouth wide. Then the enemy raised his weapon to strike again, but Chris managed to hit him first. The Baron turned around in surprise. Chris frowned, holding his spear. Daki's swings left a bright mark. With a dash, our hero hit several enemies. He cut his opponent in half. One of the enemy assistants turned to his leader, saying that at this rate they would all be killed. Then the man opened his mouth wide, shouting that they were retreating. Daki and the others watched the fleeing enemy. The new allies were jubilant. The man also raised his hand. Baron and Keen were jubilant. Chris smiled contentedly. Those standing nearby grabbed his hands and raised them up. Daki raised the axe above his head. Drink was pouring out of the mugs. The warriors were celebrating their victory. Dutch and Chris looked at this. The man could not believe his eyes because they did not look like the southern people he knew. The guy noted that he said that there was no need to worry. The man looked at the hero, who said that he had heard that he was a merchant before he came here, which means that he has excellent trading skills. Looking at his interlocutor, Chris said that he likes capable people. Dutch looked at the hero strangely, thinking that he had done something simply incredible. Seeing how the hero walked towards the celebrating, he thought that his intuition told him that he would not stop there. Sitting down next to Daki, our hero noted the good work. One of the southerners sat down next to him and said that his hair was unusual. He watched as his fellow tribesmen gathered around Chris. One of them offered to fight. As our hero drank from a mug, Daki said that the man could consider himself a corpse. Even if there were 3 like him, he would not be able to defeat the chief. Keen approached their company. The hero looked at him when he introduced himself and said his name. Looking at Chris, the man said that he had a request. The hero and Daki looked at the interlocutor, who said that there were tribesmen they had left behind. There were elephants nearby and he asked to join the fight. Looking at his comrade, Daki said that he would follow the chief. Then Keen frowned, telling him that their guide was there. Chris looked at Daki in surprise when they heard that the guide was from the tribe of wingless falcons. So the army followed Chris and Daki 2 days later. The men looked around. Frowning, one of the southerners wondered why the central resident was the chief. His comrade replied that he himself did not know, calling it absurd. Lowering his eyebrows, he also said that he did not recognize the central resident. Keen and his comrades looked down, and he said that they had lured the elephant tribe, but they would be spotted here immediately. Seeing a large number of people below, the hero thought it was a miracle that they had not been noticed yet. Keen looked away. A soldier approached them, saying that they were elephants. Opening his mouth wide, Keen ordered everyone to prepare for battle, but Chris objected, answering that one cannot rush into an attack thoughtlessly. Our hero frowned, demanding patience. The man looked at the boy, replied that the South did not know about such battles. Then Chris objected that they should study if they do not know, and reminded that they did not come to fight. The other man's eyes widened when he heard that they were there to save the tribesmen and get back alive. Daki put his hand on his shoulder. Chris smiled slightly when he heard the answer, that he understood. Standing above the others, Chris announced that they had to hold out in this battle and that they should not go forward. Let them fight back, maintaining formation. Seeing the army ahead, someone shouted that they were advancing. Then everyone rushed into battle. Chris frowned angrily at the thought of how impossible it was to control them, knowing that they could not lose people. Catching up with Daki, he thought that he was not in the best shape either. Weiss's healing power was certainly superhuman, but it did not grant immortality. He was definitely exhausted from the long battle. Our hero sped up, overtaking the others. He also overtook Daki, telling him not to overexert himself and conserve his remaining strength. His eyes were shining brightly and he decided to go forward himself. A mark was left on the wall. One of the warriors noticed how the earth was falling on him. Seeing Chris go out to the enemy alone, he was surprised that it was a resident of the center. One of the enemies swung his weapon, leaving a bright mark, after which he received a kick in the face. The enemies were surprised to see Chris above their heads. Stopping on one of the walls, he fired a volley. Then he landed among the enemies, and someone shouted to kill him. His foot almost touched the ground. A second later, he threw a spear, chopping off several heads. In an instant, Chris was again on the other side, making his way through hordes of enemies. Frowning, he ordered them to attack and decided that he was becoming the center of attention. Another spear shot hit several targets. Gritting his teeth, Chris struck the enemies. Keen also struck with his sword. Daki chopped off the enemy's head. Then he looked forward. He looked away, seeing something. A little further away stood Chris among many corpses. The southern baron smiled, rejoicing at his new victory, but suddenly opened his eyes wide. He saw a new group of enemies approaching. Looking at this, Chris noted that everyone was already at their limit and if they continued to fight, they would all be killed. Pressing his lips together, he decided that he could not lose them and it was time to take advantage of this. Taking the spear aside, the hero commanded not to go forward. Daki stared at the hero, hearing that the responsibility for holding his comrades was on him. After which Chris brought the spear to himself. He remembered the sparring with the man. At that moment, he noticed a message above his head. Now the enemies were approaching, and his spear began to glow. The message notified that Weiss's skill had reached 30. Our hero's eyes lit up brightly. A huge group of attackers flew into the air. Keen and Daki looked at this in amazement. Frowning, the hero headed forward. The allied warrior raised his hand, shouting that it was over. The previously distrustful southerner looked at this in silence, but he opened his mouth and began to pronounce the hero's name. The others took up the conversation. Now everyone raised their hands, praising Chris and Daki. After the battle, the families were reunited. The hero watched with a smile. Something caught his attention. One of the prisoners noticed Daki. They hugged, and the man said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The old friend frowned when Daki told him that he had heard that he was the leader here. Then he pointed to Chris standing next to him, saying that he was his leader. Gelio was clearly tense, thinking about our hero being a leader. The regiment drew a line on the ground between the camp of the Elephant Alliance and Chris's army. Someone said that tigers without tongues and legless moles had joined the elephants. In total, there were more than 5,000 of them. Chris put his hand to his face, thinking that judging by the number of fighters, they were at a disadvantage and they should avoid a fight. If a fight broke out, then he and Daki would survive, but not the others. He saw a frowning Gelio. Looking at him, the hero asked if he knew that if he fought the elephants, he would die, and the boy replied that he did. Without taking his eyes off him, he interrupted the hero when he wanted to suggest first securing an escape route and replied that they would not escape and if they were destined to die, it would be on this earth. As he walked away from the others, he called Daki to follow him. Chris looked at him strangely. Jelio, without turning around, asked who his leader was. Looking down, the man replied that it was Chris. Then, clenching his teeth, Jelio said that his roots were here. Staring piercingly, the guy called him a falcon sitting on a knife blade and asked if he really thought that a resident of the center would stay on their side. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he also said that their enemy was right before their eyes and the elephants had also maimed him. Grabbing Daki's hands, the guy said that they had killed his mother, father, and the rest of the tribe. The elephants had broken their spirit. Opening his mouth wide, Jelio said that the South does not forgive such things. Daki looked intently at his comrade. Then Jelio lowered his head and asked if he trusted Chris, after which he began to walk away, saying that Daki had changed a lot. Looking at the others, Chris said that since the enemies had already discovered them, they would be here soon and they needed to take the tribesmen to a safe place. Keen and his comrades looked at Jelio in silence. He smiled when he heard the boy agree. Chris leaned over to the boy, saying that he had heard that he knew the area well. The boy confirmed this and said that his name was Ewan. Daki was warming up when the hero said that they would take the front and the rest would take care of the rear. Chris, Punky, and the others walked along the forest. Looking at the hero, Ewan asked why he was doing all this since they were from the south. Looking ahead, Chris replied that he did not divide people like that, he only had one criterion. Without stopping looking at his interlocutor, the boy heard that either people were on the hero's side or not, and asked why they were on his side. Daki walked behind and said that people's lives were important. Afterwards, he looked ahead. It didn't matter whether it was from the center or from the south, the important thing was the man himself. Punky began to roar. Seeing the army approaching, the hero said that the enemies were here. He and Daki rushed forward. Chris said that only they would accept the fight and the rest should protect the tribesmen. Faced with the enemy army, he also commanded not to leave this place and fight here. Punky grabbed the enemy's hand. The animal managed to tear it off. The man tried to strike with an axe. After Punky threw it to the ground, the enemy looked in surprise at the flame in Punky's teeth. It burst out of his mouth, burning the others. Chris watched in surprise as the elephants ran away. He looked at him in confusion, thinking, why so easy? If you think about it, there weren't that many enemies. Frowning, he reasoned that with their forces, a real war of attrition could be arranged. So something was wrong here. Turning around, he wondered what was happening behind him. Jelio was striking the enemy. He also saw the others retreating. Keen saw the boy start to chase them and told him not to. Gritting his teeth, Jelio struck. He kicked another enemy to the ground. With a sinister smile, the boy said that he would not miss any of them. Suddenly, an enemy came out from behind a tree and struck. The axe flew to the side. Jelio tried to crawl to him. The wound on his knee began to bleed. The boy grabbed his leg. Seeing how they began to surround him, he realized that this was where he would die. Jelio closed his eyes, accepting his death. Suddenly, someone approached him. Daki struck the enemies with a few swings. Tired of defending himself, he told his friend not to give up. Jelio looked at him in confusion. Daki was surrounded by a bright aura, and he said that he would not let him die. Another group of enemies approached them. One of the attackers looked at his comrade and said that it was time to go, so they quickly left the battlefield. Later, everyone gathered together, and Chris asked again, did they really run away? Looking at him, Keen said that there were even less than 300 of them. Chris noted that the enemies were not going to come from behind. Looking down, he thought, what did this all mean? Imagining a man with bright eyes, he thought that the leader of the Southern Union, the current leader of the Elephant Tribe, gathered the scattered people of the South. He is strong enough to unite the South, he has a certain plan. Chris looked up in surprise, thinking that there were people. Jumping on Punky, he told the others to wait here. After checking the situation, he will return. As he walked forward, he thought that the small army had been sent here as a distraction. Now his eyes were shining brightly, and he thought that if his guess was correct, there was another group nearby. He noticed an army in the distance. Looking closer, he saw a huge army and wondered if they were going to start a war. Imagining a hole in the wall, he thought that Dutch's estate was in that direction, and then Circa. But the time had not yet come for the Southerners to invade. Opening his mouth, he also wondered if he and Daki had somehow influenced the future, and what should he do now? Chris looked confused, thinking that even if they united with Dutch right now, they still wouldn't be able to defeat such an army. No way to resolve this situation came to mind, and perhaps he should just run away. Chris's eyes widened, realizing that this was exactly it. Standing near the tree, he also thought that if he crossed the Guru, the Backbone mountain range would appear, connected to the Fraumont estate. Perhaps now he would be able to lead the Southerners most safely and return back. Tying the letters on Punky's paws, the hero thought that the rest could be entrusted to the kingdom. Such a matter as the southern invasion would definitely not be ignored there. He told the pet that the one on the right should be given to Dutch, and the one on the left to Lind. Returning back, our hero ordered Daki to gather the Southerners. Frowning, he said that they were returning to Fraumont. Dutch read the contents of the letter in surprise. Frowning, the man thought, can Chris be trusted? What if the contents of the letter are a lie? Seeing Punky in front of him, he knew that he had to make a choice. Go ahead. Dutch decided to trust the hero and ordered the letter to be sent to the kingdom. They gathered at the main gate. One of the Southerners looked ahead in surprise, asking who they were. The blondes and the other knights were sitting on their horses, Circa's united army. Bauman looked at the enemies with admiration, asking his master if they could just be crushed, and the man asked him what he was talking about. The third knight smiled, saying that he was short-sighted and should have come a little later. Withran smiled, saying that it was sad. He was so excited about his first mission in a long time. Seeing the man surrounded by a red aura, Lind realized that these were people from the Duke's army. Seeing how the knights were surrounded by such an aura, he noted that it felt like their vibes was on a completely different level. They were on their side. The boy frowned, noting that they were still dangerous. Without turning around, one of the knights turned to Lind, asking if he was sure that the enemies would retreat after one warning. The boy lowered his eyebrows and noted that their morale had dropped significantly as soon as they saw their fighting strength. It was already noticeable that the opponent was trying to keep losses to a minimum, which is why he thought that those people would want to settle the matter through negotiations. Then the man walked forward, saying that he would go himself. He and the enemy envoys met in the middle of the field. Looking with his red eyes, the knight asked why they brought an army and began to make threats. Frowning, the envoy replied that they did not come to threaten, but for a deal. The knight's eyes lit up brighter and he said that the South has a very unusual way of making deals. Lidos frowned, thinking about what kind of absurd excuse was this. The one standing next to him said that if they did not want trouble, then let them go. Opening his mouth, the knight was about to say something else. A red aura swirled around everything. The eye glowed brightly, and the knight warned that if they brought such an army again, they would take it as a provocation and prepare for war. An aura surrounded the enemy messenger, and he said that he obeyed. So both sides returned to their own. Lidos looked at his comrade, who asked if he had seen Chris. Then the man remembered our hero, said that it was the same squire he met in Dabed. The interlocutor said that they had contacted him then too. The knight with red eyes opened his mouth wide, noticing that Chris was always in the center of events. 2 guards guarded the entrance to the back gate of the Franmont estate. Digo turned around when one of the guards drew his attention. He saw Chris and Daki with the army of the Southerners. The hero smiled widely, saying that they were back. Strick approached the hero, saying that if they accepted them, then they needed to start digging. Chris agreed, saying that they couldn't drag it out any longer. Smiling, he also asked if they were done with that conversation because it was time to sum it up. Jelio and Daki were visible through the open door. The guy approached our hero, and he asked if he liked it here. Smiling, Chris noted that if he wanted to go back south, he would give them everything they needed and there was no need to return anything. Jelio looked at the interlocutor silently when he asked if he understood that it would be dangerous for them to go back now. If they wanted, they could settle nearby. Without taking his eyes off him, Jelio replied that they couldn't settle in this place and asked only to wait until they became stronger. So for now, they would live on his land, paying a price for it. Chris lowered his eyes, thinking that he was sorry, but the interlocutor was making concessions like this. Noticing the bandage on his leg, he asked if he would treat his wound. The guy replied that it would not work, because the doctors and magicians had already done everything they could. Then Chris went down to the wound and said that they can treat things like that here too. Stepping back a little, Jelio said that his leg was not important now. Then Chris smiled, saying that he understood him and asked him to pay the price. Until they leave this place, they will be considered residents of the Franmont lands and are obliged to follow the local laws. The interlocutor smiled and agreed to this. Our hero smiled back. Daki, who was watching this, also smiled. Later, Jackson and the Southerners killed monsters. After that day, Chris instructed the Southerners to deal with the goblins that appear in the Dutch lands. The warrior in blue and the Southerner looked at each other with a smile. Franmont is a place where the inhabitants of the center and the south live together. Behind our hero stood an army of Southerners and those who had been here before. This is a territory with the strongest fighting power after the Count's estate of Ludwig. The aristocrat, gritting his teeth, asked if he had let in the Southerners who were trying to break into foreign lands with weapons. Jerpel, standing opposite, said that he had heard that it was another tribe, to which the man asked a counter-question about why he believed everything he was told. The brunette replied that that was not all. The Baron had taken in the poor, as a result of which his territory began to expand at an incredible rate. The aristocrat asked in surprise if he thought he could handle so many people, after which Jerpel frowned and said that the Baron was secretly selling rock salt. The interlocutor, his eyes bulging, asked again. Clenching a sheet of paper, he asked if there were deposits of rock salt on those wretched lands, on the barren land of Franmont. Upset, he sighed and thought that he needed to calm down. The enemy was just lucky with the rock salt, and he should think sensibly. He had no reason to expel him. It was better to maintain friendly relations with the Baron for the sake of benefit. Gritting his teeth, the aristocrat got angry and thought that he could not sit idly by and watch this bastard. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted that the extraction and sale of salt was monopolized by the royal family, and ordered the brunette to report to them about the atrocities of Baron Fronmont, to which the guy quickly responded. When Jerpel turned to leave, the aristocrat called out to him. Looking at him, he said that a letter needed to be sent to the Duke. A line of guys ran through the Fronmont military camp. The camp commander sat at the table in confusion and said that things were bad, the calculations did not add up. Strick grabbed his head and shouted that it looked like he wouldn't be getting home today, to which Lind replied that after they started mining rock salt, there really was more work. The guy sweated and thought in confusion that they couldn't even call Jabrian, since she was busy trading herself. Damn Chris, he had gone off on some trip at such a time. A voice was heard that announced the arrival of a guest. The stranger entered and asked if this was Strick's office. The gentleman looked at him in surprise and asked who he was. The guy smiled and introduced himself as Methix, saying that he was hired by Baron Fronmont. Strick frowned and asked again, hired. The guy smiled sweetly and said that he was an accountant, and added that from now on he would be responsible for keeping the income and expense books. Lind looked seriously at Methix, and the gray-haired man, overjoyed, exclaimed that they were finally saved. With a glare, the yellow-eyed guy stopped the accountant and asked where the proof was that the owner had really sent him. The newcomer smiled and asked if he was Lind Snaith. The Baron said that he would be the first to suspect him, and advised him to tell him the story of the boy who wet himself. The guy jumped up, and grabbing the accountant by the shoulder, screamed for him to shut up, and said that he believed him. As he left, he thought that Chris was a bad bastard. Then he ran into a boy in the doorway, who asked where he could meet Mr. Lind Snaith. The brunette replied that it was him. Holding out the seal, the boy said that the Baron asked him to give it to him, saying to use it as a family seal. The yellow-eyed guy took the seal in his hands, looked at it and asked if he made it himself. The stranger answered positively, but his skills were not that good. Because the guy was standing with his eyes closed, Lind thought he was blind, but his skill was impressive. He did not understand where the protagonist found all these people, and the boy stood silently and thought that he did not trust him. Then he decided to tell a story about a boy who wet himself as proof, to which the interlocutor reacted aggressively and covered his mouth with his hand. Walking along the alley, Louis said that the Marquis's lands would be the last, to which Chris agreed. Turning his head, Louis asked if they were looking for someone there. The protagonist agreed with this, noting that this was a very important person. Smirking slyly, he added that he was a secretive sage. The guy looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked in what sense a sage. The man pointed a sword at the heroes and said to show the fair, to which Chris replied that this was happening for the 4th time. The protagonist gave the command, after which Louis moved towards the guys, drawing his sword from its sheath. At that moment, a horseman rode out of the bushes. He cut off one of their heads with his sword, after which he stopped near the travelers and asked if they were travelers. Chris grinned and replied that they were just passing by. The writer thought that this man was acting carelessly despite the fact that he had stumbled upon thieves and his speech sounded noble. It was obvious that he had a high status, but out loud he simply introduced himself as Paul, lawyer from the estate of Marquis Zickle, offering the travelers a rest in the spire controlled by Marquis Zickle. The heroes agreed to this, thanking him. Riding next to him, Paul turned and asked what they were. Louis answered that he was a squire. Laughing, the writer said, "What a meeting." The protagonist thought that it would be troublesome if they revealed their identities. Smiling, he said that he was a knight from a small estate, thinking to himself that this was not a lie. Then he narrowed his eyes, hearing the writer's offer to show the surroundings on the way to the spire, thinking that this guy changes his attitude depending on the status of his interlocutor, and noted that it is better not to mess with him. The three were walking along a wide street. Chris turned around, hearing a cry for help. He saw a man kneeling, at whom stones were thrown with shouts for him to get out of here. Paul looked at this with disdain and noted that because of the generosity of the owner, all sorts of rabble sometimes crawls here. Frowning, he thought that this happened in front of the guest, as luck would have it. He dismounted from his horse and headed towards the man lying on the ground, and angrily shouted that if they did not move away immediately, they would go to jail. He looked angrily at the lying guy and said, "If you think that you are innocent, then I think differently," and also added that it was necessary to immediately get rid of trash like him. Taking out a knife, he said that in order to save the lands, he will not close his eyes to what happened today. Chris looked in surprise. The woman, hugging the blue-haired man, begged the knight not to do this and forgive him. To which the knight, gritting his teeth, said that if she did not get out of the way, she would also be punished. After, he turned around, hearing a call. Chris, approaching him, said that these people were his acquaintances. Paul tried to grab him by the collar, asking what he was talking about. Louis, intercepting his hand, said not to touch his master. The writer frowned and thought what it meant to the master. The main character sat down on one knee and extended his hand to the woman. Standing in the house, the woman apologized and said that they had nothing to treat the guest with, to which Chris replied that everything was fine. He handed the hunchbacked man a bag of herbs and said that they healed well, and if you use them, everything will go away in a moment. Graf took the bag and said that he could handle it himself. The protagonist turned to Louis and asked him to bring what they bought at the market. The man held out his hand with a plate and said that it was very hot. The woman, sitting on the floor, asked if he was really a knight and not a cook, to which the protagonist was glad that she liked the food. Graf, sitting on the floor, thought that the stew was very tasty and decided that they were only cared for because of health problems. He looked at the blue-haired man and thought that it had started. He clenched his teeth and thought that he felt it. Chris looked up, and the hunchback thought that he was being studied. They stared intently into each other's eyes. Chris and the blue-haired man stood near the stile and admired the bright moon. Louis watched them from the side, leaning against the wall. The guy with the hunchback looked at the Baron with fear and asked who he was and why he cared about them, to which he offered him to guess and thought that he would succeed. The blue-haired man froze and continued to silently look at the protagonist, after which he stared into the distance and said that only aristocrats can restrain the knights of other territories. Among secular people it is rare to meet such a capable person in botany and cooking. While the protagonist smiled slyly, the hunchback came up with a proposal that said about a young man who received a title and has a wealth of experience. The blue-haired man looked up at Chris and asked if he was by any chance Baron Chris Franmont, who received an estate for his achievements in the past war. Standing among the stones, he lowered his head. He is that very sage from the troubled times in the past. The protagonist turned to the interlocutor and opened his mouth and said, "Bingo, well done," to which he responded with a question, "Seriously?" The Baron smiled and told the guy that he was indeed Chris Franmont, the owner of the Franmont estate. Louis stood around the corner and heard the blue-haired man ask permission to introduce himself officially. He called himself Graf. The protagonist in response said that he was glad to meet him. The stars were shining in the dark sky. The new acquaintance asked why the Baron was here, to which he replied that he had come to meet him. The blue-haired man opened his eyes wide, looked at Chris in surprise and asked if he knew him. In response, the interlocutor told him to consider that he was here because of the prophecy about the hunchbacked sage. The Baron looked away and said that Graf reminded him of an old friend who had lost his right arm in the war. Despite the loss, he had been running around like a squirrel in a wheel, helping himself with his teeth, learning everything he could. With a sad look, Chris continued the story. He and his friend dreamed of having a chance to change their lives one day. He also asked the guy if he wanted to get such a chance. He closed his eyes and said, "Right." Yellow-eyed thought for a moment and said that until now he had been trying to grab as much as possible. They both looked up at the moon, after which the owner of the estate said that the title, the people, he had made it all his own. Events were going as he had planned. Then he narrowed his eyes and said that soon, one after another, unexpected changes began to happen. Hunchback looked at Chris with regret when he continued to say that he thought he would need more people in order to find the future he wanted. The Baron turned away from his friend and said that these were the reasons he had come to him. Louis stood in front of him, and the owner continued to say that after talking to the blue-haired man, he realized something. Then he turned around and said that he would not be made his supporter if he was greedy. Grape opened his eyes wide and heard from the interlocutor that they were leaving in 2 days. Chris smiled slyly and invited him to join them. The hunchback returned home and on the threshold received a question from his mother whether the knights had left. The guy looked at his mother and said, "Mom." She narrowed her eyes and asked again. He looked at her hopefully and asked if she wanted to go on a journey. 2 days later, the castle of Marquis Zickle stood among the hills. The blonde sat on the throne and asked a question about the Baron's location in High Spire to the guy bowing before her, to which he replied that it took them time to find the main character, since he hid his identity. The girl wondered why this guy had come here. He couldn't help but know about her father's absence due to the royal meeting. She thought he had come to meet her, and then told Paul Lawyer that she needed to go to the city so he could prepare everything. The chariot arrived at the castle. Looking at the assistant, the blonde asked if the Baron had left, to which she received the answer that he had left this place with the hunchback in the morning, right after the gates had opened. The girl closed her eyes and was saddened that he hadn't paid attention to her even in the royal palace, and now he had left without even seeing her. She opened her eyes wide and asked who meant who. Yes. Louis and Graf looked straight ahead and heard Lynn shout, "Chris, my lord, you have returned," and in response he was told to wait. The brunette ran after the protagonist with a sword in his hands and shouted an offer to fight him, but he told him to calm down. While running away, the protagonist ordered his friend to calm the guy down, to which he responded, turned towards him and said, "Yes." The guy made a dash and shouted for Louise to get out of the way, but he raised his sword and replied that the Lord had given him an order. Running past the assistant, Lynn said that Lady Agata had a man, after which the long-haired man clenched his teeth and was surprised. The guy opened his mouth, heard that Louise needed to move away, and shouted that they refused to follow his orders. The sun was shining brightly the next day. The hunchback came to the owner. He raised his head and asked what impressions he had after the first day here. Graf replied that everything was just wonderful. The fortress wall was in almost perfect condition. Chris replied that he was surprised himself. He thought it would take longer. Suddenly, a man appeared at the entrance who told the owner that an urgent message had arrived. The Baron looked at him angrily, after which the guy added that the letter had come from the kingdom. Then the protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that they must have guessed that they were trading rock salt and ordered to stop the excavation. Staring at the letter, he thought that he had not hidden the existence of rock salt, but the royal family had reacted too quickly. It seemed that someone had filed an appeal. Then the guy looked away and continued his thoughts. Most likely, he was from the aristocrat faction, and this description fits best. He finished his thought. The bald man looked in front of him and said that they had come a long way. The union of aristocrats gathered around him. He suggested that they start a meeting. The gray-haired man looked at the aristocrat and asked him a question. He sent a letter to the royal palace, to which he responded, yes, an answer should come soon. With a sad look, the bald man said that he did not have high hopes for the royal family. He was sure that the Baron would pull some trick if the royal family's sanctions were not fair. After which he angrily looked ahead and said that they would strike at Franmont. The people around him were shocked and scared. One of them opened his eyes wide and asked if he wanted to start a war of estates, to which he heard the answer that yes, and if they win, they will be able to get their hands on great wealth. The old man said with apprehension that Baron Franmont is a war hero and a knight level wiser. The bald man, pointing at Jerpel, said that his son is also a knight level wiser. The gray-haired man looked angrily and objected that they did not have a suitable reason. The mustachioed man frowned and asked if they really believed that Count Vance had committed treason. He grinned and said that they just needed to create a reason, because the winners are not judged. Then he smiled ominously and said that the Duke was behind them anyway. Sabnak watched the carriages leaving from the balcony. Jerpal approached the Baron with a tense look from behind and asked him what would happen if the royal family announced sanctions that would satisfy the aristocratic faction. The whole plan to attack Franmont could fail. He frowned intently when the old man replied that such a possibility could not be ruled out. Jerpal looked at the Baron's back, who answered without looking back that it did not matter anymore, because now he was sure. Sabnak sarcastically twisted his face, showing his teeth, and said that he had gone through many troubles and hardships to get to this place, and his experience told him that if he left Chris alone, one day he would grab him by the throat. He imagined the villager praying to the main character. The old man angrily clenched his fist and said that there was only one chance, and this time, no matter what, he must get rid of him. The bald man frowned with displeasure as he said these words. The fighter looked closely through his eyebrows when he was asked about what happened to the people they talked about last time, and replied that they had already set off. The residents were leaving the fortress through the arch, because they needed people who had wormed their way among the migrants. The guy with gray hair smiled mockingly in the crowd, and the Baron assumed that they had already arrived at the territory of Franmont. Lind and the sage stood opposite the main character and said that there was no realistic solution to the problem. The guy with the hunchback stood next to his comrade and explained that the best option was to pay taxes and extract other benefits. The protagonist, with slight sadness, thought that this was a fair argument and that once the deposits of rock salt became known, it would be impossible to avoid sanctions. He immediately stood up from his chair and agreed, simultaneously asking if the kingdom's investigation team should come today, to which he received consent, and he needed to get ready. Suddenly, an excited Louis burst into the room and said that the investigation team that arrived from the kingdom had passed through the fortress gates, and that it was quite fast. The fighter bared his teeth angrily when asked who the group's commander was, hinting at Elergwin. He introduced the very first prince, Desilio, on his horse. The protagonist bowed before this prince and welcomed him to his estate. Desilio looked at the Baron with a malicious grin and was glad to see him. Chris was sitting at the table with the prince and Elergwin. The protagonist was puzzled by the fact that the kingdom had also been pressured. He saw the count and the prince in front of him, and did not yet realize that Desilio himself would be here. The old man with the beard turned to the Baron and said that he was sure that the boy did not know that salt was a monopolized commodity of their state. Desilio became slightly embittered and said through his bangs that he could have decided this issue in view of his authority. The protagonist looked at the prince with a proud smile when he was asked whether he realized that the kingdom had already shown full understanding and leniency towards him. Chris decided to express his gratitude once again on this occasion. The big man put his hand on the table and looked at the young man, summing up that he should remember that in this situation no privileges would be granted to him. Elergwin looked with his big eyes and said that it was worth announcing the amount of tax, and it would be 80% of the profit from the sale of salt for the state. The protagonist, dumbfounded, widened his eyes and realized that this was a very significant number for an aristocrat. He immediately frowned through his bangs and realized that in order to continue to manage the estate, he should not accept these conditions, because in front of him sat the person with the greatest real power in the royal family, and now was the best opportunity to convince the prince. The Baron looked closely at the royal guest and turned to him. The big man looked back at the boy with cold blood when he was asked about the hunt. They rode their horses across the field. Lind looked at his commander with caution and realized that he was up to something again. Chris rode next to the prince, who said that they had already gone quite far, but had not yet seen a single goblin. The young baron explained that the inhabitants of the estate began to take part in the hunt voluntarily, so the number of monsters had significantly decreased. Chris thought through his bangs that his goal was not some kind of goblin hunt. He imagined Desilio looking angrily into the eyes of the Duke, and he knew exactly what the first prince needed, because now, during the period of change of power, the most important thing for him was to contain the influence of the Duke, the head of the faction of aristocrats, and to keep power in his hands. They approached the edge of the ledge on horses, and Chris asked there if His Highness had seen anything in the distance. Desilio saw a fortified point of wolves in the distance on a hill. The young baron looked ahead in bewilderment and explained that they could observe it from the Backbone mountain range, located in the vicinity of his estate. It was a protected fortress on a rocky hill because it was considered impregnable since it had never been besieged, and the capture of this fortress was the cherished desire of the first prince. The protagonist looked ahead intently in silence. The Count and Lind watched their dialogue. Under the light of the sun, Chris cordially replied that he would not pay tax for the extraction of rock salt gold. Elergwin and Lind immediately tensed up in alarm at this statement. The prince immediately looked back at the boy furiously and assumed that he was planning to go against the royal authority. He continued to frown and look away when the protagonist reminded him how he, as a commoner, came to the royal palace and asked to hand over the Franmont estate to him. Elergwin listened attentively to the dialogue with sweat on his brow, because the young noble explained that he had chosen these lands not for the sake of status or rock salt. He furiously began to shout that in order to express his loyalty to the state that had taken care of him all this time, he would capture the first fortified point of the 8 families and dedicate it to the kingdom. Chris sat on his horse and proudly shouted that by next autumn he would hand over the Fortress of Wolves to His Highness. Lind smiled with a relaxed look. The prince continued to glare at the nobleman and asked if he would be able to keep his promise. The young baron looked proud in response and swore to fulfill his promise, putting everything he had on the line. Desilio immediately turned around and started to leave, expressing his trust and asking him not to disappoint him. The next day, a bowl of soup was placed on the table. Chris was sitting with his comrades at dinner at the table. Graf asked the baron if he was sure that the capture of the fortified point would go smoothly. Chris explained that there was no need to worry too much. He picked up a spoon with a lively smile and said that he had a plan and he would tell you a little later. He tried the dish with a spoon. Chris looked at the table with a smile when the servant said that this good soup was prepared by a new cook who arrived this time. The main character immediately became excited and began to catch hallucinations. Lind looked at the baron with bewilderment together with his comrade when he heard a scream. The main character immediately shouted furiously to the servant to bring an antidote from his room. The protagonist began to spit blood from his mouth. Daki and Graf were excited and also tensed up. Lind and his comrade were also shocked and angry. The young aristocrat angrily wiped the blood from his mouth and said that everyone should keep their hands off the food because it was poison. Empty vials of antidote stood on the table. All the guys carefully watched the protagonist, who drank the antidote, and asked if he was sure he was okay. Chris wiped his mouth with his hand and said that he quickly took the antidote, so everything was fine. But for some time he would have to focus on recovery because he understood that the poison they had provided was quite good. The protagonist held an empty vial and asked Ellis to bring the cook. The blonde immediately imagined the cook on her knees and said that he had arrived to them a few days ago as a migrant, and they caught him when he was trying to get out of the outer fortress in a hurry. The young baron looked down on the hostage and asked who sent him. The aristocrat looked at the accused coldly and asked where he was from. The migrant immediately grimaced, lowered his head and could not tell. Chris continued to stare at the guy and called out to Lind. The fighter immediately presented a dagger to his throat and Chris wanted to hear it one last time. Chris looked at the guy with a cold gaze and asked him to answer carefully, because depending on his answer, they could spare him. The migrant, sweating, grimaced from the dagger when he was asked who sent him. The guy, sweating, smiled maliciously. With a desperate smile, the guy asked to kill him through his bangs. The baron turned away from what was happening when Lind killed the migrant. The baron immediately screamed angrily for everyone to listen carefully, because from now on they would improve the system of identifying the identity of migrants. All the fighters stood in a row and heard the order that they would also fortify the borders of the estate, and if anyone behaved suspiciously, they should immediately arrest them. The baron looked at the sage with a hunchback and asked him to spread rumors that he had fallen ill with poisoning. He looked coldly from under his brows and said that the one who would react to this news was the initiator of what had happened. The knight stood at the table in front of the count, who reported that, as he thought, the prince had simply gone back, and noted the intelligence of Chris, who had once again managed to get out of a difficult situation. Jeripal put his hands behind his back and closely watched the gentleman, who asked about the affairs he had entrusted to him. The fighter explained that rumors had begun to spread that the baron had fallen ill. The bald old man bared his teeth maliciously and realized that everything was going according to plan, and now it was time to pick up the pace. The fighter continued to frown and opened his mouth, was going to carry out the order, because it was time to send letters to all the aristocrats in the area. The crescent moon illuminated the night sky. Sabnak looked at the black silhouette by the window with bewilderment. He looked in that direction with a worried look when he heard the speech of the person he was looking for. A blonde in a black suit was sitting on the windowsill, and the old man thanked her for the last time. The girl was sitting on the windowsill, looking at the old man. You said that you will take on any job if it helps her get revenge. Sabnak added to the word about whether it is normal for a hired killer to show his face. Rachel looked away with a lively smile and said that appearance is remembered by some features and tomorrow she can become a person he does not recognize. The fortress window was slightly open to the night sky, and Rachel asked about what business he called her for this time. He needed to get rid of someone. Sabnak with a sarcastic grin extended his index finger and said that the reward would be 1 platinum eagle. The blonde looked closely through her bangs and asked if it was someone from the royal family, to which she received a negative answer. At that moment, the blonde had already talked to the protagonist, who asked her to take an assignment from the aristocrats. She realized that she was ordered to earn money. The protagonist with a malicious smile looked at the girl and said that he needed information and that she could choose the reward at her own discretion. The hired girl in the mask realized that the assignment could only be dealt with that night. 2 days later, an entire army of guards stood on the field. The armed army was moving forward. The long-haired guy with a beard looked back at the count and asked if he was sure, because if they hanged on the protagonist, something that even the royal family turned a blind eye to, then it could be considered resistance. Sabnak smiled maliciously and noticed that his comrade became scared and asked not to worry. The old man glanced to the side in bewilderment and explained that he did not say that the Duke was standing behind them. They both looked back at the long-haired knight. Sabnak looked forward and called out to his fighter Jerapal. This guy immediately shouted furiously for the army to begin an attack on Franmont. A whole army of fighters raised their spears. The bald game with his army noticed a black silhouette in the distance, and it was a scout. The brunette jumped up to the commander-in-chief and was about to give him the news. The count twisted his face in bewilderment when he heard that combat forces were located in front of the outer fortress of Franmont. The commander-in-chief and his assistant saw the black silhouettes of the army in the distance. Both aristocrats with downcast eyes widened their eyes and realized that they had been given false information. The main character and his company of warriors was ready for a duel. Sabnak with a dejected look and despair did not know how to understand this, because it was said that the Baron fell ill due to poisoning. He dumbfoundedly studied his eyes and realized that it was because of the mercenary Rachel. He saw the Baron in shining armor, who was playing with the crystal, and he assured with irony that many people came to visit him, and he was very touched. The bald aristocrat bared his teeth in confusion. He began to scream in horror that a few days ago, the Southerners broke into their land and robbed the farming families, and as it turned out, these Southerners came from the Franmont estate, and on behalf of all the aristocrats, he ordered them to take responsibility for this and compensate for all the damage that other estates suffered. Sabnak looked at the army of the protagonist, who was laughing, and began to justify himself, saying that he was not joking. Chris bared his teeth with a sarcastic smile. The bald aristocrat sweatily bulged his eyes. The protagonist held a blue crystal in his hands and calmly declared that Sabnak simply wanted to kill him. The bald aristocrat immediately drooped in sweat. He saw the malicious smile of the protagonist. Sabnak immediately furiously stretched out his hand and ordered his army to defeat the enemy. Chris calmly gave the order to Daki and Digo to run and attack as well. The two of them ran towards the entire army of the aristocracy. Daki and Digo looked furiously at their enemies. They began to dashingly cut the entire army with light strikes and screams were heard. The enemy aristocrats were shocked, bulging their eyes. Sabnak, along with his assistant, looked dejected and disappointed. Jerapal looked at the battlefield carefully and realized that these were knights with the internal energy of wise. He immediately scratched his stubble with his finger and gasped. The frightened fighter sat on the ground in front of the corpses of his brothers and noticed that their opponents were monsters. The bald aristocrat called out to his army in horror and ordered them to attack faster. The young baron immediately screamed the baron's name bloodthirstily and hinted that he should see the difference in strength. The pumped-up fighters stood next to the army of guards when Chris explained that not only did he, absorbed in his feelings, arrange a war of estates, but he also sent innocent soldiers to a deadly place. The knights bulged their eyes through their helmets. The protagonist furiously screamed that after this, calling him an honorary aristocrat of Cirque would definitely be undeserved. The bald old man twisted his face in horror from the realization of his hopelessness. Sabnak looked back at the armored duke in bewilderment, who said with irony that their opponent was eloquent and the rumors were true. The bald baron watched the duke with sweat on his brow and asked him why he did nothing, because he came here as reinforcements. The duke widened his eyes and hinted that the old man did not understand that he was not his sword, because he only unsheathed the blade when he wanted to. Jerapal entered the battlefield, throwing off his blade cover. Ellis also entered the battlefield with a blade. The brunette grimaced in bewilderment when he saw his female opponent. The blonde immediately frowned, emitting a light aura, and explained that she was a knight. The armor girl immediately began to emit a blue aura. Jerapal frowned intently, looking at the girl, and realized that she was another knight with internal energy. Jerapal continued to get angry, radiating an aura, and realized that he had never heard of her and that he should definitely have more combat experience. The two knights looked at each other angrily and introduced themselves by their names. The brunette immediately flew into a bloodthirsty attack on the girl and wanted to show her the difference between them. He began to attack her furiously, and the girl managed to fight back. These were numerous blows with blades with lightning-fast reactions. Ellis looked at her opponent in cold blood, attacking him with a blade. Jerapal looked at her angrily. The girl stretched out her hand with a sword. He cast a steadfast glance to the side and realized that she would strike from the right. He managed to swing his sword and block the girl's attack. The fighter opened his mouth wide, fighting off the attack, and shouted that it was useless because he could read all her attacks. The blonde pulled the light rapier in front of her face and realized that she had only warmed up her hand, and now she realized that he was weaker than her. He frowned in bewilderment at such a statement. The blonde went straight to his face. The fighter swung his blade bloodthirstily, but the girl managed to dodge. She inflicted a cut wound right in his chest with blood splashes. Ellis went to finish off the angry guy. The blonde ran forward when she was going to attack him in the right upper part of the body. Running past Jerapal, his right shoulder was bleeding. He threw a dumbfounded look at her and assumed that he clearly saw her attack. Jerapal looked at the bubbles of light in the glow with tension when Ellis asked him about how long he fought with the fighters from Wise. She inflicted numerous light attacks on his body. The blonde smiled maliciously through her bangs and said that she had fought here until she was blue in the face. Jerapal cried out in pain as his arm was completely cut. He immediately fell to his knees and held his wounds, screaming. The girl presented the blade to his neck. She pulled the sword in front of her face and looked down on him, asking if he wanted to continue. Sabnak looked at his fighter with disappointment and pain. The main character closed his eyes with a smile, along with his comrade, who noticed that the girl was just playing with the fighter. Suddenly Lin's eyes widened. He saw the Duke with a huge sword on his back approaching the girl. The blonde Duke raised his eyebrows and introduced himself as Bauman Edstein. Lind and the protagonist looked at this guy with caution and tried to figure out who he was. The blonde immediately flew towards the bar. Louis ran to the girl to catch her. A powerful surge of energy occurred behind the protagonist. The Baron looked back in surprise. The girl and Louis crashed into a stone wall, and he reported that she was fine. Then Chris looked back at the enemy with concern. Lind looked back and heard that this Bauman was a Knight of Tiger. The protagonist looked angrily through his bangs and realized that such a title was bestowed on the Duke by the king himself. This warrior smiled maliciously, clenching his fist because it was the Duke's sword. The main character coldly looked forward after the destroyed wall. Sabnak looked sadly at what was happening along with his assistant, who noted that a punch was enough to destroy the wall, and therefore it was called the Duke's sword. The blonde warrior raised his fist. The young Baron angrily bared his teeth and understood that this guy was dangerous and he needed to somehow make him retreat. Bauman raised his eyebrows in surprise when Chris noted that he did not know that this guy would also participate in this fight. The Duke's sword smiled maliciously and said that this was his personal decision because officially he was on vacation. The protagonist looked coolly through his bangs and noted that in this case, nothing would happen to him for killing him. Bauman reached for his huge sword on his back and said that he was curious about all this, what kind of person he was who attracted the interest of his highness. The armored fighter immediately put out his demonic sword and said that it was time to check what it was capable of. Lind and the main character immediately got excited from the red aura and realized that there was no doubt. The blonde warrior smiled bloodthirstily, because he was an overhuman, having Ys of 4 stages or higher. The main character grinned maliciously and realized that this fighter was a simple type of knight who wanted to fight, and if he could not make him leave, then it would be bad. The knight continued to mockingly look forward, raising his hand, and realized that this method was the most optimal. The Baron looked through his bangs with a grin and asked if he was ready to put his life on the line or wanted a fun battle. The Duke's sword smiled animatedly and suggested that the guy could amuse him now. Digo, at this time, stood with a huge axe in front of the fighter. The Baron's assistant in armor ran to the attack. The Duke's sword pulled out his huge blade in front of the knight. Bauman cast a piercing glance to the side. He immediately deftly chopped the guy's axe and threw it away. Red discharges of aura began to sparkle in front of the dumbfounded guy. The Duke's sword in a red aura crept behind his back and told the guy to correct his stance because this was only the first strike. Digo bared his teeth from the onslaught and pressure. The Duke's sword immediately threw the fighter's body along the ground. Lin's eyes bulged in surprise, while Chris was angry. They saw how this fighter flew along the ground screaming. The Duke's sword plunged the blade into the ground and asked the guy if he was really only a knight with internal energy and words. He raised his eyebrows in amazement and asked the guy to prove his superiority to him. Lind angrily cried out the name of his brother. Bauman swung his huge sword towards the fighter. They grinned maliciously and looked at each other after the strike. Digo stepped back after the attack with Bauman's discharged blade. The royal fighter swung his sword and sent a light aura to attack. Lind looked worriedly at his comrade who had flown away and shouted his name. This guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lind looked at his wounded comrade who was sighing. Bauman looked at what was happening with glee, was surprised that the fighter did not pass out and admitted that he was quite resilient. Sabnak began to smile mockingly along with his assistant and noticed that the enemy commander could not do anything and fell to the ground. Chris bared his teeth angrily and could not believe that the fighter had suppressed Digo so easily. The young knight looked back at Louis, who wanted to show himself and get a chance. The protagonist looked at his knight with disdain and told him that this guy had defeated Digo, and among them he was the best in terms of physical strength. Louis assured that he was sure that he could and asked to believe in him. The protagonist looked closely at the fighter and asked him to keep one promise, because he should not overdo it under any circumstances. Louis frowned angrily and accepted this order. He stood cold-bloodedly nearby in front of his enemy. Bauman immediately pulled out his sword with a malicious smile and ran to attack. He swung his huge sword at Louis. The Duke's sword missed, because Louis managed to return. The protagonist's fighter pulled his sword to the side. Louis deftly managed to dodge the warrior's sword swing. Louis continued to deftly dodge the numerous attacks of the Duke's warrior. Bauman's eyes widened in amazement and he was surprised by such agility of the enemy. A light swing of the blade flashed past Louis's face because he could still instantly dodge the blows. Then the long-haired knight held a sword in his hands. Bauman looked at the enemy's attack in amazement, parrying it with his sword. Then he looked back at the agile opponent and realized that, judging by his strength, his enemy had not even reached the third stage, but despite this, he managed to read his attacks. Louis slightly crouched on the ground, thrusting his sword into it, and most likely had an innate talent. The Duke's warrior continued to fight off the agile attacks of Louis, who realized that he could not parry because this was all he was waiting for. The Baron's warrior managed to duck from the huge sword and realized that by continuing to dodge, he could wait for the right moment. The blonde warrior looked back in bewilderment when Louis realized that if a blind spot appeared, he would be able to strike him with them. Louis managed to cut the enemy's face with his blade. Sabnak and Chris saw this cut in amazement. Drops of blood flew in front of the cold-blooded Louis, who understood that he would have a chance to win. The Duke's warrior stood sideways opposite his opponent. Louis stared at the enemy, who only stated ironically that he was glad he came here. Bauman smiled bloodthirstily and said that it was getting more interesting. He immediately flew into an attack with fury, using red discharges. Louis again managed to duck from the attack, sneaking behind his back. He saw Bauman's back and realized that he was completely open, and this was a good chance to strike when he could not even counterattack. The long-haired knight looked at the red light in surprise. The Duke's warrior swung his sword with discharges with one hand. Bauman bloodthirstily bulged his eye, because it was the opposite direction and it could not be. He immediately struck Louis, who sank into the ground. The Baron's battered boy lay on the destroyed ground and was about to be given one piece of advice. Bauman looked back angrily and asked the boy not to rely only on what he saw. Bauman stared at the wounded enemy on the ground. The bald Baron and his assistant smiled maliciously and realized that these guys were not even fit to hold a candle to the Duke's sword. Chris grinned angrily through his bangs and realized that Louis had lost, and that was definitely a failure. Sabnak began to smile mockingly and noted with irony that the Baron was still bragging about such worthless strength, and it was funny. Daki was going to join the fight, but the protagonist forbade him. The beaten Ellis and Dima were sitting by the wall and realized that they had to be careful because they could not lose any more fighting strength. Lind held his wounded friend Louis by the shoulder. Sabnak's eyes bulged with anxiety. Bauman raised his eyebrows and smiled maliciously. The main character himself went on the attack on the field. Bauman lowered his huge sword and told the protagonist that if he lost here, big trouble could arise and asked him about confidence. The young knight began to emit blue light from his armor and declared that after this duel everything would be over. In the light of the blue discharges, Chris looked proudly at the enemy. The Duke's warrior immediately raised his eyebrows in glee and wished to be attacked. Chris immediately jumped up. He swung his staff at Bauman. After their collision, a cloud of dust rose and the earth scattered. The fair-haired warrior smiled sarcastically and realized that his attack was stronger. Chris barely held back the onslaught of the blade and destroyed the earth with himself. The Baron angrily bared his teeth, holding back the sword, and realized that this was a shocking power, and such power was definitely not from wise, but from birth. Bauman threw Chris back with a swing of the blade. The young knight emitted beams of light towards the enemy. The Duke's warrior deftly repelled all the light attacks with a swing of the blade. The main character stood in a fighting pose, holding back the staff. Bauman was already behind him and delivered a sneak attack. The protagonist immediately flew back from the unexpected attack. The Duke's warrior immediately rushed at the guy to finish him off. He cut the air with his blade, but Chris dodged. The blue-haired Baron closely watched every move. He extended his staff towards Bauman's hair, who dodged. The Duke's warrior grinned maliciously when the guy missed. The Baron peered through his bangs and realized that although this enemy had a large build, this superhuman surpassed even Gullen. The protagonist smiled maliciously in the light and understood that it was waiting for him. He raised a blue glow around himself and knew that he wanted to see a strong opponent that he wanted to step over. He began to inflict numerous attacks on his opponent, raising a cloud of dust. Chris closely watched his fast attacks. Bauman, with a malicious smile, managed to fight off all the blows. They fought each other fiercely in their light auras. Lind watched his commander in surprise and was shocked that he fought this monster on equal terms. The Duke's warrior swung a huge sword behind his back. The protagonist managed to dodge the enemy's crushing attack. The Duke's fighter tensed up angrily, looking away, and asked the enemy if these were all his abilities. The young Baron stood in a fighting stance and understood that it would be difficult to continue to parry his blows. Bauman stomped on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The Duke's warrior knelt down and realized that Chris was stalling for time. The Duke's fighter dodged the flying spear in surprise. He managed to wave his blade away from this spear. Bauman looked up at the shadow in surprise and realized that the enemy had thrown away his weapon. Chris at that moment ran to attack from behind. He immediately struck him in the body with his elbow. The fair-haired warrior bared his teeth bloodthirstily from such a hidden attack. Chris closely watched the movements and understood that the moment the enemy swung his sword, he could attack. Bauman swung his blade, but the Baron managed to duck. The knight stretched his hand behind his back. Light energy began to radiate from the guy's leg, because he should collect it from the fingertips. Then he began to collect light energy in the blade to place it in one point. The healthy fighter watched what was happening in surprise. Bauman flew away from the light wave of the furious storm. Sabnek excitedly bulged his eyes. Lind also opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist carefully watched the enemy who flew away. However, the Baron still flew away from the enemy's attack. The young knight plopped down on the ground and flew on. The beaten protagonist held onto his body, sitting on the ground, and understood that he defended himself with both hands, but the rib was still broken, and if he had not been on the third stage, he would have already passed out. He was standing on one knee when Bauman did not expect that the guy managed to prepare a dagger. The Duke's warrior, shit on his face, looked away and noticed this clever trick. Chris held his shoulder in displeasure and said that any means are good in war, and it does not matter. Bauman also began to laugh maliciously, closing his eyes. The Duke's warrior raised his eyebrows and pointed out to the guy that he could go under the command of his highness. The beaten Chris looked coldly through his bangs and explained that the answer would be obvious. Bauman smiled maliciously, standing with his back to the enemy, and declared that otherwise he would become a broken sword. The bald Baron saw how this warrior of the Duke climbed onto his horse and was surprised that they did not want to finish him off, although the duel was over. The blonde warrior closed his eyes and reminded that he was not the sword of the bald Baron. Sabnek on horseback looked at the protagonist in the distance. Sabnek looked back at his army with concern and horror and ordered the entire army to retreat. The bald Baron with snot bulged his eyes in surprise. Chris looked ahead with a grin and told the Baron that he knew him very well. Sabnek on horseback noticed that they were already surrounded by another army from afar. There were soldiers standing near the fortress. Graf looked ahead with bewilderment, asking if he was sure that the soldiers should be released. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look, noting that they were not guilty of anything and were simply following orders, adding that they themselves would not do anything now. Chris added that memories came flooding back to him. The protagonist was watching people. He noted that one winter day there was a strong snowstorm, and he met refugees passing by. The young guy looked at the man with a bandage. He noted that due to the internal war that broke out in the estate, the man lost half of his face and his family lost their home. The protagonist added that when he asked where they were going, he answered him. The man with a bandaged face looked at the guy, saying that he did not know. The protagonist looked at the refugee in shock. He noted that the man then continued on his way across the snowy field. The Baron walked on the ground, saying that the one who drives his subjects to a deadly place. The protagonist looked ahead with a furious look, adding that he cannot be considered a lord. The sage looked at his master with a serious look, asking that he will kill them. The master's hair was fluttering in the wind. Chris said that everything depends on their actions. The soldiers sat at the table with their heads down. The knight looked at his father with a serious look, asking that they will survive. Sabnek looked at his son with an angry expression, telling him to shut his mouth and that he is a useless idiot who is not able to even defeat the knight's woman. The Baron lowered his gaze, wondering if this is really not a dream, after which he pulled out his eyes, wondering that everything will end like this. The bald man grinned madly, thinking that the army had gone back to the estate. If he returned alive, he would somehow be able to get back on his feet. The protagonist came to the soldiers in the hall, after which he pulled out a chair from the table. The protagonist sat down at the table, offering to finally put an end to it. The young guy turned his gaze to the Baron, who said that they admit their guilt and are ready to pay any compensation, be it land or gold. The knight lowered his gaze and grinned slightly, wondering why he spoke like that. Sabnak smiled anxiously, saying that moreover, he understood a lot, and if he said that he would change the views of people in one country, it would sound funny, but he intended to change them at least in his own lands. The old man looked at the protagonist, saying that he would also swear allegiance to the royalist. The soldier said that he would too. Lind looked at what was happening with bewilderment, thinking that they were unprincipled idiots. The sage watched what was happening in surprise. The knight said that in childhood, everyone dreamed of something great, and he, for example, wanted to become a king. After which he smiled widely, saying that with age, he came to the realization of reality, and he decided to at least simply save the people around him. The young guy slightly opened his mouth, saying that, however, he began to feel that their state was gradually sliding downhill, after which his heart did not want to stop there. The protagonist looked at the crowd with a serious look, declaring that he wanted to become a king. The men looked at Chris in shock. The soldier knelt before the main character, telling him to accept him because he is a knight level wiser and he will destroy the king's enemies, standing in the vanguard. Sabnak looked at the other guys in bewilderment. The soldiers said that they will serve him. The bald man smiled in confusion as he looked at the Baron. He stated that his worthless eyes had only just seen that there was a king here who would save this rotten country, and if he accepted him, he would sacrifice all the fighting forces that remained in his estate. The mercenary smiled widely, thanking them all. He closed his eyes, stating that he could feel their deep loyalty, and then it remained to give the most important order to carry out the great deed. Chris looked ahead with a furious look, telling Lind and Daki to slit their throats. Lind cut off the head of the Baron's son. Daki cut off the heads of the soldiers. Sabnak looked at his dead son in horror. The main character looked at the bald man with a cold gaze. The Baron asked why he was doing this, noting that they had just sworn allegiance to him. He widened his eyes in horror, asking him not to do this and he would give him everything he had. After which the bald man pressed his lips together as Chris told him to shut up. The protagonist drew his blade with a furious look. He noted that they were vile abominations ready to stab you in the back as soon as you took your eyes off them, asking that he seriously thought that he would believe their lying tongues. Sabnak looked at the protagonist in horror, saying that he had misunderstood everything and this time he was telling the truth. The young man furrowed his brows, saying that there was no point in listening to him anymore. The bald man opened his mouth wide, putting his hand in front of him. Graf closed his eyes. The young man looked at his assistant, saying that if he was scared, he could go back to the high spire. The sage looked at the protagonist in fear, saying that he was ready for this. Lind grinned sarcastically, asking what it meant that he would be king, adding that he would then be a minister. Daki looked at the lord with a serious look, saying that a king or a feudal lord does not change anything, and he is still his leader. The protagonist looked at his comrades with a serious look, thanking them, noting that he will try to do everything to repay their trust. Desilio stood next to his uncle. A few days later, the corridor of the royal palace Edik. The blue-eyed man looked at the paper in horror. He wondered what that brat Chris had done, and that he had killed the nobles of the Duke's faction. Gabush called out to his nephew. The white-haired boy looked at his uncle in horror, who asked why he had such a serious face. Gabush smiled madly, asking that wasn't it for the best. Desilio looked at the man in fear. An orange sunset could be seen in the sky. Graf said that Baron Fronmund had no right to take the lives of nearby nobles under the pretext of a manor war, and henceforth he was forbidden from unofficial manor wars. The sage held the letter in his hand, standing next to his lord. He read that if he disobeyed, his status would be revoked and he would be escorted to the royal palace and punished, adding that he must prove his loyalty to the kingdom by showing his strength not inside the mansion, but outside it. The protagonist awkwardly looked up at the sky, saying that it seemed like his name had been blacklisted. The sage noted that it was good that it ended like this. The Baron looked at the boys with a serious look, noting that he would then continue speaking. Louis frowned. Chris said that he thought they had felt it very well in the previous battle. Vigo looked at the master with a serious look. Ellis narrowed her gaze. The master declared that they were weak, after which he clenched his hand into a fist, saying that from now on, they would dedicate themselves to training the wise man and they needed a power that would not only break any worthy opponent. The protagonist looked at his comrades with a serious look, stating that she still had to change the world. They were black worms in the jar. The girl asked what they were. The protagonist watched the insects closely. He said that they were silverworm larvae, which he had obtained during his and Louis's journey. The Baron imagined a spider. He mused that if these larvae were fed to a honey spider, something very amazing could be obtained, noting that it was an invisible thread stronger than any steel, invisible silver wire. The protagonist looked behind him in confusion. Graf shouted to the gentleman that they were in trouble. He looked at the protagonist with excitement, stating that the royal family had declared war on the 8 families, saying that they would take over the Wolves' Fortress within this year. The knight smiled in confusion, thinking that this was how Desilio decided to put pressure on him, saying that the point was counted. A few days earlier, Desilio was standing near the door. Then he looked back. Gabush was walking towards the guy. The white-haired guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man looked straight ahead with a serious look. The brunette asked how His Majesty was. The blue-eyed guy replied that he was already having trouble recognizing people. The man narrowed his gaze, saying that he understood everything and that they could go now. The guys were standing near the sick king's bed. The old man slightly opened his mouth, asking who had come. Gabush said that it was him. His Majesty looked at the man with an exhausted look, saying that he had come. The brunette took his brother by the hand, telling him not to overexert himself. Desilio lowered his serious gaze to the floor. The old man asked his brother to protect Cercado. Gabush said that it was a given. The man lowered his drooping gaze. His Majesty asked for forgiveness. The stars were visible in the night sky. Desilio followed his uncle, after which he looked menacingly ahead. The uncle stood with his back turned, looking into the distance. He put his hands behind his back, asking the guy if he was sure. The white-haired guy widened his eyes. The man looked back at his nephew, saying that if he left, he would not be able to kill him anymore. The fighter looked at the man in shock. He clenched his teeth, thinking that he needed to answer faster and say at least something. The fighter widened his eyes, noticing that his tongue was not moving. Gabush closed his eyes, thoughtfully chuckling, after which he looked ahead with a serious look, asking if he thought Chris would be able to take the Wolves' Fortress. The guy frowned, saying that he hoped so, after which the uncle turned his back to his nephew, laughing loudly. The brunette smiled maliciously, saying that he could. The weather was clear above the estate of Marquis Jiggle. The daughter and father were playing chess at the table. The Marquis asked that Chris wanted to strike at that very fortress of wolves. Amelia moved a piece on the chessboard, saying that it was a failure. The old man said that he thought so too, after which he also moved a piece on the board, saying that if he failed, the royalists would also suffer great damage. The knights stood opposite each other. Jiggle noted that it seemed to him that the confrontation between the prince and the duke was becoming more and more fierce. The father crossed his arms over his chest, asking that despite this they were told to remain neutral, adding that the more careful the choice, the better. The daughter looked at her father carefully. The man asked what, after all, why such an influential person was trying to do the impossible, adding that it seemed to him that he was not one of those who participated in a battle in which he had no chance. Jiggle looked at the chessboard in surprise. Amelia said that she was in check, and in her opinion, there was some kind of plan there. The girl looked at the old man with a smile, asking if she could go there in person and see if this battle was a win or not. The old man closed his eyes, noting that she should not strain herself so much and it would be better to postpone this question, asking if it would not be better for her to find a groom. The blonde, displeased, narrowed her gaze, asking that he doubted her abilities. Sweat appeared on the old man's face. The Marquis asked how he could doubt her, noting that their family was so large thanks to her. The man looked at his daughter with a serious look, asking if she really wanted to go. The girl replied that she did. The father looked at his daughter in confusion, asking if she was sure. Jiggle frowned, watching the girl. Amelia looked at her father with a confident look, saying that he knew she didn't start losing battles. There was a fighter in the water tank. Docky emerged from the barrel. Ellis looked at the guy with a sly grin, saying that he had a long way to go to catch up with her. The soldier said that it didn't count, offering again. The protagonist looked at the piece of paper with a serious look, telling them to get out already and Lind and Digo next. Graf studied the papers carefully. He told the Baron that according to his calculations, at least 5,000 soldiers and a catapult were needed to capture the fortress, noting that they needed to expect a long battle and stock up on provisions. The assistant looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. The protagonist said that all this was unnecessary and only knight-level wisers would do. The guys emerged from the water tanks. The knight noted that to be precise, only those who can hold their breath for 10 minutes or more. The assistant did not understand what he was talking about. The young man smiled broadly, telling him not to worry, and they had powerful support. A beautiful orange sunset was visible in the sky. Graf asked what he was going to pray for. The mercenary replied that this was also not bad. Ellis stood near the gate, pulling herself up. A few days later, the girl noticed a black silhouette of a carriage in the distance, after which the carriage stopped near the guard. The blonde asked what business they had come there for. A girl looked out of the window, saying that her name was Amelia and she was the daughter of the Marquis of Jiggle and had come to help with the destruction of the Wolves' Fortress. The soldiers looked at the long-haired girl with admiration. Ellis turned her back to the carriage, saying that she would report this to the master, and asked her to understand that they could not accept people into their ranks thoughtlessly. The Marquis's daughter said that she would wait there. The blonde waved her hand, telling the soldiers to come out quickly. The guard squinted and looked behind her. She moved forward through the gate, wondering what could let her hair down too. Agatha looked at the thread with admiration, saying that it was the first time she had seen such a transparent and beautiful thread. The main character looked at the girl with a smile, noting that he had heard that she had a talent for sewing. The brown-haired girl looked at the Baron with a confident look. The master said that he wanted her to make some simple underwear. Agatha told him to rely on her. The boys turned their attention to the side when Louis called out to the master. A long-haired girl appeared in front of them. Emilia and the protagonist sat across from each other at the table. The Marquis daughter said that he had recently passed by their estate and had not even said hello. Chris noted that he had not had time, so he could not look in. If it upset her, he would apologize. The blonde smiled slightly, saying that it was nothing to worry about, and she had already forgotten everything, noting that she had heard that he was planning to strike at the Wolves' Fortress, and their family could help. Emilia looked at the Baron in surprise. The gentleman said that there was no need for that. The protagonist looked at the Marquis daughter with a serious look. The girl said that it was such a sharp refusal, and she didn't even have anything to say. The young man apologized to the girl. The blonde narrowed her eyes, saying that the girl protecting the main gate was a knight level wiser. Emilia grinned maliciously, saying that according to rumors, they weren't even helped by the royal family and that their forces weren't enough to take the Wolves' Fortress. The main character frowned, noting that she had recognized Wiser, after which he grinned slightly, thinking that now he realized that she was not an ordinary person. The protagonist imagined the image of the Marquis and his daughter. He noted that the Marquis' family Jiggle, Edic's key forces, which even the first prince with a fireball couldn't touch. The knight imagined Gabush and Desilio. He mused that there was a reason why they survived the upcoming war without relying on anyone's strength, and all thanks to the only mage Edic who was able to use intuition magic, and turns out to be a lone mage, was Emilia. The blonde stared ahead, holding a mug in her hands. Chris mused that there must be a magic symbol somewhere on her body. The Marquis daughter extended the mug to her lips. The Baron wondered why she came there at such a time, after which he narrowed his gaze, noting that it was to see if he was willing to take the risk. The young man stared at the Marquis daughter. The girl asked if she could stay in his estate for a few days. The protagonist gave the blonde permission. Emilia slightly tilted her head to the side, asking why he did not call her lady. The protagonist smirked, saying that if she came there as Lady Emilia, he would address her that way. The Marquis's daughter looked at the protagonist in surprise. She smirked slightly, saying that she had probably spoken too quickly and he could call her whatever he wanted. The sage said that the Wolves' Fortress had sent a letter. The protagonist emerged from the water barrel. Graf noted that they were obviously reacting to the royal family declaring war on them. The protagonist looked at the letter with a sly smile. It said that he should have defended his fortress, calling him a cowardly rat. Chris noted that this was quite provocative. The assistant looked at the Baron worriedly, saying that the royal family was also continuing to press, asking if he was sure that everything would be okay. An orange sunset was visible in the sky. The knight said that it was not the time yet. He looked up at the sky, saying that he needed to wait a little longer and the chance would definitely appear. The master looked at his assistant, ordering him to gather soldiers who were good at shooting a bow and form a squad of archers, noting that if they took the fortress, they would place them in position. The sage looked at his master in confusion, thinking that he was talking with complete confidence about capturing the Wolves' Fortress, wondering how and that he had come up with some way. Stars were visible in the night sky. Desilio looked ahead with a serious look. An old man appeared behind the boy, asking what was bothering him. The blue-eyed boy asked if Baron Chris would be able to occupy the Wolves' Fortress. The old man opened his eyes slightly, saying that it was almost impossible. Count Heido, a royalist aristocrat. The boys stood motionless in the hallway of the estate. The count said that the wolves had been trying to take the fortress for several years, but to no avail, and no matter how great a man Baron Chris was, he would be defeated. The aristocrat narrowed his gaze, saying that then the salt mine would become the property of the royal family, asking that he had accepted Baron Chris's offer not because he knew it. Desilio stood with his back turned, looking into the distance, saying that it was so, but there was a nuance. The blue-eyed boy frowned, saying that he did not understand what he wanted from him. Pumpkin lay on the ground, closing his eyes, after which he raised his ears. Pumpkin rose to his paws, barking at the boys. Digo looked at his shoulder in surprise, where a drop of water had fallen. He raised his head up, saying that there were clouds there. The protagonist looked at the sky with a serious look, telling the boy to gather everyone, since the time had come. The boys threw their cloaks over their bodies. Chris said that they should not wear armor, as they should dress as lightly as possible. The fighters stood in the pouring rain. The Baron said that they should only take waterproof capes and the most comfortable weapons with them, leaving everything that was uncomfortable to move around with there. Agatha approached the young man, noting that she heard that this was a very dangerous place, and they should be careful. Emilia looked away with a serious look. The main character told the lady not to worry so much, and they would return safe and sound. The blonde looked ahead with a serious look and said that she could not believe it. The guys turned their gaze to the girl. The Marquis's daughter asked that they were all knight-level visors. The young knight smiled sarcastically, telling her to use her intuition, calling her Lady Amelia. The Marquis's daughter smiled slightly. She touched her hand to her thigh, where the black mark was. The blonde looked at the guy with a smirk, saying that maybe they would succeed. The protagonist looked away, saying that it was time for them to go. Graf looked after the protagonist with bewilderment, saying that he did not understand. The sage slightly narrowed his gaze, noting that they were going to capture the wolves' fortress with 6 of them, and that he trusted the master, but frankly, this idea seemed too reckless. The guys' cloaks fluttered in the wind. The sage said that he also could not understand the other 5 who agreed to such a strategy. The assistant looked at the chief with a serious look. The old man said that he had doubted the master dozens of times before. Strick smiled slightly, saying that he always managed to split all his doubts into pieces, and everyone understands that Chris Frommont will succeed this time too. The protagonist stared ahead with a furious gaze. A heavy rain was falling from the sky. A black silhouette of an estate was visible on the cliff. Wolves' Fortress. A knight approached the man from behind, saying that he was reporting on the results of reconnaissance and that everything was clear. The commander looked into the distance with a satisfied grin, asking how long this rat was going to hide. The commander-in-chief of Wolves' Fortress, Fedora Wolves. The guys were standing on the wall of the fortress. The soldier said that it would be difficult to continue reconnaissance due to the heavy rain, asking that he could request help from the department. Fedora said that there was no point in calling them for such trifles. A small road led to the fortress. The commander thought that there was a cliff in the rear of the fortress, so the enemies would have to cross the central hill, which was ahead, and if they dragged soldiers or catapults with them, they would be immediately discovered. Fedora frowned, thinking that no matter how much he boasted, he would never be able to take the fortress. The commander-in-chief walked away with a smile, saying that he was going to take a nap for a while, and he should report to him if anything happened. Heavy rain poured down on the grass and trees. The guys rushed past the trees. Lind looked up, saying that the rain was getting stronger. The main character looked straight ahead with a serious look, noting that it would become even stronger and they needed to hurry. After which he narrowed his eyes, thinking that there was only one chance, and if they screwed up today, they would no longer be able to capture the fortress. The commander-in-chief was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. A soldier shouted that they had a flood, asking his comrade to get out of the way. Fedora rose from the bed, asking why it was so noisy, after which he lowered his legs from the bed straight into the water. He looked at the flooded room in confusion, asking what was going on. The commander looked behind him in horror as a soldier shouted that the fortress was starting to fill with water due to the downpour. The brown-haired man frowned, ordering everyone except the minimum guard forces to remove the water. The man gritted his teeth, wondering what to make of this. Blue lightning flashed in the sky. Docky looked at the sky with a serious look, saying that it was angry. Ellis asked what he was saying, noting that she could not hear anything. The boys were standing in front of the commander-in-chief's fortress. Digo turned his head to the side, saying that their robes were already soaking wet. The protagonist looked at the boys with a serious look, saying that they would go on without them and that they needed to quickly reach the central hill of the fortress. The fighters rushed along the road. The guards noticed the black silhouettes of the knights. The soldier asked what was going on. The guy said they were invaders. The soldier bared his teeth, saying there were only 6 of them and they could handle it themselves. His comrade said that he had to report first, because he knew what kind of character the commander had. The young guy opened his mouth wide, calling out to Digo and Docky. After that, the fighters rushed forward. Digo and Docky appeared next to the opponents, swinging their weapons. After that, they cut off their heads. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, telling everyone to stop. The soldier swung his axes when the bar told him to make a hole there that they could fit in. The fighter then began to hit the ground. Lind looked into the hole, saying that water began to flow in. The protagonist stated that at his signal, they would dive. The knight stood with his back, looking at the fortress. He looked ahead with a serious look, noting that he had changed many things: the 7th Infantry, Edic's fate, the lives of the people around him, and the future. The young man narrowed his gaze, thinking that, however, there was something that remained unchanged no matter how fierce he was. The mercenary looked at the sky with a furious look, noting that in the summer of 899 on the central continent's calendar, the Wolves' Fortress met with self-destruction. A strong lightning burst from the sky. Chris noted that it was because of God's wrath. A strong stream of water carried away the soldiers who were begging for help. The commander-in-chief and the knights were running away from the flood. Fedora opened the door to the fortress. The soldiers asked the commander to take them with him. The man looked behind him in horror. He slammed the door in front of the soldiers. The fighter began to knock on the door, begging him to open it. The soldier looked ahead in horror, telling him to open the damn door. Fedora closed his eyes, pressing himself against the door. Then he widened his eyes, asking why this happened. The commander continued to run again, thinking that he needed to get to the surface. The soldiers looked ahead with a frightened look and shouted at them to get out faster and move forward. The commander-in-chief stood behind the soldiers, ordering everyone to step aside. The soldiers shouted at him not to push. The commander looked at the soldiers with a furious look, asking why they were deaf, their brains were knocked out, telling them to leave the road alive. Fedora looked ahead in horror. The man stood with his back turned, looking at the approaching water. Heavy rain continued to fall over the fortress, after which water gushed from the gates of the building. The main character looked at his guys, ordering them to immediately climb into the hole, after which they all dived into the water. The soldiers held their breath in the water. The main character looked up with a serious look, thinking that when the vibrations become more frequent, everything will end. An orange sunset was visible in the sky. Fedora lay on the ground with an exhausted look, after which he looked at the hand reaching out to him. The guy asked if he was okay. The commander-in-chief extended his hand, asking who he was and that he was from the department, after which he widened his eyes in horror. The protagonist said that it was a pity and, apparently, they did not recognize him, noting that he himself gave him a new nickname. The protagonist with a sly grin looked at the commander, saying that he was glad to meet him, calling him a rat hiding behind the fortress wall. The guys stood near the fortress with the army. Graf looked at the estate in surprise, asking what God had blessed him with. Chris replied that he was just lucky. The sage looked at the gentleman with a grin, saying that he would like to ask a couple more questions, but there was a lot to do. The young guy agreed with his assistant, after which he opened his mouth wide, ordering the archers to take positions in the fortress and the rest to repair the gate. The sage's eyes widened. He remembered the main character, who said that he wanted to become a king. The baron stood near the soldiers, stretching his hand out in front of him. Graf thought that maybe he really could do it. The protagonist stood on the wall with his friend. The archer looked at his comrade with a grin, saying that their master would have a new nickname. The commander said that he would be glad if it dried up. Len turned his attention to the front of him. He frowned, saying that there was a suspicious person ahead. He pulled an arrow onto the bowstring, looking ahead in surprise. Strick was quickly running on horseback towards the fortress. The knight looked to the side, out of breath, asking what he had forgotten there. The man said that an emergency had occurred. The mercenary looked in surprise at the chief, who said that the king had died. Strick frowned, saying that a riot had broken out at the same time. Gabush saddled his horse with a menacing look. The chief noted that Gabush had raised a flag. The protagonist looked to the side thoughtfully. The old man said that the funeral was postponed and preparations for war began and an order was given to immediately come to the palace. The main character bit his lip, thinking that it was fast. Even this time everything happened earlier than expected. The baron looked ahead warily, thinking that this was a failure, and now they would not be able to ask the royal family for military help, but using even more forces of the estate was also risky. An archer looked out from behind the wall, saying that an army was approaching them. The main character asked if it was someone from the 8 families. The old man turned his gaze over the wall, saying that it was the army of the Marquis Jiggle family, who was riding with him. A huge army stood in front of the fortress. A soldier shouted that they came to help on the orders of Lady Amelia Jiggle. The main character smiled awkwardly, saying that she did not let them get rid of her. The guys looked ahead with a confident look. The baron shouted that from now on they would protect the fortress with the Jiggle army, adding that Lind would act as the commander-in-chief, Digo and Louis would also guard the place. The fighters looked ahead with a serious look. The protagonist said that the others would return with him to the estate and declare martial law. There was a tower in the middle of the estate, the Franmont fortress. The girl noted that the owner had returned. The protagonist looked at the girl with a serious look. Agatha asked what would happen to them now. The protagonist told her not to worry since it was safe there, asking if he could get the underwear I asked him to make. Brian looked at the satisfied protagonist with displeasure, asking that a civil war had begun, noting that it was just super. The brunette narrowed her gaze. Chris offered to make a deal with the 8 families. The merchant asked that he was crazy and that he wanted to make a deal when he captured the wolf's fortress. The knight put on his armor, saying that this was an exception, and let her sell the salt to the Gold family, noting that they were obsessed with money, so everything would be fine. The brunette looked at the protagonist leaving, asking what if they refused. The mercenary said that she should tell them this then. The young guy looked at the girl, saying that he would eliminate the green-eyed stranger. Brian looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, wondering why all the owners of the estate sometimes lost their minds. The merchant asked where he went. The protagonist released the pumpkin from the tower, saying that he went to save the allied army. The Heen held a glass of red wine in his hands. He smiled maliciously, looking at the piece of paper, saying that both the first prince and Gabush all want his help. The blonde looked at the two knights, asking what they thought about this. The fighter looked at the king's son with a serious look, saying that he needed to observe the situation a little longer. The commander of the knightly squad, Gillen, Jedian Davao. The man with a scar on his face smiled widely, saying that there was no need to rack his brains. The commander of the guard, Behin, Jodfil. Jodfil smiled maliciously, saying that the outcome of the war is not determined by armed might or intelligence, but by the strength of the rank and file, and now the territory of this continent is in his hands. The prince smiled madly, saying that he was right and the fate of Eddic depends on him. He widened his eyes, saying that the world was practically telling him to become a king, and he would finally surpass his father. The blonde raised his hand with a glass, saying that he, Behin Gillen, will rule the continent. Jedian, with a downcast look, looked at the floor, wondering if this path is really correct. Behin looked at the commanders with a serious look, asking where Gillen was. The commander said that he left his post to strengthen the position. The prince bared his teeth in displeasure, thinking that he was openly avoiding him, and if he were not a knight level wiser, he would have gotten rid of him a long time ago. The blonde looked at the fighters with a crazy look, telling them to strengthen surveillance towards the tower, and if Gillen appears nearby, they should kill that girl. The main character was riding a pumpkin. The protagonist stared ahead, asking his wolf to stop. The protagonist stopped in front of the man. The man said that he was glad to meet him. Chris asked if he was doing well. Kennery smiled widely when he saw the protagonist. Gillen was sitting near a tree, after which he turned his gaze to the side when Kennery said that a guest had come to see him. The knight walked towards the red-haired guy. The fighter said that the hero himself had come to such a remote place, having captured the wolf's fortress. The young guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The fighter looked at the protagonist with a serious look, asking why he was here. Chris asked what he planned to do in the upcoming war. The red-haired guy waved his hand, saying that Behin was talking about becoming a king, and he didn't know how it would all turn out. The knight narrowed his gaze, thinking that he had learned about the Gillen family's situation from time to time through Kennery. Moreover, he had managed to find out the reason why Gillen was so attached to Behin. The red-haired boy stopped abruptly. The mercenary asked if he was keeping his promise to the lady well. Gillen glared at the knight, emitting red lightning. The protagonist looked at the guy with displeasure, asking how much longer he was going to drag Behin along, and he wanted to abandon the girl imprisoned in the tower forever. Gillen told him to stop, after which he began to draw his blade from its sheath. The fighter looked at the defense with a menacing gaze, telling him to watch his tongue if he said another word. The master narrowed his gaze. Gillen held his sword in front of him, saying that he would finish him off. The mercenary took a fighting stance, telling him to try if he could. The guys were emitting lightning with a furious look. Gillen looked at his opponent with a menacing look. Then he swung at the protagonist. The protagonist parried the guy's attack. The protagonist swung his spear. The guys fought each other fiercely. They dealt slashing blows to each other. The red-haired guy looked at the Baron in bewilderment, asking that he had already reached such a level and who he was. The protagonist frowned. Kennery watched what was happening with bewilderment, telling them to stop. Pumpkin bared his fangs. Then he belched fire towards the guys. Gillen looked at the flames with bewilderment, asking that his dog also breathes fire. The Baron put his hand in front of his beast, saying that he was not a dog, but a wolf. The frightened fox ran to his master, asking if he was safe. The guy looked ahead with bewilderment. Chris said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, asking how his life was. The knight smiled slightly. Gillen closed his eyes and began to put away his blade, asking what he wanted to tell him. The young man frowned, asking that he was seriously not going to do anything. The overlord looked at the boy with a cold gaze, answering that he was. The young man slightly opened his mouth, noting that he would ask a question, asking how many people live in Gillen County, including Dave. The fighter looked at the mercenary, saying that at least 10,000. The main character narrowed his gaze, noting that if he entrusted them to Behin, everyone would die. Kennery and Fox looked at the protagonist in confusion. The guys stood opposite each other. Gillen stated that he felt that now was not the time to worry about others, noting that Behin's goal was the south. The commander looked at the boy in confusion, asking what he was talking about the Southern Union and if he was sure. The overlord said that he was not talking about it, after which he frowned, saying that he was aiming. The protagonist looked at the boy in confusion, imagining the wall of the fortress. Gillen said that it was Fronmont. Chris widened his eyes in surprise, asking what he was thinking about and what was wrong with the 8 families. The fighter looked ahead with a cold gaze, saying that in the meantime, Behin wanted to make peace with them and gain the right to succession. The young guy narrowed his gaze, asking what he ultimately decided to take over the entire state. The protagonist climbed onto the wolf, saying that there was no time to hesitate any longer, after which he looked at the fighter, saying that he would save the woman with whom he was bound by an elf, and Behin trusted him. The red-haired boy stood with his back turned, looking into the distance, asking why he was doing all this. The Baron looked ahead with a serious look, noting that it was for the sake of their state. Fox looked at his master when he told him to follow Chris. Gillen put his feet out to the sides, thinking about what he didn't know. He pressed his lips together, noting that he had no idea what he was supposed to do, but now. Two beaten men looked at the boy with displeasure, calling him a scoundrel. In the memories, Gillen stood in a fighting stance. The beaten men walked away from the boy, saying that they would still watch, and next time he would not leave alive. The red-haired boy opened the door to the house. The woman called out to her son. She ran towards the boy, asking what happened, noting that he was all wounded. Days looked at her son worriedly. Gillen said that it was none of her business. The woman told him to take off his clothes first, and she would heal his wounds. The guy pushed his mother aside, telling her to leave him alone. The brown-haired woman grabbed her shoulder. The red-haired guy looked at the woman with displeasure, after which he turned away and walked on. Gillen suddenly began to fall to the floor in front of his mother. The fighter was lying on the bed with a bandaged head, after which he slightly opened his eyes. Days looked at her son with an upset look. Gillen was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, after which he slightly rose from the bed. The man asked the woman how long she would live like this. I suggest they run away together. The brown-haired woman asked Battle if he was serious. She looked at the man with a serious look. The old man said that he was completely serious. Days asked if he would be able to take care of Gillen like his own son. The old man looked away in confusion, noting that this would not work. The woman turned her back on Battle, saying that he was leaving then, because she would not abandon her son. The red-haired guy sat on the bed with a downcast look, thinking that if he were not there. The fighter walked towards the house. Gillen looked ahead with a thoughtful look, thinking that he should leave that night, after which he widened his eyes in surprise. Battle was lying dead in front of the house. The bandits grabbed the red-haired guy's mother. The bald man said that he had finally come. The bandit noted that they had come to settle accounts with him. Gillen widened his eyes, emitting red lightning, after which he opened his mouth wide in rage. The bandit said that they should finish him off. The dead bodies of the bandits lay behind the guy. Tears flowed from the woman's eyes as she placed her hand on her son's shoulder. A black silhouette of a man appeared in the passage, saying that he was surprised. Gillen looked at the boy with a serious look, asking that he dealt with 4 bandits alone. Gillen turned his gaze towards the passage. The count said that he was not like him. The red-haired boy looked at his mother in surprise. Days said that this child was not from another person, asking what was the reason for his sudden visit. The old man looked at the boy with a serious look, asking who taught him how to handle a sword. The red-haired boy looked at the count, saying that no one, after which his eyes widened in surprise. Gillen asked if he wanted to become a knight. Gillen looked at the count in surprise. The old man noted that if he became a knight, he would be able to protect his mother. 3 years later, the fighter looked at his mother with a smile, saying that today he was appointed a knight. Days said that she was proud of him. The soldier knelt before the mother, saying that the knight Gillen swears to heaven and God. The woman covered her mouth with her hands and tears came to her eyes. The knight lowered his gaze to the ground, saying that from now on his sword. The woman looked at her son, covering her mouth with her hand. Gillen said that until the end of his days he will serve only Lady Days. The red-haired guy stood with his back, looking at the tower, thinking about Chris. An orange sunset was visible above the tower. Gillen noted that there was nothing left to do but trust him. Days walked past the 2 women with a dejected look. Gillen thought about his mother. The brown-haired woman lowered her gaze down. The red-haired guy was thinking that no matter what happened, he looked straight ahead with a serious look, asking mentally to allow him to take all her misfortunes for himself. The soldiers held spears in their hands. Chris and Fox looked out from behind the trees. The soldier said that this was Gillen's army and that they had obviously already set out on a campaign. The protagonist said that it was faster than he thought and that they should hurry up too. There were 2 black silhouettes near the tower. The guys were looking out from behind the bushes at the tower. The protagonist asked what the tower was like. The soldier said that there were 5 floors and at least 10 soldiers on each. Days was sitting on the bed with her head down. The young man noted that Milady was imprisoned on the very top floor and that there were always 2 trained maids next to her and that if Mr. Gillen or another intruder appeared near the tower, Milady would be killed immediately. The knight frowned and said that it was difficult and that if they went head-on they would not save her. The bald-headed man looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The Baron said that it was not an easy task and asked if he could handle it. The guy looked at the girl in surprise. The mercenary said that it was impossible. The protagonist asked that she give up. Rachel looked at the tower with a cold gaze, saying that she could bring the corpse. Fox bared his teeth furiously, asking what she just said. Chris told him not to shout and let her finish. The protagonist stood next to the hired killer, asking what she was getting at. The girl took off her mask, noting that he was using it and would not do so. The protagonist looked at the blonde in surprise. The mercenary told him to make a promise. The Baron asked what promise. The girl looked at the guy with a serious look, noting that he would try to find out her name as soon as everything was over. The gentleman looked at the mercenary with a serious look, saying that he promised. After which the guys turned their gaze to the tower. The knight asked if there was any way out. The hired killer said that two should go when the moon was bright in the sky. The night sky was visible above the tower. 3 days later, the guys were sitting on a tree branch. The Baron said that he was going. The guard opened his mouth wide, yawning, when the protagonist made his way behind him. The protagonist grabbed the ledges with his hands. The soldier looked at his comrade, asking if he had heard any sounds just now. The man said that he had not heard any. A wolf was wagging its tail from behind the bushes. The guard asked what a wild animal was making the noise. The mercenary looked up with a serious look, thinking that the pumpkin is smart. The girl climbed the tower with the protagonist, saying that he is good at climbing walls. Chris asked what she thought, thinking that he was once in a bandit guild. Rachel looked up with a serious look, asking if he was worried about Fronman, noting that the situation seemed critical to her. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that everything was fine. Louis and Digo fought against the enemy knights. Arrows pierced the bodies of the enemy soldiers. The archers aimed their bows. Lind ordered to shoot. Graf looked ahead with fear, saying that they cannot be led by the enemy's provocations, and they must hold on. Ellis attacked the soldier with her weapon. The fighters fought fiercely with the enemies. Jodful bared his teeth in displeasure. The soldier said that the resistance was too strong. The commander frowned, asking what happened to those who went to the rear. The knights were heading into the forest. The soldier noted that he was talking about people who went towards the mountain range. A wire was being pulled into the guy's leg. The man looked at what was happening in horror, asking what the wire was. Then black smoke appeared. The knight shouted that it was a smoke bomb. The soldier looked ahead in bewilderment. Fighters in blue armor were coming out of the black smoke. Murdoch looked furiously at the enemies, asking where the scoundrels were going. The protagonist grabbed the ledge with his hand, saying that he was not worried. He looked up with a serious look, noting that Fronman was now strong. The guys stood near the window. The protagonist looked inside. Days was sitting in the room with the maids. The young man noted that one was next to the lady, and the other was at the front door. The knight narrowed his gaze, thinking that if they went ahead, they would fail the mission, and he needed to somehow get rid of these two maids. The woman asked the maids to let her see her son. The maid said that Sir Gillen had gone to war. The woman was combing Milady's hair. The brown-haired woman asked that she had been locked there to use her child. The maid asked that she did not trust the count. The woman narrowed her gaze, saying that the count she knew was dead, but now Mr. Beheen was carrying out the will of the deceased duke. The maid smiled broadly. The brown-haired woman asked what was going on, that he was not allowing her to see her son. The maid noted that Sir Gillen was simply very busy. Days looked menacingly into the mirror, asking who would believe that. The maid noted that one must believe, after which she walked away from Milady. The woman said that it would be better to just let her kill herself. The servant noted that she knew that this was not right. Days narrowed her gaze, wondering how it had come to this, after which she widened her eyes, seeing a black silhouette in the window. The protagonist was pressing his hand to the window. The young guy frowned, mentally asking her to understand why they were here. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes. She looked dumbfoundedly ahead, saying that she wanted to get some fresh air. The maid replied that it was forbidden to go out. The woman opened her mouth wide in anger, screaming for her to open the window then. The servant looked at the brown-haired woman in surprise, after which she moved towards the window, telling her not to go close to the window. The maid looked away with a bloodthirsty grin, my lady, asking if she remembered what happened once. The servant looked ahead in bewilderment. Rachel burst through the window, attacking the woman. The maid swung her hand at my lady, saying that she would finish her off, after which the protagonist attacked the woman. The servant bared her teeth furiously. The protagonist held the maid's hand, saying that everything was ready, noting that it was over. The guards' voices were heard about the noise from above. The protagonist hit one of the maids on the back of the head. The door swung open, and the man asked what was the matter. At that moment, Chris, leaning against the wall, abruptly stabbed with a dagger. The dead guard fell on his back, and the other soldiers climbing the stairs exclaimed that they had an intruder. The young man jumped out of the room and cut two warriors at once. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that in a confined space, where the opponents can only attack one at a time, victory is theirs. Nekoi frowned and asked what kind of intruder. The soldier replied that he appeared out of nowhere. The man sweated and said that they were having trouble getting into the room because the enemy was standing in the doorway. McCoy turned around and said that he would deal with him himself. He froze, his eyes wide. In front of him stood the protagonist, who pierced another enemy with a blade. Chris turned around and looked at the newcomer. The boys exchanged glances, recognizing each other. McCoy gritted his teeth, not understanding what the young man was doing here, and thought that they would not be able to defeat him in this tower. He frowned and ordered everyone to retreat. One of the soldiers asked if it was because of this guy. Their commander turned around and exclaimed that this was a knight level wiser and they could all die here. The man's eyes widened in fear. Their leader shouted for everyone to leave the tower, surround it and wait for reinforcements. The protagonist turned his gaze to him and noted that McCoy had changed a lot in the time they had not seen each other. The interlocutor began to sweat and replied that it was a pity that they had met like this. He addressed the hero as Baron Fronmont. Inside Count Ludwig's castle, Gillen stood before the nobleman. Baheen grimaced and exclaimed that he was dragging his feet. He pointed his finger at the guest and ordered him to quickly thrust his sword into the floor. The man frowned and demanded that the red-haired man swear that he would be his knight for the rest of his days. A man ran into the hall and shouted that they had an emergency. Baheen raised his eyebrows when he heard that an unknown person had invaded the forest tower. The nobleman looked at Gillen and cursed. The red-haired man grabbed the sword, and the interlocutor ordered to catch him. The warrior frowned and demanded that everyone get out of the way. In a few moves, he was behind the soldiers, cutting off their limbs. The man looked at the armed men and said that there was no time, so he would say it directly. The soldiers sweated when Gillen declared that he would tear to pieces anyone who stood in his way. Energy sparkled around him. The protagonist, Rachel, and the captive went down the stairs to the first floor. In the forest there were many soldiers waiting for Gillen. The red-haired man passed between them with Kennery, and the warriors exclaimed that they were saved. Chris smiled awkwardly, looking out, and wondered if the man was really going to go head-on. Suddenly, a cavalry unit appeared with Baheen, who shouted that the man needed to be captured. The red-haired man opened the door to the tower. His eyes widened when he saw his mother. The woman burst into tears and called him by name. They hugged each other tightly after a long separation. The mother stroked his hair and closed her eyes. Gillen frowned and promised that this would never happen again. The protagonist stood next to him and smiled. The young man narrowed his eyes and reminded the man that it was time for them to go. The red-haired man looked at him and straightened up. He was sweating and hesitated. Chris opened his mouth and shouted at him for hesitating. The interlocutor frowned when the young man asked if he was really satisfied with just saving his mother and did not care about the legacy of Van Ludwig. The blue-haired man frowned and asked the man to protect the land on which he now stood. Gillen frowned and looked resolutely at the boy when he advised him to accept his fate and move forward as Gillen Ludwig. Kennery handed him the paper at the request of the master. The man looked at the hero and asked what to do with Baheen. The interlocutor replied that he could not kill him yet. The red-haired man turned to his mother and promised that he would return soon. The woman began to cry and said that he must return safe and sound. The hero smiled and asked Lady Days not to worry because her son was not so simple. The red-haired man decisively opened the door to the street. Baheen stood among the archers in the forest and shouted for Gillen to come out quickly and not to resist his father's order. The man took the sword and stepped forward. The nobleman ordered to open fire. The archers released their arrows. Gillen repelled the attack with a quick swing of the sword. The man confidently moved on, while the blonde ordered Ludwig's squad to seize the traitor. The interlocutor asked who he called a traitor. Baheen sweated and asked again. Gillen unfolded the paper and ordered everyone to look here. The man frowned and said that it was written about Baheen's secret conspiracy with 8 families. The blonde man's eyes widened in fear, and the soldiers froze. The red-haired man frowned and shouted that the man wanted to arbitrarily appropriate the title of king and make a deal with an enemy state. Fox came out of the forest with a detachment of spearmen. Gillen Ludwig declared Baheen a shameful traitor who was going to sell the land to the enemy, the defense of which his father devoted his entire life. The blonde man sweated and clenched his teeth. The swordsman stood in front of the soldiers and said that the interlocutor was recognized as an exile. The 2 detachments stood opposite each other. Baheen jumped on his horse and exclaimed how much longer they were going to listen to this nonsense. He ordered the detachment to punish the rebels. The commander frowned and thought that more than half of the people followed Jodhphil. Even if they won, the damage would still be considerable. The blonde man turned around when someone asked if it was true. One of the archers pointed an arrow at him and exclaimed that everyone suffered because of his despotism, but they continued to endure it for the sake of this land. The soldier sweated and cried out that the man was really going to sell it. The nobleman covered himself with his hand in fear and ordered that he be killed. The archer's head flew to the ground. Baheen screamed when the swordsman blocked the arrow. The commander frowned and exclaimed to the count that they were at a disadvantage and they should retreat. The nobleman sweated and raised his eyebrows. He shouted for everyone to leave. The front line, the headquarters of the royal army. Someone asked if it was the Baron of Fronmont. Gauche frowned when the old man said that it was reported that Ludwig had attacked Fronmont. He supposed that the Baron would not have an easy time. The old man closed his eyes and thought that Fronmont was confronting Ludwig's army, who had betrayed the kingdom. If they destroyed each other, it would be perfect. Gauche gritted his teeth and said that everyone around him had gone crazy, first one, then the other. He asked how their state had turned into such a mess. The old man narrowed his eyes and thought that, in fact, this outcome was obvious for Cercado. The first prince was strong, but not very smart. The second was weak, which is why he could not fight. The third was healthy, but his character left much to be desired. In other words, a kingdom without a king was doomed to collapse. The advisor closed his eyes and thought that it was good that the first prince listened to advice if he was not in a hurry to convince him. He asked Gauche not to worry so much. Gabush had started a war without any reason, and this was considered treason and an insult to the royal family. The old man narrowed his eyes and reminded them that they were not the only ones protecting the authority of the royal family. Soon, news will come from Tegiz, the central part of the continent. Gauche frowned when the advisor said that they will win the civil war. The fortress of Count Ludwig. Gillen and Chris went inside, and someone asked what he was doing there. The red-haired man passed by and said that Behin abandoned this land, now he is the master here. The men frowned and protested that they swore an oath to the count, not to him, and would leave here. The swordsman confidently looked ahead and replied that no one was holding them. The hero looked at the departed subjects and asked if his comrade was sure that this was the right decision. The interlocutor replied that they would not have stayed anyway. The red-haired man looked at the young man and asked what he was going to do now. Chris said that it was time to get ready. He smiled and asked to send a messenger. He needed to gather his knights. The man smiled when the boy suggested competing one more time. The hero narrowed his eyes and noted that there was no way around it. The young man thought that the duel with Gillen would have a big impact on his wise level. It was increasing at a high speed. The last time he had it, it was level 38. The red-haired man took out his sword and looked at his interlocutor. Gillen was a 4th level wise master, so the hero should also quickly increase his level. The young man clenched his fist and remembered Gabush. He needed to match that man. The interlocutor looked closely at Chris. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze. Behin and his squad were walking through the forest. The man's eyes widened in horror, not understanding why he was running away, because he was the master of these lands. The aristocrat convinced himself that he would become king. Behin looked at the commander and ordered them to head to the Fronmont estate, because Jodfil had probably already captured it. The interlocutor froze in shock. The warrior frowned and shouted to the count to stay behind, because someone was approaching. Silhouettes appeared between the trees. A soldier with a scar in his hood came out to them. The commander's eyes widened and he looked at him. Jodfil sweated and asked why the lord was here. Behin raised his eyebrows and exclaimed what a warrior was doing here, what with Fronmont. The interlocutor smiled tensely and replied that they had prepared much more thoroughly than expected. He added that they had lost a minimal number of soldiers and were now retreating for a while. The blonde sweated when Jodfil said that they could return to the estate, reorganize and attack again. A few days later, Lind and the others knelt down and greeted the lord. The protagonist looked at them and asked if this was almost all of their forces. The interlocutor replied that there were about 200 people here. The young man narrowed his eyes and looked to the side. Gillen, Fox, and Kennery were sitting on horseback, and soldiers were lined up behind them. The red-haired man descended to the ground. The hero approached him and said that it was somehow too solemn for a farewell. The man opened his mouth and exhaled. The swordsman frowned and shouted loudly that his name was Gillen Ludwig. Fox and the others looked at the gentleman carefully. He said that he had overthrown the traitor Behin and inherited the place of the count after the death of his father. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The interlocutor exclaimed that he was going to become a knight who went into battle under the leadership of the king. Gillen stuck his sword into the ground and knelt down. He frowned and declared that he swore allegiance to Baron Chris Fronmont. The blue-haired man looked at the man who had promised to fight with him even if his body could not move. The hero frowned and said the man's name. He looked confidently at the interlocutor and said that he accepted his oath. The young man looked at the swordsman and asked him to stand up. Chris addressed the army. Lind, Digo, Gillen, and the others looked at the main character, who ordered to prepare for the attack. The young man raised his spear, sitting on his horse, and shouted for everyone to go to the battlefield. The soldier ran and breathed heavily. He turned around in fear, his eyes wide. Suddenly, a large two-handed sword cut him. Bauman frowned and muttered that all interest was lost because they were running away. The man held out his sword and with a smile ordered his men to finish off the fleeing slugs. 2 men in cloaks watched from above. Gabush crossed his arms and noted that the commander had gotten carried away. The man standing next to him looked at the gentleman and reported that the Tegiz army had arrived to help the royal army. The interlocutor stretched his lips into a smile and muttered that this was probably the work of that cunning snake Hido. Gabush grinned and exclaimed that he didn't care because he would destroy anyone who stood in the way of his ascension to the throne. The advisor looked at the owner, who asked how the boy was. The man replied that Fronmont was currently fighting Ludwig's soldiers. He touched his chin and said that almost all of Ludwig's estate forces had left, so it was unlikely that anyone from Fronmont would show up. The other man objected sharply. The ruler looked ahead and said that he would definitely be here. The soldier knelt down and reported that the 2nd and 3rd Infantry divisions of the southern front had been routed. At the moment, a detachment of enemy cavalry was heading north. The old man frowned and thought that such an outcome was expected, but he did not know that everything would happen so quickly. Gabush frowned and asked if Tegiz was not here yet. Another soldier looked into the tent and said that Tegiz's army had arrived. The prince and his advisor went outside. The man smiled and said that he didn't expect to see him here in person. In front of him stood the commander-in-chief of the Tegiz army, Abel. The old man smiled and said, "Why not come in?" The prince's advisor frowned and thought it was hard to believe that such an influential person had come here. Even at 70, Abel was still called number one on the central continent. He was considered an inviolable person who was not subject even to the king. The prince and his companion looked in surprise at the old man, who asked if the guy was here. Abel scratched his beard and said that he would like to compete with Chris Fronmont. Lind looked at the protagonist and asked if he had a plan. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that the ducal army had been smashing the royal army for several days now. Basilio did not dare to think about attacking from behind, so most likely only a small part of the soldiers were in the rear. The young man narrowed his eyes and said that they would go to the land of Gabush, to the estate of Rold. Horses ran along the road. The hero, riding next to Gillen, said that Ludwig's army was staying here and scouting the area. He asked them to report immediately if they found anything. The man accepted the order. 2 people were standing on the fortress wall. The soldier exclaimed that the enemy had appeared at the front in the direction of the eastern gate. About 200 cavalrymen were visible. They saw a laurel wreath on the flag behind the main character and realized that it was Fronmont. The blonde in the mask closed his eyes and said that he heard that the Baron was now fighting against Ludwig's army, and did he really manage to break such a large army? An arrow was flying in the air. The man's eyes widened. He caught the projectile near his throat. Lin narrowed his eyes and whistled admiringly. The blonde smiled and broke the shaft with a note on it. He unfolded the paper with the offer to fight and muttered that they were impudent rats. The man's eyes widened and he was indignant. Did they really think to capture the fortress with a force of 200 cavalrymen? The blonde straightened up and thought that he should not give in to provocations. He remembered that Gabush said that it was a pity to simply kill the young man. This guy was recognized by the ruler himself. The leader of the fortress turned around and ordered the soldiers to ignore and not start a fight. He frowned and thought that he would not dance to the protagonist's tune. Lind looked ahead and noted that they simply ignored him. The blue-haired man smiled. He frowned and thought that this was to be expected from the bloodless knight with Ranfadas. Such provocation would not work on him. The young man turned around and thought that it was time to move on to plan B. He ordered the fire to be lit. The soldiers were sitting on logs around the fires. Withran was sitting and reading a book when a subordinate reported that the enemies were resting there. The man noted that they were using a dirty trick. He buried his face in his book and said that there was no need to pay attention and play along with them. The blonde man said that they would hold them back until the war was over. 3 days later, Withran gritted his teeth and muttered that they were bastards. The protagonist and his comrades were drinking drinks without a care in the world. The blonde doubted that the Lord had his eye on him. The man frowned when he was informed that soldiers were approaching the western gate. Behin and his subordinates approached the fortress. The nobleman looked up and shouted that he had come here to ask Gabush for help. Withran gritted his teeth and wondered if they hadn't had a clash with Fronmont. Lind and Chris narrowed their eyes and looked in that direction. The archer noticed that the fortress had become noisy. Fox rode up to the hero and said that he had come from Reconnaissance. The blue-haired man grinned when the man reported that Ludwig's army led by Behin had appeared at the western gate. Withran tensed up and thought that it was impossible to say exactly what was on his mind, and it was better to think that they were surrounded by the enemy on both sides. The most important thing for them now was to secure a path for retreat. The man decided that he couldn't call the main troops now, so he had to start breaking through the smaller ones. He opened his mouth and ordered the cavalry to prepare for battle and open the eastern gate. Warriors burst out of the fortress, and the commander ordered them to destroy all the enemies they saw in front of them. Digo jumped on his horse and moved forward. The man was approaching the enemy detachment. The protagonist frowned and thought that their goal was the core of the army, that is, Withran. They could not waste any more strength. The warrior knitted his brows and swung his weapon. He was getting closer and closer to the enemies. The hero mentally asked Digo to show them incomprehensible horror. The man's eyes flashed. His weapon glittered behind his back. In one quick movement, he swung his axe and cut down several soldiers at once. Withran's eyes bulged and muttered that it was only one person. He was indignant that the warrior believed in his strength and went forward alone, as if they considered him a non-entity. The commander looked down with a mad look and cursed. The protagonist frowned, looking forward. Both leaders looked at each other with hatred. Digo swung and pressed his lips together. He struck again, cutting the enemy in half. The guy ran forward, destroying all opponents in his path. Withran closed his eyes and thought that going out alone into the center of the enemy camp was a reckless act. The man raised his hand, sitting on his horse, and noted that the soldier was certainly strong, but simple. In the worst case, it was enough to simply run away. The crossbowman fired a projectile from the fortress wall. The arrows were blocked by Digo. However, one of them hit his horse in the neck and the animal squealed. The guy jumped to the ground, and warriors were already running to help him from behind. They stopped abruptly to avoid being caught in a hail of arrows. Louis frowned and exclaimed that Digo would be cornered in the enemy camp, so he should go help. The hero frowned and stopped him, adding that Withran would run away if they got in the way. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought that the nickname Knight Who Doesn't Spill Blood appeared because he retreated when the odds were against him. In other words, Withran had little experience in fights where he had to risk his own life. Digo frowned and glared at his enemies. Chris mentally asked him to provoke the enemy into being careless. He believed that the man could do it. Memories of training. Lind and Ellis were breathing heavily, sitting on the ground, but they were told to get up again and start over. The hero looked at them and said that they had to reach the double level. The guy said that the enemy had at least reached the 4th stage, that is, the superhuman level. The blue-haired man turned around at the sound. Digo and Louis were fighting with swords. The first asked his partner if he was okay. The long-haired one noted that the opponent had become even stronger, now even taking blows was difficult. Chris approached the mentor and asked if it was double. The man replied that it was pure combat power of Digo. The guy squeezed the stick, and the teacher said that he was gradually turning into a monster. Withran extended his hand and ordered to surround the enemy so that he could not act hastily. The man asked to restrain him, keeping his distance. The cavalrymen surrounded Digo, turning circles. The guy gritted his teeth, noticing the swinging soldier. The warrior lunged with a halberd, but did not touch the enemy. Digo frowned and noted that they were not getting close. A red sparkling spear cut through the air. The guy barely managed to dodge it. Digo turned around in shock. Withran himself was running among the cavalrymen. The warrior gritted his teeth and continued to fight off the commander's attacks. He waved the weapon in front of him. The soldier narrowed his eyes and thought that he needed to control himself and wait for the moment when Withran would lose his vigilance. There was only one chance. Several more spears pierced the guy, leaving wounds. The blonde bared his teeth and noted that the enemy was tied hand and foot because he himself had come to certain death. Digo bent over from another attack. He held the weapon in front of him, but he could not move much. The warrior looked into the enemy's eyes and thought that it was too early. He needed to strike when he showed his weak spot. Digo's eyes widened and he coughed from the blow. His leg gave way. The guy dropped to his knees and leaned on the halberd. Withran swung and said that this was the end. He lunged, throwing the weapon. The tip pierced the warrior in the stomach. Lind and Ellis looked anxiously towards their comrade. The protagonist frowned. Withran looked down and said that the enemy had held out for a long time, and that was commendable. The man narrowed his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Digo grabbed the spear and muttered that he had caught it. The commander began to sweat and realized that the soldier had been waiting for the spear to pierce his body. Digo held the tip of the weapon, and the blonde thought that one mistake and this guy would drag him along. The warrior broke off the tip that had pierced him with his hand. He stepped on the ground. Digo crouched down, and his weapon began to spark. The guy knitted his eyebrows, accumulating energy. The mentor had narrowed his eyes not long ago and said that the strength that Digo possessed without reaching the double level could be comparable to superhuman if he reached the 3rd stage in this state. The guy gritted his teeth and frowned. His power was comparable to the 4th stage. Chris looked closely at his comrade and mentally supported him. Withran hid behind the soldiers with shields and shouted to protect him. Digo quickly rushed to the attack. He screamed and turned around. With one swing of the halberd, the guy scattered a squad of cavalrymen. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the enemy from under his mask. Digo swung, standing above him. Withran mentally apologized to his master. The blow cut through the air. The commander's head flew to the ground. It seemed that this was the end for him. Digo stood in front of the decapitated enemy, lowering his weapon. Withran wished his master to be careful, because among the enemy troops there was a Superman. The guy moaned, swallowing blood. Digo threw his head back and, clenching his fists, screamed. He stood among the corpses of the enemies, tearing his voice. The enemy soldiers looked in shock, not believing that their master had lost. One of them bulged his eyes and began to sweat. The protagonist rode forward, and the army followed him. The enemy exclaimed that they were hiding their troops. Chris frowned and thought that with the death of their leader and the appearance of such a large army, their morale would sink to the bottom. He shouted that their commander-in-chief was dead and added that if they quietly surrendered the fortress, the rest would be spared. The soldier approached the commander and asked what they should do. The man remembered the words of Withran, who asked to join the main army if something happened to him. The commander announced that they were handing over the fortress. The hero and Lind watched the warriors leaving from the fortress wall. The archer frowned and asked if the young man was sure of his decision, since problems could arise later if they united with the main forces. Chris replied that there was no need to destroy the entire army. The interlocutor looked at him when the blue-haired man said that it was much more important for them to protect their own army. The hero frowned and added that the greater the wounds from the civil war, the weaker the power of the state. The young man looked ahead and said that they needed to end this battle as quickly as possible, at least for Sicardo's sake. Now they had only one task, to cut off the Duke's head. Chris put on his helmet. He was informed that Behin had not yet negotiated with the Duke's army. The guy asked to call Gillen and Louis to him. The western gate. The aristocrat was still standing in front of the fortress. The blonde frowned and asked how much longer he should wait. He turned around and said that he would go to the tent and let the commander report if something happened. Behin walked past the warriors arrogantly. The mustachioed man clenched his teeth. He looked down and wondered how it had come to this and what he was doing here. The gates of the fortress opened. 3 men on horses came out. Gideon looked at them and asked what the answer was. He was told that they would pass it on to the commander-in-chief themselves. The man approached the tent and reported to Behin that the fortress had sent men. The lord asked them to come in. Someone pulled back the curtain at the entrance. The nobleman was sitting at the table, drinking wine, and said his name. A soldier burst into the tent and shouted that they had noticed something suspicious during reconnaissance. Gideon demanded that he come out. Behin raised an eyebrow and asked him to speak. The warrior turned to the commander and reported that they had seen the ducal troops leaving the fortress from the eastern gate. There was a completely different detachment inside now. The man's eyes widened in fear and he asked again. The blonde looked at the guests and asked who they were. The young man smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. 2 soldiers attacked the nobleman's escort. The guy threw a knife at the speaker's head. Behin grabbed the sword and asked in fear who was in front of him and how he knew him. The interlocutor took off his helmet and said that he was really upset because the man had been following him around. The blonde man's eyes widened. The protagonist smiled and looked at him. Behin grimaced and shouted at Jodful to kill him. The nobleman turned and saw that his subordinate had been pierced with a blade. Another knight's eyes flashed and asked Gideon not to interfere. The blonde man sweated and asked what Gillen was doing here. The hero frowned when the man muttered that it was all his doing, both hiding Gillen's mother and driving him into a dead end. The enemy frowned and rushed at Chris with a sword, shouting that he had set this all up. The young man extended his hand. He twisted the enemy's wrist, and he screamed and dropped the blade. The blue-haired man took out his weapon and offered to put an end to this fatal relationship. The blonde began to cry, snot running, and called Gillen. The man clenched his lips when the nobleman cried for help. Behin fell to his knees and screamed that they were brothers. The protagonist calmly swung his sword. The soldiers standing near the tent were talking, not daring to go inside. The hero raised the enemy's head, and Louis led Gideon out of the tent. The man looked out with a blade pressed to his throat. The warriors asked what was going on there. Louis appeared behind the commander. The 2 men stared at them in shock, exclaiming that the negotiations had failed. Gillen came out of the tent, followed by the protagonist carrying Behin's head. The subordinates did not understand what the 2 were doing there. One of the men began to sweat and his eyes widened, noticing something in the young man's hand. Chris picked up the blonde man's head and announced that Behin had died at his hands. The people around looked at the head that had fallen to the ground in fear. The subordinates frowned and asked what that meant. The hero frowned and asked if they seriously did not understand. He said that they had simply exterminated the evil that was trying to destroy the state. The soldiers looked at him in shock. The young man said that he was seeing something now that he could not even imagine when Count van Ludwig was alive. Gideon looked down when the hero asked if it was really Ludwig's army in front of him. Chris frowned and exclaimed if they were not the guardians of the fortress wall. The commander's eyes widened in shock. The soldiers froze, looking at the young man who shouted that they fought against the 8 families and were the defenders of Sicardo. He asked if they were really the ones who fought side by side with him. The fat man frowned and was indignant why Chris was speaking and not Gillen. The red-haired man looked at him calmly and replied that he was a servant of his lord. The protagonist frowned and said that he would not call them to fight for him. The interlocutor's eyes widened when the boy shouted at them to fight for themselves and not to run away. Gideon trembled when the boy asked them to become the sword that would end this civil war because they were the fortress wall that protected the state. Chris looked ahead and addressed the Count's army of Ludwig. Gideon fell headfirst to the ground and began to cry. He closed his eyes and exclaimed that he wanted to live again as the guardian of the fortress wall. The boy looked at him carefully when the man asked for another chance. Gideon gritted his teeth and cried when the hero asked them to fulfill their duty as guardians. The troops lined up in front of their leader. Chris held a spear and looked at the warriors. He said loudly that it was time to end this troubled time. The boy raised his hand and the crowd roared when the hero exclaimed that they would see the end of the war with their own eyes at all costs. The young man furrowed his brows menacingly and declared that they were going to catch a mad tiger. There was a battle on the battlefield. Gauche frowned and his advisor noted that they were losing again. The old man narrowed his eyes and thought that the Tega's army was too passive, and it was unclear what was on their minds. The prince gritted his teeth when he was asked to make a decision quickly. The clanging of weapons was heard. The protagonist was competing with Gillen. The young man frowned and noted that the points were no longer accumulating. He wondered if it was really possible to finish Y's mastery to 40. The blonde smiled and clenched her fist when the boy said she was next. Lin rode up to report on the results of his reconnaissance. The girl slapped her face and was indignant that he had arrived now. The hero turned and entrusted the training and supervision to Gillen. Louis, Ellis, and Docky looked at the master with determination when he reminded them that each of them should improve their skills to the maximum before the battle. The boy said that there was no need to say what level of enemy they were dealing with. The warrior ran his finger over the map. The archer said that the royal troops had finally retreated to the final front line. They were joined by Tegas, but even that was not enough to compete with the Duke. Lind looked down and said that they could strike at the Duke in the royal rear if they followed this route. The protagonist narrowed his eyes when his comrade said that now was their chance to attack Prince Desilio. The boy ran his hand along the table and muttered the name. Chris frowned and replied that it was not worth it yet. He added that the main task was to end the war, so they were acting according to the original strategy. The Duke and his advisor were standing on a cliff above the camp. The man turned his back to his subordinate and asked if Withran was dead. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative and added that this news was reported by his squad, which had just joined them. The brunette did not smile, asking if it had been a mistake to leave him alone. The man frowned and said that the allied forces of Franmont would soon strike from the rear. If the royal army also helped them, they could be surrounded. The interlocutor objected that they were not involved in this. The lord frowned and said that the kingdom was not in collusion with Franmont. The man headed for the horse, saying that he knew Desilio very well. He touched the hilt of the sword and said that with the snake Hido next to him, he would not act so easily. The Duke took out a glowing blade and muttered that they would soon meet Chris. The sun appeared behind the mountain. Dozens of hooves pounded the ground. Digo and Ellis raced at the head of the squad. The soldier frowned and shouted that there was an enemy ahead. Bauman smiled and ordered an assault. The figures on the map moved. Lind frowned and exclaimed that the center was waiting. He noted that the left and right parts were running to the sides and moving forward. The man frowned and shuddered. The commander shouted that they were surrounded and ordered the center to break through to stop the enemy advance. Digo crossed weapons with Bauman. The blonde grinned and exclaimed that he had already missed him. The opponent frowned and clenched his teeth. The sword in his hand sparkled. Ellis ran next to him and swung her blade. Bauman jumped to the ground, dodging, and noted that they were both doubles, which was interesting. The man frowned at his companions and declared that they would not leave here alive. Lind frowned and ordered the riders of the central part to split up. The enemy advisor responded by calling for them not to be surrounded and to split up like the enemy. The man's eyes widened and he cursed inwardly. He thought that the enemy was probably targeting their leader. At this rate, they'll get to him. The advisor turned around and shouted at the center to gather and protect the core. At that moment, Gillen was rushing towards him. The man sweated and looked back. The red-haired man struck, but the opponent blocked it. Gillen smirked and asked if they had met before. The interlocutor frowned and replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. The red-haired man grinned and asked to move over. Energy sparkled around him, and he himself declared that he was late for the Duke's head. The opponents narrowed their eyes and objected that his head would fly off his shoulders much sooner. Someone picked up the balls and threw them. The soldiers saw smoke ahead and warned about the smoke bomb. One of the warriors looked there and noted that the smoke was moving here. The soldiers gathered and prepared to fight back to protect His Highness. A man with axes flew over them. A powerful blow hit the ground, splitting the soil. Docky swung his weapon, cutting off the heads of his enemies. The brunette commanded him to get out of the way. He swung, standing behind Docky. An explosion was heard. The man frowned and said that he didn't think they would meet like this. The protagonist blocked the attack with his spear, protecting his subordinate. The enemy bared his teeth and exclaimed that he was glad to meet. Chris smiled and replied that the feeling was mutual. The young man frowned and ordered Docky to join the auxiliary squad to stop the advancing forces. The enemy approached the guy, saying that he remembered the day he first saw him. Now he understood what that look and facial expression meant. The brunette grinned and shouted that the hero was his enemy. The blue-haired man parried another attack. Chris smiled and noted that he was sick of such stuffiness. The interlocutor bared his teeth and swung his weapon. He cut the air with the blade, and the boy burped back. Dark shadows stretched from the hero to the enemy. The Duke clutched the halberd and parried the attack. The man pressed the ground, and sparks emanated from his body. He quickly approached the boy and raised his weapon. Chris frowned and put the spear in front of him. The boy was thrown back. The opponent looked at him and asked not to disappoint him, as he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The blue-haired man sweated and thought, so here you have the superhuman level. This guy is much stronger than Gillen. Because of his weapon, you can't get close. The boy crouched to the ground, and his body was filled with energy. He decided that he needed to finish the fight before he ran out of breath. The place where the hero had been a second ago was empty. The boy found himself behind the enemy with a dagger. The man turned around, and the boy thought that there was only one move that could be relied on, a frontal breakthrough. Chris swung the blade. The Duke held his weapon out in front of him to block the blow. The blade shattered the halberd. The hero squinted and noted that it had worked. The man grabbed the handle of the blade. He threw the weapon at the young man, who crossed his arms to protect himself. The blue-haired man landed on the ground, and the enemy asked if he really thought he would break the weapon, and that would be it. The boy looked in surprise at the icy armor on his hand and thought that the cold energy dulled the senses. Chris frowned and realized that it was an ice sword, a snow artifact. The Duke looked at him, clutching the glowing blade in his hand. The prince and his advisor stood on a cliff. The old man squinted and noted that it seemed to have begun. The interlocutor ordered reinforcements to be sent. He turned in surprise to the advisor, who suggested that he think again. The advisor asked if the prince really considered Baron Fronmont an ally. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and said that the guy had united with the Southerner and Ludwig's army. After the end of the Civil War, the Baron could become the most dangerous threat to them. The old man narrowed his eyes and added that at the moment there was a great opportunity to promote a split. He suggested observing the situation a little longer. The advisor frowned and thought that it didn't matter who died, the Baron or the Duke. At the end of the fight, he was going to get rid of the winner with his own hands. Diego gritted his teeth and swung. He exchanged blows with Baumann. The opponents frowned and complained that his neck was already numb. Look up. The man chopped off the horse's head and shouted for it to get down. A girl jumped away from the other horse. Ellis swung her sword at her opponent. She struck, but it was parried. Baumann turned to the guy who moved to attack. The blonde put out his elbow and hit his opponent. Diego flew back and the blonde called out to him. Baumann moved sharply towards her, swinging his sword. The opponent quickly ducked, and the blade passed over her. Diego grabbed his side and thought that the consequences of the wound were much more serious than he thought. The guy couldn't move. He clenched his teeth in irritation when he was told that he was not the type to fall to the ground from something like that. The enemy asked if the warrior was really injured. Baumann swung and apologized for not being merciful. Someone quickly ran up to them. Louis caught Diego and carried him away from the blow. The long-haired man frowned and shouted to the girl that he would be back soon. The enemy frowned in anger. He moved after the fugitive, shouting that no one would leave here alive. Louis ran forward from the enemy. Baumann rushed after him, holding his sword. He turned around in surprise and his eyes widened. The man parried someone's attack. An archer sat on a horse in front. Lind frowned, and his bow sparkled. A stream of water appeared in the air. A water whip emanated from Ellis towards the enemy. Baumann received cuts on his cheek and shoulder, and the girl suggested that he concentrate. The blonde took a fighting stance and was indignant at the opponent's distraction. The soldier's head flew off his body. Canary frowned and swung his blade. Docky struck another enemy nearby. The brown-haired man turned around and asked what he was doing there. The man replied that his commander had sent him. Canary's eyes widened and he asked who was protecting him then. The interlocutor replied that no one. The brown-haired man sweated and exclaimed how he could leave his leader unguarded. Docky stated that such was the commander's order. Canary turned around and ordered the auxiliary detachment to break through quickly because they needed to join the commander right away. An explosion was heard. Gillen and the Duke's advisor crossed swords. The man grinned and noted that if he met the right master, he could subjugate the entire continent. He said that Chris Fronmont would meet his death today. The red-haired man frowned and replied that he was very much mistaken. The swordsman jumped back, parrying the attack. Gillen frowned and demanded that he not open his mouth when he knew nothing about him. He exclaimed that he chose his master himself. Sparks appeared in the air. The red-haired man quickly appeared in front of the enemy and cut the air with his blade. The blade cut the enemy's chin. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and said that the hero would reach the top. Chris stood opposite the Duke. The young man narrowed his eyes and noticed a snow artifact, a sword covering the cut wound with ice. He looked at the man with the blade and thought that it was not so easy to break it, which meant he needed to parry all blows. The brunette smiled and hoped that the guy had not chickened out. The hero frowned and replied that it offended him. He quickly rushed to attack. The young man exchanged blows with the man. The Duke suddenly approached him. The enemy swung his sword, and the guy was thrown back. Chris squinted and thought that the difference between the third and fourth stages of Wise was too great. He could not defeat him with physical strength. The brunette suddenly appeared next to the guy. He struck again, and the blue-haired man flew to the side. The hero clenched his teeth and thought with horror that if it were not for the transparent armor inside, he would not have withstood such a blow. His left hand was covered in ice and was going numb. The young man frowned and thought in panic that he had no idea how to get out of this now. He crouched down to the ground and clutched the spear. The hero bared his teeth, and energy sparkled around his body. The guy did not understand why this dangerous situation amused him so much. The opponents ran at each other, and Chris wondered if the Duke felt the same. They crossed blades in a strike. The man bared his teeth, looking at the youth. The blue-haired man grinned and knitted his eyebrows. Powerful waves and flashes emanated from their fight. Each of them thought that they would never meet such an opponent again. Kennery and Daki ran forward, leading the soldiers. The brown-haired man frowned, feeling anxious. It was not because he did not trust the main character. It was because of the opponent, Duke Gabush, the strongest in Cercado. Kennery thought that even the hero would have a hard time dealing with him. As they approached the battlefield, the man's ears began to hear the Duke's nickname, King Tiger. Kennery turned pale because these cries made him imagine Chris's death. When he reached the battlefield, an unusual picture appeared before his eyes. The Duke's soldiers did not notice the enemy advancing in the rear at all. All they did was look ahead and shout loudly as if they were bewitched by something. In the center of all this hubbub was a fight between two warriors. The protagonist was exchanging blows with the Duke. Chris frowned and clutched his spear. This was no longer the young knight of the lowest rank that Kennery knew. In front of him stood a solid man, a monarch, no less. The youth straightened up, and the light fell on him. The man's mouth opened slightly. At that moment, he was consumed by some feeling that words could not explain. The hero flinched when he heard someone shout his name. Daki looked at his ally in surprise. The brown-haired man shouted, asking the boy to be strong. He poured out everything that was hidden in his heart. Kennery frowned and loudly called him the king of the fortress wall. The enemy soldiers turned around in shock. The Duke's eyes widened. The boy froze, standing with his back to his men. His subordinates raised their hands, shouting his nickname and calling him a hero. Gabush grinned and asked if the boy really intended to become a king. The boy pressed his lips together and responded, "Who else could it be?" The brunette frowned. The hero remembered the friendly townspeople and his allies. He asked if a man in whom his subjects believed, fighting side by side with his soldiers, was not a king, then who would dare to become one? Chris ran closer and struck the Duke. The man looked at the guy in shock. The blue-haired man frowned and his eyes flashed. The young man struck with his spear, but the enemy parried it. The brunette narrowed his eyes and noted that the hero had finally shown his true self. The guy grinned and asked if he was scared. The enemy pushed him away and smirked that he had plenty of audacity. The ice spread across the armor, and the young man noted that his left hand was becoming less and less responsive. He moved forward, realizing that he couldn't hesitate. Gabush looked at him and switched his sword to his other hand. The man parried the young man's strike. The hero frowned, and his spear sparkled. A bright flash appeared between them. The man's eyes widened, and a cut appeared on his cheek. The young man's eyes were glowing. The enemy thought that Chris had already reached his limit, so why was he only getting stronger? A system window appeared above the guy, Spear Mastery 79. The brunette frowned and brought down a blow with his sword on the guy. The hero put out his spear to defend himself. Kennery and Daki looked at him worriedly and called out to the master. The Duke looked at Chris with wild eyes and said that he could say goodbye to his left hand forever because this was the end. The guy grinned and answered, "No way." The interlocutor's eyes widened in surprise and noted that the enemy was ambidextrous. The young man intercepted the weapon in his other hand. He moved to attack, and the Duke said that he hoped that this was not simple youthful recklessness. Chris frowned and screamed. The guy flew back, simultaneously attacking the enemy. The blue-haired man clenched his teeth and thought that he himself knew that it was hard to break him. The brunette frowned and swung. The hero put out his spear, blocking the attacks. He crouched to the ground, rolling back. The warrior ran forward again, deciding that this was no reason to give up. The young man frowned and thought that he wanted to protect those whose fate he had changed. Chris brought down another blow on his opponent. The Duke gritted his teeth and tensed up. The boy swung his spear, and the man flew back. The blue-haired man pressed on the ground and decided that he would see the future shining on the horizon at all costs. The opponent looked at the hero in shock. The boy held a sparkling spear in his hands. Wise Mastery 40. Chris's eyes sparkled with energy. He decided to put everything he had on the line. The Duke exchanged glances with the boy and offered to end it. The man rushed forward. The boy ran towards him, gritting his teeth. They rushed past and stopped. Chris confidently frowned and squeezed the spear. The soldiers froze in shock. There was a huge hole in the Duke's side. He fell to his knees, and the warriors ran to him. The brunette coughed up blood and ordered them not to approach. The protagonist turned around and frowned. The man approached him and stood in front of him, asking if the young man wanted to become king. The blue-haired man looked at him and replied that he did not know. The interlocutor laughed and advised not to delay the decision. Gabush looked closely at the guy and asked him to kill Desilio and save Cercado. The young man frowned and agreed, realizing that the Duke was worried about the state. The man closed his eyes and said loudly that he was ordering as Bentharm rolled Gabush. He stated that from this moment on, the leadership of the knightly squad and the rest of the forces passes to Rydos Ben. But since he is dead, the will of the deceased will be continued by Chris Frommont. The protagonist looked closely at the interlocutor. The brunette fell to his knees in front of him. His eyes darkened and he muttered that he couldn't believe it was the end. The Duke added that it had been fun. Chris looked down and said, "May your soul rest in peace, Duke." The man closed his eyes. The sound of hooves was heard. Soldiers were approaching them. The warriors smiled, happy to see the king's troops and the end of the war. The hero frowned and thought that something was wrong. He looked to the side and noticed that the cavalrymen were not slowing down. The prince opened his mouth and shouted that it was time to finish what had started. He shouted that these traitors had defiled the kingdom and were in league with the enemy. Gauche drew his sword and ordered that they all be destroyed. The soldiers rushed to the attack, killing the warriors. The hero frowned and turned around. His warriors were screaming, receiving wounds. The young man clenched his teeth. He frowned and shouted the prince's name in rage. The man looked at the boy with displeasure. The cavalrymen pierced the infantry. Desilio cut down the warriors. The man grinned and shouted at them to tear out all the rebellious forces by the roots. The hero frowned and exclaimed how much more blood was needed for the war to finally end. A sharp pain pierced him. The youth knelt down, and Kennery and Docky ran up to him. The boy looked at the Duke's soldiers and ordered them to take the body of their leader and leave here. One of them turned around and shouted that they were His Highness's army. The word retreat was unknown to them, and it was better to die honorably in battle than to flee in cowardice. The blue-haired man frowned and asked them to stop talking nonsense, because there was nothing honorable in death. He demanded that the Duke's death not be in vain. Chris turned around and ordered the auxiliary detachment to retreat immediately and join the main forces. Someone waved a spear. A flash appeared in front of the hero. Abel's eyes flashed and he exclaimed that he and the hero had finally met. The boy frowned and noted that, judging by the Tega's armor and spear, it was Abel. The old man was running towards him, offering to fight because that was what he had come all this way for. The boy's eyes widened and a silhouette appeared in front of him. Docky crossed his axes, protecting the master. Abel raised his eyebrows and asked if he was a southerner. The old man threw the man back and noted that many interesting people had gathered in one place. The hero frowned and guessed that Abel was a 4th level wiser or even higher, judging by the way he had thrown his soldier back. The old man looked at the disgruntled boy and noted that he looked like a wet rat after a fight with the Duke. Abel sighed and muttered that his mood had immediately disappeared, because what was the point of fighting in such a situation? He said that he would give the boy a day. The hero looked at him in surprise. The interlocutor asked him to regain his strength to fight him on equal terms. The old man raised his eyebrows and warned him that this did not mean that he would spare his life and advised him not to try to escape. The hero frowned when the man added that otherwise he would attack his lands, the Fromment estate. The old man turned away and sent him away because there were too many eyes around. The blue-haired man turned around and thanked him. Docky stood up and exclaimed that he would finish him off. The gentleman waved his hand and asked not now. Kennery ran up to Chris and asked what he was planning. The guy replied that he himself did not know. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that if the old man's goal was his death, he would calmly kill him now. It turns out that Tegas's motives diverged from the king's. The king's detachment appeared ahead. The soldiers grinned and approached. Someone fired an arrow. She pierced one of the warriors. Lind brought reinforcements. Gillen immediately appeared, cutting several enemy soldiers. The red-haired man frowned and ordered the troops to protect the commander. The hero approached the archer and asked what the situation was. The interlocutor answered that both ducal swords were defeated, everything went well. The young man narrowed his eyes and clarified how the knights were. Ellis and Louis were walking together, everyone was alive. Chris jumped on Lynn's horse and reported that Tegas had joined the royal army and a pursuit squad would soon arrive. He ordered Docky and Gillen to clear the way to get out of here. The royal soldiers looked at them and shouted that they could not let the Baron get away. One of the warriors grinned and was indignant that they were too fast. The prince's advisor looked at Abel and exclaimed, "What else do you mean let the Baron go?" The old man scratched his head and replied that the young man had been quicker than they had expected. The man looked at the prince and said that they should begin the pursuit immediately. Abel raised an eyebrow and said that his soldiers needed a break, so it would be better to leave tomorrow. Heido narrowed his eyes and shouted that every second was important. The interlocutor looked at him intently and asked if he didn't need a detachment of Tegas. The prince opened his mouth and ordered them to stop. He looked at the spearman and asked if he could bring the head of Baron Fromment tomorrow. He answered in the affirmative. Desilio frowned and said that in that case the attack would be postponed until tomorrow. Heido gritted his teeth, wondering what Abel was planning. He decided that no one could be trusted anymore. The old man frowned and thought about killing the main character with his own hands. The hero's troops reached the military camp. Louis and Ellis came out to meet him. The young man asked if everyone was there. Digo was lying in a tent and recovering. The hero frowned and thought that the situation was worse than he thought. Each of his men was already pretty exhausted. Gillen and Kennery also looked tired. Chris pursed his lips and wondered if he would be able to win tomorrow. He looked at his knights and said that everyone's attention was focused on them now, and the royal family would not rest until they killed every single one of them. The guy looked down and added that their army would arrive here tomorrow along with the Tegas soldiers. The young man wanted to add that they might not be able to cope. Ellis smiled and clarified that they just needed to kill everyone. Chris's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again, The girl asked him not to worry, saying that she would crush the enemy. Gillen grinned and asked if their master had lost his nerve. The hero smiled and thought that it seemed that he lacked determination the most. The knights looked at the young man, who said that he had gathered his courage thanks to them. He thanked everyone and said that he was counting on them. Chris's eyes sparkled and suggested that they put on a spectacular show. Night fell. The boy lay in his bed and was finally able to exhale. Then he opened his eyes and thought about the king of the spear. He imagined this man and thought that he was a stubborn spearman, one who lived only for the sake of fighting worthy opponents. This is all that was known about him from the stories of the teacher. Then he got up and thought that the man took an ace from his sleeve to get rid of him, but all his efforts were in vain. Then he frowned and thought that the other only needed a duel with him. I am sure he does not care about cooperating with the royal troops. He should take advantage of this, and immediately began to meditate. The next day came. Everyone gathered on the battlefield. The blonde approached his comrade and said that the enemies were advancing. In front of them, horses were indeed running, led by the leader. Then both commanders announced to all the soldiers to get ready, after which they announced that they had to move to the attack. The battle began. The fight was not easy. One after another, people died on the battlefield. And then an old man came up to the guy and asked how he was feeling. Was he not going to give up after one blow? And the young man got drunk and thought that during this time he was able to recover only 40%, but said that he assured him that he would not regret yesterday's choice. After which the old man looked him in the eyes and said that this was great, then he should start attacking. And immediately they both lashed out in battle. The men struck one blow after another, and the guy meanwhile dodged them well, and at the same time he attacked in parallel, and quite quickly. The guy also had blades in his sleeve. The brunette did not hesitate for long and immediately used them when he attacked the man. But only he was able to cut them with one blow and said that it was a rather unusual move, but in vain. The young man was already running up to him in the meantime, and when he pulled out his spear, his opponent was able to block the blow with one movement of his hand. Then he turned around and swung to strike back. After the man swung his spear, the young man could bend down and dodged. Then the old man said that it was impressive, but not impressive enough. And the guy smiled and thought that this was expected from the king of the spear, a completely different level. Haido watched this from the side and said that he was also ready to go out to fight. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really going to do it. And the old man frowned and replied that he needed to act for sure, so he needed to end this civil war, and immediately received his blessing. After which he mounted his horse and thought about what seemed strange to him, that Abel had let the Baron go. It turns out that what was happening was only amusing him. And he also understood that there should be no more obstacles. It was necessary to act. Then he extended his hand and decided that he would put an end to all this himself, after which, in his head there was a clear idea that then Sicardo would be in his power. Meanwhile, the young man continued to fight. Abel actively attacked and said that such tricks would not work with him. Also, not far away, a boy stuck a dagger into the ground. Then the old man frowned and said that the enemy should awaken even more interest in him, after which he swung and tried to attack. The blow was so strong that even the earth began to shake, and the brunette managed to jump back and was a little scared. Then he extended his spear and tried to attack in response. A status window suddenly appeared in front of him, where it was written that the spear mastery had reached 80. The guy squeezed his weapon and decided that the level had risen to 80. The spear felt lighter. This should be used for battle. So he turned around and ran in the other direction, thinking that now he could succeed. The old man also ran after him and said that running away was a bad move. And in the hands of the brunette at that moment there were practically invisible threads, and the thoughts were that it was necessary to act now. All these threads were wrapped with daggers, which were in his hand before. When Abel stumbled over them, at first he did not understand anything, and then he raised his head and saw the enemy right in front of him. A second later, the spear pierced the ground, and the boy flew right past the opponent. He was surprised by the fact that his weapon was destroyed. It turns out the old man was able to break it with one leg. Abel himself stood nearby and asked how many steps the boy managed to calculate, and added that this young man was definitely talented. Chris was not going to give up and decided that his current skills would not defeat him. He would not be able to break through such a strong defense. Then he looked at the old man and thought that Abel was on the 5th step, the wall. Then he turned around and saw something. A huge fireball flew right next to them. When the guy ran back, he heard that the stupid knights should look at him. Finally, Haido appeared there, who created another magic ball and said that they should kneel before the magic power. The young man turned around and thought that it was the count who took part in the last civil war. Then he heard from Abel that at first he talked his teeth, and now this. The knight got very angry when the wizard interfered in his fight and began to ask how dare he do this. Then he turned around and said that he would tear him apart. Chris looked at this and thought that he was surprised how angry the knight was. Of course he knew that he was an emotional type, but he did not expect that much. After which the soldier stepped forward and told them to stop, because both had made a promise. The old man turned around and asked what it meant to stop. The young man frowned and thought about what kind of promise it was, although he understood that Abel could not harm the royal family now, and decided that he should take advantage of this. Then he approached him and asked if the Spear King could trust him with this matter. He asked again in surprise, and the guy raised his hand and said that if he entered the fight and killed him, there would be no problems as a result, so you can rely on him. The old man smiled and said that this man obviously knew something. Then he turned around and added that he would go. All the same, the interest was gone, and the guy himself went forward and said that someday he would come to him for a lesson. He replied that he had to keep his promise and ordered everyone to retreat. Only the wizard remained on the battlefield, who called them freaks. Then he launched a magic projectile forward. The protagonist managed to run to the side and ended up behind him, but only the old man noticed this and extended his hand in his direction. Then he launched his projectile there too. Meanwhile, Chris was already behind him. Thinking that this magic was driving him crazy, he couldn't get close, and he ran forward. Suddenly, someone shouted at him from the side. A friend appeared there, who threw him a sword and told him to catch it. Finally, he had a weapon. It was great. The young man frowned and shouted that they should attack together with his friend, who agreed. Then he pulled his bow and started shooting arrows. The wizard looked at them and asked if they really thought they could defeat him. Then he turned and saw the guy approaching. He launched a projectile at him and shouted that he was the only magician in the family. Chris realized too late that a fiery projectile was flying at him, but he was still able to cut it with his magic sword. Then he got closer and added that he should have something in his arsenal other than tricks with fire, and then he wounded him and ran on. The king then saw all this and grabbed his head, realizing that the battle was over, and the guy's friend extended his hand and said that Dezilio was there. At that moment, they shouted on the battlefield that they had to attack right now. The man grabbed his head when he heard that the army was retreating, and then one of the warriors began to make his way to him. Then he penetrated and flew right into the sky above his head, and the king raised his head and called him a bastard. At that moment, he looked at him carefully and was ready to attack. Then he landed, and with one blow he was able to cut off his hand. The man began to scream furiously in pain and did not know what to do. Then the horse fell. A subject ran up to him and tried to help. Then he looked around and ordered the royal guard to protect his majesty. He immediately began to provide first aid and said that they needed to leave, then they could join forces and definitely return. After which he put the ruler on a horse and said that he needed to leave, promised to buy him some time. But then an axe flew in their direction, and it crashed right into the man's back. Yenrid was able to throw it right through the barrier there. The king turned around and looked at him in surprise. Then he moved forward and asked for help, and the troops opposite noticed that the enemy was running away and they needed to put pressure on him. At that moment, the king was only thinking about why this was happening and why he was unlucky. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, his soldiers continued to die, and the king himself ran and wondered when their plan had failed. Chris and Lind watched this from the side and began to discuss whether they would pursue, but the guy said no. Then he raised his head and said that the war was already over and it remained to wait for Dezilio's choice. Then the king was approached by the data and said that they did not understand what happened to his hand. And the king raised his head and said that a rebel army was approaching them. They needed to go on the defensive. All the ministers of the royal family needed to gather and prepare countermeasures. A little later, the entire retinue gathered at the table and discussed that they should fight to the end. Others said that it was too dangerous, they needed to think ahead. And someone else came closer and said that they needed to escape to another place, and the king asked again in surprise and said what did he suggest the subjects do. Then he frowned and heard that there was a king. There were also subjects, didn't he? Another city reported that they had finished with the preparations and were ready to receive them. Then the men became even more angry and said to prepare the carriage. After some time, the king was left alone in the room. Suddenly, a girl came up to him from behind and asked if he was really going to leave. He turned around and asked who she was and how she got here. And the blonde came closer and said that there was an order: if he drops everything, he will escape. We must kill, so we must act. The man began to back away and asked if there was anyone outside, told her not to come closer, and also asked why he was doing this. Then he literally burst into tears and asked what his mistake was. What was it? But the girl did not answer and immediately struck. She pierced his neck. Blood began to spill around. Then she turned around and said that she did not care whether this man made a mistake or not, she was just following orders. Then she said goodbye and left him alone to bleed out in the middle of the room. Finally, the civil war ended and peace and quiet reigned in the city. After the news of the end of the Duke and the King, it became known that the second prince died due to an accident. Because of this, a new successor was appointed. From the royal family, only 2 wives of the king and 1 prince survived. Ultimately, the only blood heir took the throne, Edic Sicardo Gabish, who was just sitting on the throne. Then they announced that Baron Chris should come forward, which he did. Then he went forward and was told that he would be granted, as a hero of the Civil War, several fiefs including the lands of Sabnacht and Vance. Finally, the brunette came up and stood in front of his new king, when he said that he was also awarding him the title of Duke. In the evening, at the feast, he was congratulated. He thanked and said that it was all thanks to his friends. Then he raised his head and added that there was a lot of work ahead of them. In connection with the expansion of the territory, more responsibilities appeared. Everyone listened attentively, that it was necessary to increase the military forces. No one knows where the wind of war will blow from next. Then he turned around and asked Graf if he had recruited soldiers, that he had heard that he had pasted an announcement all over the city. Now the privates are waiting. After that, the guy stood up and said that then we should see, but then he was interrupted and told that something needed to be said. A man appeared behind him who addressed him. The man said that a scar had appeared on his beautiful daughter's face, after which he raised his hand and asked if those present understood how a father felt when he saw this. The guy turned around and ordered him to calm down, said that her scar had nothing to do with him. But it was too late, because the man grabbed him again and said that he had prepared a special training session for him, and that they had to leave, and they wished him good luck. That same day, the protagonist met with his assistant and asked if all the recruits had been gathered there, but in response he heard that the recruitment was still ongoing. After which the boy looked at the gentleman's stuffed face and said that he would invest all his earnings into the development of the army, including proceeds from the sale of rock salt and post-war monetary compensation. Then the brunette raised his head and asked if these people knew the basics. The boy replied that they had undergone drill training lasting 1 month. Then he raised his hand and shouted that today would be their first campaign. They had to take shovels and get together. The assistant looked at him and asked what this man had planned, and he smiled. I replied that he would look for treasures. The question immediately arose as to what exactly. Well, when the soldiers moved to another place, they began to dig. Each was busy with his own area. Chris watched from the side and said that he was sure it was somewhere here. A man came up to him and asked what they were doing. You can't commit tyranny on someone else's land, even if it was a duke. The guy didn't even turn around and asked if it was the owner. In response he heard that it was Viscount Gloucester. Then the young man turned around and said as far as he knew, this land was considered dead. If you entrust the area to him, he would make it suitable for farming. The man asked in what sense, and he raised 2 fingers and said that he was making a promise. He would finish in 2 days at most. Immediately someone was heard swearing in the background. The young man turned around and said it seemed that they had already found it. 2 soldiers were asking each other if they could do theirs. Another had the same question for a comrade. It was as if some kind of magic had seized them. The guys were very angry, after which they began to fight until the young man stopped them. He came closer and shouted that it seemed like these guys couldn't hear, they had been brainwashed badly, and called his comrade. He immediately went down and gave everyone a good beating. Then he picked them up and Chris ordered all the soldiers except Digo and Royce to leave the pit. Then he took his hand and ordered him to give him a shovel. The assistant immediately handed it over, and the guys stood aside and carefully watched what was happening. The main character decided to dig up the rest himself and said that here was the treasure. Then he turned around and asked his comrade if he wanted a real cool weapon instead of the one that constantly broke. The answer was that if he gave it to him, then of course yes. Then the brunette ordered him to stick his hand in there and thought that the second name of this land was a bloody plain. The artifact discovered here drove one farmer crazy. They say he killed 300 people, and it was only possible to neutralize it after the intervention of a knight-level person, when too many people had already been killed. Suddenly the guy pulled his hand out of the hole and some strange energy began to gather around it. And then the outline of the weapon. It was a cursed artifact in which an evil spirit lived. Execution and guillotine looked pretty impressive. This weapon could even communicate, said thirsty for blood, and ordered him to kill everyone he sees. And the guy smiled and asked if it was true for him. The brunette watched from the side and asked if he liked it, said that it suited him perfectly, and thought that brainwashing with his willpower would not work on him. Then another friend came up to him and asked if there were any other weapons. In response he heard that there was no need to worry, they would find them. Chris frowned and thought that he should take all the artifacts found in the past for himself. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, subordinates came and said that many feudal lords rush at them with complaints. The duke arbitrarily walks around foreign territories and does whatever he wants. One of them got angry and added that this guy even beat the son of the defense, and the other said that he could not look at all this chaos any longer. But the young king answered what claims were against him. Is it really worth sending them to the duchy as ambassadors? After that, the old man looked at him and said that the duke was abusing his rights. If he was not stopped right now, he could encroach on the royal power. This was the Marquis of Fortins, an influential figure in the new party of aristocrats. After which he frowned and said that the boy should explain who the king was. After all, he or the duke. The young man answered that of course he was the king, and asked this man if he was an idiot. In response he received a question, why not call the duke here then, and one of those present even laughed a little. Then the boy raised his head and said that he was just thinking about it. He understands that the man is busy, but at least once a month they need to see each other. And he added that he needed to be told to come to the palace, and those who had complaints should express them to him personally. The aristocrats listened to him. Then the old man smiled slyly and said that he obeyed him. And the main character meanwhile continued to disassemble the weapon and said that this sword is called Quake. It was made by a real master. The comrade asked if it was really going to be his, but the young man turned and said that he decided to give it to Ellis. The question immediately arose as to what was intended for him. The brunette suggested going to the mountain range, just where the battles with monsters were currently actively taking place. The guy went out onto the battlefield and said not to retreat, ordered to kill all the goblins. But then a huge monster appeared there. It was a wild orc, a high-level monster. Immediately one of the soldiers ran at him and ordered to give way to him. Then he swung, and then struck right in the head area with his new weapon. The monster could not dodge this, and then he completely lost his head due to one blow. The brown-haired man then raised the weapon up and said that it was just awesome. But the brunette watched from the side and thought that this guy and everyone else should remember this experience. A completely different war would soon break out. Then he imagined a large number of monsters that would descend in 2 years. I thought about it and understood that it would be a large-scale invasion covering the entire continent. Or rather, it would be an invasion of orcs, bloodthirsty and ferocious. After some time, a meeting of a new party of aristocrats began. One of those present asked what to do. Poe looked away and said that now, when the royal power had fallen, they had an excellent opportunity to take a step forward. They needed to deal with the Duke. And the old man answered him that there was no need to worry. The queen was behind them, and that was wonderful. After which he raised his glass and offered them to drink to this. They survived that terrible civil war, and this was already a victory. The old man also said that all that was left was to get rid of the Duke and their time would come. While he was very pleased with what was happening. At the same time, the guys continued to travel around the area and found some kind of cave. It was the entrance to the dungeon. They looked at it and discussed that inside you can meet both monsters and traps. In front of them is the most dangerous dungeon of the mountain range. The brown-haired man looked around and asked if his weapon was probably there, and asked to give the order, and the brunette answered that they should not go there. The question came then where? The young man looked and said that they need to move to the tail. Then he turned around and added that this dungeon has only an entrance, there is no exit if you get inside. Thinking about some jewels that are at the end, they will end up in real hell. Even the guild of treasure hunters waved their hand at this dungeon. The comrade looked at him and asked how he knew so much about it, and the guy answered that this dungeon is quite famous. Then he remembered the battle near this dungeon and thought how can he forget it, a place that their guild challenged countless times. Finally, they came to some tree. The main character bent down and said that he found it, this tree with red roots. Then he smiled and thought that apparently part of the dungeon was just a bait. The treasure itself was at the end, and said that we should start digging from here. After some time, the guys found something in the ground, said that an old box had been discovered. Inside was some kind of artifact. It was a cross. The young man thought that this cross was created with the help of magic and the metallurgy skills of dwarves. He did not know how to use it before, so he was going to sell it to someone for a few gold. But then a friend came up to him and said that this was certainly not a sword, but also nothing, and asked to give it back quickly. Well, in response he heard that it was his cross. The guy was angry for some time and asked what he had done wrong, why they were not giving him anything, and then a man appeared there who asked to give him the way and said that he had arrived with a message. The guys looked at him and asked what brought them here. He replied that he had come to deliver an urgent message. He frowned and said that he had been told to appear at the palace. Chris was surprised and asked about the palace. After some time, he finally went there and arrived at the main gate. They were met by guards and told that he would have to go alone from here, and that it was also forbidden to have weapons on the palace grounds. He understood everything and ordered the guys to wait there. Finally, he found himself in the main hall, where everyone was waiting for him. The aristocrats were very angry and shouted that the Duke really tried to kill the Baron's son, and whether it was true that his people had arranged unauthorized excavations on someone else's agricultural land. The guy raised his head and replied that he had not attempted to take anyone's life, and as for the land, they had simply tried to save the dead land. The old man then looked at him and said that this did not change the fact that he had invaded other people's land, and that he must stop abusing his power. The brunette smiled and replied that he had been called here for some nonsense. That was interesting. But the man frowned and asked what kind of ignorance this was. Next to him was his majesty, and in response he heard that this man was also talking impolitely to him. Then the Duke frowned and added that he should first say his name. In response he heard that it was the Marquis, the Queen's elder brother. The protagonist concluded from this that this was why the man had his tail up so much. The king was amused by this, and the man could not stand it and began to shout that the royal guard was going to let this impudent man get away with everything, who was undermining the authority of the royal power. But suddenly they shouted at him to shut up. This was unexpected. The brunette got really angry and shouted that how could a person who only cared about his pride wag his tongue at the royal power. Then he looked at the guard and asked why the blades that protect the royal mouth obey some aristocrat. He also frowned and added that one enemy was trying to cross the border, the second was openly encroaching on the city. After which he looked around and shouted that others were also looking for an opportunity to strike at them, and what kind of games with power could we talk about now? And in the end he looked at the Marquis again, adding that he did not understand what this man had done at all for the sake of his state. And the others listened attentively as he shouted that they should not think that the wealth they had received would protect them, since they were here, he could make a statement. After which the young man hit the table and shouted that those who would act contrary to the royal authority and oppose the interests of the state would be severely punished by him on the basis of his ducal powers. The old man listened to all this and was very surprised. Finally, evening came, people gathered and discussed that it was spectacular. They sat at the table in the palace annex and discussed that she simply told her what she had to. After which the man looked at the Duke and asked if he was married, and another man asked the Count what he was doing, didn't he know where his daughter was now? And the young man also carefully discussed how the men discussed that there was no special news from her, and he, for his information, also had a beautiful daughter. True, the main character did not listen to them, he just looked at the tea and wondered what kind of aroma it was. After which he got up and asked who brought the cookies. The question immediately came, what was wrong? The guy immediately broke the cookie and realized that there was poison inside. He knew it, they wanted to kill them. Then he looked around and thought that if you mix these two poisons, you get a deadly weapon, like a thread with a needle. Then he frowned and thought that however, I am the only person who can do this. And then masked men burst into the room who wanted to attack them. They pulled out crossbows and tried to strike, but the guy immediately threw a table at them and ordered the remaining two to run to the wall. Then he took the table again and saw a net flying at him. He managed to throw this net back thanks to the shape of the table. Then the young man dodged a direct attack and thought that this net and spears, these guys know how to fight him. And literally a second later arrows flew past his face. Chris miraculously managed to catch them and protect his comrades. And then he got up and realized that two projectiles flew straight into his back. But only his vest could protect him. Then the young man thought that even with invisible armor, they still managed to wound him, and said that they have good crossbows. One of the attackers then looked at him and thought that he just did not believe his eyes. How could the arrows just fly away from him? The Duke then turned around and said that it was too early to be surprised, and then he threw the arrows straight out of the window. The attackers began to move forward and they were ordered not to stand like pillars and to get rid of him as soon as possible. Only then they suddenly turned around and noticed someone behind. The brunette then frowned and said that it seemed that he had not been greatly underestimated, since they dared to arrange such a thing in the palace. After which he ordered his assistants to deal with them, which the guys did. Finally, the battle was over, the attackers were caught. The blonde took out an arrow and was very surprised. Then she raised her head and said that 8 families use similar equipment. Chris replied that he knew it, and the Count immediately asked again about the 8 families and asked how they could get here. Then the guy looked at them and said that all the paths that led here were clear, and the Duke replied that it turned out that no one was guarding this place. Then he lowered his head and added that those aristocrats not only conspired with the enemy out of selfishness, but also lured the royal guard to their side. It was immediately clear that this was the work of the Marquis, and it seems that they do not disdain recklessness for their own sake. The main character also raised his eyes and said that he thought that the Civil War had somehow brought them to their senses. Apparently he was wrong, leaving them alive. The Count approached him and said that he asked him to restrain himself, but in response he heard that he should not worry. The guy walked forward and answered that he understood that it would not be easy for a state to be made up of these people, and then he came up with something. He turned and asked if the two could play along with him a little. The men asked again in surprise, and the young man smiled and said that instead of finishing off the traitors, they should put collars on them. Some time passed, the people walked along the corridor and discussed how they were somehow worried about the fact that there was still no news. The soldier replied that this group of hired killers was sent by a man from the family of Green Blades. After meeting them, no one had ever managed to stay alive. And the Marquis walked forward and thought that, however, their enemy is Chris, so he cannot relax. And when he entered the office, he said that he can join, he will wait for news. And then he closed the door behind him. But suddenly it turned out that a girl was waiting for him behind the door and said that if he starts screaming, she will cut out his tongue. The old man turned and asked if it was someone from the 8 families, and also asked if everything went according to plan. And the girl immediately hit him in the leg. When the old man fell, he said what it meant, adding that they were on the same side. And then he got kicked in the head and heard that he would now only do what the blonde said. She looked at him and said that he needed to send a post-raven and write a letter. The plan worked, the Duke disappeared. The Marquis was very surprised and thought, do they really want to disguise the murder as a disappearance? A second later, a dagger landed in front of his face with a request to answer quickly. And then the old man raised his head and thought that he did not understand anything. But now the most important thing was his life, and said that he would do everything now. The next day came. The palace was very surprised by the news. The young king jumped up and asked if the duke had disappeared. In response, he heard that when the count woke up, only the Marquis of Ziegel was next to him. After which the man lowered his head and said that an attempted murder had been committed in the royal palace. We need to take this issue as seriously as possible. And the boy started screaming, what a freak dared to touch Chris, we must use all our strength and find him. He also shouted that we must grab him and drag him to his feet, and before that no one should not eat or sleep. The count bowed and said that he understood everything. Ziegel meanwhile went to the commander of the nightly detachment of the royal guard and immediately received a question. Was he really attacked by mercenaries from 8 families? Then he turned and said what he thought. He himself understood that rats had started up in the palace. The man immediately asked how to figure them out. And the old man turned and, introducing his daughter, said that the girl would be able to do this with the help of her abilities. The commander closed his eyes when he heard that it was necessary to get rid of the traitors and a request for help. After which he came closer and said that the protection of the royal family is his life, is everything, so we must try. All this time the old man sat nearby and thought that the commander of the nightly detachment could be trusted if he had conspired with the Marquis. He would not have accepted such an offer. The Duke could consider that they had managed to fulfill their part. They mainly rely on him. Meanwhile, something was happening in the city of Wolves. People were walking through the city, and the guards were discussing that they were all pilgrims, and now they were heading to Amilla. They immediately approached Perth and said that he could manage without him, but he replied that he was comfortable here. Then he looked to the side and saw something. There was a man in a cloak walking there. They immediately turned to him and asked if he could come here and take off his hood. And when the man approached, the young man was very surprised. In front of him stood a man named Nord. He immediately asked if this was someone from the Northern Empire. The man asked what was wrong. He was told that everything was fine and let him go. And for some time Perth looked at him and thought that he felt a powerful energy. This man was very strong. Then he frowned and thought that it was some immigrant from the Northern Empire. In principle, there is nothing unusual in this. In Adeniano there is one like that too. Meanwhile, in the city of the Blue Dragon Castle, someone came to the king and said that they need to return to the fortress right now. The king of the 8 families, Sort, grabbed his head and replied that a lot of strength had already been lost. At the moment it was better to restore the losses. But Ars frowned and said that he was asking him to start the battle, and to say so solely because he was worried about all of them. Then he raised his head and said that he did not understand how one could remain calm when an enemy was wandering nearby. It was a member of the Green Blade family. After which the blonde moved closer and said that Gold and the Blue Dragon were against it. What would he do with it? In response he heard that an order should be given on royal authority. Then the king lowered his head and said that they only work with the consent of all 8 families. The old man looked at him and said that he understood everything, then asked for permission to deviate. And while he was leaving, he thought that he needed to press a little harder to finally provoke a war that would hit the 8 families hard. He frowned and thought that he would soon be called to crush the 8 families of the central continent. At that moment, someone else entered the room. The king looked at him and thought that what he wanted would not happen, and understood that he was a puppet of the Northern Empire. Then another man bowed to him and said that he would like to inform him that the meeting would take place in 3 days. In response he heard that this was good. 3 days passed. Some people in cloaks gathered in the square. They knocked on the door to go inside. They came out to them and greeted them. After which the man turned around and said to go inside, promising to take them there. For some time they all went down, and at the end they saw a table with 1 candle and a man in a cloak. The king sat down at the table and was greeted by the same people. He raised his head and asked if this was really the man. After which the brunette took off his hood and said that he was the Duke of Circe. In front of him was Nord, who introduced himself as Chris. Meanwhile, in the count's house, they finally handed over the weapon to one of the duke's assistants. They said that his master asked to pass it on. He was surprised and asked if it was really for him. In response he heard that once upon a time the count had received it as an offering, but because of its unusual shape, such a weapon could not be found by the owner. The guy was very happy and said that this was great. From now on it would be a single-edged sword. They were also given some kind of bundle and said that it was a letter from the Duke. They should return to the estate and read it to everyone. The guy took it and asked if it was possible to find out where the master was now. The man began to answer, but then fell silent. And now the king met the impostor and asked if it was really the Duke. He answered that everything was so. Then the blonde said that his appearance did not match the rumors and asked how he changed the color of his eyes, and the guy did not answer that it was sleight of hand and no fraud. Skillfully handles medicinal herbs. In response he heard that the king cannot stand green, but you can drop this topic. Then he raised his head and added that one problem arose, a headache, which he could not get rid of even with his own strength. One madman from an enemy state said that he would fix everything himself and asked to give up the fortress. He also asked what the Duke thought, whether he should be trusted. He looked at him and said that if they trusted him, they would not let anyone here, so he would ask him to stop probing him and get to the point. The king's assistant was surprised and asked how the impudent man dared to communicate like that, but the blonde stopped him and said that everything was fine. Then he raised his eyes and said that he wanted to get rid of the stranger with green eyes. Then he introduced him and said that ours is a green-eyed stranger, a sage who appeared out of nowhere 10 years ago and rewarded by reviving the 8 families. In fact, this man is a student of a strategist with ice blood and a kind of stake driven in by the Northern Empire for the sake of destroying the 8 families. And now the king said that for the sake of decency he says that he serves the 8 families, but he himself secretly strengthens his power on this land. If nothing is done, sooner or later, the stranger will swallow up the entire state. The young man listened to him and thought that analytical skills, prudence, willingness to lure an enemy envoy to his side in order to achieve a goal, this is amazing. The historians of the past were right. Then he looked at him again and thought that if the orc invasion had not happened, this man would have become a great king. Finally, the blonde said that ours could not even be killed because of the loyalty of the people. In response, he heard that if he agreed to one condition, force the stranger to leave the state. Immediately a question came: what conditions? The brown-haired man answered that he wanted the relations between the 8 families and the circa to improve and demanded an agreement for 10 years. The king's companions were very surprised when they heard this news, and the king himself stood up and said that he did not understand whether he meant a non-aggression pact or what. In response, he heard that it was not only about a temporary truce, but also about the union. The blonde listened to all this and thought that of course he could be bombarded with questions about this, but now his main task was to achieve the prosperity of the state and strengthen the army. So he smiled and said that he agreed. The pseudo-duke smiled too. At the same time, the fighters were actively training in the forest. The guys were catching up with their teacher and asking where they were running, and Lind replied that there was one place, and they were almost there. Then he frowned and thought that he still couldn't believe that Chris had gone to Sort. What did he have in mind this time? If we go back a little, when the Duke's order was announced, everyone had gathered. They listened to what they needed to start mastering the artifacts they had received in order to learn how to use them freely. Then the guy turned to Sir Lind and said that it looked like he needed to go to the mountains right now. And he explained that the letter said to gather a squad, bring them to the mountain and train them to the level of elite troops. There was a task for him there, which the guy actually did. When they arrived at the top, he said that they needed to stop, sort out the things they had taken with them and take a rest. Then he took out a map and thought that he would have to hurry in order to have time to cover all the marked area. Suddenly a bird appeared above. It was the target. The young man pulled the bow and immediately received a question about what he would have to do, after which he clearly showed that they would have to train. When the crow fell, they immediately began to discuss that it was not easy to shoot a flying bird so deftly. The gentleman was simply incredible, and the guy himself thought that it was a messenger crow. Then he raised his head and said that they needed to split into 2 groups. The first would bring supplies from the estate every evening, and the second would shoot from a bow. Everyone listened attentively to what they needed to learn to shoot so that not a single crow would fly away, and they needed to train until they could hit the target on the run. One of the guys approached him and said that he wanted to know how long they would have to stay there. The commander thought about it. Then he smiled and said that about 6 months, in his opinion. Meanwhile, in the family of Green Blades, at home at ours, everything was calm. The man stood by the window and thought that the ravens had been gone for several weeks. The connection had been lost not only with the Circa, but also with the Northern Empire. Then he frowned and thought that the king had been acting suspiciously lately. Was it really his doing? Had he made some kind of mistake? Then he went back and thought that if not, then something had to be done. And then he went up to the bars, said that he hoped the girl hadn't done anything stupid. She immediately asked again. Then she stretched out her arms and said that she was just sitting and doing her job. And the man turned away and said that there was no point in even thinking about trying to fool him, otherwise he would cut off his hands and feed them himself. Then someone knocked loudly on his door. An assistant came up and said that a guest was waiting for him. The old man asked again in surprise, and then he looked up and was very surprised. Nord was standing there and said that he was very glad to meet him. The man was surprised and thought that he had green eyes and a habit of touching his ear when greeting. This man was from the Northern Empire. He immediately asked what he needed, and in response he heard that he had come here on orders. The Lord was surprised and thought, what kind of orders? The Empire would not leave a loser alone. This guy was here because he had lost with the 10,000th elite. If the crows had stopped flying because they wanted to remove him and replace him with another person, then things were bad. Then he simply passed by and said that there was no time now, let him come later. And the guy looked at him and thought that he looked extremely worried. In order to get poison, it was not necessary to grind poisonous grass into powder, and decided to slip him another poison. This poison was suspicion and anxiety, which clearly reached their target. On the eastern continent, people were working in their fields at that time. This was one of the villages where the harvest had not been very good that year. The woman raised her hand and asked when the children would return, and the old man replied that they had to wait a little longer. The journey to the central continent by horse takes several months. Suddenly they saw something. Someone was walking there and they were very happy. They raised their hand and began waving to some village in the distance. But only suddenly the old man saw something strange. Another worker with a severed arm was approaching them and was telling them to leave quickly. Then he landed on the ground and advised them to do it faster, and the people, on the contrary, ran towards him and asked what had happened. But immediately after, a weapon flew there. A huge axe sank into the prospector's head. His wife immediately ran up to him and began screaming when someone appeared there. They were wild orcs who had already begun their attack. At that moment, Ars stood at the window in his estate and thought that 3 weeks had already passed since his arrival. He imagined the steam and thought that since the Empire sent them a new person, he failed. But in that case they couldn't leave him alone. Was there really no order for execution? Then he turned around and asked what that guy was doing. In response, he heard that he had recently met with the head of the Gold. Meanwhile, the guy was on the open training ground of the Blue Dragon family and was fighting with someone. Their duel continued, quite successfully. Nova and Jude were standing nearby and discussing that it looked not bad. It was hard to believe that such a pro in the art of the spear, like Pike, would lose to him. Belair approached them and said that this was a cool guy, asked who he was. Then the man whispered to the girl that if she remembers, Nord's true identity is a secret. She turned and said that she remembered everything. Then she looked at the guy and said that he was an ambassador from the Northern Empire, and now everything became clear because his eyes are green. The main character at this point had almost won the duel. Then they shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. The man said that he had impressive skills, and he replied that it was a good fight. Then the blonde came up to him and said, "Isn't his comrade ashamed that he will become a reputation as the strongest among the 8 families of the Blue Dragon Knight Squad if he shits himself?" The guy asked again in surprise. The blonde approached the Duke, introduced himself and offered to fight, and the young man thought at that moment that this reminded him of Alice's behavior. Then he turned around and said that he was done for today, although the man offered him only one fight. But he did not answer, and immediately received a question from Nova about what was next on his schedule. The young man immediately began to tell. Meanwhile, in the spy's estate, the man was surprised. Is this man really competing with the Blue Dragon squad? He frowned and thought that the Blue Dragon was ignoring him, and he managed to lure the new envoy to his side. The king comes from the Blue Dragon family and could hear about him. Then he turned around and said that he needed to prepare a carriage. He had to see His Majesty. The servant agreed. At that moment, the king was drinking tea at his place, and the main character was sitting nearby and thinking that most likely, the blonde guy started following him to dig up information about him. He was sure that he was overcome with anxiety after every piece of news. And just then a spy came there, asked in surprise if His Majesty was really talking to this man. In response, he heard that it was so and he would have to leave. Then the man looked at the guy and thought that the new envoy was gaining strength, and the Empire had cut off contact with him. He got scared and thought that he had given his all to his homeland, but there was a possibility that he had been abandoned. These thoughts completely filled his mind. 6 months passed. In winter, on the training ground, the guys were actively working. The young man approached the blonde guy and said that the 3rd fight was over and the opponent was a good man. He jumped up and asked to fight him one last time. Just one, literally begged. His friend stood behind him and laughed at him, calling him a loser. The guys quarreled, and the argument was who is he if not a loser, after 3 losses. When Nova joined them and asked Chris to leave for a second. Then he came closer to him and whispered that it looked like the time had come. Ars was waiting for him. He had to go. Which is what the young man actually did. He said that he was told that the man wanted to talk, and in response he heard that they had not seen each other for a long time. The old man didn't look very well anymore and said that there was no one else here except them. They had to be kind and answer his questions. True, the guy was standing there and realized that there were 2 people behind the curtains. He literally saw them and thought that it was unlikely that the attack would be sudden. Otherwise the man would have separated from him long ago. And he came closer and said that over the past 6 months he had been thinking about what was happening now and asked if the Empire wanted to transfer his power to him. The Duke himself stood opposite and thought that judging by his appearance he would soon have a stroke and simply remained silent. And the man himself drew a conclusion and said that he knew it. The teacher blamed him for his failure and would not be able to completely enslave the 8 families. Then he looked up and said that by absorbing the king's power with other forces, uniting with him in order to subjugate the 8 families, obviously this was the plan of the Empire and the teacher. Then now he was nobody. The guy listened to him and thought that a little more, so he said that there was no need to worry and the Empire was waiting for him. Then he looked up and said that the master had told him to assess the situation himself, and he added that the Empire takes into account all his efforts. The old man was very glad that he was not abandoned, and he said that in this case he was returning, and the brown-haired man closed his eyes and replied that he had worked hard. Then he came closer and said that he had one request, and the question immediately came what it was. The young man stretched out his hand to the side and asked if he could hand over the prisoner who was over there. Of course Ars agreed and said that he no longer needed her anyway. Then he handed over the key and said that it now belonged to him. In response he heard gratitude. Finally, the guy moved to that room. Then he looked around and received a question, "Who is this?" The girl also looked at him and said that this man changed the color of his eyes and dyed his hair. Apparently he knows how to handle herbs, and the humorist thought that as expected, she immediately understood everything. Then he opened the cage, and when asked if he was really letting her out, he said that he was. After which he came closer and said that his name was Chris, the new owner of this place, but the real name of this girl was Pixie. She belongs to the half-elf race. In the future she will become the most respected healer, and now she stood opposite and simply said hello, and she is also destined to become his botany teacher. Several days passed. The chariot was driving through the forest. After some time, she arrived at the checkpoint in the Northern Empire. An old man came out and said that the gates should be opened for him. But the guards began to talk and asked if they had heard of such a thing, discussed that this man had once been introduced together with the master into 8 families. The man himself then raised his head and asked why these idiots would not let the hero of the empire in. The door must be opened quickly. Then his teacher came to the edge and asked what he was doing here, and immediately received the question, how did he end up? But only the man was surprised when he heard that they wanted to ask him about it, and said that he had received a message and returned. Meanwhile, the teacher looked straight at him and asked what kind of nonsense this man was talking. What other message? In response he heard that a messenger had been sent to him, named Nord. Of course the old man immediately asked who they were talking about, and Ars suddenly understood everything. He was deceived. The king at that moment received the duke and said that he did not even expect that he would really leave, and that impressed him. And the young man raised his head and said that even if this man revealed the deception, it would not be easy for him to return back, and it was a good job. And the guy looked and said that he would like to know where the Knight of the Dragon squad went. Not a single person was visible. And the blonde said that these people left, immediately received the question whether it is possible to find out where. And then the main character was very surprised when he heard that these people went to Adeniano, since a pack of orcs showed up there. After which he frowned and asked again. The king said that this happens every year. It comes from the ocean, which is on the eastern continent. This time there were so many running there, so the leader took the whole squad with him, and when asked when these people left, he heard that it happened about 3 days ago. The young man immediately asked the king if they received letters from them, and the blonde asked in surprise why he should tell him about all this. But the guy could not stand it and shouted that he was asking for an answer. Had the connection with the detachment ever been broken? Then the king thought about it and said that he did not understand why this man was so interested in the affairs of another state. Although if you think about it, he sent Boranov several times. Not a single bird flew in with an answer. This news really upset the guy. He frowned and thought that he needed to calm down. Before the orc invasion in another whole year, you cannot make hasty conclusions. You need to see everything with your own eyes. And then he received a question from the king, what is the matter? What do they know? Therefore, he raised his head and thought that he should not tell him about the orcs. It will only make a noise. He said that he does not know anything. He is just interested in the orcs and asked if he can go there. The blonde asked in surprise what the young man wants to see there, but in general it is his right and allowed. In response he received gratitude, and the question on permission will be declined. Then he turned around and left. Only at the end he turned around and asked if the king had forgotten about the agreement with his city. He frowned and replied that there was no need to worry because he knew how to keep his word. When the guy returned home, he fed the girl cookies. She lowered her head and said that it was very tasty. And the duke himself was sitting nearby and thinking that he should send the letter. It could be the last one. He should prepare for the worst. At that moment, the brunette turned around and said that she had a question for him. Why did he free her, and why was he so kind? The main character smiled and thought that he was afraid. He would not believe if he told the truth to the teacher, so he said that the girl was simply very charming. Then she sat down next to him and said that she was sure that he was not a scarecrow either without this mask. And she added that it was time to update the camouflage, otherwise there would soon be nothing left of it. The guy replied that he did not mind, but now there was no time. Then he got up and left. Immediately a question came where he was going, and again leaves her alone, so he said that he would return quickly. And he added that by the way he would like to know if she had a ready-made poison. The brunette answered, is she really going to kill someone? Chris then frowned and said that he didn't know yet, but hoped it wouldn't come to that, but it was better to be prepared for anything. That same day, opponents gathered near the Adeniano fortress. There were hundreds of orcs there, and people were discussing that it seemed like there were even more of them, 500 creatures for sure. The girl bowed her head and said that this had been going on for 3 days already. Why were they just standing in one place? And the men answered, who knows, hopefully this year everything will end well. Then a blonde man approached them and asked why they didn't attack first, and the man replied that they shouldn't provoke them. Then he looked at them and said that orcs have extremely low intelligence, they won't act until they feel hungry. And she also added that she wanted to know what was going on with the letter. Was there really silence? The woman turned around and said that they had sent 3 ravens, but there was still no answer. So he frowned and thought what the problem was. There had never been such serious delays before. Suddenly a blonde man ran up to him and told him to look there. The orcs had dragged a catapult and siege towers down there. The man turned around and shouted that the ballista needed to be prepared and to do it faster. And he turned around and thought that the orcs were dragging catapults and siege towers. What the hell was going on? At that moment, the main character found himself in the forest next to Amila and thought that he wouldn't have time on foot. So he whistled and called someone. Suddenly, a large wolf appeared from around the corner. It was his favorite pumpkin. The guy immediately jumped on it and started moving forward. Then he frowned and asked her to stop. There were orcs hiding around the corner, exploring something. They were shooting down ravens, in which case it was clear that the orc invasion had already begun. And this news clearly did not please him. Then the guy took out some ball and thought that he heard that in the past the village was captured 10 days after the invasion of the city. If you imagine a map, it is the capital of the 8 families and the center from which the transport routes diverge. In other words, if you occupy it, the paws of the orcs will come not only the land of the 8 families, but also the territory of the central continent. After that, he pulled on the bag and thought that from this moment on the battle for time begins. Around the same time, one of the organs noticed something behind. Another asked where he was going, and he answered that there was something there. And when he went into the bushes, he did not notice the wolf nearby. The beast immediately grabbed him and began to attack. Another monster took out arrows and was going to attack him. But he did not have time to do anything because he received a bag right in the face. Because of this, he even started bleeding and generally lost his balance. The young man continued to attack and thought that one dagger was not enough to finish off so many orcs, but he had to try. And he pierced the orc's head with a dagger right through the mouth, after which he burped and thought that he needed to aim for the vital organs. At that moment, the other monsters ran there and asked what the noise was. And when they saw the guy, they shouted that the enemy was attacking. A battle began between them. A flamethrower was fired at the wolf, but the Duke arrived quickly and hit the attacker. The second tried to hit him, but missed, and the young man wrapped his bag around his leg. Then he pulled and knocked him off his feet. When the monster turned around, he saw something very bright. It was the main character, who wrote energy and aimed at him, after which he eliminated him with one blow. Some time passed. Chris moved through the forest on pumpkins and shouted that he needed to press on. Then he looked up and thought that since the orcs were collecting monitor lizards in the vicinity, Edeniano was most likely fine for now. Then he introduced his new comrades and thought that, moreover, Nova is a knight level visor. His knight is also not without talent, so they will definitely last for some time. Finally, he began to hear the steps of the orcs, so the guy bent down and told the wolf to do the same. A huge crowd was passing somewhere near him. When the Duke hid behind a tree, he thought that there were too many of them, and he definitely couldn't handle it alone. After that, he looked out and thought why they weren't going towards Edeniano. It immediately dawned on him, but his thoughts were that if only not this, then the orcs were already heading towards the central city. The young man turned away and thought that a group of orcs that went to Edeniano, then things were bad, and said that in the past the center was simply captured precisely because of the strategy of distraction. It turns out that the monster was not going to attack Edeniano first, and then Amila. He imagined the kingdom and realized that their goal from the very beginning was Amila, and the king, too. A couple of days passed. The monsters were swarming in the forest. Then they raised their heads and began to discuss what smelled something. And indeed, there was meat lying nearby, but they discussed that they couldn't take it, otherwise they would get into trouble. However, when one of them came closer, he said that if they ate the whole carcass, no one would know anything. The other said that it was smart, and so they all started eating. And a second later they simply collapsed from being poisoned. It was the main character who was able to put them to sleep. Then he threw out the bottle from under the potion and thought that I was finished as a teacher, now I would have to sneak in secret. Then he looked at his hand and said that the dye was no longer working, the color of his eyes would soon change. After which he fisted and decided that he needed to take the nightly squad as quickly as possible and run back. The capture would happen in 5 days, but anything could happen earlier, so he needed to hurry. Meanwhile, the knights stood on the fortress and discussed that the orcs still did not move from their place, looked at them and did not understand what these creatures were up to. The women bowed their heads and said that they did not know, maybe she was imagining things, but it felt like there were fewer of them, and the man confirmed that this was true, though it was unlikely that some of them had gone around. And then the blonde ran up and shouted that someone was approaching the northern gate. It was the Nord they already knew riding on wolves. The guys met him and said that his hair had changed color and asked what kind of wolf it was. And then the leader came up and asked what he was doing here. Judging by the color of the blood, he belonged to the orcs. It seemed to them that the number of monsters had decreased. Did he really kill them himself? The young man raised his head and thought that this was a difficult situation, but he needed to come up with something convincing. He said that on the way here he saw about 1,000 orcs heading towards the center, and he added that they needed to stop them before they reached their destination. The leader asked in surprise what kind of nonsense this man was talking. The guy frowned and added that the monster was using a distraction tactic. They wanted to gather their forces here to focus their attention on this land and secretly get to the center. Nova looked at him and asked if he really wanted to say that the orcs were using a strategy, adding that he had sent Pike for news and that they would have to decide what to do next after he returned. The brunette came closer and shouted that there was simply no time to waste. If the center was captured, then eventually all 8 families would go under the yoke of the orcs. But the blonde suddenly approached him and told him to stop, adding that he would not forgive him if he continued to turn it on. In response, he heard that the orcs in the forest were firing at the raven messengers. Hadn't the old man noticed that these bastards began to behave differently? The man listened attentively, that having enslaved the 8 families, they were aiming at the entire central continents. After which he turned around and told the young man to take the spear away from him, and added that first they had to deal with the orcs in this city, then head to the center. And he also said that otherwise, the orcs would bring their kin from the east and become stronger. The young man wiped the blood and agreed, said that he would help. Then the leader ordered the knightly detachment to put on armor, and it would be better not to show that they were from the Northern Empire. Finally, the gates opened, and they were ordered to join the battle to destroy all these creatures. The orcs also decided to move forward and declared an attack. 2 had to attack 1 orc because of their size, and on the other side, another monster was attacking them at that moment. It looked like a trap. The guys could not fight, and many died. And the orcs themselves shouted that all the people must be finished off. But then it happened that one of the subordinates flew past the commander. He turned around and saw an approaching knight. It was the main character, who raised his head and asked if there was no way to fight more quietly. The monster immediately swung and tried to knock him down. Only the young man managed to tilt his head and dodge. Then he jumped to the other side and tried to group himself. This tag game continued for some time. The monster was already starting to get angry and asked if that was all. Then it was his turn to attack. And immediately he flew towards him from behind with 2 fists. Miraculously, the brunette managed to jump back at the last moment, and the ground next to him literally began to collapse. And when the guy fell, he thought that this orc had destroyed the earth with his bare hands, asked where he got such strength from. Then he turned around and realized that the monster was already behind him, and was saying that he was finished. Suddenly a trident appeared there. It was the leader, who rushed to protect his comrade. He lowered his eyes and said that it was somehow sad to die here, didn't he think? And the Duke raised his head and said that there was no need to worry, he would definitely survive and return. After which the battle continued, and the Blue Dragon squad was ordered to fight so that they would not dare to come here again. But then something happened. The orcs began to feed on some strange energy. Everyone shouted the name of their god and began to run forward. Now the young man said that we must be careful, because they were even more furious, and ordered everyone to disperse to the sides. Fortunately, crossbows were already ready from above, and they immediately began to shoot at the opponents. The blonde smiled and shouted that in front of them was a knightly squad of the Blue Dragon. They had run into the wrong people. Pike finally returned to the battlefield. He ran up and shouted that a huge army of orcs was moving towards the center, and this information was no longer new. Meanwhile, in the central city, outside the eastern part of the fortress, the guards noticed something in the distance, and a huge stone was flying towards them, and then it smashed the wall with a rattle. Monsters appeared there, huge orcs who were throwing stones at the fortress. They immediately ran to the king and said that the orcs had just attacked the eastern part of the fortress wall. He was very surprised. Another man ran after him and said that he had an urgent denunciation. The movements of a huge army of Circa were recorded in front of Ols. The blonde was very surprised and asked what kind of news this was. Then he frowned and thought that the city began to act immediately after the Duke's departure. Did he really set it all up? No, it was impossible to say for sure yet. We must act carefully. Then he stood up and said that the families of the Platinum Shield and the Black Lion should go there to find out Circa's intentions, and the mercenary detachment of the Platinum Shield family, the Black Lion family, and the remaining forces should gather in the center and engage in defensive combat. Then he frowned and thought that he needed to maintain his composure. Whoever the enemy was, the most important thing was the state. And he also decided that no matter what he had to resort to, no matter what happened, he needed to protect the state. Meanwhile, the protagonist was fighting monsters on the battlefield, and both of these people were thinking about the same thing. They needed to protect what was dear to them. Meanwhile, the young man saw a notification that he had gained experience. Then he continued to fight and kill monsters. For each one he killed, he gained experience and thought that orcs gave a different amount of experience. That was interesting. Then he looked around and thought that it was because they were smarter than other monsters. That was interesting. Then he swung and decided that he was ready to kill them as long as he gained experience for it. His comrades were fighting nearby at that moment. The leader raised his head and shouted that there were a few enemies left, he needed to push harder. After which he ordered the neutralization of the siege towers and catapults. Arrows immediately flew from the fortress walls. These arrows were with fire, so the towers began to burn. The orcs saw this and asked the captain what to do. He replied that they had to get out of here. And so the orcs turned around and began to run away. Apparently the people won. The leader turned and shouted that it was not time to rejoice, they had an emergency. A huge army of orcs was approaching the center. They had to split into 2 groups and return immediately, and Pike's squad remained here. The guys listened attentively as the rest should go to the city, and they had to guard this one. After which one of them approached the Mylord and said that the road was teeming with orcs, it would be difficult for them to arrive in time. He got angry. But then a young man approached them and said that he would lead them. He climbed onto his wolf and said to follow him because he knew a shortcut. Meanwhile, an army had already gathered on the border territory of Ulz. The king also arrived there and walked to the negotiation tent. Then he turned to his assistant and said that he said that Circus goal was a convention. He heard this one, that he had received a letter from them before. Then he frowned and thought that the Duke probably had a hand in this. If so, then he foresaw everything and gathered such an army. Perth also followed him when he asked if the Duke was there and heard that he was not there. Then they opened the tent for him and immediately received the question who represents Circa. Inside, a man was waiting for him who noted that the king had finally arrived. There was a boy, Edic, who asked if this was really the king of the 8 families. The blonde looked into his eyes absolutely emotionlessly. If we go back 4 days, the count received a letter and said that if this is true, then they really have problems, right? We need to inform his majesty. After which the young man was very surprised that Chris was really in the territory of the 8 families. He got very angry and shouted that he knew it was the work of those bastards, but Chris upset him very much, and ordered to gather troops, declared war, and said that they were going after him. The old man came closer and told him to calm down. The truth is that it is not so simple. And now the kings of the 2 states were sitting opposite each other, and on the street they were guarded by assistants. The girl abruptly asked Digo if the lord had returned. He answered that he thought he needed more time to go down the mountain. And Perth turned around and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy turned around and answered that it was indeed a long time. The blonde asked if these guys knew each other, and her friend explained that they had already seen each other on the battlefield. Perth then closed his eyes and said that, by the way, the Duke did not even show up. It was a pity. He would like to teach him a lesson. Suddenly Digo got angry and with burning eyes said, "How dare this man speak like that? Does not it seem to him that he is now crossing all boundaries?" The young man turned and said with the same glowing eyes that it was really true. It would be better to fight like that, and heard that he would do it with pleasure. Meanwhile, the team of knights, together with the main character, was moving towards the center. The blonde was moving next to him and wondering why the envoy of the Northern Empire was doing this. Then he looked at the lord and thought that he had also listened to him. The guy himself was looking back and thinking that the cavalry here was at best 200 people. Could it be used to gain time? And when a sign appeared in front of him that experience had been gained, he thought that this notification was really following him. What was going on? Suddenly Alair, who was nearby, began to notice that the young man's skin was starting to peel off. His face was literally dissolving along the way and he began to scream. But near the castle in the center, the battle was already in full swing. The guards at the top of the tower were discussing that there were too many of them, the ballistas were not coping, and everyone really was flying towards me and flying towards the fortress, and the orcs below were running closer and closer. At some point, they managed to break through the wall, the outer wall was destroyed and the monsters ran inside. The people above began to shout that it was necessary to defend the castle and retreat, but in the distance they suddenly saw something. Silhouettes of people appeared there. They were the Knights of the Blue Dragon. Chris at this point had almost completely transformed and felt how his body was changing. His eyes finally acquired his shade and his body was filled with energy. I am sure that this is due to the experience gained. Then he looked at the cross and thought that in this case it is necessary to use this energy. After which he threw something at Alair and ordered him to take care of them. He did not understand at all what was happening. But the guy did not explain and ordered the pumpkin to move forward. At some point, one of the monsters turned and noticed him. He saw how someone was approaching them at incredible speed. And then he grabbed a stone and threw it straight in that direction. A huge boulder ended up right above the young man's head. And then it fell to the ground with a crash. At first the monster looked and thought that everything worked out. But he just didn't notice how the brunette dodged and was already standing in front of him. Thanks to the cross, he activated the shapeshifting. It was an artifact that had sealed magic. After which it began to shine even brighter. It turned out that it was a weapon created to kill dragons. And a second later this light paid off everything around. A huge sword suddenly appeared in Chris's hands, which he raised above the monster. And then with one blow he deprived him of his hand. It was not difficult, because the sword was generally intended for dragons and was called Sting. The hero cut another orc in two. A knight of the 8 families arrived and, having killed another, warned him, asking him to be careful. They stood shoulder to shoulder and he continued, saying that he did not know what kind of relationship he was in and asked if they were allies. The Duke looked ahead with a sly grin and said that he was not slow-witted after all. Alaire pressed his back to him and said that he would then expect a reward for saving him, to which he grinned and said that he should at least not get underfoot. But then the blonde pierced another enemy. At that moment, the blue-haired man was cutting through the hordes with his blade. He was performing beautiful cutting pirouettes, but then the aristocrat noticed something was wrong. Another crowd of monsters was heading towards them. The golden-eyed man tensed up and called them shameless, asking if they would let him hide. At that moment, the knights of the 8 families were fighting on the front lines. The hero was killing monsters like flies, but then something alarmed him. Looking at what was happening, he thought that the situation was becoming more and more critical, and when the warriors of the Blue Dragon tensed up, the reincarnated one thought that they were exhausted after the last battle, and in this case, when Alaire was almost out of breath and a monster was approaching him, he leaned on his spear. He rushed forward with a scream, but then a green fist began to approach him. He was thrown back a few meters by a powerful blow to the stomach. Chris immediately called out to him. He rushed forward and raised his spear. Making a lightning lunge and cutting through the monsters, the young count shouted at them to disappear. But then his gaze fell on a terrible picture. The monsters were going to kill his new friend and he loudly called out to him. There was a blue flash. The hand that was about to strike the knight was cut off. Louis did it with special grace. The orcs went berserk and their eyes turned red. The red magic axe whistled as it flew to strike. The remaining enemy was killed by the riders in a flash. Alaire looked at them in surprise, bleeding, and they shouted to the hero that they were reporting that the Circa and the 8 families had signed an agreement. The protagonist listened to this with a wild smile. The Blue Dragon Knights listened with special trepidation, and Digo rushed past and said that it had been decided that an allied army would arrive here. The Framont Knights looked forward with special seriousness and said that they were joining the battle. The Duke turned his head after he was loudly called from the side. There was a young king who was in the saddle and waving his hand. The king of the 8 families rode with a menacing look surrounded by his knights and called on the allied army to attack. He proudly raised his head and ordered to kill all the monsters that filled their continent. But then the knights in red began to fly apart. Enraged orcs cut everyone left and right. A crowd of them rushed straight towards the ruler. Nova with a menacing look ordered everyone to protect his majesty. The horse galloped at full speed. Lind leaned forward, loudly called out to his lord and apologized for being late. He turned his horse and called out to the Raven troops to head to Amilla. The archer and his squad prepared to shoot and were going to kill the orcs. The horde ran towards them with loud screams. Jude anxiously leaned her body forward and shouted that they could not be stopped by arrows. But the squad leader did not listen to her and ordered to shoot. He used wise and shot along with everyone else. Many monsters received an arrow in the eye. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. The half-elf held a bow with a menacing look, emitting light. He looked away and asked where they were aiming. The cavalry was running towards the already blinded attackers. Digo chopped his enemy with an axe covered in green blood. The night girl cut off heads one after another. Lend and his squad continued to shoot and received the order to move forward. The monsters died one after another, receiving injuries. 2 knights of the Wiser of different colors kicked the ground, crushing it. They rushed from the spot, chopping the enemy. Nova looked at this with surprise and thought about how skillfully they dealt with the enemy and thought that they were the reason for the Count's glory. He rushed from the spot and ordered his warriors to get up and asked if they wanted to yield to Circa on the battlefield. The hero at this time fought alone using force. There was another orc behind him, and he thought that they could stop them because there were more of them. But then something suddenly struck him, making him grit his teeth. The protagonist fell to his knees, exhaling heavily when an arrow flew into the attacker. Lind rode closer and called out to his master. He got off his horse and walked towards him and asked if everything was okay, to which he meaningfully remained silent. Chris looked at his spear and everything was blurry. He was scared and thought that he was hallucinating and that this was the limit. But then they both turned around, hearing a loud roar. The black orc emitted a viscous aura and glorified his god. Looking at him, the hero immediately thought that this was a giant and they usually appear in the second wave. The archer lowered his quiver and walked towards him with a serious look, saying that he looked like the titular one and he would quickly deal with him. Looking at his friend's back, the protagonist said that they needed to be careful, because the enemy was at least second class and their strength was comparable to the Knights of the Visors. But then the blue-haired man was calmed down, forced to shut up. The brown-eyed man turned around with a smile and said that his knights were not so simple. The giant stood emitting an aura and holding a curved blade in his hands. Ellis tilted her head with a smile and said that it looked like this black orc was looking down on them. Len took out the blade of frost and turning to his knights said that they needed to focus on the new threat right now and ordered Digo, Hilken and Enrid to deal with the orcs that were standing in the way. They obeyed the order and rushed towards the enemy. The red-haired man cut them in two with just one blow. The halberdier and the southerner easily killed the greenskins. The rider turned his horse and said that now was the time. The archer and Louis took off and quickly rushed towards the huge target. He swung his huge blade and roared. After the blow, the ground flew apart, leaving a cloud of dust. The fanged one stood and did not move. But then someone cut his leg. A crust of ice began to form at the site of the cut. The half-elf turned and shouted that now was the time. A blue flash flashed. The long-haired swordsman smashed the icy leg into pieces. The monster immediately lost its balance and began to fall. It fell to the ground, almost hitting its head. But at that very moment, Ellis rushed towards it on a horse raising a rapier. She said with a menacing look to close your eyes. The knight made a lunge that tore the green head into pieces. The giant was defeated and lay lifeless as a burden. The warriors saw this and were embarrassed and called her name, mentioning that she defeated the enemy. Blue Eyes looked at them while they were shouting her name in Besa and asked what it was. Lin made her happy, saying that it was considered a goddess of battle in mythology, and the girl immediately said that it was embarrassing to hear such a thing. After that, she made everyone raise their blades, ordering them to shout louder, and chanted with them. Tikil's daughter brought out a rapier in front of her and told them to follow her and with this mood defeat all the other enemies. The orcs were routed and anxiously decided that they needed to retreat. Chris watched the flight and how the warriors noticed that they were retreating, thinking that they had done it. He looked ahead with a smile and a tired look and thought that they had repelled the first wave. Afterwards, a meeting began at the negotiating table to discuss external strategy. The young king with a sly smile said that since they managed to stop the orcs, then as promised, now it was their turn to get one of the 8 cities. Sort, angry with such a statement, asked what they were talking about because there were no promises. But then Eddic asked him if he was really the king and why he was so petty. Nova tried to calm his lord by putting his hands up, but the kid continued to demand one of the cities. The kings lost their temper and the lord of the 8 families tried to shut up the second one by insulting and asking him not to irritate him, to which he began to answer in the style of women with low social responsibility. The lords leaned towards each other with aggression and the fair-haired one immediately said that people like him do not understand without a slap in the face, and the kid began to ask to be hit. But then they were both shut up and asked to calm down. The hero placed the chips on the map as calmly as possible and said that the invasion was not over yet. The mountains depicted had red dots on them, and he continued by saying that these were orcs who had infiltrated the eastern continent and that their invasion would begin from here. He imagined 3 types of monsters and thought that they also had their own hierarchy and that there were warriors of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st class, and that warriors of the 2nd class could compete with the knights of the Vasers. The blue-haired man looked ahead and said that there were no 1st class warriors participating in the battle. The protagonist frowned and said that since the 2nd class warriors failed this time, the next wave would definitely be 1st class warriors and they needed to prepare for a tough battle. Lind entered the Duke's barracks asking how he was feeling. The reincarnated man put his glove to his chin and said that no one knows, because he might die tomorrow, to which Lind said that it was positive. The hero looked down thinking that he really felt that the atmosphere was as terrible as ever. Imagining the ruined outlines of his body, he thought that if he didn't recover now, his condition would only get worse and his body wasn't as resilient as Digo and Enrid. So he was more vulnerable and Wiz couldn't be used indefinitely, and it was too risky. The Duke turned to his knight asking if he should ask Nova to tell him about the use of Wise in their family, to which he said that it was a dubious idea, and although they were allies, the Blue Dragon was the most wary of the 8 families. The archer tensed up after he said that they needed to somehow get information, and asked if their master was going to do something grand. But then Chris confidently asked him not to worry, because he was sure that no one would know about his plan. The young king pointed at himself and asked if the blue-haired man really wanted him to come back. He frowned in surprise and asked if he could stay for a couple of days, after which the hero thought that 2 days would be enough to break the treaty and declare war on them. Here he grabbed his chest and, having dropped, said that a servant has no right to contradict his highness and no one in the army has this right, and despite the fact that his highness is the only one who is able to protect the army. Here Eddic rubbed his nose with a smile and said that as he understood, if he said so, then they would not be able to do anything about it, and he could very well go to the army right now, after which the protagonist began to glorify him. After that, he walked away and, approaching Nova, asked for permission to go with them. The cavalry led by the wolf rushed at high speed. The knight of the 8 families rode closer with a smile and said that when the cards are revealed, and asked if he should hold back, to which he said that he can do whatever he wants. To which he, looking at the hero's detachment, said that under his command there are worthy soldiers, and they are also visors above the 2nd level. Then he turned his head and asked if he had reached the 5th. But then the blue-haired man said with a serious expression that he had not yet. He imagined his old acquaintances and thought that the 5th stage was called the Wall, and it was also known as the one that makes you forget your purpose, and only 2 people on the continent had been able to reach this stage, which surpassed the superhuman level. Then he imagined the notification of the Wise's level and thought that even though he had continued to train after the Civil War, he had been stuck at level 48 for a very long time, but he did not need to reach the 5th stage. The guy imagined a surge of energy and thought that Wisers were endowed with innate abilities according to the enhancement art they use. The hero imagined Digo and thought that the Wise they wielded with the soldiers was called the Storm Tower, and it was characterized by the ability to instantly summon explosive power. Then he imagined a person being destroyed and thought that using such power for a long time carried certain risks, and moreover, it goes without saying that his body was not suitable for the Storm Tower. Grabbing his spear, Chris thought that he was sure that he had already taken enough damage due to his reckless use of powers and would not be surprised if he accidentally passed out like last time. He imagined 2 circles on his back and thought that on the other hand, the dragon rose of the Blue Dragon clan was carved on the back of a person like 2 seals, and since it gradually increased the output, they could tell that this Wise was meant to be used for a long time. The Duke looked ahead menacingly and thought that this was the Wise he needed the most at the moment and simply had to get it. Inside the Edian Outer Fortress and the army assembly area, platoons were lined up. In the tent, the hero leaned over the table and asked if they had called the main army, to which Perth said that the Platinum Shield and Black Lion clans had not yet arrived. And he came closer and continued saying that he heard that they were involved in a skirmish with the orcs shortly before joining them. He imagined a scout who was terrified and said that according to intelligence, they were sent to the area around Edian, and the orcs were heading straight towards the fortress. The knight imagined hordes of monsters and said that there were about 10,000 of them. The protagonist looked up menacingly and said that with their current speed. The blonde looked at him and menacingly knitted his eyebrows and said that they would reach the fortress tonight. Then one of the gray-haired generals, imagining the enemy, said that they could not fight at night because they would have an advantage due to their night vision and they had no choice but to hold the defense until dawn. But then the blue-haired man lowered his head and said that this was not so and that today there should be a decisive battle, to which the strategist reacted with displeasure and asked what he was talking about and asked if he heard what was just said, to which the guy said that he had a plan. After Lind raised his head when he asked if they brought the thing he asked for, to which the archer said that everything was ready and waiting outside. Nova was surprised when the hero said that they needed to collect bundles of straw and also dry grass before sunset. Night fell. The orcs blew their horns. A loud roar of a horde rushing into the attack was heard. One of the knights of the guard shouted that they were approaching. Then the knight with a menacing look ordered to light the torches. A fire flared up nearby. A bright light illuminated the battlefield. The monsters began to growl and cover themselves with their hands. The troops rushed at each other and the order was given by the people to hold them back and not let them pass. The people were able to clearly attack the first row of monsters and kill them. Perth raised his blade and used Wise. He cut off the head of one of the orcs. Nova, having pulled back his trident, menacingly shouted that they should hold their positions and not give them a chance to advance. He remembered the words of the protagonist that he wanted the forces of the 8 gates to concentrate their attention as much as possible, and thought that he hoped that it would really work. The orc with the mark on his face got angry and demanded to turn off the light. The green warriors carried torches and fires. The soldiers were horrified by what they saw. The monsters crushed them with their feet and axes without mercy. Jude with an anxious look turned to his highness and said that they would not last any longer. Nova, striking with his spear, shouted that they needed to stay near the gate and move as close as possible to places where there was light. Then he remembered how the strategist standing at the table said that trying to defeat the orcs at night was suicide and fighting in the dark was the same as fighting by their rules. But then Chris said with a confident look that if this was all they could do, defending the fortress while their influx continued and there was no guarantee that their attack would continue after sunrise. In the present, one of the orcs turned around and an echo of memories was heard in which it was said that this is exactly why they should not avoid a night battle. A chariot with spikes was rushing at high speed. The hero in the past said with an ominous look that if they fought by their rules and won at night, then the darkness would turn into a real nightmare for them. The cart was able to cut down several monsters. The soldier and Lynn sat in the harness and watched the battle. The hero frowned and shouted for the chariots to move forward. Many orcs were knocked down by the movement of these devices, and then the soldiers began to throw hay on the bodies after the command, and then they set them on fire with flaming arrows on the Duke's order. The orc with the red stripe on his face was confused. He looked at the burning bodies of his comrades and was silent. The blue-haired one looked at him smugly and said to attack if they could. The leader only looked at him menacingly and meaningfully remained silent. He turned to the soldier standing behind him, forcing him to come closer and asked if these were the same people who defeated the troops of the Black Nose, to which he answered in the affirmative and upon hearing this ordered a retreat. The commander, looking at this and hearing insults towards the enemy, said that he did not think that this could work. Digo rode up to the Reborn and asked if they should pursue them, to which he was told that it was not necessary because it would not give anything. The hero looked straight ahead menacingly and thought that their losses would have been much greater if their involvement and passion were stronger, and they made a rational decision, even a frighteningly rational one, and then was surprised that they had an orc commander who was capable of making such decisions. The golden-eyed one looked menacingly ahead and thought that this war would not be easy at all. The green warrior with a red stripe walked in front of the crowd and ordered to go to the leader, and when he was asked why, he looked menacingly at the sky and told them to tell them that they need to change the plan and they will win the war if they kill their leader. The monster began to imagine the protagonist and called him golden eyes and blue hair and asked to tell them that they need him. The axe flew in the air. The guy jumped back from the orc's blow. He gritted his teeth. Then Louis struck back. This battle had been going on for 4 days. The warriors were fighting off the orc army that was advancing in waves. The protagonist also took part in the battle, where they had to give a selection, beating off each of the waves with spears. He frowned. During the battle, he was able to copy 2 wise techniques. The first was Wise Nova Dragon, who swung his trident. The guy rushed forward. He passed by a horde of monsters. Perth stopped, piercing them. The second copied technique was Wise of the Wolf Clan, running like a beast that takes strength from its legs. A loud cry was heard on the battlefield, telling that the enemy was retreating. The dragon gritted his teeth and indignantly asked if they were running away again. The guy sat down near the carriage and said that in his opinion, it was no longer suitable. The protagonist frowned, thinking that they had taken a lot of damage. After a while, looking at him, the dragon asked if there was another way. He used his eyes and asked what would happen if they attacked first, noting that it seemed to him that they had enough soldiers to strike on the plain. The guy looked down, thinking that it made sense, and if they continued in the same spirit, they would lose even more people. The soldiers needed to restore their strength. However, this was not the most painful problem. Looking up, he mentally noted that a war of attrition could give distractions so that they overlooked their real plan, so this must be found out before it was too late. Browsing to the bridge of his nose, Chris said that the orcs were trying to lead them to a rash step, and they should act carefully due to the arrival of reinforcements. The next day, rushing, the orcs roared loudly. The guy destroyed one of them. Arrows flew in his direction. He repelled them with a blow. The other monsters ran at him, saying that he was the one who killed that man. The main character bared his teeth and cursed loudly. He swung his weapon. Everything around him began to sparkle with blue lightning. With a powerful blow, he threw back several opponents. His comrades ran up to him from behind. Standing next to him, Lin shouted that they had to protect the Duke and that they needed to contact the attacking group and escort him to the camp. The guy bared his teeth. After a while, he found himself in the camp. Frowning, he mentally noted the fact that he was their target. Imagining himself on the battlefield, he thought that with each wave the number of orcs aimed at him was growing, and this time they even mentioned his name. Chris pursed his lips, realizing that the orcs continued to look for him in the crowd. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that his wise was at its limit, and he was not sure what would happen to his body next if this continued. Pulling off the bandages, the protagonist mentally noted that he should study the wise of the Blue Dragon clan. Concentrating his strength in his hands, he said that for now this is the only way out. Imagining many books, he thought that having read all the books related to wise, he did not see records from combining 2 types of wise in one body. The guy looked down, mentally noting that this was dangerous, but if it worked, then it would be possible to combine several wise. 2 seals appeared on his shoulder blades. Chris looked at his hands, saying that there was no reaction, the artifact does not work. He frowned, suggesting that perhaps more time was needed. Lind opened the tent and conveyed that an emergency meeting was called. Frowning, he said that they detected strange movements in the orc camps, and they had never encountered such a number of troops. Nova Dragger pointed to the people in the tent and said that reinforcements had arrived. The 2 men looked at the Duke, and Nova Dragon introduced them as the leaders of the Knightly Orders of the Black Lion family and the Platinum Shield family. The guy touched the map with his hand and said that they had about 50,000 soldiers at their disposal, and the allied forces should be sent to the plains where they would set fire to the orcs. The man agreed with the Duke. Bringing his eyebrows together, he said that however, the thing that bothered them was the strange movements towards the orcs, and he was sure that they had noticed it too. Chris listened to his words with a displeased squint, saying that they were obviously trying to kill them, and most likely, he was mistaken for the leader of this alliance. Looking at everyone present, he said that he knew, but their plan to end the war by removing the commander was no different from theirs. Introducing red glowing eyes, he said that since they were suffering losses in the war due to attrition, their leader should appear in the hope of a quick victory, and most likely he would be in the rear where it would be easier to give orders, looking at the battlefield from above. The protagonist, frowning, said that they needed a special squad to attack and that this was the shortest path to victory. The brunette looked at him, saying that there would be many orcs around their leader, after which he asked if they had a plan on how to get through them. Chris glanced back and asked to come in. A man's foot stepped into the tent. Gillen appeared inside. In armor, the man, his eyes wide in surprise, exclaimed that it was the armor of a wise knight and noted that he had heard that they did not go to hell. While the red-haired man stood with an indifferent face, Chris said that Gillen Ludwig is the strongest wise level knight of Proudmont. He said with a darkened look that they would take the best knights from each allied army, and this unit would break through the orcs, then ordered to select knights from 8 families. Lightning burst in the sky. Rain poured down on Proudmont Castle. Rachel sat inside and sewed. She screamed and covered her eye. Then the girl looked at her bloody finger. She looked at it sadly, mentally noting that she had not pricked herself with a needle since she was a child. Rachel looked out the window, thinking that she had a bad feeling. She folded her hands in prayer and began to ask the Lord for blessings and protection for their soldiers. Meanwhile, the warriors looked at the wave of orcs. The boy frowned, while the girl thought that she hoped that all of them would return unharmed and without losses. The warriors lined up. Louis rode up to the Duke on horseback and told him that the scouts were reporting that their army consisted only of orcs. Chris frowned, thinking that there had been giants among them before, trolls and even goblins, and that if their army consisted only of orcs, then that one had not yet appeared, and even if they did not know their strategy, he knew who their commander was. The orc with the burning eye introduced himself. He thought that this was the one who had ruined the lives of many in the past, the one-eyed orc, the Black Sword. The central flank stood in the rain, the main force and army of Chris. He stood at their head. At the head of the right flank stood a girl. This was the army of the Duchy of Proudmont. The left flank was in charge of the raps of the 8 families. The leftmost flag was headed by Gillen and the leaders of the knightly orders. This was a special forces unit. The guy frowned. While the rain cooled his back, he thought about the fact that he could not feel the Blue Dragon family's wise yet, and then wondered if they could hold out until the gate opened. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The warriors ran forward when he shouted that the enemies were advancing and they needed to prepare for an attack. The orcs were running towards them. Together with one of them, the protagonist shouted loudly. People and bridges were running towards each other. They began to attack each other. Chris jumped off the wolf and gave the order to fight. Pumpkin released a stream of flame. The protagonist hit the burning opponents. Pursing his lips, he mentally noted that he should not overexert himself, but save his wise strength as much as possible. Meanwhile, his comrades continued to fuse. Louis hit one of them. Suddenly, the blonde in Nova Dragon's eyes widened. The orcs in armor were looking at her. The girls were looking at them. She frowned with a smile and said that it was them. Looking at the 4 monsters, she noticed that they were orc warriors who had taken over Wise. The halberd flew through the air. The monster's head was cut off. Louis pulled back the bowstring, giving the order to the others. Arrows flew into the eyes of several opponents. Louis and Gillen looked at each other. He and the leaders of the knightly orders ran. Looking at them, the guy shouted loudly, ordering the others to disperse and clear the way. The red-haired man rushed towards the opponents. He frowned and began to emit a red light. The guy rushed past the monsters. When they exploded into pieces behind him, he cursed. Meanwhile, Louis continued his fight. The blonde attacked on horseback. One of the orcs grabbed her horse by the head. She jumped off before he tore the animal's head off. The girl smirked, saying that apparently it would not be possible to relax here. Looking at the monsters, she noted that the opponents were damn strong. The one-eyed orc frowned and has the boarding school started yet? The warrior saw black smoke. The girl turned around and loudly asked what it was. The orcs began to hide inside it. Nova Dragon turned around when he was told that this fog hid the enemies. He replied that it was probably a trap and asked to be careful. Gillen dealt with the new enemy. Frowning, he thought that something was wrong here, and although he had already gone quite far, he still ran into ordinary orcs. He stopped when he was loudly asked to do so. The brunette, looking into the black fog, said that they must have fallen into a trap. Chris also looked at this fog. With his mouth slightly open, he thought about the fact that he could not hear anything and tried to understand if this smoke blocked his hearing and vision. He turned around sharply, hearing a scream and words about the need to protect him. Louis and Perth were fighting monsters in the fog. A wolf appeared near the guy when he summoned it. A sword appeared in front of his face. The protagonist quickly parried it. He frowned, hearing the words that he reacted quickly enough. Louis hit the enemy, telling him to get out of the way. He ran on, mentally noting that he should return to the Duke. Suddenly, his eyes widened. 4 large orcs stood in front of him. The monsters looked at him, thinking about what their job was to gather their human knights together and kill them one by one. The guy grinned, while his opponents noted that he would be the first. An orc appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that he knew his headphones were here. The one-eyed opponent stepped forward, saying that he would die at his hands. Louis looked at several orcs in front of him. They looked back at him. He grinned, mentally noting that he could sense their wise, and that they were level 2 orcs. The guy frowned. Earlier, looking at Chris, he asked him about the arrow tactic used by archers. The protagonist looked at them, giving a negative answer, saying that this tactic requires small groups, and this technique is used to completely destroy the enemy. When the orcs ran at the guy, he thought about the fact that most groups consist of 4 level 2 orcs. He shot at one of them, thinking that the 4 were grouping together to kill the strongest of the enemy camp. Another monster swung his hammer. Louis parried the blow. Another orc rushed at him. The guy was slightly thrown back. He grinned and mentally noted that if a person was left alone on the battlefield and noticed that they were yelling, they would use the arrow tactic. The monster continued to move towards him. Louis, circling past them, thought that he needed to do everything to hold out or run away from where. Chris stood opposite the orc. Frowning, he mentally noted the black sword in his hands and wondered if he was giving orders from their rear. They both grinned, and the monster asked if he really didn't expect to see him here. Looking at the guy, he asked if he thought that he could attack him from behind. The orc glared and called him an arrogant man. He jumped up sharply and asked what would happen if he did the same. The monster appeared behind the main character. However, he held a spear in front of him. Blood gushed from his mouth. To the side, show the beast's paws. When the wolf jumped on the orc, Chris screamed, saying not to do it. The one-eyed man began to turn around. He hit Punky with his elbow. The beast flew to the side. The main character's eyes widened and he screamed loudly. The enemy appeared behind him and asked where he was looking and was he really worried about the beast. Flashing his eye, he said that this was very stupid. Then he hit the guy. He flew to the side, thinking that he was distracted for only 1 second, and he was already attacked. The main character grinned, mentally noting that the black sword is the strongest orc, who is considered a first-class warrior, and his wise technique is looking on par with him. Looking into the monster's face, he thought that without wise, he has no chance of winning. Louis jumped back from the blow. Then he leaned over sharply. He gritted his teeth and began to roll. A mace was flying towards him from the side. The guy's eyes widened. He quickly blocked the blow. The orc grimaced and said that it was quite good. Louis was breathing heavily. He frowned and wondered if they had any weak points at all and noted that all their attacks were useless. The guy grinned, mentally noting that he would not be able to win at this rate and that he needed a different plan. Suddenly he pursed his lips, remembering that it was said that these guys were attacking one person. The monsters perked up in surprise. Looking at Louis, they noted that his gaze had changed. The orcs ran towards him to attack. However, the guy parried the first blow. He did the same with the falcon with the other 2. The enemy swung his mace, wishing him death. When their weapons crossed, the warrior mentally noted that the plan had changed. He dodged the enemy's blow. The monster frowned and cursed. The boy's face was indifferent. A yellow flower grew through the stones. It represented Louis Yulnavan. The boy held a wooden sword, as he had been trained in martial arts since childhood, and after losing his parents, he decided to protect his sister at all costs. He swung. It was noted that Louis, due to a sense of responsibility, tortured his body. His eyes widened. He eventually mastered the Great Decision, which was a talent of Yulnavan that allowed him to make the best choice in any possible situation. He struck his opponent. It was noted that he managed to combine his survival instinct with his family's talent, creating an unimaginable skill. A mace appeared near him. The boy successfully blocked the blow. His skill allowed him to block any attack in the most effective way. Louis parried the attack again. The orc bared his teeth, shouting that they must attack at the same time. The monsters surrounded the warrior. His eyes widened. At this dangerous moment of the battle, it was his determination that helped his skill. The yellow flower blossomed. He rushed past his opponents like a whirlwind. Landing on his feet, he mentally asked if they really thought he had fallen into their trap. When the orc stirred, the guy thought that this was not so, and that they had fallen into his trap. His partners were standing to the side. Chris was somewhere on the battlefield. Louis thought about what he would do for the safety of his team and his master. He shuddered slightly. Raising his head, the warrior mentally noted that he had lured them there, even if it cost him his life. The mace flew in the air. The guy blocked the blow. Then he blocked the blow of another opponent. After that, the warrior ran to the side. From the side, another orc decided to charge at him. He hit the ground powerfully. Louis jumped to the side. The monster looked at him with a puzzled look. When the guy got up, he called him a stubborn man. Meanwhile, Chris was fighting the one-eyed man. He clenched his teeth tightly. His opponent dodged the spear. Looking at the guy's angry face, he said that this attack was dangerous, and he thought that he did not see his weak points at all. When the orc jumped back, the protagonist mentally noted that he only attacks when he has an advantage, and he is the most incomprehensible opponent for him. The monster stopped to the side, while Chris thought that, moreover, the wise that he studied has not yet awakened, so this fight is dangerous to continue. He ran forward, thinking that he needs to deal with it as soon as possible. The guy created a cloud of dust. Then he found himself behind his opponent. However, he struck. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. He threw a knife into the one-eyed man's face. He darted away from him. Looking at the fallen blade, the Duke thought that if he cannot find his weak point, he hit the monster. When he closed his eyes from the blow, Chris mentally noted that in this case he would create it. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that he aimed for his eye, but missed, but it briefly blinded his left eye. Finding himself away from the orc, he mentally noted that now the only weakness was the black sword. He struck with a spear, thinking that this was his blind spot. The guy perked up, hearing laughter and words about how clever it was. One Eye, defending himself with swords, wondered if he really thought he would win if he attacked the right side. The bandage flew off, revealing his whole right eye, and he asked what he was going to do now. In parallel, they ran towards Louis, screaming. He parried their blows with endless rain of arrows and fought with all his might for 10 minutes. The guy parried another blow. His desperate strategy of focusing all his attention on defense and parrying was not enough to wear down the monsters. The warrior clenched his teeth tightly. The enemy glared at him. Over time, Louis began to make mistakes. The mace was near his face. The orcs began to beat him together. The guy tried to block them. Blood gushed from his mouth. His opponents did not miss this opportunity. The monster roared loudly. Then he hit with all his might. The warrior tried to block. The enemy's weapon scratched his cheek. Louis was able to jump to the side. The orc hit him with his elbow. Then another opponent swung. The guy clenched his teeth tightly, realizing that he could not dodge. The attack carried him along the ground. Looking in that direction, the monsters asked if he was already dead. There was a deep wound on the warrior's arm. He stood on trembling legs. Louis was breathing heavily. The enemy turned to him, saying that not one other person could hold out against them for so long, and noted that he was really strong. The guy fell to his knees. They ran towards him screaming, saying that this is the end. The warrior sat quietly in the rain. While his sister prayed, he apologized to her and his lord for not being able to protect them until the very end. As the monsters approached him, he asked them not to be too sad. Louis smiled, noting that he had nothing to regret. Suddenly, lightning burst in the sky. A scarlet flash covered the orc's weapon. A flash thundered between them. When one of the monsters was thrown aside, another asked who this time. A knight stood in front of the boy, asking if there were 4 of them and if these were arrow tactics. He looked back, asking if he had really stood alone. Someone appeared next to the warrior. He saw the leaders of the knightly orders. Gillen, emitting red lightning, asked him to leave the rest to them. The orc, blocking a blow, asked if he really thought he could attack him from the right. He looked at him with his right eye. Gritting his teeth tightly, the boy wondered if he had been hiding his other eye all this time. The monster bared his teeth, saying that he loved it. He threw the protagonist away, exclaiming that he loved the hopelessness on his face. The black sword raised its weapon, saying that they, humans, found this very wild. The protagonist looked with shocked eyes, realizing that he was in bad shape. Their weapons crossed. The Duke frowned and gritted his teeth. Suddenly, lightning pierced his body. He fell to his knees and thought about his whys. Chris raised an angry gaze. Looking at the enemy in front of him, he mentally noted that he needed to pull himself together. The guy found himself behind the monster. As he ran forward, he thought that otherwise he would not see victory. Breaking away, the protagonist realized that he had to concentrate all his whys and attack. He found himself in front of the enemy. Looking at him, the orc said that it was a dangerous attack, but he could block it. The Duke's eyes widened as he noted that it was very naive of him. The monster threw him away. Chris flew to the side. His glaive fell on the castle. The black sword raised his face to the sky and noted that only orcs would survive on this battlefield. Meanwhile, the guy was lying on the ground. Looking with empty eyes, he thought that it was not fashionable to move at all. Remembering his past, he wondered if this is how it will end. The protagonist mentally noted that this was all he could do. He closed his eyes and thought that now at least he could rest a little. The orc headed to the side. Stopping near the glaive, he said that it would become a souvenir for him. He glanced back when he was asked if in his opinion this was all. The Duke rose to his feet. Without raising his head, he asked if he really showed him everything he could do, and this was his limit. The monster turned to him and asked him to repeat. Looking at him with an evil gaze, Chris wondered if he was sure he had tried everything in this life. Throwing a blue light into his hand, the orc widened his eyes in surprise and asked if he could really still control mana. He ran at his opponent, shouting that even if that was really the case, it would be impossible without a head. The guy grabbed his hand and thought about how he was still alive. He put his hand on his chest, mentally noting that he could try to take a risk. Black Sword frowned, wondering if he was really hitting himself right now. The protagonist, clenching his teeth tightly, thought that Wise was limitless power. He darkened, mentally noting that he had no limit, and then called a new Wise. The orc approached him, then he struck with his sword. The monster began to look around, wondering if he had disappeared. The Duke raised his glaive. Black then turned around when he told him that his body was now so light, as if he had been reborn. A notification about studying a new Wise appeared. Sparkling with yellow lightning, Chris asked for the dragon rose to appear. The monster fought him. The guy frowned. From the blow, The orc's swords cracked. His eyes widened. The protagonist, looking at him, noted that he could now see his attacks. When he found himself behind him, he asked if he had become faster or if he was slowing down. The orc jumped back from his blow. Stopping, he roared loudly. Black Sword put his fists in front of him. With a loud roar, he rushed to attack. However, the Duke disappeared again. Once again, finding himself behind him, he asked if he had told him earlier to simply block a dangerous attack. A bright explosion thundered. The monster covered his face with his hands. Chris frowned and said that he would take these daggers that withstood the Dragon Slayer's attack. He would take them with him as a souvenir. He jumped aside and said that if he was so confident, then let him attack, and he would not dodge easily. The orc rushed forward. He pointed the clink at the guy. Another flash thundered. A ray of sun appeared from behind the clouds. Louis and Gillen ran to the main character. Suddenly, the warrior froze in shock. The black dragon looked down. He pointed the blade at the Duke's face. His glaive pierced the enemy's chest. Chris glared menacingly in response, noting that he did not say that he would not take his blow. When the monster collapsed, shouts were heard from the side that Duke Proudmond had killed the enemy leader. This news quickly spread throughout the battlefield, which greatly motivated the warriors to continue fighting. After a long 2-day battle, Alaire was breathing heavily. He looked at the battlefield. The Alliance had won. A few days later, the wolf was eating a treat. The guy, looking at Pixie, asked if she had been in the room since she arrived, preparing food for Pumpkin. She replied that she had taken what was in his bag, and then noted that she thought he liked it. The protagonist stroked the white fur, saying that he really tried hard. Lind approached the room. His eyes widened. The brunette turned around when he addressed her as the Duchess. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked why everyone started calling her that. The Duke replied that they just misunderstood. He went to the guy and asked him what was wrong. He answered that a message had arrived from Emiliano, and that the Gate King was looking for him. While white clouds were floating in the sky, Chris told him that in that case, he would be right back. After a while, he was racing through the forest on a wolf. His light glowed blue. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise and noted that the storm tower, which had been dormant for several days, had awakened. When yellow lightning flashed on his chest, he asked if the dragon rose was reacting too. The two energies connected. The wolf turned to look at his master. The main Duke stroked him as he began to howl loudly. He looked at his hands, noting the fact that his wise mastery had reached the 5th level. The Duke's eyes widened as he wondered if different types of wise stimulated each other. He thought that this was something new, and if he learned another wise and used this ability, he would be able to advance to the next level. Chris clenched his fist in victory. Later, he appeared before the king, who praised him for his good work, delivering that he had made a great contribution to the sweat in this war. The man waved his hand and asked if there was anything he wanted and said that he would thank him if he could. The boy looked up at him and asked if he could then open the imperial treasury, saying that he did not need the wealth of the imperial family, but was interested in one thing from there to prepare for the future. The king asked him what he was going to prepare for, to which the protagonist told him that the war was not over yet. The blonde's mouth fell open when he told him that the Orc Lord was still alive. This title was given to the leader of the orcs, but he also served goblins, trolls, mountains, and giants. Imagining many dark silhouettes, the Duke thought that the battle with them would be the end of this war. The boy lowered his head when the king asked if he was really saying that the treasury contained what he needed, saying that he would open it for him. The chief Duke thanked him. The man frowned suspiciously. The Duke opened his eyes when he was asked if he was happy with the kingdom he served. The blonde clenched his fist and noted that all the ministers were gone so he could answer honestly and if the war ended in peace. Chris's eyes widened after Sword asked if he had joined him and said he wanted to be his king. Chris smiled, saying that it was a bit dangerous to say, but he already knew the answer. The man smiled back, saying that in that case he could go. The guy headed for the exit of the restaurant. The blonde narrowed his eyes, mentally noting that he was surprised and never thought he would say something like that to anyone. He wondered if it was his desire to gain the upper hand over the Duke or the fear of seeing him as his enemy. The entrance to the imperial treasury was opened for him. The protagonist walked inside. Smiling, he pointed his finger at the object. The servant scratched his cheek in confusion and asked if he was sure that this was enough. Looking at the tight armor, he mentally noted that his taste was not very good and mentally wondered why out of all the jewelry he chose this particular trash. A round moon appeared in the sky. The Duke was standing near the fire. Holding a small bag in his hand, he thought about the fact that he took only 2 things from Sokolniki. The first was Second Life, which would heal any wound. He glanced sideways at the armor. Chris threw it into the fire. Looking at the bright flames, he thought that he had heard rumors about this armor, and the palaces that made weapons that killed dragons took this armor from the treasury. While the armor was burning, the guy mentally noted that this was a treasure, the value of which could only be understood by setting it on fire. He put it on himself, thinking that this was the armor of the wise knight for fighting a dragon. When they began to glow blue, the Duke began to note that the 5th stage of Wise was a wall, and in other words, forgotten about limitations, and now he could withstand the weight of this armor. Different parts of the equipment glowed. Chris clenched his hand into a fist, saying that this was what was expected from such beautiful armor. Suddenly the wolf rose to its paws and began to growl. An arrowhead appeared from the forest. The guy leaned to the side. Having jumped back some distance, he loudly asked who was there. A man was standing in the bushes, saying that it was just a greeting. The protagonist recognized the stranger as an elf. He frowned, saying that he did not think that was what one should say after a shot. The elf narrowed his eyes and called him quite interesting, and the Duke noted that he could make this situation even more interesting. The fair-haired man waved his hand, saying that someone wanted to meet him. Chris's eyes widened when he was asked if he was familiar with the name Angzing Lysons. He darkened and replied that he was a very busy man, and if he was looking for a meeting, then let him come to him himself. The elf asked him to think carefully, otherwise he might regret it. Opening his mouth, the guy asked if he needed his answer, to which the interlocutor answered in the affirmative. The protagonist ran towards the enemy. He dodged the glaive's blow. Chris, cutting off a few strands of his hair, said that this was his answer. The blonde man with wide eyes said that in that case he was passing on this answer. Then he abruptly disappeared. The guy pursed his lips, wondering what Angzing wanted from him, and were the imperial idiots from the north up to something again. The next day, the girl was fencing at the Blue Dragon family's training ground. Ilaya remembered the battle with the orcs. He approached the blonde, saying that he was glad to meet her, and then introduced himself to her. The guy clenched his fist and shouted loudly that he liked strong women, so he offered her a fight, and if he won, she would marry him. Louis met the gentleman on the wolf and asked if he had already returned. He put his hand on the shoulder when he was asked how his arm was, after which he replied that he was already much better and that he believed that from tomorrow he would be able to join the fight. The guy smiled awkwardly when the main character asked him where everyone went. Meanwhile, Ellis held the sword over the blonde's head, asking how he could demand a duel with her, having such insignificant skills. She turned around when she was asked if they would be suitable for the fight. The leaders of the knightly order went to her, saying that all the knights here were wise, and judging by what they saw, they could warm up well, and then canceled that she could refuse if she was scared. The girl frowned and asked why they decided that she was scared and asked which of them decided to lose first. They suggested that the 4 of them fight against each other. The old man joined the blonde, and she said that he was not against it at all. The man brought his eyebrows together, offering to begin. Both sides jumped up from their seats. They started fighting. After a while, Chris and Louis appeared on the training field. He watched the battle. He frowned when his comrade told him that both fights were impressive and no one could push back the opponents. The brunette's eyes widened. When he saw the Duke, he wondered if it was true that with all the achievements he had received, he must consider himself the strongest. He parried the old man's attack. Anger appeared in his eyes when he thought that he would show him the power of the 8 families. The man pushed back his opponent. The blonde, not noticing the attack, loudly called out to Yenrid. She was thrown back by the blow. The girl rushed towards the second battle. The man swung his sword at her. However, Ellis blocked the attack. The boy frowned, mentally noting that the one who could compete with the king of the spear from Tegis, Master Delchin, the king of the sword, whom even Ellis and Yenrid, attacking together, could not push back. Watching the brunette, he thought that he could even captivate the wise of the Black Lion family engraved on the back of Master Delchin's hand. He looked at the second knight and replied that the Platinum Shield family crest was located under the chest, and he did not attach any importance to this before. Looking with angry eyes, the man asked if it was time to finish. The girl sat down, eyebrows to the bridge of her nose, and shouted that it was high time. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted for them to stop. The brunette and the blonde bolted. Nova Dragon began to approach them, saying that they were waiting for a serious battle and they were doing something incomprehensible. Delchin asked him not to worry, calling it just a friendly duel. He closed his eyes, hearing that the military meeting would begin in a few minutes, so they should try not to be late. The man turned around and said that unfortunately, he did not have time to eat them the difference in their strength. Ellis frowned and replied that if this were a battlefield, the end would have been different. The brunette closed his eyes, saying that they had no shortage of courage. The people were sitting at a table in the defense strategy meeting room. Nova Dragon, looking at the others, said that due to the latest clash, the orcs' activity had noticeably decreased, and right now the priority was to find the orc lord that the Duke had mentioned. The guy lowered his eyes, mentally noting that at the moment they did not have the necessary information indicating his exact location or at least his movements, and now too many things were different from his past life. He frowned, thinking about what he needed to think about, and if he were the Orc King, the best way to get rid of the humans would be. Suddenly, a knight burst into the hall, shouting that information had been received about the mass movements of orcs. While the monsters were walking along the plains, the protagonist asked where they were now. They continued on their way, and the knight said that they had already crossed the Red Canyon. The man looked at Chris, who told him that this was the name of the Dolomans after the mountain range. He drew his eyebrows together and noted that this was also a passage between the ocean in the east and the mere in the center, and since they were going through the canyon, it meant that delaying this war was not in their plans. Delchin watched as the commander lined up the soldiers. His face was displeased. Earlier, Nova Dragon looked away and told him that he had a message for him. He looked at him and said that he was sure that all the allies knew about Cercado's contribution, and that the king was worried about the future of the 8 families, so he interfered with him, the Sword King. The brunette darkened, remembering that he needed to keep the Orc Lord alive until the 8 families arrived. The protagonist walked around the room, thinking about the Orc army in the Red Canyon and the Orc Lord. The girl turned around when he asked her what was in the box and answered that it was probably Cercado. Regan looked at the weapon, thinking that it was the light of the moon and the sun, and she really sent it just in time. The brunette crossed her arms, saying that she hoped it would be something edible. Looking at her, Chris asked if she could do him a favor. He frowned and said that it seemed like the war would get tougher day by day and he would need his help. The Ricks shouted loudly that revenge is spring. They gathered in a group, shouting that they would avenge their fallen comrades and kill all these vile people. The Orc Lord sat on the throne and told them to calm down and not to stir them up like that. A cloaked monster appeared next to him and objected, to which he said that he already knew. The old man did not raise his eyes while he asked him how the preparations were going. He replied that everything was ready. The Lord glanced at him and asked him to call the chieftains. After a while, the orcs appeared. Among them was a short one in armor. They lined up in front of the Lord. The monster stepped on the skull, telling everyone to gather, because their time has come, so they need to show who the real master of these lands is. The Orc King rose from his throne and said that he ordered to destroy everything that gets in their way. Yenrid and Gillen entered the tent, and the guy told them that their weapons had arrived. When the red-haired one picked up the sword, he began to tell him that the name of this sword is Moonlight, because its shine is compared to the moon. When the old man took the axe, the protagonist noted that this battle axe is sunlight, and this is a weapon on which they will be able to use wise. Lind ran into the tent, loudly saying that the orcs were spotted in front of Adeniano. The Duke frowned, trying to figure out what exactly the Orc Lord was hunting: the 8 families, where they can quickly replenish supplies, or Cercado, where there is a high chance of setting up a successful ambush. He mentally noted that he had planned everything to make them focus on one place. Chris turned his head and shouted loudly, saying that they needed to prepare for a retreat and let the entire army head to the Red Canyon. After a while, he and the warriors were sitting on the wolf. Looking at the blonde, the guy asked if he was saying that they were ordered to immediately join the army. Crownmund, Alaire answered in the affirmative. He remembered Nova Dragon's words that if an Orc Lord appeared in the Red Canyon, then they should immediately return to Adeniano and inform the Knight Delchin about it. The guy darkened, wondering why he asked to inform the knight first, and although he did not even know what was behind all this, and there was nothing left to do but follow the order. The warriors moved through the forest. The protagonist, without turning his head, asked Lind what was the estimated time of arrival. He answered him that they'd be out on the spot in half a day if they howled through the streets of 8 families. A knight to the side shouted loudly that there was a scout ahead of them, sent to the front line. He stopped his horse and said that currently the orc army was stopped in the Red Canyon, and several orcs were ambushed in the forest in front of the canyon. Lind looked at the master and asked what they would do. The protagonist replied that there was no time to waste, so they would go straight ahead. Pixie grinned when he told her that the time had come, to which she replied that in that case she would start as soon as they entered the forest. A squad of orcs were hiding among the trees. One of them frowned and asked how long they would have to wait. Another stood behind a tree, saying that there was still a little left, because the people would definitely go this way. Suddenly his comrade collapsed because of the green smoke. He turned around and began to ask him to wake up. Suddenly he fell next to him. The rest of the orcs also fell asleep. The girl held a cup in her hand, from which smoke emanated, poisoning the body after the first breath. She was hiding behind a tree. Turning to the guy, the brunette said that in a couple of minutes they would all fall, so they needed to wait about an hour for the smoke to dissipate, but it would not cause much damage, so they could move on. The protagonist praised her for her excellent work, noting that thanks to him they saved time, and that his soldiers would escort her to Emil. Seeing the sleeping orcs, Len said that this was very cool. Chris grinned when he noted that she had laid down so many orcs at once. The Duke thought that there was nothing surprising, and if you consider Pixie's past, where she had not yet become famous as a herbalist. Imagining the girl's glowing eyes, he mentally noted that she was the best poison specialist on the northern continent. The soldiers ran along the canyon. Seeing the orcs ahead, the boy loudly noted this and ordered to prepare for battle. The monster frowned. Soldiers were racing straight towards them on horses. The orcs lay down in response. The battle began. The boy cut off the head of one of the opponents. Gillen also killed one monster. The axe flew in the air. Yenrid chopped the enemy into pieces. Looking at the weapon in surprise, he said that this axe was really strong and he liked it. Meanwhile, Chris fought with his wolf. The body of the monster fell at his feet. He bowed down and shouted that there were no more opponents and that they had won. Examining the corpses of the orcs, the boy mentally noted that something was wrong, and there were much fewer of them than he expected, and then wondered if they really had no one in reserve, even if their entire unit was destroyed. Suddenly his eyes widened. He turned around when the warriors to the side said that someone was approaching. The man on the horse carried the flag of the 8 families. He knelt down and said that they were in big trouble. The protagonist's mouth dropped in shock when he told him that mutated monsters had appeared in Adeniano and were trying to destroy the wall. A huge foot stepped on the ground. Oru swung his weapon. He hit the soldiers. Then the monster rushed towards the other soldiers. He and the other monsters began to attack. Nova Dragon attacked one of them with his trident. He frowned, wondering if they still had such power and how many more would come out. An enemy jumped at him from the side. A yellow lightning flashed through the air. Delchin parried the blow. When he landed on the ground, Muslina thanked him. The latter, appearing behind him, asked if he had sent a messenger. Nova Dragon replied that he had sent it, but he did not know what situation they were in, and they should not expect any quick reinforcements, so they had to give it their all in this battle. They saw the black fog. The eyes of the 2 warriors widened. They decided to turn their heads. A powerful foot stepped on the ground and a voice asked who was in charge of these lands. An orc lord was walking towards them through the black fog. Nova Dragon opened his eyes and mouth wide, wondering what kind of devilish wise was this, the most sinister of all he had ever encountered. Delchin frowned, thinking that this was a very oppressive aura, and he could feel it with all his guts, and it must be an orc lord. The fog approached them, and the monster said that he would ask again. Looking at them with an evil gaze, he asked who was their leader. Meanwhile, the warrior was kneeling, telling them that orcs and other mutants had been seen in Adeniano, and its inner walls would soon fall. The boy's face darkened, mentally noting that their target had been the 8 families from the start, not Cercado, and besides, if there were mutants there, they were definitely various monsters led by an orc lord. He turned to the warriors and shouted that the situation was urgent. They raised their weapons, hearing that they needed to prepare to retreat now and follow him. Looking at his army, the protagonist said that they were returning to Adeniano. After a while, he rushed along with the others. Alaire clenched his teeth, wondering if they were really in Adeniano. The Duke caught up with him and asked him not to worry, saying that they would protect them because they had reliable allies there. The blonde drew his eyebrows together, saying that he was right and that they would not fall so easily. Chris pursed his lips, thinking that fortunately, they had not lost much time and at this rate they would get to Adeniano very quickly. Looking ahead, he shouted that this was the last gorge inside the canyon, and then gave the order to continue moving, but to watch the rocks around. The warrior jumped out from behind the rock. Immediately after that, an orc swung at them. A moment later, he struck. The monster with the mace screamed loudly. The guy's eyes widened when he saw a group of orcs and trolls and realized that the orc lord had betrayed their return and divided his army. A fierce battle began. The main character opened his mouth wide and shouted, ordering a retreat since they needed to regroup before the attack. He and the main monster noticed each other. The monster ran at the Duke. Someone to the side broke away. Digo struck the monster. He glanced back and shouted that he would hold him back and that my lord would need to hurry and get out of here. Chris on horseback approached Lind and told him, Digo, Ellis and Louis to sort things out here and after a rest to move out after him. Some of the warriors rushed to the side, shouting that their leader was heading forward. Some soldiers attacked the monsters. However, there were already corpses on the ground. The boy clenched his teeth, thinking that the losses were getting out of control. He frowned, thinking that this time they would end this war, and he did not care by what means. Meanwhile, the orc lord looked at the 2 warriors. Grinning, he said that he would ask one last time and inquired who their leader was. Nova Dragon drew his eyebrows together and asked why he was so interested in this. Opening his mouth, the orc noted that he only wanted to say that there was no point in delaying this war. The man frowned at him and asked again. A giant stood in front of them, saying that he was the orc lord who ruled all the races, and up until now he had forced the leaders to bow before him and took them under his control. He looked at Nova Dragon, saying that the humans had greatly surprised him, so he was ready to show his mercy. The monster grinned and said that he would only kill the leader, and that they could enjoy the life of slaves and be noble. Delchin's eyes widened and he called him an arrogant idiot. He raised his sword and told Nova that this was their chance. The brunette frowned and noted that since the Duke was not here, they would take all of this into their own hands. When the man raised his weapon, he added that this was the only way to fulfill their king's order, and they had no right to make a mistake. They ran around the orc from different sides. Then Nova attacked him. At that moment, Delchin was behind him. He hit the monster. Now Nova was behind him. His trident glowed yellow. The king parried his blow. The man was thrown to the side. The brunette appeared next to the monster again. He hit it with his sword. The monster blocked the blow with a mace. The man perked up. He jumped back some distance. Analyzing the orc's battle, he began to think about how he reacted instantly and kept his distance, and his speed was in no way comparable to his size. The warriors frowned, thinking that, however, the attack was not useless. They ran around him again, mentally noting that they had a chance. Then the two of them ran at him. The monster, his mouth slightly open, asked if they really thought they could kill him. As they approached, he said it was funny. The orc slammed the ground. Nova was thrown aside by the blow. Suddenly, the king approached him. He knocked his weapon away. As the man gritted his teeth in shock, the monster exclaimed that he could not be stopped by a man. He swung his blade and said goodbye. Nova was thrown aside. Delchin, his eyes wide, called out to him loudly. Meanwhile, the man lay in the rocks. Blood poured from his mouth, and the orc asked him if he thought he was lucky because he was breathing. He clenched his fist and said that he only survived because he controlled himself and because he did not want to lose a man who used energy. The king turned around and said that his life was just a demonstration of his power. The brunette's eyes showed horror as he told him that he, a man with strong energy, must be the leader, and it was his destiny and that of their other leaders to stand at the head of humanity. The mace was raised in the air. The orc struck the warriors. The girl jumped back, saying that one blow would be enough for him to kill them. Digo shot him with his bow. However, the monster blocked the blow. The guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was able to block the blow since the other had told him to. Another monster approached him. He jumped to the side when he was asked to step back. Louis cut off the monster's arm. He frowned and asked if he was sane. The orc looked at his severed arm. Green blood gushed out of it. Suddenly, the arm began to grow. The guy's eyes widened. Looking at the monster in front of him, he thought that the regeneration of other trolls was not even close to his capabilities, and then said that with one blow he needed to cut off his head or hit him right in the heart. Thursday soldiers frowned, saying that this battle would not be easy. Delchin stood in front of the king. Their eyes met. The monster rushed forward, saying that for his sake he would not hesitate. He threw the brunette back. The man's eyes widened, and he wondered what kind of incredible strength this was. The orc ran towards him again. The warrior jumped back from the blow. He looked up and mentally noted that if he continued in the same spirit, he would not last long, so he needed to find an opportunity to inflict a critical lesson on him. He approached his opponent. He swung his weapon. However, Delchin was behind him. When he struck, the monster was no longer there. Now he was behind him and asked if this was all he could do. He struck the man. He fell to his knees. Then he rose and struck back. The king raised his fist. The brunette was thrown back a decent distance. He was flying in the air. Looking at him, the king said that everything was leading to this. While his advisor was slaying the rest of the warriors, he said that this was the limit of human capabilities, and that there was an absolute difference between their species that could not be overcome. Oru went to the warrior, saying that they, humans, would never defeat them, no matter how hard they tried. Delchin's eyes widened when he realized that he had stopped the bleeding by simply clenching his muscles. Meanwhile, the goblins attacked the soldiers, and the monster said that the heavens had punished the slads to be oppressed by the hands of the strong. He stopped in front of the man. Looking at his frowning face, he said that everything had already been predetermined. The king swung his weapon, saying that following the will of fate, he must kill him. A glaive flashed in the air. The orc perked up. He ducked his head, dodging. The monster's eyes widened. At that moment, the goblin jumped on the soldier. With one blow, his head was torn off. Yenrid destroyed the enemy. The warrior looked away in shock, exclaiming that he survived. Gillen pointed to the battlefield, telling everyone to attack. Delchin opened his eyes in shock. The orc king noticed a dark silhouette. It was the protagonist. He landed on the ground. The guy got to his feet. Delchin ran away, and the orc turned to him. He darkened and asked if he had destroyed his subordinates. The protagonist smiled and said that it was a great honor that the orc king recognized him. Show him a wolf with a glaive ran to him. The brunette landed away from the monster and told him to be careful, because they could not defeat him, because his strength and speed are incredible. The duke took the glaive and asked the beast to stay away, because it will soon become dangerous here. The monster smiled and said that he did not expect him to appear here in person, and then asked him not to die too easily at least. With a smile on his face, the guy said that he could assure. He ran forward. Then their weapons crossed. The king said with a grin that he would regret it, and Chris noted that he had said nothing. The hero was thrown back by a shock wave. The orc narrowed his eyes and thought that his energy was no different from the mustachioed man. The guy rushed forward. The enemy dodged the blade. He looked at the glowing weapon and noted that the spear was really scary. He needed to dodge the attacks. Dark energy began to emanate from the orc. He swung the blade and struck, but the young man blocked it. The enemy turned towards the blue-haired man. On the other side of him, Delchin swung his sword. The man struck a slash, but the orc jumped back a few steps. He stopped and looked at them. The long-haired man frowned as he approached the young man and warned that the orc's fist was capable of destroying any weapon. Chris narrowed his eyes and thought that, judging by his movements, the enemy was very cautious and had good reactions and didn't even let him get close. It was impossible to hit a weak spot. The man frowned and coughed. The protagonist looked at him and said that he would distract the orc and he should wait for the right moment and attack. The enemy was already advancing on them. The warriors jumped back in different directions. The orc turned and rushed towards the young man. The rivals frowned and looked at each other. They crossed blades, which created bright flashes. The guy rolled back and realized that the enemy's wise was stronger and he could not be defeated with force alone. He quickly rushed forward. The hero made a swing with a glowing spear. Then the young man immediately went around the enemy. Chris squeezed the spear and struck again from the other side. The boy frowned and shouted at the man running behind him to attack now. Delchin rushed forward like lightning. He flew past, cutting the enemy. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise and he thought that he had used all his strength, but the cut was not deep. The orc gritted his teeth and called him an annoying fly. He fought off the main character, swinging his blade. The enemy abruptly ran in the other direction. The young man frowned and realized that the enemy had changed his target and was focusing on the wounded knight. Delchin staggered back and the orc raised his sword over him. The hero pushed off the ground. The boy managed to put out his spear and repel the attack, protecting the man. Chris gritted his teeth and tensed up. The young man was turned in the air and thrown to the side. The orc grinned, exchanging glances with his opponent, and noted that he would not run away while he was in the air. The monster struck the hero with his fist. Delchin turned in the direction the duke had flown. He looked at the orc, who asked if the humans really thought they could win by attacking together. The enemy looked ahead and added that it wouldn't work in their case since humans tend to protect the defenseless and create problems for themselves. Chris rose from the pile of rocks, and there was a dent in his chest. The enemy bared his teeth and admired the armor that had withstood his blow. The orc rushed to attack, clutching his sword, and declared that it didn't change anything. Blood spurted from the cut. The hero's eyes widened, looking ahead. Punky jumped out and was wounded, protecting his master. The youth shouted his name. Flames appeared from the wolf's mouth. He breathed fire at the orc. The enemy covered himself with his hand and noticed that the beast was using mana. Chris ran up to the pet lying in front of him and exclaimed what he was doing. Punky looked at the young man and grumbled. The blue-haired man frowned and muttered his name. The orc said it was a shame. He narrowed his eyes and said that if this wolf had not grown up among humans, he could have become a strong leader of the pack. But he sacrificed himself for the life of some human. This also weakens people. Delchin knelt down nearby and asked if the duke was okay. The man looked at the gentleman in surprise, who asked him to look after Punky for a while. The guy stood up, and his whole body was covered in mana. The interlocutor frowned and asked if the young man was really going to fight without a weapon. The hero looked at him and demanded that he shut his mouth. Powerful energy emanated from Chris's body, and a golden flash sparkled around his leg. The enemy's eyes widened in shock and he noticed that his energy had increased. Notification, new wise detected. The guy quickly approached the enemy. The orc looked down and thought in fear, since when had the young man's speed been higher than his? The hero swung his fist, and new pockets of golden energy appeared on his body. New notifications about the detection of a new wise flashed. An explosion was heard, and the enemy was thrown back. Delchin's eyes widened, realizing that the duke had just pushed the orc away with his bare hands. He did not understand what kind of incredible force it was. The boy crouched on the ground, and different energies were visible on his legs. His armor sparkled with power. This is the stage that allows you to move wise throughout your body at will. Mana sparkled on the boy's back. He took a fighting stance, clenching his fist. Notification, wise possession, 60. The sixth stage of wise is desire. There was a furrow on the ground from the orc's fall. He stood up and growled, looking at the enemy. The lord bared his teeth and wondered what the guy did that his energy increased sharply. A powerful force engulfed Chris's body, and the enemy even wondered if it could be stronger than him. He gritted his teeth and decided that it was not. Dark mana appeared around the orc. The lord shouted that this little man's energy could not be stronger than his. He turned his head towards the blade that flew out of his hand when he fell. The enemies looked at each other and frowned. The boy jerked to the side, and his opponent reached for his weapon. The blue-haired man clutched his spear and ran forward. His opponent pushed off and rushed towards him as well. They crossed blades, sparks flying from them. The young man grinned and asked where his famous calm had gone. Was he really afraid of falling from his hand? The interlocutor grimaced furiously and demanded that he shut up. The boy flew back from the blow. Delchin sweated, watching the fight, and noted that the lord's strength had also increased. He wondered if there would be a chance of victory if he gave it his all. The hero slowed down and clutched his spear. The boy quickly found himself behind his opponent. He thrust his weapon forward and flashes appeared. The orc swung his blade in response, leaving a trail of darkness in the air. Chris gritted his teeth and swung his fist, concentrating his mana. A powerful blow landed in the enemy's stomach. The lord flew back and coughed, clutching his side. The blue-haired man looked at him closely and noted that this was the second hit. The young man asked if the force of the blows was too small. The interlocutor grimaced and exclaimed that this could not be. After all, he was finally able to get out. The enemy shouted that people would not be able to drive him into a corner. The orc's memories. He stood on a hill with an old man and asked why they were imprisoned on the eastern continent. The interlocutor answered that people were afraid that they would get out, but they should not be underestimated. The elder looked at the orc and said that their kind also ruled the continents. They unite in groups and fight each other, so they should not look down on them. The lord objected that people had no right to push them back to these lifeless lands in the east. His face twisted with anger and he declared that he would kill them all, because no one dared to humiliate the orcs like that. Then the monster promised that he would leave these lands, lead the central continent, and conquer everything that his gaze touched. At that moment, the orc swung his blade and shouted for the hero to surrender and just die already. The young man thrust out his spear, taking the blow on him. The enemy exclaimed that there was not a single living creature that he could not bring to its knees. That was how he achieved what he had. Chris tensed and clenched his teeth under the pressure. The enemy frowned and said that how was it possible that a pathetic little human, the weakest species that could be beaten with one little finger, did not prostrate himself before him. The boy took the blow, answering that he only wanted to protect. He lunged forward, knocking the orc away. The hero squeezed the handle of the spear and declared that he was protecting his family, friends, and native lands. The opponents exchanged blows again. The blue-haired one frowned and shouted that it was worth sacrificing one's life for. His attack made the enemy stagger back. The young man frowned and declared that they would not retreat even if all the monsters appeared before them. This would be the case as long as there was something they wanted to protect. The three-headed mutant fought Ellis and Lind. The girl gritted her teeth and looked at the enemy. Digo and Louis were fighting another orc at that moment. The blonde frowned and poured mana into her weapon. All the knights and the main character himself were filled with determination to fight and win. The orc lord looked at the young man and ordered him to die. The warrior frowned, and the spear in his hand sparkled. Their collision sent waves and dust flying in all directions. The enemies looked at each other and screamed, putting their strength into the blow. The guy swung his blade, and the orc's arms separated from his body. The enemy's eyes widened and he muttered that it couldn't be, because he was the king of everything. He looked at the guy who had swung and said that he had lost to a human. The next blow deprived him of his head. Delchin stared at them in shock and said that the main character had indeed defeated the orc lord, even though he was a human. Chris stood in front of the body of the defeated enemy. The guy looked down, and the sun came out behind him. The knight said that the hero of this battle was Chris Proudmund. The war with the orcs was over. The death of the orc lord forced all the monsters that had invaded the central continent to retreat. Because of this war, humanity suffered huge losses. Digo leaned on Louis and asked the girl where Lind was. The archer lay on the ground and muttered that he couldn't move. The blonde looked at him and noted that he was completely fine. They protected what they were supposed to protect. The cut on the fur healed. Pixie leaned towards the hero with interest and noted that he had healed his fatal wound. This was the second life she had heard about. The boy looked at his pet with regret and promised him that this would never happen again and that from now on he would not take him to such dangerous places. The wolf narrowed his eyes as he listened to his master's promise. 2 weeks later, the hero stood in the throne room before the ruler. The monarch praised him for his excellent work and added that he would like to express his gratitude to the hero who saved the 8 families. The boy replied that he had only done what he had to. Sort frowned and asked again if Chris would like to join the 8 families. The blue-haired man looked at him intently and replied that the emperor he knew would not be able to fully trust a man who had betrayed his nation. The interlocutors glanced at each other and the young man smiled. The blonde said that he was right and, unfortunately, he had won. Sort narrowed his eyes and thought that if he couldn't make the hero his ally, he had to make sure he didn't make him his enemy. He had to do something about it. Chris grinned when the king said he wanted to reward him, but since the boy refused, he had to give him something else. The blue-haired man replied that he had already received everything he wanted. The interlocutor smiled and objected that it was up to him to decide whether to give him a gift or not. He added that the boy would find out what the gift was when he returned to Cercado. The man told him to be careful on the way back. The protagonist looked at Pixie and asked if she had seen Pumpkin. The girl replied that she hadn't seen him for several days. Then a wolf appeared from a bush and barked. Chris looked at it and asked him to go back. The beast silently stared at the boy, standing behind a tree. The girl looked at the gentleman and assumed that the wolf wanted to stay for a while. The blue-haired man raised an eyebrow and asked why. She replied that the beast might feel like a burden. Pumpkin spoke up and disappeared into the forest again. The boy smiled sadly and said that they would meet later. The old orc stood on a rock and looked into the distance. He muttered that he did not expect the lord to lose. His cloak moved. His beard fell and his face took on a pink tint when the enemy removed his hood. He said that their long-term plan to raise the orc lord had also failed. Now he had no need for this disguise. The man flashed his green eyes and said that the goal was crystal clear. The elf frowned and decided that he had to destroy Chris Proudmund. Graf walked down the corridor. He looked into Lin's office and greeted him. The archer looked up from his papers and turned to the man. The guy leaned back in his chair and complained that he hadn't been this busy even when he was filling in for their boss. Graf put the papers on the table and said with a smile that it wasn't that bad. Lind looked up and asked, because the coronation was today. The guy looked at him and answered affirmatively. After the orc attacks ended, Prounmun became a land that operated within the national budget. The central city, Daybreak Howling, can now compare to Central Shed, the capital of Cercado. Cercado and the 8 families are wary of Prounmun, which can become a country. But they also understand the importance of Prounmun becoming a barrier between 2 eternally warring countries. Each side wants to preserve the 10-year agreement drawn up during the orc raids. Central Shed, Royal Cercado. Chris stood in a cloak in front of Edic. The man unrolled a scroll and read out that the hero, who destroyed a group of ruthless and vile orcs from the eastern lands, helped 8 families protect an entire continent. The young king rose from his throne and said that this was damn boring and should be finished already. The subject accepted the order nervously. Edic placed the crown on the hero's head and said that he would like to reward the war hero. From today on, he recognizes the duchy as a country ruled by a prince. Chris Prounmun straightened up, holding a sword and scepter in his hand. Edic granted him the title of prince. Several months later, a cry was heard in the estate. Graf looked at his hands in fear and noticed that blue spots had appeared all over his body. Pixie looked at him thoughtfully and said that this happens when you use too much bluegrass. The interlocutor asked if she really shoved an experimental medicine into him. The girl turned around and started mixing something, saying that she would create a medicine that would remove his hump. The guy clenched his teeth in fear. He approached the protagonist and asked him to stop Pixie, who was causing him suffering. Chris closed his eyes and noted that he promised the brunette to give her a person to experiment on. The interlocutor grabbed the hero's sleeve and exclaimed why it had to be him. Diego entered the room and reported that information had been received on all the people the gentleman was interested in. The blue-haired man suggested that they move on. In the background, Pixie was trying to feed Graf a new serum. The hero put his hand on Diego's shoulder and suggested that he just leave. Chris and his knights were standing on the street. The guy smiled and promised that he would return. He reminded his comrades to go to the designated training spot when they were ready. Lind grinned when the Lord appointed him in charge of managing these lands along with Graf while he was away. Ellis ran out of the gate and asked the hero to fight her before leaving. The girl ran closer, and the blue-haired man offered her to go and study fencing with Ludwig. The interlocutor replied that she did not like him too fast. The blonde gritted her teeth in displeasure when the hero reminded her that this was the prince's order and asked her not to forget her bow. Ellis muttered that he only remembered his title at times like these. The young man left with Diego, and the others waved after them and wished them to be careful. The warrior carrying the box looked at the Lord and asked if his armor was really inside, since it was somehow heavy. The young man answered in the affirmative and explained that there was not a single horse that could withstand such a weight. That was why they were going on foot. The interlocutor asked where they were heading. Chris grinned and said that the route lay to the southwest, to Valtes. The warrior clarified whether they were talking about a place famous for its iron. The guy said that it was a city-state where they used the greatest iron forging technique on the continent. The young man squinted and thought that he should meet the blacksmith hiding there. Only he could fix the dragon whip broken by the orc lord. The companions broke into a run after Diego convinced him that he could run. Several days later, the comrades were climbing a slope. The knight asked how much longer they had to go. The hero replied that they should be there in 2 days. Suddenly, an arrow was spotted in the air. The prince caught it with his hand and noticed that there was an enemy nearby. He turned and saw a group of people to the side. Several boys looked at the hero in shock and exclaimed that he had caught the arrow with his bare hands. Diego put the box on the ground and responded to his master's command when he said that he had heard a child's voice. The children ran in fear. Then a knight with a sparkling halberd jumped out at them. One of the teenagers stopped and exclaimed that he would buy them some time while they ran away. Diego looked at him and asked who this gang of children were. The boy jumped up and lunged, but the man easily dodged. He hit the child on the neck and he fell. The other children ran through the forest. Suddenly, the main hero appeared in front of them with the box on his back. The boy swung his spear, leaving a trail of mana, and cut the ground. Chris straightened up and warned that he would not spare the bastard who crossed this line. The boy who had attacked the knight stood up and shouted that they had no choice but to follow him. He asked to let the others go. Diego frowned and thought he was trying to knock him out, but the kid had a commendable tenacity. The blue-haired man smiled and asked if he was their leader. He ordered the warrior to catch them. The gang leader was kneeling in front of the protagonist, and the rest were under the supervision of Diego, who asked them not to do anything. The prince closed his eyes and was surprised that a bunch of young hooligans attacked despite such a big guy. The boy frowned and said that a big body does not mean that you can't pierce him with a knife. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes and grinned, saying that he would give him a choice. The children looked at the leader in fear when Chris asked, their necks or his. The hero looked closely at the child and asked him to choose because the survivors would leave. The boy smiled and demanded to let the others go. The guy grinned and said that he liked him. He asked his name. The boy looked at him and introduced himself as Vans, and he had no last name. The hero remembered Vans the Short. In his past life, he was a mercenary leader who traveled the continent and helped the defenseless after the world was plunged into chaos due to orc raids. The prince looked at the boy softly and offered him to work for him. The interlocutor replied that he did not know who he was. The blue-haired man grinned and asked if the boy knew who Chris Proudmund was. Van's eyes widened and exclaimed that he was a hero of the past war. He clenched his fist and told him that he was a hero who went from being an ordinary commoner to a prince, killed an orc lord and saved the continent. Chris crossed his arms and asked him to continue. The boy frowned when the boy said that his only flaw was that he was a eunuch or impotent. The blue-haired man bowed his head menacingly and asked where he heard such nonsense. The child waved his hands and replied that it was just part of a rumor. They say that there must be a reason why the hero is still alone despite his reputation and wealth. Chris grimaced and thought that only one person could come up with such heresy, Lind. The archer smiled, sipping his tea, and muttered whether the master noticed his little prank. The hero looked at the boy and asked him to stand up. The boy frowned and asked if he would be his servant. The child adjusted his collar and declared that he could not serve anyone. Chris's eyes widened in shock. Vans had the mark of a gladiator slave on his neck. The other boys looked down awkwardly. They were all former slaves. The young man looked at the prince in surprise, who clarified if they were all from the neighboring border town. The town on the border of Cercado and Tegiz, controlled by the Tegiz nobles and the Thieves' Guild. The blue-haired boy frowned and thought that slave trading was not illegal in Tegiz, so it was no surprise that illegal gladiator fights had appeared in such a city. The boy asked how they ended up becoming bandits. Vans frowned and said that the truth was that they fled the city and could not settle down anywhere because of their marks. Chris looked closely at the child and asked what he wanted to do. The interlocutor flinched and asked again in surprise. The boy froze when the prince asked what he would do if he forgot about this mark. Were they going to rob people all their lives or get caught again and live as slaves? The child bit his lower lip. He frowned and exclaimed that he did not want to. The blue-haired boy smiled and declared that it was decided then. The hero threw the spear to the boy. He caught it and immediately fell to the ground because of its weight. Chris raised an eyebrow and mentally noted that the boy could bear the weight of the dragon whip at his age. He was born with strength like Digo. The boy looked at the hero in confusion, who said that they were bandits who stole the prince's spear. A border town. The scarred merchant looked at the weapons the children had brought and noted that they would be worth a lot. The children began to sweat, and he said that he would let them in since they had returned with loot. There was a knock behind the door, and someone exclaimed that they could not enter. Chris and Digo knocked down the door. The man frowned and turned in that direction. The bandits grabbed their weapons and ran at the prince and his knight. The hero asked the warrior to deal with them with one blow. Digo swung his fist, from which light emanated. The intruders flew back. The merchant froze when one of his men crashed into the wall nearby. The man trembled and asked why his highness was doing this. The blue-haired man noted that he knew his place. Digo frowned and ordered him to leave and show respect to the duke, because before him was Prince Chris Proudmund. The merchant fell to his knees, and the hero sat down at the table. The bandit apologized and said he didn't know it was the prince's spear. He promised to do anything. The blue-haired man then demanded that the illegal stadium be closed and the children released. The man sweated and hesitated. The prince stood up and said that he would use this situation as an excuse to blow up the underground gladiator stadium along with the city. The interlocutor waved his hands in fear and promised to carry out the order. The hero stood near the cart next to the children. He said that he asked the driver to go to Proudmund. The guy gave the children a letter with which they would be accepted there. They thanked him. Vans looked at the cart leaving. Chris turned to the young man, who said that he was grateful for saving them. He added that he did not understand why he would do this for them. The boy looked down when the prince offered to put himself in his place in this situation. The blue-haired man asked what Vans would do for these children. The child winced when the hero said that he would not abandon them if they had a chance to change. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that he would never forget this and would be faithful to him until the end of his days. The child turned to Digo when Chris suggested doing something before moving on. There was a box in front of the boy and the hero asked him to try to lift it. It was just a test. The knight stood next to his master and asked if it was too difficult to lift a dragon scale. The blue-haired one crossed his arms and replied that if he was right, the boy would surprise them. Vans grabbed the box and strained until his hands trembled. His companions noted that it was too heavy for him. The child continued to try, gritting his teeth and moaning. The boy made a jerk and lifted the box from the ground. Digo's eyes widened and exclaimed that he lifted the box. Vans tiredly sank down on the box and exhaled. The hero looked at the child, admiring his strength. The prince ordered the knight to monitor Van's daily training from today onwards, as he could become the Knight of Wise. A faint light emanated from the child's body. 2 days later, Chris stood on a hill, and his companions followed. They looked down, and the hero declared that they were there. The city of the knight, Valtes, was spread out before them. The prince decided to stop at the inn for a while. Everyone sat at the table and ate dinner. The knight asked the child to eat more slowly, as no one was taking away the food. The hero turned to the innkeeper and said that he had a question. The blue-haired man asked if there was a guy in the city called Half-Man. The old man smiled and replied that perhaps he had already gone to see. Chris raised an eyebrow and asked again. The interlocutor said that he had been walking around, telling everyone that he wanted to become a sailor. The hero remembered his past life and doubted whether he was in the right place, as that man had no interest in the sea back then. The prince smiled and decided that he would know when he saw him, because this guy was not so easy to change. The merchant silently looked at the hole in the wall. The interlocutor looked at him and asked if the prince really showed up here, did this and took the children. The man confirmed. The captain of the Night Cat, the Thieves' Guild, scratched his beard and said that he had been fooled. The merchant frowned and said that they had found out that they were in Valtes. He offered to follow them. Wildcat closed his eyes and asked them to stop, because they had no reason to follow the famous Chris Proudmond. A man entered the room and handed over a letter. It was a black letter with the mark of the Lord, which could not be ignored. The bald man raised an eyebrow, looking at the sheet of paper, and muttered that he did not think the Lord would find out about what happened. He glanced at his subordinate and ordered him to immediately head to Valtes and keep an eye on the prince, pass on the information to Ice Mountain. The bandit frowned and asked what that meant. The interlocutor said that the Northern Empire had made its move. The woman stood in front of her master. She came out and moved down the corridor where the other elves were standing. The blonde ordered them to get ready to move out. The knights asked where they were going. The girl frowned and answered that the path lay to the central continent, to Proudmond. A few days later, the protagonist, the knight and their young companion were walking along the pier. Digo frowned and looked back. He came closer to the master and called him. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes and said that he had noticed it too. The man in the cloak was hiding nearby. The hero noted that he had been persistently following them since the night before. The knight noticed that he was a loner and asked if he should be dealt with. The prince frowned and asked to leave him for now because there was a chance that he was not alone. The guy ordered them to pretend not to notice from that moment on. They stopped near the man with the nets. The hero came closer and asked what kind of ship the dwarves were working on. They pointed to the side and told him to go straight to the very end. Chris flinched when someone shouted at the dwarf to get out of sight. A large man stood in front of the dwarf to the side. He apologized and promised that it would not happen again. The interlocutor replied that this was the third time. He drank all their supplies and also tore the sail, and because of him, everyone almost died. The man said that they no longer needed him. The dwarf grabbed him by the leg and exclaimed that he would not survive without this job. They kicked him, objecting that one cannot turn a blind eye to mistakes forever. The guy looked after the departing sailor, who demanded that he not even think about appearing close to the ship. The dwarf tapped himself on the head and muttered why he had drunk himself into oblivion again. The protagonist approached him and asked if he was Riendorf. The guy turned around and was surprised that he knew his name. Chris came up to him and said that he heard that he was a blacksmith. He asked to give him a minute. The dwarf turned away and suggested looking for someone else because now he was a sailor. The blue-haired man looked away in surprise and thought that the Riendorf he knew would not be so embarrassed. The protagonist smiled and asked to show them the city because they were here for the first time and did not know anything. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise and asked why he was asking him. Riendorf drooled when the prince promised to pay for his drink later. The guy immediately asked them to follow him. A little later, everyone moved to the tavern. The dwarf took a sip and muttered that he drank because he felt unwell. There was not that much there. The blue-haired man asked if he really went on the ship because he wanted to escape to the sea. The interlocutor's eyes widened and he shuddered. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked if Chris knew him. The hero thought, of course he knew. The dwarf had once saved his life. Chris leaned over and said that the dwarf race was blessed by the land itself. He added that he had once met one, and that was what he had said when the hero was about to repay him. The blue-haired man put the bottle on the table and said that the dwarf had asked to treat him to a strong drink if he met one of them. Riendorf looked at the decanter and exclaimed that it was the best strong liquor in Teges, Griffin's breath. The guy smiled, leaning against the bottle, and asked if he could definitely drink it. The prince answered in the affirmative, explaining that he wanted to express his gratitude. The interlocutor sighed. He looked closely at the hero and asked who he was. Digo and Vans looked at them in surprise, noting that the dwarf's voice and aura had changed as soon as he drank. The blue-haired man frowned and introduced himself, adding that he had come to Valtes to meet him. Riendorf raised an eyebrow and asked why the hero wanted to find him. The two exchanged glances. Chris said that he was going to fight the inhabitants of the icy mountains, and he needed help for that. The dwarf frowned and looked down. He pointed to the spear behind him and asked if it was the Scourge of Dragons. The young man confirmed it was. Reindorf looked at the hero and asked him to follow him. They went out to the square and approached the building. The guy said that this was the official residence of the head of the city, who owed him a favor for something. They went inside, and the dwarf began to sort through the boxes. He moved them and opened a hatch in the floor. The whole group went down the stairs. The main character's eyes widened in surprise and froze. There was a forge in the basement. The prince asked what she was doing in a place like this. The interlocutor replied that it was so that the elves wouldn't notice them. They had always envied their blacksmithing skills. When they refused to carry out the order, the elves simply slaughtered his relatives. The dwarves were on the verge of extinction, and those who survived hid underground. To forget the horrors that had happened to his race, Reindorf began to drink. The guy frowned and added that he had then realized that nothing could fulfill a dwarf's wish. Chris squinted and thought that this story was the purest truth. Memories from a past life. The hero was sitting opposite Lind, and he asked why their continent was like this. Then the guy replied that it was because of the orc attack. The archer squinted and asked that if this had happened, how could someone allow it to happen? The blue-haired man asked again. The companion said that the orc attacks, the extermination of the dwarves, and the wars all over the world. Everything was secretly planned. The hero sweated and looked at him in surprise. Lind turned to his friend and said that there was a group trying to reshape the world, and all of this was their doing. The spearman looked at him and asked how he knew about it. The interlocutor replied that there was no longer any reason to hide it. He looked closely at the hero and said something. A silhouette of a woman appeared on the balcony. Lind looked at her and asked what the elf was doing here. The blonde entered the room and noted that he was calmer than she expected. The intruder narrowed her eyes and said that Lind Sonate took the surname of people from the Northern Empire. The woman looked closely at the archer and said that they had a task for a descendant exiled due to the lack of green eyes. The guy turned around and replied that he didn't really care. He asked him to stop talking this nonsense and return to the north. The interlocutor took a step and said that she hoped he wasn't bogged down in memories of the past. The elf promised that if everything went well, the north would take him back. She pursed her lips when Lind asked what would happen if he didn't accept this offer. The guy shuddered when the woman listed the names of the protagonist and other knights. The woman said that they were not in the duchy at the moment, but that the people here still needed protection. She narrowed her eyes and said that the archer could not protect them alone. Lind looked at her furiously and asked what she wanted. The blonde frowned and demanded information about Prounmund and the other Knights of Wise. Chris stood near the two men and looked at the sailor who was holding the candle, then turned to him with an offer to go with them. Putting out his hands, he continued to say that under his protection the elves would not be able to reach him and that he would no longer have to hide. The guy looked closely and promised to do everything possible to help all the dwarves fulfill their dreams that were not destined to come true. The dwarf looked down and said that he needed a couple of days to think about it. The protagonist agreed to wait. The guy brought a box, and the protagonist turned to the sailor and asked him to help fix something while he waited for his answer. The blacksmith tore off the box and was surprised and thought, "This is a dragon scale and a legendary spear," after which he said that the repair will take about 2 weeks since there is severe damage. He also said that there is a break on the Baron's spear, which he did not notice, and, looking at it carefully, said what is the meaning of the gnome blacksmith's look. Having given the weapon to his friend, the blue-haired asked if he could take something from the gnome's weapon, to which he replied, "Take whatever he wants." Then one of them said goodbye. The next day, the young man diligently concentrated magic. A teacher approached him and told him to practice until they return. He replied that he understood everything. The sage and the guard walked down the street. Without turning around, Chris asked the guy if there was another tale. He replied that he had not seen anyone since yesterday. The blue-haired wondered what the purpose of their surveillance was, if they were not trying to kill me, really. The two continued walking down the street among the people. The assistant looked around warily and said that he was seeing many of these things for the first time. The owner added that the Baltes market is quite famous. Since trade is very developed here because of the port, merchants come here from all over the world. Chris thought to himself that whatever it was, he looked around but did not see anything, but he heard that he should be in Baltes at this time. After his thoughts, he looked ahead. In front of him sat a merchant. It seems that this is the one he was looking for. Approaching the seller, he pointed at the goods and asked what this thing is for. In response, he was told that it is an amulet that protects the owner from magic. After its activation, the magic stops working within 1 day. Taking the amulet in his hands, the guy asked how to activate it, but they said that there is no special way since it activates itself when applied to the body. The merchant, with his mouth open, looked at the guy and asked if he could. But the buyer asked why he was nervous, because there were people here who knew a little about magic. The blonde laughed and said that he somehow didn't even think about it. It hung in his thoughts that for quite a long time his problem was trusting people. It seems that this has not changed. The thought continued with the fact that his mentor Vitalia. The assistant approached Chris from behind and quietly said that the tale had returned and there were many more people. They turned around, and the owner ordered them to go to the back mountain right away. The seller shouted after them, raising his hand, "But the price of the amulet." Running away from the market, the main character shouted that he would definitely return and pay, to which the seller replied that he would wait for him here. They ran across the field at breakneck speed. At one point, the blue-haired man turned around and shouted that he had enough. Looking towards the strong wind, he grabbed the sword on his belt. A whisper was heard from the bushes. Someone asked in surprise why he stopped so suddenly. Another voice asked, were they noticed? The guy's magic worked. He frowned and shouted, "Let's go." The blue-haired man and his assistant moved forward sharply. People crawled out of the bushes, and one of them shouted that they were discovered. "Everyone draw your swords." Evil Chris looked at them and thought they were elves. The battle began. With one blow of the sword, the protagonist knocked down 3 people. The sullen looks of the blue-haired and the blonde met, after which the first asked why so many important people had come all the way here. They both swung their swords. The guy's sword flew out of his hands. The blonde groaned and thought that with his level of skill and strength, he could not be defeated. Concentrating magic in his fist, he raised his hand. The guy looked at him and thought, "This is magic." The attacker put out his hand with magic and shouted, "Block." At that moment, the amulet lit up under the blue-haired man's shirt. The elf was surprised when he saw that the magic did not work. Chris touched his chest in sweat and thought that the amulet had activated. Suddenly, someone tried to hit the elf. There was a strange sound. The guys looked straight ahead. The blonde rushed forward. 2 ran after him. The protagonist shouted, "Does he really think he can escape?" Then another rival rose in front of the protagonist. Their swords crossed. The assistant continued to run after the elf and shouted to the master that he would take care of this guy himself. Hearing this, the blonde, without stopping, turned around and used magic. The brunette stopped and closed his ears and eyes as an explosion occurred in front of him. Raising his head, he frowned and shouted, "Magician." The opponent's blood was dripping down the tree. The assistant came up and told the owner that he had missed the elf, to which he replied that everything was fine. The Baron looked away and thought, maybe yesterday's tale was ordered by these guys. He continued his thought intently, so the elves began to take action. They even involved an experienced magician. Before his eyes appeared the moment when magic did not work on him, and he continued to think that he could have used a curse or some kind of block to block his attacks. If not for the Vitalia amulet, he would not have been able to do anything and he would have definitely been hurt. The guy opened his mouth and told his partner that they needed to move immediately. Plans had changed. From behind the bushes, a building was visible near which guards were standing. A guy was standing blindfolded. He was chained. The girl stood in front of the brunette. He asked her if it wasn't too much. He had given her information, but he still became a prisoner and was also dragged here. She replied that they needed to check if the information he gave was true, so they would have to be patient. When the blonde was walking towards the exit, the guy called out to her and asked her to promise that they would not touch the people from the Franmont Duchy, to which she laughed and replied, "Of course." After leaving the building, Lady Gudrun received word from the servants that the assassination team was ready as she had ordered. The girl looked at him and replied that he should then immediately send them to Franmont so that they could destroy all the important people of this duchy. The guy said yes. The blonde looked sarcastically at the paper in her hand and thought that only the knights of Franmont, who were mentioned on this list, would remain. Yenrid went south on a special mission. The 2 guys stood and looked around. The blonde looked at the red-haired man and thought that Ellis was with Ludwig, so it would be difficult to kill her. Because Ludwig was already at level 6 of Wise, it would take a lot of strength to eliminate him. The girl opened her eyes wide and continued the thought that at the moment there was only one warrior who could deal with him. Someone was walking down the street. It was Royce Yulnavan. He raised his hand and said that no matter how much he searched, he would never find it. Wasn't this the place the master told him about? Louis was walking along the road. He raised his hand, covering himself from the sun, and said that he could not find it, doubting whether this was the place he was told about. Going up, he said that this was the only mountain in the area, and it should be somewhere around here. Chris looked over his shoulder at Louis, asking if he knew that this was only half of a sword. Louis asked him again. This sword was broken into 2 parts by someone, and one of them was specially hidden. That is why it looks like this. There is a legend that if you combine the 2 halves, the sword will gain a strange power. After hearing this, the young man was inspired and asked if he knew where the missing part was. The protagonist replied that according to rumors, you need to move along the borders of the northern continent to the west. Looking at his sword, he poked his finger at it, saying that the sword would call him when he was close. Hearing a rustle, he looked over his shoulder. He looked at the bushes and thought that it seemed like he had uninvited guests. After which he, frightened by the vibration of the earth, cried out that the earth was moving. Heading towards the forest, he thought that the vibration had become stronger and he should go that way. Standing by the mountain, he thought that this was the place. The young man approached the entrance to the cave and saw that something was written there, and he did not understand anything. Steam appeared near his foot, and he said that he was sure that this was where he belonged. The ground under his feet began to rise. A stone hand appeared from the ground. The hero looked at it in surprise. The stone man crawled out of the ground. Louis looked at him and said that he did not know that he lived here. The stone man struck the ground, after which the hero was thrown back by the blast wave. Louis took his sword out of its sheath and asked if he could look in for a minute. The spear flew towards him, but the hero easily repelled the attack. Turning his head, he saw two figures in the forest. The stone man swung as the hero turned to them, shouting that they were cowards who sat quietly at first and then decided to attack. Louis jumped back, thus avoiding the blow, after which he ran to the forest. He swung at the elves, saying that he would deal with them first. One of them stretched out his hand, trying to stop him, saying that they had to show him something. After which he took out a tail of blonde hair and said that his sister Agata was dead. Louis looked at them in horror. Then he quickly ran away. The blonde did not understand what happened and thought that the hero should have been confused after the news of his sister's death. Louis stopped and said that they made two mistakes and his sister was not a blonde, and he did not know where they got this information at all. He turned to the elves and added that they should not have said his sister's name with their filthy mouths, and that no one had pissed him off like that for a long time and let them not hope to stay alive. The stone man began to move. Then he swung and hit the ground with his fist. The ground shattered. The ground shook under his feet. The elf raised his head and saw a collapse. Louis thought that they would not be able to dodge it since they were on top of the mountain. He looked at the cave and thought that this was the only place to hide. He rushed to the entrance. The stones continued to fall. The hero was rapidly approaching the entrance. After he ran into the cave, the entrance was blocked. Louis looked at the falling stones. The man was sitting on the ground. He bent down and asked if he had been thrown again, after which he heard a question about whether he had been waiting for them. He raised his head and saw people approaching. One of them apologized for being late. Chris approached the blonde and asked if he had eaten and offered dinner as an apology. The blonde began to refuse, but Chris insisted, saying that the inn they were staying at was not far away. The young man held out a plate and said that he had made a stew. The merchant began to eat greedily. The blue-haired man asked how it was. The blonde looked up from his meal and replied that it was very tasty. The spiciness of the spices and tomatoes balanced each other, and the meat melted in his mouth, after which he added that he had never eaten such a delicious stew. The protagonist remembered how the blonde told and taught him this recipe. The blonde stopped when he heard the question about his name. He turned away and modestly introduced himself as Nori. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he was using a pseudonym. The blonde tensed when he heard about the western continent of Varsash. The lights of the towers burned in the twilight. The blue-haired man continued, a continent inhabited by mages and wizards. He also heard that mages from there rarely contact anyone from the outside due to strict laws, and some of them escaped. Nori fixed his gaze on his interlocutor, but he continued that he had heard that they had hired bounty hunters to bring back the escaped mages. The blue-haired man stared and continued that it was a coincidence that he had heard about a fugitive who had stopped in Baltis. The blonde man jumped up from the table, thereby interrupting the storyteller, asking who the hell they were, whether they had come for his soul. The protagonist raised his finger in the air and exclaimed that he had known that he was a wizard and had predicted this, which made the blonde man angry. He was glad when he heard that they were not here to catch him. Chris handed over a piece of paper, saying that he had fought with elven mages today and had only survived thanks to the spell that he had given him. He looked at the blonde man seriously and introduced himself, saying that he was looking for a wizard and asked if he could use magic for him. Nori thought that Chris was a hero of the last war, but said out loud that he wanted to end magic and therefore ran away. The protagonist thought that he already knew about it because the blonde had a dream of becoming a cook and a gourmet. After that, he turned to his interlocutor with an offer to try delicious food in Franmont. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that there were thousands of types of spices from different countries and many cooks, and also that this was a country of exquisite feasts. Getting up from the table, the blue-haired man was about to leave because it did not matter anymore because he was refused. The blonde threw himself at his feet, begging him to forgive him for his words and asked to give him one chance. Two people walked along the stone boulders. Daki looked ahead. He looked at the step, turning to his companion, saying that from here the lands of another tribe begin, to which his interlocutor suggested to go further, adding that some measures were taken while he was with 8 families. The man bowed his head. In exchange for sheltering the trade route through the south, the central continent signed a pact on the supply of local delicacies so they cannot go straight ahead. The man with a beard was surprised. He looked at the group of people in front of him, taking out a sword from behind his back, added that he hoped that there would be no problems. The bearded man pulled out an axe, introducing himself as Hager from the tribe of tigers without a tongue, adding that they are not looking for a fight. The king of the Union wishes to meet with travelers and offered to move behind them. 3 men headed towards the jers. Hager picked up the cloth. A man in furs sat on a chair and was introduced to the incoming one as Brighton from the tribe of howling elephants. The scarred man asked what the wingless falcon tribe man was doing in the south. Daki replied that they had come to enter the Falcon Cave and was asked if he was looking for his tribe's secret technique. The scarred man began to stand up, saying that his union was not united right now and that they needed stability. He walked up to his subordinate, took the sword from him, and said that the Northern Empire had offered to unite them, and if they did not fulfill their demands, they would be attacked. He then glared at Daki, saying that the green-eyed, long-eared bastard wanted his head. He took out his sword, exclaiming that he would not back down. The bearded man stretched out his hand in front of him and said not to rush, because he had first received the offer from the hunchback sage, and so he would keep his word as the king of the Union. He narrowed his eyes, saying that he could not refuse him, so he had an offer. He looked at the guests who had arrived and suggested that they stay here for 2 months, and if they could stand it, he would take care of the rest. The brunette agreed that they would not leave the Falcon Cave for 2 months. The men approached each other, deciding that they had reached an agreement. The two blondes stood and talked. If Indrid was dead, why weren't they showing the body? To which the answer was that it was a warrior tradition. The blonde frowned and thought that they couldn't trust the Southerners, and something was clearly going wrong, because the assassin sent for Louis was not responding. Looking down at her feet, she continued her thought that using the weaknesses indicated on the piece of paper, they should have returned by now. The guard climbed the stairs and reported that the assassins sent to the Franmont Duchy had returned and added that they were unable to enter because of the soldiers waiting for them on the edge of the forest. The blonde approached the elf, who was kneeling. She brought the weapon to his face. She looked at him closely and ordered him to tell the leader that if they wanted to take Franmont, they would first have to defeat the former daggers. Sharply opening the door and heading towards the Tide Man, the blonde asked when he had managed to plan this and mix lies with the truth to confuse them. The Tide Man lowered his head, objecting that it was ridiculous and his life was in danger. The girl angrily muttered that they even posted soldiers around the duchy, and added that she did not trust him from the very beginning. The brunette grinned, saying that there was no point in hiding it anymore. She only asked again in surprise. At that moment, an explosion occurred. The blonde wondered what kind of bastard this was and how he found them. Tikil was destroying the room. The brunette only grinned. Graf approached the hero and asked again if he was going on a business trip on the orders of the master. He looked at the chariot and thought that the elves had excellent hearing and they could probably hear their conversation. Smiling, he apologized for not warning them in advance. Graf thought that he didn't usually talk like that. Winking, the brunette added that he was leaving all his duties to Tequila and that he would return as soon as he finished the task. Tikil swung his sword several times, thus freeing the brunette from his shackles. The elves bared their swords. Smiling, Lind asked if they really thought that they could destroy Franmont only by dealing with the knights. Reaching out for Tikil's sword, he told Lind to catch it. Lind caught the sword. Looking the elf intently in the eyes, he asked how they dared to underestimate Franmont. The elf gave the order to kill them. Lind parried the blow. Tikil struck. The elf looked angrily. She tried to knock the sword out of the brunette's hands. Tikil swung, and a blow fell on her from behind. The girl thought that her wise was not working. The bearded man reasoned that even if she used wise, it would be pointless. She would not be able to make mana circulate for a day. The blonde thought to herself that he was not an ordinary person, and asked out loud what his ability was. Looking at her from top to bottom, he objected that it was an experiment. The bunker stood in the middle of the forest. 2 elves flew out of it, breaking through the wall. They hit the ground. Leaving, the girl shouted, "Retreat." Looking at the fleeing elves, the bearded man decided that the elves were definitely up to something and asked if Chris knew about it. Lind frowned and said that now it could not be stopped because the war had begun. The full moon shone through the window. The elf, bowing her head, reported that she had lost her vigilance. The old man thought that Chris's people were much more capable than he had assumed, but he did not understand where they got the power to neutralize the wise. The elf reported that Chris had started moving, where the old man asked. The people were running. The elf said that the main character was going to Warshash. The green-eyed man thought that if they got a mage, they would be able to use spells. One should not look down on Western mages. He turned to his subordinate, giving him 100 men of the Shadow Garden. Turning around, he ordered to take the tar with him and stop Chris, telling him to kill him by any means before arriving in Warshash. The guys ran along the road. Chris ran with Digo. The blonde was sitting on the boy's back. Earlier, he told the guy that he needed to tell him something. Sonya opposite him, he said that as he already knew, he uses fake names since escaping from Warshash, but in fact his name is Vitalia. Sweat was running down the hero's cheek as he said that he was currently being pursued by Warshash bounty hunters, and if he was caught, they would cast a spell that would deprive him of magic, and since he wanted to help without meeting the hunters, he should meet his master from Warshash and get his permission. The protagonist stopped his hands, listening to his words that however, if he returned there with his real identity. He asked him if he understood correctly that he would definitely be caught. The guy confirmed. Chris grinned and told him not to worry because he had a plan, and then offered to go to Warshash together. Now he frowned, mentally noting that 2 days had passed since leaving Baltes, and Angzing must know that they were heading to Warshash. The Duke narrowed his eyes, thinking that if they were being followed by bounty hunters, but he thought that somehow they would make it in time. Meanwhile, a squad in black armor was racing through the forest. They were racing through the trees and on the ground. Among them were two elves. The blonde, without turning her head, said that according to her father, they were heading west, and most likely they would not have the ability to resist magic. Gadaron frowned and said that they needed to decide everything here, because they would not be able to reach him if they crossed the border of Warshash. Gillen group training Ludwig. The rapier stuck into the ground. Ellis froze, and the red-haired man noted that she tried hard, but it was time to finish for today. The girl bit her lip and exclaimed that she needed to do it again. The guy answered negatively, noting that unlike her, he had things to do. He took the letter from the messenger and asked again, hearing that it was from Proudmund. Ellis took out her rapier. She approached Gillen while he was saying that apparently the time had come, and then asked her to return to the duchy right away. She asked him why. The knight handed her the letter and said that he had to go somewhere. The man went to the side when he asked him not to gather the knights. The elf stood there having given the patriarch a drink, who asked if Gillen had really been spotted on the northern continent with the entire knightly order. She answered that, to be more precise, they were chopping down trees. At this time, the knights under his command were chopping down trees. An elf rode up on horseback and said that it was from the glacial hills. He narrowed his eyes and asked what a man from the central continent was doing here. The red-haired man approached him and said that they were just doing their job, not crossing the border. He flashed a red light, saying that this was the last time he was warning them. Looking at them with angry eyes, he said that if they approached again with such a thirst for killing, he would destroy them all. The man frowned, wondering if they were trying to spy on them, and thought that if they reacted, they would create a pretext for an attack and nothing good would come of it, but even they should know that Chris was missing. He waved his hand and thought that it would be difficult for them to do something, and then said to follow them, and if they wanted to cross the border, then they needed to report immediately. The elves rushed at the head of the squad. The blonde, without turning her head, shouted that they needed to hurry because they were almost at the border of Warshash. Gadaron closed her eyes. Then she suddenly opened them wide. The girl looked into the forest. There she saw people running. Among them was Chris. Her eyes flashed white when she said that she found him. At that moment, the guy's eyes widened. He stopped abruptly and shouted that they were caught. The elf raised her hand up, shouting that the target was aimed and was located right at 2 o'clock. Deco turned around sharply, shouting that he would go there and buy them some time. The guy confronted him, saying that they did not know how many of them were there. He crouched down, saying that he was sure there were mages there, and then told Vans and Vitalia to climb on his back. Meanwhile, the elves continued to run, screaming that they must not let them get away. Chris and the others rushed forward, screaming that now was not the time to rest, and that everything would end if they were caught. Meanwhile, the elves ran after them. A blue light began to appear in front of them. The mage crashed into the barrier. He fell to the ground and exclaimed that there was someone in front of them. The blonde looked at the barrier and told them to deal with it. The girl walked up to him and asked why he was there. On the other side was a man with a staff. Gadaron frowned and asked what the mage Warshash was doing. The man, removing the barrier, said that this was his trait, and then asked if they had already forgotten about the deal between Warshash and the glacial hills. The blonde, looking at her sister, opened her mouth wide and screamed that if she did not make a decision now. The elves ran ahead after the order to take him. The man put his staff forward and shouted that they really decided to enter the forbidden territory. The elves attacked with fire. The magician put an earthen wall in front of him. He jumped back. The ice flew at the elves. At its beginning stood a man. The old man held a staff in his hands. Then, again, the magician swung the weapon. He directed a stream of wind at the elves. 3 magicians stood not far from each other. One of them, looking at the opponents, said that if they attacked again, he could not guarantee their safety, but he did not want senseless deaths. Gadaron frowned when she was asked if she thought it would be better for both sides to retreat. The girl mentally noted that her father had often told her to be wary of the Western mages, and that she had not thought they would be so powerful. The man looked at her when she said that someone was crossing the border of Warshash right now. The elf extended her hand and said that they were their target, and they would retreat if they handed them over. The mage clutched the amulet to his chest. As the amulet glowed, he asked Noari if it was true that there was another intruder. The other mage, holding the same amulet, said that it was true, and they had just met. He was asked if he could bring them here alive. Looking straight at Chris, Noari said that it was impossible, to which he was asked why. While the boy held a dagger to the blonde's neck, the mage said that they had taken the fugitive Vitalia hostage. The mage clutched his amulet and said that he understood. He looked at the elves and said that the situation had changed, and their fugitive could not be handed over to them. The elf waved her hand and asked indignantly, "What's the reason?" The man pointed a spear at the elves and shouted that he didn't have to report to them. A small rock formation grew in front of the girl. The mage flashed his eyes, saying that if they crossed the border, they would regard it as a declaration of war on Vicus. The girl lowered her head and said that they needed to go back. The blonde bared her teeth. Vitalia, looking at the mage, shouted loudly that he was a swindler. He glanced at the guy, noting that he knew it was worth deceiving him. Then the blonde smiled, hearing from the main character that he had planned everything, so he didn't have to worry. He looked at the mage on the mountain and said that he had caught the escaped mage for them and wanted to get a reward for him. Nuari told him that first they had to give up the fugitive and then they would get their reward. The Duke frowned, saying that he didn't trust them, so he would go with them to Vicus and they would give him his reward, so they should think carefully about their actions and not forget who was holding the sword here. The mage's staff glowed when he agreed to the condition. A white mist began to appear around the people. Nuari appeared next to them and told them to follow him. The party followed the mage. Vitalia looked at the guy with sadness. He, without turning around, told him to shut up when he noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Frowning, the mage said that he was no longer the Vitalia that was once his close friend. The blonde looked down when he was told that until the court decided his fate, he was nothing more than a simple fugitive of Vicus. He stopped with Chris, hearing that it was in place. They found themselves in a large square of Vicus. A light appeared from the side. The Duke immediately put a knife to Vitalia's neck, asking Vance to step back. A man walked towards them, saying that they were not here to fight them. The man with the staff stopped, saying that he was Ictalia, the leader of these people. The blonde's eyes widened, and he called his mentor. The man looked at the other two members of the team and noted that their squad was very interesting. Vitalia clenched his teeth when he was told on the plane that for someone who was being held hostage, he looked too clean, and in all likelihood, he was treated very well. The mage frowned, saying that if Chris really was a bounty hunter, he would have brought him here tied up, and then asked who he was and what he really wanted. The guy took the knife away from the hostage and noted that it seemed there was no point in pretending anymore, and then he said his name. The man's eyes widened, and he asked why the hero who ended the war was here. He pursed his lips when the protagonist told him that the lords of the north were trying to capture their continent. Looking at the uninvited guests, the magician asked if there was any confirmation of this. The Duke replied that they had witnessed the elves going on the offensive. Remembering the detachment of elves, he said that they had pursued them in Warshash, followed them in Vicus and driven them to the very border. And now their main goal is to attack the central continent, and if the central continent falls, then, he believes, he himself understands who will be their next target. Chris, looking at the magician, said that in order for them to be able to track and promptly respond to the movements of the northern continent, and he came here to ask them for permission to leave Vitalia under their supervision. He apologized so much for having to arrange everything like this because the situation was critical and he had no choice. Nuari watched his former friend, while Ictalia asked if his words were true and did he really want to stay with these people of his own free will. Man closed his eyes, thinking that this was impossible since Vitalia left Vicus to get away from magic, and he did everything for this, but the past Vitalia was always very critical of those who practiced magic. He began to remember how the boy did not eat bread. He met Nuari, who asked him what he was doing there and noted that classes would start soon. Looking at the basket in his friend's hands, he asked if this was the bread that was prepared as a tribute to the council. Ictalia ran out from around the corner and shouted that he was caught. The blonde shoved the booth into his friend's mouth. He grabbed his hand and ran, saying that he was now his accomplice. After a while, they stood on the edge of a mountain, and Nuari told his comrade that he should continue studying magic, because only then can they make this world a better place. Vitalia chewed on the bread, asking how they could change the world for the better if they were only in Vicus. The boy with breadcrumbs on his face replied that he didn't know yet. But anyway, they had to follow the rules of Vicus and develop magic, because they were magicians, it was their destiny. Vitalia lowered his bun. Looking into the distance, he said that he didn't want to follow these rules. Now he looked down sadly. The protagonist grinned when he started to say that in fact the Duke said that he had plenty of soldiers to wait for with delicious food, so he went with him. Chris mentally responded to his honesty. The magician closed his eyes, mentally noting that this was exactly what he thought. The guy looked at Vitalia in surprise when he started to say that this was not the only reason he agreed to be near him. Remembering the talisman, he began to tell me that a few days ago he told me that the talisman he created saved his life. Nuari's eyes widened as his old friend said that ever since he heard that his magic could save someone's life, he felt a special flutter in his heart, but it was hard for him to explain it in words. The blonde placed his hand on his chest, saying that ever since he could remember, he had dreamed of avoiding the fate of a mage at all costs, but now he wanted to embrace it more than ever. He clenched his fist and said that he felt this power in himself now and wanted to use it for the benefit of this world. The protagonist's eyes widened. Ictalia watched his protege closely. The boy began to smile happily when he told him that he was allowing him to leave Vicus and fulfill his destiny as a true mage. The man, introducing the dark structure, said that these actions from the northern continent could destroy the balance on all continents, so they needed to be vigilant, so he would get the roll of their eyes. However, since the western continent had some special rules, he placed a partial ban on him. Looking with serious eyes, Ectalia said that outside the continent, the only magic that Vitalia could use was magic that specialized in making special magical attributes or amulets, and then asked if they could. The protagonist smiled and gave a positive answer, thinking that this was pleasing. This was exactly what he wanted the most. Touching the blonde's head, the man said he was done. Looking at his mentor, Vitalia thanked him for permission and noted that it was time for them to go. Ectalia wished him health and asked him to take care of himself. His staff lit up as he asked to step back a bit and stand next to him so that he could send them to Voltes using teleportation. The blonde turned around when Nuari called him. He smiled and asked not to tarnish the honor of Viku's magic since he was on his side. When the magic enveloped them, the guy thanked them and said that he was very glad to see them after so long. They were transported to the forest. Vitalia clenched his hand into a fist and thanked the others for supporting him. He confidently looked ahead and said that he would also do his best. Looking at his equipment, Chris said that the spear and armor looked like new. Riendorf replied that it was understandable since he was the one who repaired them. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he would do next. The guy stroked his chin when they began to tell him that in the Duchy of Prounman there would be a place where the dwarves could live together and not be afraid of the elves, and he could look around there and then call the rest of the surviving dwarves there, and he was ready to bear full responsibility for their lives on his own behalf. The dwarf shook his hand and said that so be it, he would believe him once, after which the protagonist thanked him for this. After a while, he found himself on the street with the guys, and they asked him if he was not returning home with them. Looking at them, the Duke noted that he still had things to do, and that first of all it was necessary to deliver the others. He handed the guy a scroll and asked him to give it to Graf. At that moment, the boy looked out of the carriage and indignantly asked when they would leave. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth and muttered, to which Chris asked him to calm down. Vitalia looked at him and asked him to take care of himself, and the guy reciprocated. After a while, he looked at the carriage leaving. The protagonist pulled the hood over his head and said that then he also needed to leave as soon as possible. The elves were kneeling in front of the man, who asked them if they had really let him go again. The girl began to apologize, saying that they were ashamed. The old man looked askance, thinking that now there was no way to do anything to them without tarnishing his honor. And although the western continent would not act against them because of the attack treaty, the problem was that Chris had probably already enlisted their support. The cut on his neck began to bleed when he thought that right now they were already monitoring the border of the northern continent, and he would not be surprised if they were already going for his head. The man rubbed the vault of his neck and ordered that all the materials be collected and all the things delivered here. He looked out the window, telling the girls to return to their homeland and wait for instructions. A few days later, the guy stood and directed the protagonist, saying that he found the person he was talking about, and he asked where he was now. The red-haired man pointed to the side and said that he was there and asked him to follow him. The Duke frowned, mentally noting that once the northern continent learned of their cooperation with Vikus, they would begin to prepare for war, so that they too would be ready to fight them. The nation needed the weapon that was hidden on the continent, and he needed help to do so. A girl was sitting on a rock, saying that he was younger than she thought and asked if he was really the same Chris who ended the war. The guy chuckled, thinking that she was the person who brought him to the world of treasure hunters, and in the past, this girl was his partner. In front of him was the treasure hunter Jennifer Rossayer. At the same time, a carriage arrived in the Prounman Duchy. Graf looked at Digo and noted that he had finally returned after such a long time, after which the brown-haired man asked him what was the matter. The blue-haired man extended his hand and said that this device was put on him by Mrs. Pixie, but he was not sure of its effectiveness, and then asked about the people with him. Digo looked at them and said that these people would join them as comrades. He gave him a scroll, noting that the Duke asked him to give it to him. Graf, unfolding it, said that they had many things to do in the future. Then Tikil trained warriors. Digo and Van sparred. Riendorf and Vitalia prepared amulets and weapons. Something caught Ellis's attention. Louis waved to her. So a year passed. Lind looked at Graf and asked if he felt better, and Pixie exclaimed that she said it worked. Suddenly a raven flew in the open window. When Blue-haired unrolled the scroll, Lind asked if this was a letter from. Graf grinned and answered affirmatively. The protagonist was approaching the duchy. His comrades knelt before him, and he said that he was glad to see them, and that it seemed that nothing had happened, and they were all fine. The Duke grinned grimly and told Lind that he couldn't even imagine how much he had missed him and noted that he had heard that he had arranged a great prank here. The guy smiled nervously and said that it was rather a forced measure. The animal paws ran. Chris turned around, puzzled. The wolf jumped right into his arms. The guy smiled and thanked him for coming back and said that he had missed him a lot. After a while, he walked with Graf, asking how the preparations with the army were going. He said that it was led by Lord Tikil personally, so everything was fine, and then the protagonist decided to find out if they had finished with the production weapons, and blue-haired replied that as far as they knew, the preparations were about 90% complete. While Gillen watched from the fortress wall, Graf said that the red-haired one was also going to finish observing the northern border and return to Ludwig's territory, after which the Duke asked if anyone had tried to invade their territory before. Introducing the girls, Graf said that hundreds of daggers were guarding the outskirts of the border, and Emilia personally tracked down all the spies who tried to infiltrate the duchy's territory. Chris pulled off his bag and told him to take this and do it personally, and the guy asked what it was. When he saw the scrolls in the bag, the protagonist told him that these were topographic maps of the northern continent and its surroundings. He waved his hand, giving the order to combine all this data and assemble a nasty map from them. Blue-haired grinned and replied that he understood. At night, the Duke was walking around the courtyard with a girl who asked if it turned out that he was leaving for his expedition again soon. He replied that he was very sorry that everything was turning out this way. Agatha turned around when he addressed her by name. Chris smiled and asked if she would agree to go on a journey with him alone when he returned from the expedition. When she blushed deeply, he asked why she was reacting like that and did she really not like him. The girl replied that it was not so and began to mumble that she did not know what to do with His Majesty. She looked up in surprise when she heard the guy telling her that she was not obliged to give an answer right now and that she could give an answer later. The protagonist looked at her with a serious look and said that it would be better if she gave him an answer when he returned safely. During the day, he walked in the direction with Lind. Then they walked together and he asked if everyone was gathered, to which he received a positive answer. The Duke stepped onto the stairs. From the platform, he looked at the warriors. Frowning, he shouted, telling everyone to listen, and that they did all this with their own strength, and they were able to create the most peaceful and magnificent place on the continent. The soldiers listened with serious faces to his words that they could continue to live their lives on this proud land with their descendants, but those who began to threaten their peaceful peace appeared. Recalling the events of the past, Chris shouted that they all knew very well that the elves had been attacking them for the past year, and they not only captured and tortured their knights who left the duchy, but also tried to invade their lands. He showed the scroll and asked to look at it, saying that this document described all the atrocities that the northern continent had committed, and he was able to collect all of this during the entire year he had been traveling around the world. The warriors listened with shocked faces to his words about all sorts of threats, oppression, murders, and that the clans and states that had been persecuted for many years by the Northern Empire really existed, and this darkness hung not only over these poor people, but also over the entire central continent. Digo and Yenrid also listened to his words, that therefore it was time for them to punish these villains for deciding to become the rulers of the world. The protagonist, looking at his subjects with burning eyes, loudly ate that he, the Supreme Duke and ruler of the Proudman Duchy. Chris Proudman declares that he is declaring war not only on the heads of the north, but on the entire northern continent. The border of the northern continent. The elf turned her head when the lookout told her that something was approaching. She saw an army in the distance. The main hero was leading it. His archers pulled their bowstrings. The blonde's teeth gave out from anger and cursed. There was a noise ahead. Suddenly, sirens began to hit the warriors. The Duke frowned, loudly telling his men to attack. The cavalry rushed forward. The elf rushed into the man's room, loudly shouting that they were attacked by the troops of the Duchy of Proudmund. He noted with an indifferent face that he had come after all. The guy used his wise. As stones flew in different directions, the soldiers shouted that the fortress wall had fallen. Digo, having broken through it with the others, shouted loudly, telling them to attack. He brought the bracelet to his face and reported that he and one squad had entered from the eastern side, and that they had broken through the walls and were entering the fortress. The blonde ran up the stairs while he was told that the eastern wall was broken from the outside, after which he asked to send troops to the eastern side and stop the enemy. Then Gillen lifted the bracelet and said that the third squad had broken through the western wall. Ellis and Yenrid also reported successful breakthroughs of their squads. Gudrun struck one of the opponents while the warrior reported to her that the walls were broken from all sides, and that there was no more time to hesitate and it was time to retreat. The blonde clenched her teeth, thinking that this could not be true, and that they had attacked them everywhere where there was not enough troops, which meant they knew where to aim. With frightened eyes, she thought about the fact that they knew about all their movements, and then wondered how this happened. The protagonist brought the bracelet to his mouth and gave the order to hold positions and continue the offensive. All his other comrades had such a bracelet, and then there was a stone created by Vitalia, and thanks to it, each of them can talk about their position and the current situation in real time. The Duke laughed and said that the entire battlefield was in the palm of their hand. The blonde waved her hand and shouted, telling the warriors to climb the hill and retreat into the forest. The soldiers rushed in that direction when they were told that the enemies were retreating. The elves began to shoot from bows from the forest. The The warriors tried to defend themselves with spears. Chris, standing among the warriors, gave the order to the infantry to retreat and the heavy troops to attack. They began to protect themselves from arrows with shields. The archers continued to shoot, shouting that they were climbing the hill. The guy watched what was happening and again noted that the enemies were retreating. Louis smiled and said that this was simply an unconditional victory. The protagonist objected, noting that it was difficult to call it a victory yet. Looking at the bloody corpses, he said that most of the knights that were here were only half-breeds, having only a sip of elven blood. Imagining the gloomy silhouettes, he said that their main army would be made up of elven knights. The Duke began to imagine a map of the area, thinking that the northern continent was also called the Ice Hill or Ice Plateau, and it consisted of 4 different territories. He mentally noted that the forest in front of them was only the first gate, and they needed to pass through it, trying not to lose too many soldiers. The woodcutters began to cut down trees after being ordered to do so and ensure a safe passage for the rest. After a while, night fell and a cry of attack was heard. Arrows flew at the soldiers. Lind was hiding behind a tree. He suddenly ran out and pulled the bowstring. Suddenly, he found himself attacked by an elf. The blonde frowned her light eyebrows and told the others that they needed to leave here. The guy grinned and asked if they were running away again. 2 days later, the sentries were guarding the night camp. Louis approached the main character and said that barely 2 days had passed and their enemies had not made any countermeasures, and then asked what they wanted to achieve by doing this. Imagining glowing eyes, Chris thought that the elves' senses were more acute than human ones, and at night they had much more advantages such as improved vision, hearing, and so on. He bit his lip and thought that they had no reason to retreat at night, and then asked the question what they were planning. The sentry looked around and asked if they were not coming today either. His partner answered, asking him to concentrate, otherwise they could attack at any moment. Suddenly, short green legs rushed through the forest. The man frowned and shouted that something was coming. The goblin jumped out when they turned around, shouting that they needed to urgently return to headquarters. Blood spurted in different directions. The stone on the protagonist's bracelet began to blink. Lind put the bracelet to his mouth and shouted that a squad of goblins was approaching them, and they were moving out immediately. The Duke's eyes widened. He opened the tent and let out a loud cry. The battle had already begun on the battlefield. The soldiers were attacking the warriors, but they were shouting that there were too many of them. The Duke looked with shocked eyes, mentally trying to understand how this could happen and noting that there were too many goblins to fight them off. Then his eyes widened even more. He remembered how he walked with Graf, asking if there really hadn't been any goblins in the Ridge Mountains for half a year, and he answered in the affirmative. The blue-haired man darkened when he was asked if they had destroyed them all, and replied that this was not so, and according to the local sentries, they simply disappeared from there on their own. Chris glanced sideways, telling him to do another reconnaissance, since there must be a reason for this. Now he looked at the battlefield in horror. When the man hit the goblin, he thought that it was very strange. The monster fell to the ground, and the guy thought that they were different from ordinary goblins, and even when they died, they did not make any sounds. Then he continued to watch the battle, thinking that they did not even care about their own death. They drunkenly attacked the knights in front of them, and they were like living corpses. A dead goblin fell at his feet, and the protagonist understood everything. At this time, elves were sitting on the branches of the trees. Their eyes were glowing green. Looking at the monster with the same green eyes, the Duke noted that the minds of these goblins were under the control of the elves. Van swung his sword. He cut off the goblin's head. The protagonist stood behind him, saying that there were more and more of them, so he needed to be careful, to which he asked him not to worry. Meanwhile, Digo and Yenrid were also slaying monsters. Gillen was doing the same. Lind took off the head of another enemy. Looking at the pile of goblins ahead, he said that they can't see anything there. He perked up after wondering if there was any way out of this situation. He noticed dim lights. The guy mentally noted that there was something in the trees. He saw an elf and realized that the elves were controlling the goblins. Lind ran forward, shouting that those who controlled these goblins were sitting in the trees behind them, and they were moving against them immediately, after which he called Ella's squad for help. Gudrun tensed up when she was told from above that the wallpaper was now approaching in this direction. Running up to the guy, Ellis conveyed that her squad had joined the squad. While they were running together, the blonde said that she had a question for him. Lynn's mouth fell open when she asked him if he was dating a girl. Ellis struck the goblin and asked if he wanted to date her when they were done here, if he was free. The guy struck the enemy as well and indignantly asked what she was talking about, saying that he had no time for jokes now. The blonde told him that she was not joking, and that Tikil also liked him after that kidnapping. She looked at him and added that she did too, so she thought that the idea of becoming her husband was not so bad. The warrior blushed and loudly asked if she had really gone crazy. The elf archers hinted at a blow. Parquet and the girl parried it, and he suggested that they talk about it later. The girl jumped off the branch, shouting that the enemies were approaching, so they needed to retreat. Putting his sword in its sheath, Lind asked his squire to give him a bow and arrows. Taking the quiver from him, he said that this time they would not let them go. As he imagined the dark silhouettes, he thought that his wise had a limit, but he had not yet been able to reach the level of wise that the other knights had. The guy pulled the bowstring, mentally noting that this is why he got a secret weapon, and these steel arrows are made using a special geometric method. The arrow began to glow blue, and Lin thought that he could put half of his wise into one such shot, and now he would try to put it all into this one shot. He released a hurricane arrow. It approached the elf's back. Then it pierced her. The blonde saw how she fell from the tree. When she took her sister in her arms, she asked her to run away from here. The other elves turned around and loudly warned about the enemies. The girl turned around and angrily ordered them to take her sister and get out of here. She herself ran at the opponents. She and Ellis crossed their swords. The blonde knocked out the elf's sword. Looking at the girl, she thought that she was several levels higher than her, and she would not be able to cope with her. She raised a huge cloud of dust. The elf ran out of it, realizing that she had to get away from here first. Suddenly, a man's foot stepped nearby. Blend appeared next to the girl. Her eyes widened when he noted what he had told her. Swinging his sword, the guy exclaimed that he would not let her go. He cut off her head. When the head fell to the ground, the warrior transmitted that the enemy commander was defeated. 2 days later, Yenrid stuck his axe into the goblin. He looked at the battlefield when all the remaining goblins were defeated. The protagonist stood with a gloomy face, thinking about how their army had also suffered considerable damage. He looked down with displeasure, thinking about the fact that the only worthwhile losses on their side were the 2 elf commanders, and the leaders still had not sent their army to them. The Duke furrowed his brows and shouted that they needed to put everything in order while they waited here for supplies, and once they were ready for the next battle, they would continue the offensive. Looking at the elf's body, the man said that meant Gudrun too. He looked at the elf with his head down and said that this way they would soon reach the White Lands. The old man looked back and asked if they had contacted them, and he replied that they had sent a messenger today and said that they would arrive on time. Holland turned his glowing eyes to the old man as he told him to prepare for the mission. He then turned to the bent girl named Padran and told her to rise, noting that it was now her turn to take revenge. The blonde raised her tear-stained face as the man said that she must avenge their great empire, the Glacial Hill, and her younger brothers and sister. Sitting on his wolf, the protagonist said that this was the hidden homeland of those boys. Looking at the light in the distance, he noticed that the entire area here was covered with white soil. That's why it was called that. The Duke saw large mantises behind the elves and said that their entire army consisted only of them. He frowned, saying that now they had finally shown their true colors. The warriors rushed to attack after the order. Digo cut down several opponents. The elves on the mantises also attacked the soldiers. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. His mantis was attacked by a girl. The soldiers continued their advance. The man looked at them and shouted loudly that they should not stop and continue retreating. He frowned, thinking that they should continue what they started in the last battle, and if he continued in the same spirit, then victory was assured. Suddenly, an old man laughed. The brunette froze when he used magic. The wizard waved his weapon, saying that this day had finally come. The man turned to him and asked where he came from. The old man smiled grimly and said that he was here to kill Chris. Meanwhile, in the Tega's palace, the man came to the king and heard him ask what benefit they would get from this alliance. The elf smiled and said that if they manage to defeat the duchy, their city will be able to rule not only its territory, but also the entire central continent. The king smiled and greeted Abel. Meanwhile, it was hot on the battlefield. One of the knights saw the old man killing his allies and shouted, "For some reason these bastards have joined the most evil side of this world, and why they are all doing this is unclear." Abel looked at him and said that the reason is not important. This man is on the battlefield, and he is thinking about such insignificant things. Then he ran towards him and shouted that if he has time for such chatter, he should rush at the enemy standing in front of him, and called him a stupid general. Then he struck. When the old man realized that his blow was blocked by someone else, he raised his head and said that I must be that person. He turned around and said that this was the same Sword King from 8 Gate, and the leader at that moment raised his spear and said that the enemy must be destroyed at any cost. At that moment, the old man and the man exchanged glances and discussed whether he really thought he was worthy of calling himself the Sword King and wanted to evaluate his skills, and he replied that his era, the era of the Spear King, would end today. Others were also actively dying nearby. Suddenly, an assistant galloped up to the main character and said that there was urgent news. The Tega's army was advancing from the west, and an entire alliance was against the 8 Gate army. The young man turned around and thought that these guys were stepping on the same rake again, and shouted that the knights must urgently move to the west and help the army there. Then he looked around and thought that these people were dragging out time for them. They needed to manage to win here, but there was one but. Seeing the elves fighting, he thought that of course these creatures were very angry, and this despite the fact that he did not even see their magic. Then one of them raised his hand and used a spell. The soldiers began to look around and ask what was happening. Insects were approaching them. Then these insects began to climb on them and thereby knock down the earth. Thanks to this maneuver, the elves were able to get closer while the soldiers were trying to free themselves, after which they killed them. The brunette stood nearby and did not understand why he could not see any insects. Then he frowned and wondered if this was really a vision. In the distance, he noticed magicians who were actively working. They were clearly using some kind of spells. So the guy looked up and said that they had a detachment in the rear that used magic. They must immediately get them out and neutralize them. And immediately after that he felt some kind of energy flow. Because of this, everyone felt pain. The guys began to fall to the ground and could not cope with this feeling. Opposite stood the commander of the elves and said that this technique reacts to all their senses, causing unbearable pain, and those of them who have a higher rank than the rest will not even be able to raise their knees. Then he took a step forward and added that it was he who sent them a wave of this power, while the soldiers fell to the ground one after another. The man also added that now they are no different from their god, and the young men clearly did not like this news. If we go back a little, the main character sent another squad from the other side, and there the guys were asked to clear the way for them. Chris told Lind that everything must be done to destroy them, speaking and concentrate the troops in the right place. Therefore, now the guy looked around and thought that he had advanced quite far into enemy territory, but he still did not see them speaking. Then he raised his hand and thought that if he went further and was caught, they would have huge problems. So he shouted that the squad of crows should immediately move to the outskirts and join the main army. But just at that moment the commander's magic was activated. At first the guy did not understand what was happening. But then he fell to the ground and realized that his horse had lost its head. And a girl stood opposite him and said that this was a knight who wore black clothes and led a squad of archers, and his sword did not just shine with cold, it was as if forged from snow. Then she came closer and asked if this was really the same Lind. She frowned and added that this was the killer of her younger children, and let him not even think that he would get out of here alive. Meanwhile, the main character was trying with all his might to get up, but the elves were already heading towards him and they were ordered to deal with them. Well, suddenly someone came to the rescue. The knight was able to cut off the heads of all the attackers with one blow. The elf looked at him and wondered what kind of guy he was. Meanwhile, Digo continued to move forward and did not give the elf any peace, thinking how a knight of such a rank could get through his wave. Of course, it was easy to cope with this energy, and the man started to smile and said that okay, no matter what, any movement of his would cause him unbearable pain, and a knight of his level would not be able to withstand his magic. But then he noticed something. The guy was actively approaching him and did not even fall. They immediately sent other soldiers to meet him and told them to attack him together and finish him off. True, this time they did not succeed. All the attackers were left without heads. The man got angry and thought that this could not be. The closer he came to him, the more powerful the magic affected him, but was he even able to lift a weapon? Then he took a step forward and said that they had to joke his mind and not let him get closer. Then the young man stood not just bewitched, but also covered in insects. In his head he had memories of training when he said that he had a problem and was not sure that he should study further. The brunette smiled and said that on the battlefield there are such people who call themselves Knights of the White Forces. They will have to face people with magical abilities. How do you think? Do they need such a person? In this he heard that it is necessary to stop joking because it is unpleasant for him. Ego was very upset and said that other knights who have a rank develop their abilities depending on their individual predispositions. But except for using their strength, he does not know how to do anything. It seems to him that the only one who stands still. And the Duke then raised his head and said that his strength is his talent. He asked again in surprise. And only now he understood what his master meant then. The elf opposite stood and thought that mind control does not work either, what to do. At that moment, the guy himself remembered how he was told that his consciousness was as strong as his body. Was it in vain that he was entrusted with this guillotine? If someone else were in his place, he would have long ago touched his mind. And the main character smiled and added that this is precisely why you need to learn to trust your strength more than your feelings, and move forward no matter what, and no matter what anyone says. This is the first knight he chose. The commander at that moment raised his hands and said that you need to use maximum strength and stop him as quickly as possible. Only all this did not work and the young man moved on. It was hard for him, but through the pain he was not going to stop. Therefore, the man got even more angry and shouted that this guy was just crazy, asked him to stop mocking him. And then the moment came when Digo was already right in front of him. Then he swung and shouted that he was a knight of proud mind. Chris saw everything that was happening and was shocked when he shouted that he was also a knight of the White Force. Then the guy struck and an explosion occurred, and he raised his head and shouted that his name was Digo. After that, the spell was finally lifted and Lind was freed. He frowned and thought that thanks to instinct, he understood that this woman was the most dangerous of all those he had ever met. Meanwhile, his rival was approaching him filled with magical power. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shot at her and asked how she dared, wished her death. but the girl surprisingly quickly dodged the arrow and ran to the side. Then she approached the archer, who said in surprise that she was very fast, and then the woman took the life of 2 soldiers at once. The young man turned and shouted, but it was too late, the elf took their lives. Then Lin turned and shouted that if the others were not knights who had a rank, they would not be able to stand against her, so he would deal with her himself and they had to run. Everyone agreed. Then the girl approached him and attacked. Then she looked him in the eyes and said that he shouldn't think that he would die beautifully. And when she dealt him another blow, she said that she would kill him as painfully as possible for her younger brothers and sisters. And then she threw him all aside. The girl ran towards him with incredible speed to finish him off. But to his surprise, the young man began to reflect her blows. He fought as best he could and thought that every blow was destroying him. Every time he made a swing, he felt as if his arms themselves were about to fall off. After which she gave him another blow, but this time she managed to wound the guy. He flew back and tried to slow down. Then he raised his hand and thought that the worst thing was that the magic stone was broken, so he couldn't even ask for help. Then he raised his head and thought that he needed to stay calm and think over all possible options, although he already understood that in his current state he couldn't defeat her. He looked at her and thought that it would be better to cheat or run away, although neither would work with her. So he stood still and decided that he had to do something now. The enemy moved again, so the young man grouped himself. Then she struck again and asked if the enemy could feel his death, although it was still early. After which she struck a few more cuts and said that he had to fight her a little longer. At that moment, the guy smiled. Then he pulled out his sword and said that he would fight. But then he received a counterattack and lost one of his armor. While he was being beaten, he thought that even if he had to, he would meet his death today. Suddenly, the blonde noticed something. The guy swung his sword and thought that if he made one spectacular blow, he would be able to do it to leave at least one scar on her. And then he imagined his friends and thought that he would do it for the sake of his comrades, who would definitely come to his aid. He gathered his last strength and was ready to hit her. But then he heard that he was called a fool and her magical power appeared nearby. The woman threw him aside with one blow and inflicted a fairly serious wound. Blood was literally flowing from everywhere, and the girl came closer and asked if he really thought that he would fall for this obvious provocation. And while she looked at him, she said that she would never have thought that the person who killed her younger brothers was so bad. It was time to finally end this misunderstanding. Then she raised her sword over him and said that she wished him a safe journey. But suddenly, out of nowhere, an energy charge appeared. The girl turned and looked away in surprise. At that moment, a blonde ran up and threw her back thanks to her sword. The elf stopped and thought about what kind of pain it was, because she was absolutely sure that she dodged. And the blonde then went down to her comrade and said that she needed to listen carefully. Help would arrive soon, so she couldn't lose consciousness until then. The elf looked at her and said that she was giving her a chance to save her life. She needed to leave this person and leave here immediately. But Elise raised her head and asked what would happen if she refused. Then she frowned and explained that she was the idiot's fiancé. Meanwhile, the battle between the swordsman and the spear continued. The old man stood in front of his opponent, who was already exhausted. Then he looked at his leg and said that he was not as bad as she thought, so she could let him go and spare his life since she had entertained him so well. But the man frowned and said that he did not ask for his sympathy, since a warrior who was defeated on the battlefield does not have a second chance. Because of this, the old man came closer and said that this was a wonderful answer. Well, killing him would be wasteful, but he would teach him one last lesson, and added that the king of the spear would forever remember him, the king of the sword. At that moment, a man appeared behind him and asked if he could be distracted for a moment. The man then raised his head and was surprised, because Count Gillen was there, and he was clearly ready for battle. The old man turned around and said what a great rank he had, level 6, the same level as him, right? And the count looked at him from under his brows and asked if he was really scared, and in response he heard that it was not so. The king of the spear smiled and said that, by the way, the hero who came before him was scared. Obviously it was his mistake to send his strongest warriors to him. The man frowned and asked what was going on, and then something appeared over the old man's head and they shouted that there was something there. The soldiers also began to look at the sky in surprise and shouted that something was flying there. Right before their eyes, some huge animals were approaching there. The soldiers did not know what it was. They were quite scared. They had wings like birds, only a different body. There were horses with wings and eagles with wings, and their body was from a lion, and it was unclear what kind of devilry it was. The head also raised his head and said that these were griffins and pegasi. Could they really have created them? I can't even believe it. And the old man at that moment stretched out his hand and ordered the knights of the sky to get the head of this hero and carry it across the battlefield. At the last second, the man managed to tell his comrades that some creatures had appeared in the sky on the western battlefield. But at that very second, a spear flew at him. It was the king of the spear, who struck an unexpected blow. He smiled and shouted how dare this man take his eyes off him, and the man replied that he should be quicker. Meanwhile, the battle between the girl and the elf was in full swing. The blonde jumped back to rest. Then she gathered her last strength and screamed. She hit her opponent, but missed. Just at that time, Lin began to come to his senses. He opened his eyes and did not understand what was happening around him. And then he noticed the girl. Then the rest of the soldiers approached him and shouted that they had arrived to help. The elf also noticed them, so she jumped up and shouted, does she really think that she can be defeated so easily? Only at that very second the blonde stopped her and did not let her move on. She frowned and shouted that she had to stop climbing into other people's property. The woman was clearly not happy when she heard this, and without between them it continued. The elf defended herself from the blows and thought that the situation was dangerous. It was becoming more and more difficult to respond to attacks. Then she looked at her opponent and thought that she was attacking faster and faster each time. The blonde at that moment remembered her training, when the teacher came up and said that it was time for her to rest. And then the man folded his arms and said that it seemed that the girl hit the wall quite hard, and that was true. She lowered her eyes and said that after sparring she realized that she still had a lot to learn, so she persistently tried to improve her sword skills, but she never saw any process. The teacher turned and asked why she wanted to become stronger, and the girl answered so that she could defeat any opponent or enemy in the fight. Then he laughed and said that he thought she had other goals to become stronger. For example, the question immediately followed, "What are you talking about?" Now Ellis was fighting and thought that she now understood what he meant. Then she struck and thought that now she knew exactly why she was swinging her sword. Her blows attacked her opponent more and more strongly, and finally, magical wings appeared behind her back. The elf immediately lost her arm, and the girl thought that thanks to the high-speed sword and 8 wings, she would be able to win. The woman, when she lost her arm, raised her voice that things were bad. The blonde landed nearby and thought that from that moment on, her sword would serve as a defense for her loved ones, and she immediately imagined all these comrades. She was very determined. Somewhere nearby, the others were also starting to come to their senses. The main character approached Digo and asked if he was okay. The young man replied that he was a little dizzy, but overall nothing special. And then everyone looked at the sky with surprised eyes. Many blades were approaching them. These were those same heavenly warriors. Literally an entire army was hovering over their heads. Each of them had fiery projectiles that easily smashed opponents. The guy looked at all this and did not understand whether this army was really created by the efforts of Teges and the Northern Empire. Meanwhile, the archers were trying to kill the enemies, but their arrows seemed to even reach the birds. Meanwhile, the riders themselves were landing quite deftly and killing them, while asking if these people were really going to kill them with their arrows. The main character looked at this with horror. Everyone who helped him in this battle was gradually dying around him. That's why he got very angry. Then he turned around and told his assistant to collect all the fallen spears and bring them to him. And the riders at that moment were shouting that the attack was successful, now they need to push harder. And then they noticed some bright light below. Suddenly, one of them was literally torn apart. In the distance, a man appeared like a nice man who was glowing with energy. It was the main character who was throwing spears of dead soldiers at them. The man saw this and shouted that there was Chris, everyone should attack him. Immediately after, fiery shells flew at the guy, but he didn't even move. And when the fire was already closed, a pumpkin appeared, which saved him. The young man continued to launch projectiles upward and said that it was necessary to continue to cover him. Then he swung. One of the opponents from above watched this and thought that this was a rank. It can be felt even at such a great distance. And indeed, the Duke was filled with confidence and also very angry. He remembered how he recently came with a friend to some cave and discussed what it was here. Many treasure hunters challenged this dungeon, but at the moment this is the last dungeon that no one has been able to conquer. His companion came closer and said that she had no idea what kind of artifacts were there, but she would not go further. There were rumors that monsters and even manticores live there. The brunette lowered his eyes and said what it meant. This is an ideal place for training. A question immediately came up. Does he really not hear him? Does not understand that all possible Iska and warriors have already been here, and no one could return from there alive. But the guy turned around and said that if he didn't come back in 3 months, he asked to tell everyone that he was dead. Jennifer asked in surprise, was this a joke? And the young man then pushed off and jumped down. She couldn't stop him, so the guy went into the very depths of the dungeon. When he landed, he saw many corpses and said that even now he could feel this energy, so it wouldn't be easy. And right after that, he noticed many monster eyes and added that apparently they had been waiting for such a guest for so long, so they could help each other. And when the monsters began to attack, he added that he was also hungry for challenges. Now, during the battle, he thought about how during the preparation for the war with the North, he left his home and went on a long journey for a whole year, during which he asked to look after his duchy, not just for fun. Then he swung his arm well and launched the projectile forward. His opponent was very scared and thought that it was dangerous. His level of strength was many times higher than the level of Abel, which is legendary. Then he looked at the guy and thought that his wise had reached the 7th level, that was the limit. And then he lost his life. The brunette had been using a smart spear of blue lightning all this time. His powers continued to grow, so rider after rider died, and their leader turned and told them not to stand there like a pillar and dodge, but he heard the answer that the young man was too fast for them to dodge, and a second later, the one who answered also died. Meanwhile, the brunette was not going to stop and took out the next spear. Another rider killed. This was easy enough for him. Then the guy looked up and shouted, where did all their ardent confidence go? The riders above were discussing that this simply couldn't be, this was not human strength at all. And the captain ordered everyone to move to the attack and get rid of him, then victory would be theirs. From that moment on he would personally kill anyone who was scared or hesitated. Then he pulled out his spear and shouted that they had to attack him all at once and kill him. The soldiers did so, flew towards him and began to wish for death. However, at that very moment, someone joined the battle. It was Digo, who destroyed several opponents at once with one blow, and Louis, who was helping him. The battlefield literally became a mess. One of the riders was still trying to launch fire shells forward, but it was useless. After all, the main character immediately concentrated a new charge of energy. However, this was not necessary because his assistant protected him. After that, the brunette swung and thanked him for his help, and then he cut off the head of the attacking rider, after which he looked up and shouted that he had to carry as much as he could, and then he would be able to finish everyone. At that moment, the commander of the riders came down to the ground and attracted his attention. He was approaching with incredible speed and said that today this man would die, and then he would become the new hero of the continent. Suddenly, a wolf appeared in his path. The young man noticed this too late and asked the pumpkin to leave, but she did not listen to him and began to run at the enemy. Her eyes literally burned with anger, and then with one blow of her claws the wolf was able to deprive the captain of his hand. He noticed this and was very scared. Just then Chris saw all this and thought that the pumpkin's entire body was painted gold. It turns out that her energy was awakened, and the captain, along with his horse, flew up and asked to fly away from there quickly. But the wolf was not going to give up. She directed a huge fiery outfit in his direction, and the Pegasus had to stop. And on the other side, the main character was already waiting for him. He frowned and asked if these people really wanted to unite with the Northern Empire to achieve peace. Then he looked at the men fighting and said that these riders were only servants of their own self-interest, a shameless creature who was ready to trample all the people around. The Pegasus commander at that moment could not calm down, and the young man added that now everyone would know what mistake Tegas had made. Then he swung and shouted that I would find out, not only in the world of the living, but even in hell, all these people would atone for their guilt forever, after which he threw another spear at him. The man looked at the approaching projectile with fear. At the last moment he tried to dodge, but it was too late, and then he, along with his horse, was torn to pieces. Everyone else noticed that their commander was defeated and assumed that they needed to run away. In fact, that's what they did. The brunette stood below and received a notification that his highest level was 78. Then he turned and shouted that everyone needed to be on their guard. This battle was not over yet, there was no need to slow down, and it was time to start the offensive. And so the battle continued. Everyone was actively fighting on the battlefield and even winning. There were fewer and fewer opponents. Having killed another, Digo landed on the ground. Then he raised his face and tried to catch his breath. The Duke noticed this and thought that everyone was already exhausted. They needed to end this fight as soon as possible. And I realized that the main target is magicians who use fire power. He was getting closer and closer to them and realized that he had to act. Then he frowned and thought that the opponents had finally released them. There was a high probability that their leader was among them. At that moment, the owl was watching him from above, who said that the target had been detected. Her eyes glowed a strange blue color, and the search for the target was complete. At that very second, elves began to crawl out from under the snow. They threw out their hands and activated teleport. At the same time, a strange green seal appeared around the guy. He gritted his teeth and thought that this was magical teleportation. Things were bad because he was hooked. At that moment, his friends were already running to help him. But it was too late, the brunette was teleported. He looked around and realized that he was now in some kind of forest. Then someone approached him and addressed him. At the top stood a man who said that they had finally met. This was their leader, the one-eyed teacher. And on the battlefield, Abel and Gillen were still fighting. The old man jumped back and shouted that what he had shown him so far was not enough. That man was still weak, but let him try his luck. And the man struck and shouted that he did not know him at all, a decrepit old man, and he was still saying something. Then he raised his head and saw something in the sky. It was the same decrepit old man who was flying towards him. Then he struck such a blow that everything around him began to shake. While the man was breaking, he heard that he should not be misunderstood, but he was now like a fox caught by a wolf. And also the king of the spear ran at him and shouted, does he really think that he can suddenly turn into a lion? Then he stopped and noticed something. He frowned and realized that he had to act quickly, because the man launched a fairly strong energy at him with one blow and asked what about him. After which he looked him in the eyes and said that it is better to believe that he will be able to sink his fangs into him. He was even a little confused. If we return to the forest, the main character just realized that he finally saw the chapter, and the man came to the edge and said that he never ceases to amaze him. Who would have thought that someone would be able to go so far within the Northern Empire, but today it will all end. Then he ordered the magicians to cast a paralyzing spell on him so that he could not move. Immediately, strong magic was directed towards the young man. True, before the fight, he acquired a talisman, although he heard that even with a talisman that blocks magic, you should not relax. The blonde came closer to him and said that this talisman can dispel the effect of spells such as immobilization and manipulation of consciousness, but it cannot block the power of magic in high levels, which is why one omelet may not be enough to resist their magic. The guy then turned around and said that he understood, would take this moment into account, and asked to prepare signal lights. Now these talismans helped him. He felt that the effect of the amulet was weakening. Given their strength, he would not be surprised if the amulet fell apart altogether. Then he raised his head and thought that he should leave here as soon as possible while the omelet was still working. The leader then watched him and said that the Duke again used the magic block. Well, how long do you think he will be able to hide behind it? And then he ordered one of the magicians to use flame magic. Immediately after, a huge column of fire rose right in the pit. Steam even came out of there. It seemed that no one could survive this. But no such luck, the brunette was able to jump out of there. Then he broke through the magicians, simultaneously killing each of them. And the old man stood nearby and ordered to grab him quickly. Then he frowned and thought that it seemed to have arrived under the god of the western continent. Now he would not have the opportunity to protect himself from their magic. This man is now like a mouse trapped. And the guy then ran and thought that he barely managed to escape from them. But the talisman still could not withstand such power and disappeared, and shouted over the radio to his comrades that he did not know exactly where he was now, but somewhere in the forest. He would transmit his location using a signal fire, after which he took out a signal flare, and finally a shot. It was not far from the battlefield. His friend turned around and shouted that this was a signal, sir, we need to get there quickly. All those present at first did not understand what it meant, and then some shadows suddenly appeared above their heads. It was a special squad led by a blonde. The guys looked at her and said that it was 100 daggers. The squad immediately went towards the forest to help. The blonde was running when she suddenly saw something. Her master appeared in the distance, after which she rushed there even faster to protect him. And the brunette meanwhile ran towards her, and at some point the guys ran past each other. At that second the Duke managed to shout that the target was about 500 meters away, and the woman replied that she understood everything, after which she continued to move and heard that the elves were preparing to attack. A fight immediately began between them. Only the enemies did not understand how it happened that the detachment passed them. Then one of the elves turned around and assumed that these people were heading for the head. The other said that they needed to split up. The magicians should follow Chris, and the rest should follow them. Meanwhile, the teacher turned and said that there was still no news, then we should leave the warriors at a minimum and let everyone else follow them. Then he raised his head and heard some shouts in the distance. He was immediately ordered to go back. But it was too late. The girl broke away and flew towards him. The head did not have time to understand anything when he saw the enemy above his head. One of the magicians came closer and said that he would protect him, but he could not do anything because she had some kind of protective barrier. The old man watched this and did not understand why the magic did not work. Was it some kind of trick again? And indeed, before the battle, the Duke approached her and said that it was necessary to hide a detachment of the Dagger Centurions near the battlefield so that they could save their strength. At the same time, it was impossible for the enemy to discover them, but as soon as he gave the signal, the detachment should immediately go on the attack. Then he held out some kind of bag and said that Rachel should take it with her. This is the only artifact that he got during his journey in that dungeon. And now this magical artifact helped her defend herself from opponents. Then the girl landed on the ground and struck with her dagger. Thanks to this, she managed to cut the throat of the head of the magicians. Meanwhile, Chris was still running from the elves. A comrade was running towards him. Suddenly, one of the magicians decided to use a blow from a distance, and then the young man was pierced by hundreds of chains. When the brunette fell to the ground, they said that it was necessary to end this quickly and sent a fire projectile at him. Louis was already close then, but he thought that the opponents were far away. Still, he swung his sword and gathered all the energy. Then he grouped himself and thought that he should use it right now, and a moment later he launched a counterattack in the form of a blue flame. His magic was able to stop the magic of the opponents and save the master from the fire. One of the wizards did not understand what was happening and asked what it was. Was this fire really devouring their flame magic? And then the soldier himself appeared from this smoke of fire. He frowned and shouted, "How dare these elves attack the Lord?" And then literally with one blow he killed two. The blonde was also doing well at that moment. The teacher was bleeding and wondering what was happening. How could this be allowed, and where did they make a mistake? These were his last thoughts, because a second later the girl stuck a dagger right into his neck. after which she reported over the radio that the target was eliminated. The brunette then thought that if their leader had not shown up, the outcome of this battle would be impossible to predict. After which a comrade came up to him and asked if everything was okay. But the Duke at that moment was thinking only about this old man and thought that he was so obsessed with him that he let himself be discovered, and that was his end. That day, the leader of the army of the northern state himself died, and at the same moment the news of the winners spread. By the way, the elf was also amazed. The king of the spear did not go far from them. His head lay severed in the snow, and the army also announced its surrender as soon as it learned of the death of this man. The elves, having heard the news of the death of their commander, immediately retreated. That day, the battle on the White Land ended in their victory, of course, not without the help of different people. Gillen stood aside after the battle and watched the jubilant soldiers. Finally, it was all over. Night fell, all the wounded were taken to the medical center, and inside the main tent, all the main characters' comrades gathered. At that moment, he stood nearby and kept silent, because before his eyes lay the wounded Lind. Chris at some point got very angry and thought that it was his fault. He said that they had to fight for the common good, but he did not think about the exhaustion of their army. Then he remembered the battlefield and thought that if he tried to enter the ice castle in such a state, everyone could die, and then what was the point of this victory, which was won through so many losses? But suddenly the guy told him not to worry, everything was fine. Then he smiled and said that anyone who looked at him would think that he was already dead, but this was not so. And he added that seriously, he really thinks that all this is his fault. The brunette was very surprised when he heard this. Suddenly the guy tried to get up. Of course, everyone immediately ran to him. And he lowered his head and said that when he looked like this, the gentleman himself does not look like himself. Then he looked at him and said that he must go forward with confidence, as always, because he is Chris. The brunette simply smiled in response to this. Then he left the tent and thought that his comrade was right. There he was met by a man who asked if he had made a decision. The young man walked through the camp and thought that if he left here right now, then all the victims who fell in battle were in vain. For the sake of the fallen and for the sake of the common future, he must move forward. He frowned and thought that in order to finally win here, he needed to cut off the emperor's head, but if the story he heard about the emperor was true, then it would not be easy. Then he approached the swordsman and said that as soon as everything was put in order and reinforcements arrived, they needed to move to the ice castle, where the emperor of the Northern Empire himself sat. After which he frowned and added that he would enter the ice castle alone. Meanwhile, in the northern state, in the ice castle, they learned of the defeat. The king sat on his throne and asked if the leader was really dead. He was told that he was. Also Prezen, one of the 3 great warriors of the Northern Army, said that judging by their pressure, these people are not going to retreat. Bunnel, also one of the 3 great warriors of the Northern Empire, stood nearby. While Alu said that she was sure that people were going to come here, Milla, the last of the 3 great warriors of the Northern Empire, also stood nearby. And Ars stood behind and shouted that he asked His Majesty to give him another chance, promised to continue the great work of his mentor and bring him this victory in the war. The king got angry and agreed, adding that they allow him and all 3 best warriors of the empire to go into battle. Finally, the day came when the army gathered right near the castle. Perth approached the main character and said that the Perthian wolves were joining the 10,000-strong army of 8 Gate. He turned around and said that the preparations were complete and we must go. His knight agreed. After which the battle began. The elves fought quite successfully and killed their opponents. One of them frowned and thought that these warriors were just a trifle, they were unimportant. It was necessary to deal with the knights who owned the rank. And then he heard something behind him. Those same knights were fighting there and actively killing their troops. So the man turned around and ran in that direction along with another greatest knight. But at some point they stopped and saw something. In a couple of minutes, almost all the elven guards died in that place. Yenrid was already waiting for them. At the same time, Louis was standing next to him. Both got angry and turned to them and said that they should not approach further and take a step. Meanwhile, the main character was moving forward nearby and received a report that it was impossible to break through further. So his wolf soared into the sky and simply jumped over the battle. He managed to land far enough from them where there was no one else, so the guy immediately headed towards the castle. After which he activated the power of his spear and thought that this was the only way to get into the castle as quickly as possible. But then something distracted him. There was an elf standing on the threshold and the gates were open. There weren't even any troops. No one was guarding the castle. When the guy ran there, he asked what it meant. And the elf bowed to him and said that he could go inside. His Majesty the Emperor was already waiting for him. At the same time, the Duke was even escorted inside. He walked and thought that no one was visible inside the castle. It was interesting. Then he looked back and thought, were they really waiting for him? Could they be trusted at all? Suddenly the servant stopped and said that the door was open so he could go inside. So the brunette just walked forward. While he was walking, he remembered his conversation with Lind, who asked if he had ever seen dragons. The guy answered that they were really some kind of mythical creatures. Then he was surprised when his comrade asked if he would be surprised if he said that dragons existed. Now he finally entered the main hall, and the king appeared in front of him in the distance. The young man looked at him attentively when he said that he would never have thought that this man would come here. He sat in his place, said that he was interested in what his face looked like. The king's appearance surprised the young man very much. The man raised his head and said that he was glad to meet him. If you dive into history, the dragon is a creature with overwhelming power. In the distant past, they ruled the world. But dragons could not control everything in the world. That is why, having a special power, I call it magic, they began to give part of it to humanity and entrusted them with management. It was a mutually beneficial exchange. However, humanity, which had long been under the yoke of dragons, having taken possession of this magic, acquired a unique opportunity to express disagreement with the dragon regime, and thus became angry with them. After which the rebellion began, the magicians began to fight the dragons, and led by them, who inherited the magic of those very dragons, humanity began to fight them, the most brutal and cruel methods that were invented in the history of the world. And after a long struggle, the era of dragons came to an end. All of them were destroyed. But one day, in the middle of a barren land, where a strong blizzard blew, the last dragon who survived in this world finally came to his senses. Alone, he bitterly mourned the end of this era, and at the moment when he was about to close his eyes, a miracle happened. He met a traveler. There appeared a boy who looked at him and was also badly crippled. The dragon was sure that if he had an obolo from the body of this young man, one day he would be able to rise to the top again, so he studied him carefully. And then the dragon spoke in the most tender words, said what this child so longed to hear. The dragon began to persuade the boy to give up his body. However, as soon as the dragon said that he would achieve his goal if he gave him his body, he began to hesitate, but after some silence, he said something. And this information made the dragon freeze. It was surprising for him to hear this, because the boy proposed to destroy the whole world. He shouted that he wanted to destroy them all. These two were from different worlds, the boy and the dragon, but at that moment they were destined to unite. And now this boy became a king. Then the brunette looked at him and asked if this was really the emperor of the Ice Hill, the leader of the Northern Empire, and was he really not a man? And the blonde tilted his head and said that his opponent also seemed to be different from ordinary people, but did not look like a magician. What was wrong with him? Did they really think that he could turn back time? At that moment, the guy frowned and thought that he could have discovered his artifact. After which the man stood up and said that it did not matter now. He wanted to meet him, although he had been hiding here for a long time, but everything was going pretty well according to his plan. Then he came closer and said that however, at some point, everything went differently, and he added that since the appearance of one single person, everything began to change. The Duke listened to him attentively. At that moment, the blonde raised his hand and began to transform, said that he thought it was a message from heaven that he should finally come out of the shadows to meet him, and then take over the world. Then he frowned and said that he had to ask one question, after which he looked at him with wild eyes and asked if this man could cope this time. The protagonist immediately activated his magic and said that of course he could, and the man then raised his hand and directed his magical power at him. Thanks to the fact that the young man had a shield, he was able to reflect this attack. Then the man struck again. Then he looked at the young man and said that he was blocking his magic. There was something understandable in him. Immediately after, the man received a counterattack, but easily reflected it, and the brunette tried to get to him, simply running up. Immediately their magical powers clashed. Chris used all his strength to attack, but it was useless. The king easily blocked each of his attacks. This continued for some time until their swords connected, and the blonde raised his hand and said that this was ridiculous. Did he really go so far while he only had such skills? And then with one blow he threw him far back. After which he began to come closer and said that swordplay, spearplay, other martial arts, he studied everything that the human body is capable of teaching, and in all this he reached a level that an ordinary person is not able to achieve. He also added that his entire amazing journey would be completed today, and the young man listened attentively. When he finished speaking, the king jumped up and shouted that he was the one in whose hands the whole world was, that he was the only god who would once again descend upon their land. And he extended his hand forward, striking, but the young man managed to jump back. The blast wave was quite strong, although he managed to dodge it. Immediately after, the man cleared the smoke and added that before that, the brunette had survived only because he had weak opponents, right? And then he jumped up. In just a moment, he was already above the enemy's head and continued to fight him. There was an explosion, from which the Duke could only escape, but he could no longer deliver blows. Although he managed to jump back, he had to urgently figure out what to do next. Therefore, he immediately took out his dagger and pointed it towards the enemy. He skillfully dodged and tried to strike him again. The brunette, in turn, was able to escape from him again. At the same time, he deceived the king and ran up close to him, and he again threw him aside and said that it was useless. This catch-up continued for some time, until the blonde looked at the enemy and asked if he really thought he could handle him. What did he think it was? Even if he brought an army of magicians, it would be useless and insufficient. after which he ran forward and shouted that this stupid man was going to handle him alone. At the last moment, the Duke managed to jump up and let the king pass under him. Then he turned around and said that he was not fighting alone. Suddenly, some strange magical force began to appear around the king. These were invisible threads, which the brunette immediately set on fire. This move was quite unexpected for the king, after which the young man took out a potion, and together with it, he sent a blast wave at the man. He blocked the blow and protected himself, but nevertheless got angry. True, he did not have time to say anything, because the main character attacked again. He frowned and shouted that this was the very moment his supporters were fighting with him. He introduced his friends and said that they were all there on the battlefield, all had raised their dreams for the sake of the common dream. The king also listened attentively as the boy shouted that no matter how many thousands, tens of thousands of times they would try to trample them, they would still rise and fight again, so they would never defeat them or destroy their connection. At that moment, the young man reached the peak of his energy and reached level 80, shouting at the same time that they would not break their will. After these words, he acquired magical armor and acquired the 8th dimensional wise. It was an external wise that gave him an unknown power. The king then raised his sword and asked in surprise what this man was doing now. The young man did not explain and simply struck. But it was useless, and the brunette was very surprised when the king calmly said that he had already told him that he had reached all the limits for a person. Then he ran towards him, and with one blow he split his magic bracelet. Then he came even closer and said that this guy still thought he could defeat him. His energy changed to red, and then the man launched a fiery projectile at his opponent. The force of the blow was such that everything around began to shake, and the blonde raised his head and said that no matter what, it seemed he couldn't just deal with him like that, because the brunette was still alive even after that, despite the fact that his blows were so strong that part of the hall had already been destroyed. Then the man raised his head and said that he thought that they were destined to become worthy opponents, but apparently he expected too much from him. And then he noticed something. Gathering his last strength, the main character finally got to his feet and went out. Then he frowned and thought that he survived only because he managed to instantly react to his attack. His magic is very dangerous. A couple more blows like that and he will definitely lose. The blonde smiled and said that he had magical power, a deadly force that even people without magic could possess. Then he came closer and said that he himself possessed this deadly force. Compared to him, a person was simply insignificant. Did he really think that he could cope with him? But the guy seemed not to react to these words and continued to prepare for a blow. In an instant, they both jumped up, and then they clashed in a duel. With one blow, the king threw the young man back again. Then he raised his hand and prepared for the next attack. Suddenly, strange ice projectiles began to appear right above the main character's head, and then they began to fall to the ground and smash everything around. The brunette had to get up and just run away from them. Now it was a matter of survival. But at the same time, he tried to strike his opponent again. He even managed to deceive his expectations and run up from the other side. At some point, their gazes crossed, and then Chris tried to break through the man's armor again. But nothing worked, and the blonde turned around and said that it was useless. Then he threw a wall at his opponents again. True, this time the young man held out, and when he raised his head, he saw an approaching stream of fire. This surprised him very much. He had to do something urgently. At the last second, the guy managed to jump to the side and did not get under fire. The king was already waiting for him there, and the guys clashed in a duel again. This time the Duke did not know how to get close to the enemy, and he again used red magic and offered to end it. But for some reason, at the last moment, the magic ball disappeared. The blonde looked at his hand and thought, what happened? Did the magic not work? How is this possible? At that moment, people appeared above his head who were discussing whether he could really feel it, and he had too much power. These were magicians who were discussing that they never thought that such a power existed. And the old man then replied that he did not understand how this power could fit into the body of this boy. The other replied that he did not know the details, but he had magical power that was many times greater than a person's strength, and the proof of this was his dragon and eyes. And they also added that this boy was probably the great dragon that ruled the world in the distant past. The blonde then raised his head and was very surprised at what he saw. Suddenly it dawned on him that these were the supreme magicians who were the descendants of those who exterminated his people. Meanwhile, the Duke grabbed his sword and said that they had finally arrived. If they had been a little late, then all this would have been in vain. And when he stood up, he heard from them that it took them some time to find out his exact location. And in any case, they proved to them the existence of the dragon, so from now on their people would be on his side in the war against the Northern Empire. Then one of the magicians shouted that the young man should be on his guard, because the only thing they could do was limit the power of magic and the king. So the guy raised his sword and said that this would be enough. And the blonde himself began to get very angry and said that he was glad that the vile ungrateful magicians came to him right now. Then he jumped up and started a rhyme that he would start with them, and then destroy all the magicians in this world. However, at that very moment the brunette knocked him off his path and did not let him get to them. Then he smiled and said that he did not understand. Wouldn't it be polite for him to first deal with the guest who arrived first, who at first did not understand what had happened? Then he slowed down and asked, did he really think that since they were limiting his magic, he had a chance? And the same one ran towards him shouting that it even sounded stupid. Again they clashed in a duel. The man shouted that he was the only one who would rule this world, because he was a god here, and after all, the very being that surpasses everyone in strength in this world. And the Duke defended himself and thought that each attack was becoming more and more difficult for him. The more blows he dealt, the more his whole body hurt. Then he frowned and thought that he simply had to put himself forward in this battle. Therefore, he swung well and finally struck. Thanks to this, the king flew back, and the blast wave was quite strong. The man began to worry and thought what this guy was doing now. Chris himself then realized that his strength was becoming even greater and finally reached 86. At that moment, a magical battle began between them. Even an electric cloud appeared. Then the young man jumped up and thought that as the level increased, his whole body would change. He had to use it for battle. And then he struck. After which he saw that the spear level had reached 92 and thought that he did not know what the possible limit would be, but he definitely understood something. Meanwhile, the blonde continued to actively reflect his attacks, and the young man attacked and thought that the level of his skill in the battle with the strongest was growing to the greatest heights. And immediately after that I replayed his entire battle before in my head. Now, from his blows, a bright light appeared around. The king defended himself as best he could, but then he heard from the young men that since he had dealt with all these blows, he had to hit even harder. Chris then introduced all his friends and shouted that he was not going to give up. For everyone, for this world, he would only continue to become stronger. And indeed, his level was rising, and the guy was shouting that he did not care that a person was limited in strength. At that moment, it was already quite difficult for the king to resist him. The brunette himself was becoming stronger and shouted that he could surpass even this. Meanwhile, the battle continued outside. Gillen looked at his opponent and asked if he was okay. It seemed to him that this knight should now protect his lord. But the elf smiled and said that apparently the man really did not understand at all who His Majesty the Emperor was. Then he raised his head and added that His Majesty was the one and only lord who had descended to earth again. He himself was a god, their emperor was a dragon. The man looked at him in surprise and wondered if he really was a dragon. There Louis was fighting with another strong knight. He looked at him and added that for all people, the Lord is untouchable, so even their Chris will not be able to defeat His Majesty. The guy was surprised and thought so then the true nature of their Lord is a dragon, but even if you remember the atrocities that your Northern Empire, this still does not mean that you can so easily believe in something like this. And yet right now their commander is probably fighting the most dangerous enemy alone. And if so, then there is such a battle, more dangerous than there was in the world, Louis thought and imagined his comrade. His opponent at that moment raised his head and asked did he finally realize the reality of what was happening. Already imagined how his lord tears his commanders to dust. But surprisingly, the guy reacted calmly and asked was this elf yapping again. After which he dealt him a rather serious blow. He flew back and heard that his commander was not one of those who can be so easily defeated. The warrior introduced his friend and said that he had already overcome countless difficulties and hardships. This is the same person who never stops for a second and always moves only forward, and no matter how difficult the trials on his path are, he will overcome them and confidently move on. Then the young man looked around and said not to lag behind their commander, they will never give up either. After which he swung his arm well and added that he was going to go forward along the path of their master, and if there was anything they could do to help him now, they would definitely do it. Then he sent forward an incredibly large blast wave, and he himself shouted that they would fight for this until their last breath. Inside the palace, the battle was also continuing at that moment. The young man attacked and thought that this emperor was the strongest of those living now, while he was raising his level. Then he struck again and thought that now was probably the time to clash with such a monster. During another attack, the guy reasoned that this was also his only chance to pump up his skills to the maximum level. Then he raised his sword and began to accumulate energy. The blonde was already approaching him. The two clashed in a duel and hit each other with such force that the ceremonial hall began to collapse, and the opponents themselves flew back from this wave. The maximum level at that time was 92, and the king got angry and shouted that this was just a man, how dare he challenge him like that. Then he stood up and shouted that the jokes ended there, after which he added that now he would take his life. Meanwhile, the guy stood opposite and accumulated energy for a blow. And the magicians from above looked at this and thought that his energy was so great that apparently this was the very moment when he would transform the mana that was in the atmosphere into wise. Then the ruler of the Northern Empire concentrated so much that he changed the color of his eyes. Chris at that moment also reached the 9th dimension and his eyes lit up. Finally, the young man acquired the status of a master of wise and was ready for the final fight. They both broke away and ran at each other, and then they clashed with such force that the hall began to collapse even more. Their energy spread everywhere in that room. The young man frowned and thought that this was not enough, he needed a little more to get even stronger. And then he flew back from the blow, and while he was breaking, his level reached 97, and his thoughts were that he had to hold on and could not retreat here. But the king was not going to give up either and continued to attack. At the moment when the level reached 98, the guy could no longer hold this energy in himself. And just then, he struck a blow from which he finally received great damage, and he thought that he could not stop, he had to continue moving forward. After which he grouped himself and thought that the level had reached 99. At the same moment, a sign appeared where it was written that the skill level had been increased to the maximum level. This was the end. Chris gathered all the remaining energy and attacked the king again. The king looked at him and asked if this was really all. Then he struck back and asked if this was really all that this man was capable of, and immediately received a strike back from the guy. He got very angry and shouted that his opponent was only getting in his way, and the guy gritted his teeth and tried with all his might to stop the attack. He thought that he had increased his skill level to the limit, but his attack still did not work, and then he was all thrown back by another blow from the king. While the young man was slowing down, he thought that he could not give up, so he gathered himself again and attacked again. He no longer controlled his energy, but simply went towards his goal, to win. And at some point, the magical power filled him so much that he thought only about the fact that artifacts should respond. The Duke also remembered himself in the dungeon and thought that his voice had not changed at all, everything was the same as the first time, and repeated about the love of knowledge, interest and passion, as well as a strong desire. However, the tablets continued to say that the skill had been increased to the maximum level, although the young man wanted even more. He looked at his enemy and understood that he wanted to get even more powerful force, a higher position. Then he looked at the status window and ordered to make it even stronger because he needed even more. Immediately, the whole room was filled with incredibly strong energy of destruction, and the status window literally began to crack, while the brunette thought that she needed to bring it to an even higher level. Then Chris gathered himself again and screamed. A bright light filled everything around, and it was written that he had gone beyond his highest level of skill. And it seemed that a real fight had begun now. The king was finally injured and thought that this was impossible. How did it happen that he could not repel the enemy's attack? After which he raised his head and told the man not to make him laugh, just leave everything as it is and watch how to quietly destroy him. But the main character was not going to give up and said that the enemy could certainly try. The same blonde rushed at him and shouted that people would never be able to defeat him. And a moment later he received a blow with such force that the ground around them shook. Even the walls of the building began to collapse, and both opponents screamed with their last strength. The magicians from above also could not cope with containing the king's power because the blast wave reached them too. In front of everyone present outside the castle, a huge beam of energy burst out from there. The guys stopped and started screaming, thinking that their commander was in danger. Everyone froze in anticipation of the outcome. Then a bright divine light appeared there. Diego seemed to freeze and could no longer move when he saw it, and in front of him appeared debris in which there was a silhouette. And it was the silhouette of the main character, after which the guy stood up and finally took a breath of fresh air. The battle was over. Chris looked at the body lying on the ground. There was a bloody wound on the blonde's chest. A glow appeared inside this wound. The hero opened his eyes wide in surprise. A silhouette of a dragon appeared in front of him, asking Chris if he really thought this was the end. Now he just needed to find a new body and be reborn. In his mouth, he decided that he would take the body of our hero and then turn the whole world into a sea of fire. Someone took a dark ball in his hand and said that this would not happen. The essence of the dragon began to be absorbed into this ball, and he screamed that he could not end like this. Now the ball was shining brightly, and demands were heard to immediately release the dragon. Frowning, the hero looked at the man who said that as they agreed, they would take the essence of this dragon for themselves, and he asked what they intended to do with it next. Looking at him, the man in the cloak replied that Chris shouldn't be so suspicious because they weren't going to let him out with their own hands at least. Those people started to dissolve into thin air, saying that they were leaving. The hero was surprised to see the wounded boy tell him that he hated the hero. Tears were streaming down his eyes. He said that he also hated all people in the whole world. Looking at him, the hero said that it meant that he made a deal with the dragon and assumed that he had his reasons for doing so. The blonde's skin began to harden and crumble. His last words were that he would curse everyone for the rest of his days. Looking at this with regret, Chris promised that no one would suffer like him again. The hero would do everything in his power to make this world as good as possible. Watching the ashes scatter in the wind, he said goodbye to him, telling him to rest in peace. Nearby, his comrades were hurrying towards him. Coming closer, Louis asked how Chris was feeling. He turned with a smile and said that now it was finally time to go home. Upon returning to the city, the people greeted him, calling him their savior. Chris got off Punky and asked Graf what it all meant. A blonde boy standing next to the others said that he was the one who gathered them. The blonde boy smiled, saying that Chris did not have any celebratory ceremony to honor him. They cannot ignore such a person, so he thinks it is time to throw a grand celebration in his honor. Turning around, he heard another man invite him to join them, saying that as soon as they heard the news of his return from the war, they immediately came. Closing his eyes and smiling, Chris said that it seems he has no choice this time. Then he raised his spear up, saying that from today on, they will celebrate the victory. Later, standing in front of Graf, he said that all that remains is to move all the supplies from the warehouse, and the boy replied that he will let you know when everything is ready. The count and the girl approached the hero, asking him to take a break for a minute, and the boy asked what happened. The man replied that he had someone he wanted to introduce. He pointed to the girl next to him and said that she was his daughter, who they had talked about earlier. Leaning towards Chris, the man asked if now that the war was over, shouldn't they think about marriage. Someone demanded that they stop. A man walked towards them, asking if he didn't know that our hero had already made his choice. The Marquis pointed to the girl in red, saying that she was his daughter. She was the most beautiful lady on the continent. Besides, she had been in the castle this whole time, staying with Chris and helping him. Who could be a better bride than her? Everyone's attention turned to the other side of the room when someone said that the decision to marry should be a balanced one. The man then pointed to the girl standing next to him and said that she was his sister, and she would be the perfect person to strengthen the union of the two territories and enter the new world in harmony. Putting his hand to his face, Chris replied that he could no longer just stand there and remain silent. He had an important statement to make. To the side he said, "Who just in time." Someone's heels were clicking on the floor. Pointing to the girl standing next to him, the hero called her Yulnaven, his bride. In the sunset sky, the question what? Looking at them, the man said that this was a very unexpected statement. The hero said that this was definitely an event worth celebrating. The girl in red turned away in displeasure. Looking at this, Yulnaven asked, "Is their marriage okay?" Chris answered that he only hoped that they all would not curse him. Graf approached the hero and said that all the preparations were complete, and then he asked to gather everyone in the square. Later, the people raised their glasses. Chris said that they were starting to celebrate their victory, and therefore whoever does not drink will face severe punishment. Daki was drinking and dancing with someone. Ludwig was discussing something with someone. Ellis approached them, asking if Ludwig drinks alcohol. After taking a sip, the man replied that she couldn't even drink properly. The girl opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked again. Later, the two competed to see who could drink more, and the crowd cheered them on. A bright moon was visible in the sky, and so the 10-day victory day ended. Chris stood in front of the people with their heads bowed. After the victory over Tegas was announced, there was a trial. In addition to the fact that they were ordered to pay a huge compensation, it was decided to send outside observers from neighboring states to Tegas. Lind held Ellis in his arms. They got married. Their decision shocked absolutely everyone, although Lind himself was the most shocked. Digo held an axe in his hand against the backdrop of a fluttering banner. He was appointed commander-in-chief of the Franmont troops. Louis introduced training. He is trying his best to achieve the title of knight for the sake of his family. Abrian shook hands with the man in the cloak. She was able to conclude a treaty with the western continent. Now open trade routes with Vicus were created. The bright sun illuminated the city. At last, an era of peace had arrived. 1 year later, Chris watched the city from above. Someone asked, "Isn't this freedom?" Rachel stood on the outside of the wall. The hero asked again, "Isn't it good that nothing happens at all?" Trying to keep his head on his hand, he heard the question, then maybe he can finally tell her name. The hero hasn't forgotten it, has he? The girl looked in his direction, hearing the name Rachel. Smiling, Chris said that her master gave her this name. But if she doesn't like it, the girl can choose another. Although, if you don't think about it, no name suits her as well as Rachel. The girl turned her head away, not knowing what to say. At that moment, a servant brought a report. Opening his mouth wide, he said that a request for military support had come from the south. According to the letter, some enemies from across the sea were attacking the border of the south. Chris frowned, wondering why a stubborn fighter like Brading would ask for help. Who could possibly come and attack the south from across the sea? Walking down the corridor, he ordered an army to be gathered immediately, and he would personally lead the army to the south. Later, a large army was moving towards the sunset. Chris was leading them on Pumpkin. Looking ahead, he thought that this was the first time they were going out to fight in a year, and there was some excitement about it. But it was not like anxiety. He remembered himself in the past and realized that thanks to the knowledge of the future, he was able to change his life. He also thought about Louis and Lind and was glad that he was able to save his friends. Then he remembered his last victory, realizing that he was able to protect this entire world. The rays of the setting sun illuminated him. He wondered what would happen next and what enemies were waiting ahead. Looking at the bright light, he decided that he was now living in a world of an unknown future. The sun's rays reflected in his eyes, and only now did he understand. With a smile on his face, he said that his battle was not over yet. Someone picked up a small bag. The man with a mustache said that it should be enough for meat and drink. The interlocutor thanked him and hoped that his stay in the city would be comfortable. Looking at the money in the chest, the guy asked, with this payment, would they be able to stay in the city for some time? The man with a mustache wiped his mouth when asked what they would do and answered that he did not know. But if everything was okay in this city, then they could stay here. A guy approached him and asked if he could earn a lot of money by becoming a mercenary. The men looked at him indifferently when he said that he also wanted to become as strong as them, and so asked to be taught the art of the sword. The guy did not look away when he was told to leave, otherwise it would be bad. The man with a mustache looked at him silently. He gritted his teeth and offered to teach the boy how to use a sword if he could land a single blow to him in sparring. If not, they would do whatever he said. The other man looked at the commander, who replied that he didn't care as long as he had nothing better to do. He looked back at the boy and asked if he would try. The boy replied that he promised he would listen if he couldn't handle it. The sun was shining through the clouds. The next day, the man landed a strong blow. The boy leaned on his hand and cleared his throat. The other man asked if he was being cruel to the child. The boy replied that he was not and that he would still have to face reality when he got out of here. He frowned, saying that the outside world was cruel. It wouldn't give him a chance to make the slightest mistake. If the boy wanted to survive in this world, he had to learn that there were no rules. The boy was shaking and the man offered to look at him. He stood up and raised his fist to his face. The man noted that he no longer had the look of a child. He was able to dodge the man's attack. 2 weeks later, when he dodged a kick again, the man asked if the boy was really going to dodge everything. But the boy frowned, thinking about how he had been analyzing his attacks for the past 2 weeks and waiting for the moment when he could dodge a punch. At some point, he succeeded. Now the boy attacked the man when he was open. The blow landed on his chin. The other man opened his mouth in surprise because he was able to hit their commander. Rubbing his chin, he said that the man had just hit him, but it was not easy luck. The boy had been waiting for the moment and said that it was impressive. He caught the sword, and the man said that fencing training would begin tomorrow. The man smiled and asked the guy's name. Looking at him, the guy replied that his name was Tikil and he had no last name. Later, the men fell to the ground. Tikil managed to defeat everyone. The observer said that he never thought that the guy would be able to achieve such results in just 2 years. This is despite the simultaneous attack of 5. The captain noted that he notices potential in people. Looking at the serious Tikil, he noted that this guy looks like him. Coming closer, the captain noted that Tikil had worked well during this time. The guy went forward, and the others wished him luck. Blood spurted from the swing of the blade. 1 year later, Tikil stood in front of the defeated enemy, and someone noted that he killed the enemy general. One of the soldiers looked at his comrade, noting that Barzik had lost his leading position in a year. What to do? He replied that if it was taken by someone like Tikil, he had no shame. An order was given for everyone to gather. Tikil and the others listened to the news that the next battle would be on Cercado's side. The enemy would be Tegas. This would be the biggest battle since the creation of their mercenary group, so they needed to prepare well. The blonde looked at Tikil and said that there was something he needed to know. Later, it was raining. The soldiers were fighting on the battlefield. Tikil struck while hearing him not to let his guard down. Suddenly, a pink lightning bolt appeared. The warrior gritted his teeth and called out to God. A man with a big beard cut down the enemy. It was the knight of Visa. Tikil turned around. He remembered someone telling him that in the future, if such a knight appeared among the enemy army, he should flee from there. He then wondered what kind of knight it was. Introducing a pair of bright eyes, the man said that they were capable of using a superhuman power called Weiss. Their strength and speed were beyond human capabilities. Now such a knight cut several people at once. His swings left a bright trace. Tikil opened his eyes wide in surprise, because just one person changed the course of the battle. He saw how this knight easily cut off a head. One of the warriors opened his mouth wide, telling the captain that the situation had changed, and if this continued, they would be destroyed. The captain ordered the mercenaries to retreat. The comrade pulled Tikil back, asking what he was doing and why he was not retreating. Already in the camp, the same comrade wondered where the Knight of Weiss came from. Barzik was surprised to hear the question of what he needed to do to become such a knight. Tikil looked at his hand when the comrade explained that only someone who sensed the mana energy in the air could become one. People like them were completely talentless, so even after dying several times, Weiss could not be obtained. Tikil lowered his eyes silently. Barzik was confused when he heard that if he met the owner of this power again, he would know everything about Weiss, and asked again if he had gone crazy. Then he remembered the past, saying that he felt something when he first left his home village and started his own journey. He felt a surge of energy and excitement. He decided to become a mercenary not only to make money. He smiled. He wanted to. This is what brought him here. Now he lowered his eyebrows, saying that if he did not defeat him, he would no longer be able to continue his journey. For him, this is worse than death. Later, several knights fought. Tikil dodged the attack. Frowning, he noted that the enemy was twice as big and could not be defeated by brute force. The opponent swung his axe, and the boy realized what he needed to do to quickly close the gap. The blade sank into the handle. Tikil broke the enemy's axe using the weapon destruction technique. Then he struck him in the stomach. Barzik approached him, saying that they were surrounded. Both rushed further, but stopped, seeing something, and someone said that everything was as he thought. Opposite stood the Knight Vise, saying that there will always be those who try to escape. He smiled ominously, saying that he liked to catch and eat such people the most. Tikil drew his blade, and Barzik said that he could not. Frowning, the guy reminded himself that he promised himself that if he ever met him, he would fight him. This moment has come, the moment to move forward. Then Tikil rushed into battle. The knight dodged the attack. Smiling widely, he noted that he had heard Tikil's name before. Then he struck, leaving a bright mark. Tikil held the sword in front of him, noting that his entire body was numbed from just one blow. The man looked at the boy, saying that he was a mercenary boy who killed 3 knights by himself. Tikil's dancing sword. He was that boy. Then he rushed forward, saying that he would see what he could do. Tikil blocked the attacks. The knight's swing left a bright mark. Stepping back, Tikil thought that he would not be able to block the attacks for long. He needed to win as quickly as possible. The knight's eyes were glowing. He said that he was disappointed where all the rumors about the young hero lies. The man was surrounded by a glow, and he told Tikil to entertain him for a while, but the boy thought that he should use the dancing sword. Tikil's swings left bright lines. While parrying the attacks, the knight said that these were unusual tricks. But did the boy really think that he could survive such attacks? Frowning, the boy thought that the knight was arrogant and looked down on others, and therefore provocations could work on him. He had to use all his means. Smiling, he asked his opponent why he was talking so much. Was he afraid that he would lose to the boy without wise? Gritting his teeth, the man called him a brat. The swings of the blade left bright marks. Many wounds appeared on Tikil's body. The enemy was getting faster and it was becoming difficult to hold him back. A surge of power threw the boy back. The ground split under his foot and he realized that he only had one chance. He attacked the knight again, thinking that he had one opportunity when he was faster. Approaching the enemy, he had one try before his shoulder was hit. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed. Tikil managed to strike the knight's neck. Covered in blood, he only said that this could not be, and then fell to the ground. Barzik ran to his wounded comrade. Looking at the pool of blood, he realized that he had lost too much of it, and his head was empty. Later, he woke up in bed. When he got up, he saw his comrade, who thought he was definitely going to die, and asked where they were. The bright sun was shining on the village street. Barzik said that this was his homeland. The war was over and he had returned here. Tikil could stay here for a while. Lowering his head, his comrade relayed the doctor's words that it would take about 2 years for his arm to fully recover. Someone entered the house and said that the guy had woken up just in time. Opposite stood a tall blonde, and Barzik said that her name was Anissa. She was his younger sister and the only doctor in the village. Anissa angrily leaned towards Tikil, asking how he had fought to get his body in such a state. Was he really going to survive if he was lucky, and if not, he would die? The guy looked at the girl with admiration, and she asked what he was looking at. Anissa moved slightly away from the bed when Tikil said that she was beautiful. Barzik noted that, as expected, his friend was a real killer, but he asked his sister to think about it. Wasn't Tikil the first man to call her beautiful? The girl told her brother to shut up. 2 years later, the guy in the cloak walked out of the house. He stopped when he heard the words, "Did he really decide to choose this path?" He saw Barzik behind him, who said that he knew that his comrade wanted to continue his career as a mercenary. Tikil lowered his head when his friend asked if they should have talked first, and replied that he just wanted to leave quietly. He lowered his eyes when Barzik asked if he knew about Anissa. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he was not good with words and asked her to tell her for him. The blonde extended his fist, saying that they would always wait here so he could come back whenever he wanted to rest. And punching back, Tikil thanked him. Barzik silently watched him leave. Without taking his eyes off her, he asked if she was really okay. She stood behind the wall, and the brother asked if she would really let him leave like this. The girl held his hand, and Barzik noted that if she had said that she was expecting a child, then maybe Tikil would have stayed. She smiled, saying that he himself knew if he decided to move forward. Meanwhile, later, the guy chopped off the head of an enemy on the battlefield. Several years had passed since then, when he was an active member of a mercenary group and achieved success. In one of the battles, he received a wound on his head. However, he soon realized that his strength had a limit. Then the man watched the training of others. From that moment on, he began to help his comrades in training using the accumulated experience. The result was impressive, and their mercenary group became more and more famous. He looked at the high-ranking person in surprise. Fame even reached the royal throne. He, who was responsible for training mercenaries, was offered to join the royal guard. Tikil stood in uniform in front of the banner. Having accepted the offer, he became a member of the royal guard at the age of 30. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the castle. Looking out the window, he thought that he had been here for 3 years already and he had everything he wanted. He lowered his eyes, saying that his soul was empty. Was this really what he had been striving for all this time? Remembering Barsak and Anissa, he wondered how they were doing. So he returned to the village. Everyone tried to dissuade him, but he left everything and went to Barsak's hometown. He lowered his head, learning that sad news about his friend and Anissa awaited him in the village. Someone said that 10 years ago there was a flood in the village. Then, in surprise, he looked at the interlocutor, recognizing. Standing on the street of the night city, he said that from that day on he used all possible means to find his child. Having asked people, he learned about one inn. Having opened the door, he went inside. The man opened his eyes wide in surprise. Someone said that this guy was at it again. Ellis grabbed one of the customers, telling him not to even try it or she would throw him out of here. Looking at her, he noted that even her cruel nature was exactly the same as Anissa's. Ellis greeted Tikil with a smile and asked if he came alone. He silently looked at the girl, realizing that she was his daughter. Someone was sitting at the table. A dark-haired man was writing. The door to the room opened, and, addressing the man by name, the guy said that someone would be here soon. Closing the notebook, it was clear that these were records of travels to the New World. Climbing the stairs, Isak thought about the fact that a month had passed since he left his homeland, the Central Continent. He imagined Chris, realizing that now the Central Continent was at peace under his rule. No more threats, no more adventures. His foot touched the wooden floor. His tongue ended up on the deck. The ship sailed on the sea. The land was visible ahead. They were heading to the New World. Looking ahead, Isak thought about himself as an explorer and a seeker of new paths. A pioneer. Graf stood in front of Chris, asked about the Anti-Royal League. Imagining dark silhouettes, the guy said that it was a growing movement that denied the existence of kings and claimed that all people were equal before God. It was found that they were conducting secret activities in different parts of the continent. Looking at the letter, he asked if he was their final destination. Graf replied that it was, because the most powerful kingdom at the moment was undoubtedly his. Our hero smiled at the thought that at the age of 39, Franmont experienced the same fate when he headed for the Northern Empire. This is an inevitable fate. Looking at his interlocutor, he asked how much was known about them, and he replied that they had found out the identities of the leaders. Introducing the man with the white beard, Graf said that the most influential of them is the Holy King, the head of the Holy State. He hired mercenaries to find hidden artifacts on the continent. Looking at Graf, Chris heard that the League's strength alone was not enough to stand against the dukedom. They suspected that the man was forming a small elite group for assassinations. Jumping up from his chair, he said that he had forgotten, and it must be them. He smiled ominously, imagining the faces of the people and thinking that he would finally meet those who turned against him and pushed him to his death. Passing by Graf, he said that he was going to meet the Holy King. The guy objected, saying that it was too dangerous to come out in person. But, smiling, Chris told him not to worry, he would be back soon. He just needed to meet with old friends. Several people in dark cloaks were sitting at the table. One of them put his hands on the table and asked if everything was going according to plan. They told him that there was no problem. The Holy King clenched his fist, telling everyone to stay in the shadows and fortify their positions. The day of judgment was near. Later, he returned home. Someone put a knife to his throat, saying that if he moved a finger, his throat would be slit immediately. Looking at the blade, the man asked who he was and how he got here. The Holy King saw someone's silhouette in front of him. The stranger asked how he could be so careful and miss the most important detail. Chris pointed to the window, asking how in such a scary world he did not keep an eye on it. The man looked confused, not understanding what the king was doing here. Our hero smiled, saying that he heard that he was leading the Anti-Royal League. The man's eyes widened. Standing in front of him, he asked if the hero had come to kill him and destroy the League, but Chris called it a terrible statement. Coming closer, he said that he knew that among the mercenaries hired to collect artifacts was the knight Biza and asked to share his location. Nervously, the king replied that he was probably in the forest. Turning around and waving his hand, he thanked the man, said that they would see each other later and invited the guy to come with him. But he turned around and added that he would be waiting for him at any time, so if he wanted to attack, then let him attack, but warned him about what would happen if he entered his chambers. The Holy King looked scared, hearing that if he entered there, he would not leave alive. The bright sun illuminated the crown of the trees. The northern forest. Someone told his boss that this place had already been robbed. The man with long dark hair was upset that everything was in vain again. The comrade asked if they found one, then they should get a bag of gold coins for it. The guy with the scar on his face still said that maybe at least 5 bags, and if it was possible at all. Smiling, the man replied that in these times, artifacts are much more valuable than gold. If such a situation arises, he will use the artifact and take the place of the leader. He turned around, hearing a carriage driving behind, and offered to inspect their luggage. Stopping the carriage, the man told the people inside to get out and give everything they have, then they will be spared. Going to the window, he asked the passengers if they did not hear the order to get out. Flexing his fist, Chris said that they had not seen each other for a long time and he missed them. Beaten Jarman was kneeling in front of our hero. His assistant said that they were done. Lowering his head, the man asked why he was doing this to him. Chris replied that he had told him many times to think of it as a bad relationship from a past life. He noticed that, if he thought about it, it would have been thanks to him in a way. He would not have come this far if Jarman had not pushed him off the cliff. Trying to raise his head, the man said he could not believe it, he would never do such a thing. Turning around and waving his hand, Chris said that he felt great. He would save Jarman's life, but from now on he had to be a good person. The assistant ran up to him and asked what the man had done wrong. Gritting his teeth in disgust, the hero replied that he had once cut off his left arm. Meanwhile, the ship moored to the shore. A group of people were walking along the forest. Isaac walked in front, a record of travels to the New World. It was the second day after their arrival on the new continent. The advance party was moving through the forest. The man's eyes widened at what he saw. Houses were visible ahead, and he said that this was a village. They found traces of people. The people themselves appeared behind them. The joy did not last long, as the locals came and surrounded them. The boy bowed down and asked who they were, where they were from, and why they came here. Isaac tried to look friendly. From the words of the local warriors, they understood that the language system of the New World was not much different from theirs. He immediately tried to talk to them and said that they were not enemies. The man spread the items from his backpack on the ground. Fortunately, they showed interest in the things they had brought with them on their journey. This helped to reduce their wariness significantly. Later, Isaac showed the ship. Later, the man, who turned out to be the leader of the local warriors, was very intrigued when he was shown the ship they had arrived on. Luong looked at the ship in surprise, asking if this was the one they had crossed the sea on, and Isaac replied that they had come from the continent beyond it. Thus, the man found himself in the village that Luong had suggested visiting. Then he realized something shocking. During his time as a researcher, he had experienced many hardships, and his 5 senses were more developed than those of ordinary people, so he could sense the energy around him better. Looking to the side, Isaac thought he felt it. Looking at the locals, he reasoned that all warriors, including men, even women, children, and old people, had vice. The man was visibly nervous, noting that the people in this village were viceers. In the middle of the forest stood a stone building. Luong bowed and told someone that they had come here on a thing called a ship. Looking at the floor, he noted that they could just get on it and go there to establish their colonies. Someone looked with a red eye, and the boy asked him to make a decision. In front of him stood a 2-headed monster, which he called God. The man came out of the tent. The girl looked out, asking her not to go out at night, but he said that he would just prepare everything for work for tomorrow and come back right away. So he was doing something in the boat. Wiping his forehead, he was glad that he had finished. Suddenly, he noticed something. Several ships were heading towards the shore. Looking at them, he asked what it was. Seeing the ships on the horizon, he was surprised why there were so many. Luong was standing on one of them, and the man wondered where they were coming from. Chris looked at the city, and someone asked if he was bored. Rachel was standing on the outer wall. The hero replied that nothing was happening, he liked it. A servant ran behind him, saying that a letter had arrived. He opened his mouth wide, saying that a request for reinforcements had come from the south. It said that they were attacked from the other side of the ocean. Chris frowned, surprised that Brading asked for help. Who had invaded from the southern ocean anyway? Walking down the corridor, he ordered an army to be assembled immediately. He would personally take command and head south. Foreigners were killing southerners. One of them opened his mouth wide, telling the captain that the front line was giving way and it was becoming dangerous. The bearded man frowned, realizing that the situation was getting tense. Seeing the bright marks left by the enemy's blades, he noted that not only were they outnumbered, but they all had wives. They couldn't handle it alone. Luong charged at the southerner. The boy pierced him with his spear. Smiling widely, he said that his father was right, this world was theirs now. The blade of the axe glowed brightly. Luong looked back in surprise. Someone with bright wings rushed forward. Ellis struck the enemy with a blow. Luong frowned, thinking that the enemies were definitely using the same energy as them. But the difference in strength was great. Walking through the smoke, Digo noted that all of these guys were wisers. The girl replied that most of them were around the 2nd or 3rd stage. The blonde man's eyes widened as he realized that Isaac was talking about them. He remembered capturing him and the rest of the crew, asking where their navigation chart was. But he looked surprised when Isaac just smirked. The beaten man was smiling, asking if they really thought that if they just crossed the continent, everything would be theirs. They didn't know anything. Luong immediately rushed into battle, ordering the others to attack. This world is huge. There were bright traces on the ground. A blue light appeared among the foreigners. Chris cut through several enemies with one swing. And even on this continent, there are more terrible monsters. Our hero's eyes glowed brightly. Ellis put her blade to Luong's neck, and Chris asked if they had come here to create a colony. With his mouth wide open, the guy answered that this was not the end. Their father would be here soon. They would conquer this continent, and they would become slaves. A red light appeared in the sky, and Digo paid attention to it. Noticing a silhouette with wings, Chris ordered them to stay behind. A two-headed monster landed in front of them. He called himself Peong, saying that the only god who came down from the sky to rule this world. They, the insignificant creatures living on this continent, should hurry up and bow their heads. Standing in front of this monster, Chris said that this means there are imposters there too, but Peong was outraged by this. Then our hero smiled, asking if he can use magic like a dragon. Opening his mouth, the monster asked again. Later, Chris stood on Peong's corpse. He was defeated 5 minutes after crossing the continent. The hero returned to Luong. The guy opened his eyes wide, hearing that he can now take Peong's place. Leaning towards him, Chris told him to gather the surviving soldiers and return to his land. But if they return again, they are finished. White clouds floated across the sky. The hero said he didn't hear, and Luong said he understood. And just like that, peace reigned on the continent once again. Chris stood with a crown on his head. The Franmont Duchy was rewarded for its service and role in preventing this invasion. From now on, it is the Franmont Kingdom. Chris stood in line with his comrades, the country with the most powerful military force. They promised to do their best to prevent senseless wars on the continent. Many people walked along the city street. 10 years later, Strick opened his mouth wide, demanding that everyone hurry up. He said that the banquet was an important event to celebrate the 10th anniversary of King Franmont's ascension to the throne. Everyone should prepare properly. The girl was carrying something in her hands, saying that she heard that the people of Tegas were also invited, and asked the boy if he knew. He replied that, as expected, Chris was a generous person. The time had finally come. Someone bowed to the man sitting on the throne, the Tegas palace. The king sitting on the throne said that it had been 11 years since they lost the war with the Northern Empire and were suppressed by the neighboring countries. He lowered his eyes, saying that it was time to repay for all these years. The girl opposite him silently listened to the fact that in a few days the kingdom would hold a duel tournament as part of a festive banquet and demanded to participate. Looking at her, the man also told her to kill King Chris, asking if she could do it. Looking at the kneeling girl, he called her an incomparable genius and the new star of Tegas. Knight Bai's assist. The girl closed her eyes. She imagined the old man, saying that 11 years ago she lost her father, the Knight Penwill, and her teacher, the Spear King Abel, in the war. Remembering herself as a child, she also noted that there was no longer that little girl who could not stop crying after hearing sad news. Looking at the interlocutor, she replied that even if she had to sacrifice herself, she would definitely complete the mission. Chris trained an assistant. Sighing, he said that he simply could not do it. Then the hero extended his hand, offering to try again, because it was not that difficult, but the guy replied that he had trained only with a sword for 10 years, and the skills he had developed in using a spear were so complex that only he could use it. Remembering his wife and daughter, he heard the offer to continue raising an heir, but he wondered what he should do. He could not teach his youngest daughter how to use a spear. Looking at the weapon, the hero thought about the fact that 2 years had passed since he developed his own spear technique in peacetime. 11 years had passed since the battle with the dragon. The artifacts no longer indicated that his skill had increased. Looking at the sun, he wondered if this was the limit of his growth. If so, what should he do now? Chris smiled when he heard that his assistant had to go, since the banquet was about to begin. Then he remembered it too. Many people had gathered in the stands. The man standing below announced that a duel tournament in honor of the 10th anniversary of King Chris's coronation was about to begin. After introducing 3 girls and 1 man, he also said that 4 knights representing each kingdom would fight in a tournament format. Chris stood up from his throne when he was told that the use of wise was prohibited. The knight who takes his opponent out of the battle or out of the arena will win the duel. Our hero waved to everyone present. The winner will be rewarded by Chris. Ego folded his arms. Lin noted that the participants cannot use wise. The 3 knights smiled, believing that victory will be theirs. Chris sat back on the throne. An assistant leaned over to him, saying that Tegas had been told that their king was in critical condition, so the first prince was present in his place. Sis stood with her eyes closed. The girl remembered a conversation with a man who said that on the day of the mission, the first prince would attend a banquet on his behalf. He knew nothing about this. Watching carefully, he also noted that if everything went according to plan, Sis might not return from there alive. However, thanks to such a noble sacrifice, the world will once again turn its attention to Tegas. The girl opened her eyes with one thought, her life for Tegas. The girls took up their weapons when the first duel was announced between Ellis and Perta. Both rushed towards each other. Bright marks were left from the swings of their blades. Ellis went behind her opponent, saying that she had the advantage of speed. The blade ended up at her opponent's head, and it was announced that the duel ended faster than expected. The winner is Ellis. The next participants stood opposite each other. A duel was announced between Ludwig and Sist. The man smiled when Ellis demanded to be faster so that they could fight later. The opponent pointed her spear forward. Folding his arms, Chris thought that he had never seen her before. He had heard that she was a promising knight of Tegas. He wondered how she would cope. The announcement was made that the duel was about to begin. The noise of spectators was heard from the stands. Ellis looked ahead in surprise. Chris also looked surprised. The blade of Sist's spear was at Ludwig's throat. Looking at the tip, the man thought that it was so fast that he did not even have time to react. The girl turned and walked away. The announcement was made that the duel was over and the winner was Sist. Chris clenched his fist, noting that it was so fast that Ludwig did not have time to do anything. Now both girls stood opposite each other. It was time for the final duel to find out the winner's name. Ellis versus Sist. Smiling, the blonde noted that from what she had seen earlier, it seemed like her opponent was confident in her speed, but even if she wasn't relaxed, she was also quite fast. Opening her mouth, Sist told her not to get cocky. The swings left bright marks. Ellis was thrown back. Falling, she was surprised by such incredible power, comparing it with the level of Digo. The spear ended up at her face. Ellis managed to jump back. Then Sist swung again. Looking closely at her opponent, she said that she was not like the others. Then she threw the weapon with great force. Ellis tried to come to her senses. They announced that she was outside the arena, and now all the duels were over. Watching her, Chris noted that the girl easily defeated not only Ludwig, but also Ellis. Sist looked up. The hero noted that a monster had appeared that was impossible to imagine. The winner of the tournament was declared the representative of Tegas Sist. From the stands, Chris congratulated her on her victory. As promised, he would give a reward and asked what the girl's wish was, noting that no matter what it was, as long as it was under his control, he would grant it. The girl opened her mouth slightly, thinking about her wish. Then she smiled, saying that she wanted to duel the war hero right then and there. Chris smiled widely, saying that this was the answer he wanted to hear the most. Dressing himself in armor, he said that they would adhere to the same rules as in the tournament. He frowned, and she widened her eyes when he told Sist to attack. A moment later, her spear passed near his head. Ellis and Ludwig looked on in surprise, noting that she was faster than before. Was the girl hiding her strength? Sist was incredibly fast when she attacked Chris. Looking at the blade near his neck, he thought about how her attacks were getting faster. Moreover, she was only attacking the head. Sist frowned, thinking that she could pierce him if he didn't use Weiss. She jumped up, thinking that she could hit his head with her spear. Chris smiled, asking if she really thought she could kill him if he didn't use Weiss. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Chris's punch sent her flying backwards. Sist was very surprised to hear that Chris now understood why the king of Tegas sent the first prince in his place. Was she trying to achieve a greater goal by sacrificing her life? He smiled, calling them impudent bastards. Sist landed on the ground. Our hero rushed towards her. The swings of the blades left bright marks. Chris opened his mouth wide, saying that no one had managed to resist this technique with a spear more than 10 times. The girl gritted her teeth, thinking that she could only parry the attacks and she couldn't concentrate. Imagining herself in a dark place, she wondered if this was the wall her master had told her about when she was little. She saw Chris's giant head in front of her, calling him the entire sky. Now our hero had thrown her back again. Landing, she thought about what she had finally met. With a wide smile, she added to the thought that she had met the one she wanted to surpass. Chris smiled widely, noting her talent. Opening his mouth, he offered to become her student and said that he would teach her everything he knew. The girl silently looked at him. Rushing to the attack, she asked if he was sure he would not regret it. Crossing their spears, Sist also said that the tip of her spear would always be aimed at his head, and the hero replied that she could attack him at any time with all her strength. A bright mark appeared between them. The desire to grow. The thirst for knowledge. Chris continued the fight with a smile, passion and involvement. Perseverance without talent. A new message appeared. Weiss's skill level was raised to 101. He always tried and will continue to do so. This is what made him who he is today. A bright light illuminated our hero's face. This is the principle he will always follow. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.